Others are in the apocalypse, hoarding supplies like crazy, while your strawberry tips make the goddess praise them as delicious every day. A piece of cookie not only makes the campus belle throw herself into your arms, a piece of bread even stops female celebrities from being chased. You hold an AK in your left hand and embrace in your right. Exotic delicacies every day are part of the package, because you have unlimited supplies in the apocalypse and badass equipment. However, in the first 3 hours of the apocalypse, you're still a complete loser delivering takeout, miserably staring at the constant takeout notifications. You put down your phone, look at the traffic lights, feel tired today, and decide not to take any more takeout orders. A Lamborghini roaring like a beast stops next to you. You glance over and see a beautiful and refreshing girl sitting in the passenger seat. The man driving even gives you a smug look, as if showing off. You mutter something, "What the heck," and think of driving a Wuling Hongguan when you have money. Suddenly, your Bluetooth earphones emit a strange sound. 3031 minutes and 13 seconds until the apocalypse arrives, sending an apocalypse gift package worth 1500. Listening to this inexplicable sound, your face is full of doubt, wondering who's playing a prank on you. However, the phone screen displays whether to open the End Times gift pack 1. This must be a phone virus. The car behind starts honking to urge you on, and you accidentally touched it. Receive unlimited supplies. Receive enhanced body and weapon equipment 1. Receive notes on ground extraction. Extract the End Times gift pack 2. And upgrade energy run. The cold voice sends a shiver down your spine. It can't be for real, heh? If you have the guts, bring me an unstoppable AK-47. When you see an AK-47 appear between your legs, you scream and quickly disappear. As the weapon disappears, you breathe a sigh of relief, but your heart races uncontrollably. It came too suddenly, with no preparation at all, so you turn around and head straight back to the rental house. Once home, you take off your helmet, wash your face, and plan to brush up on the End Times rules. You sit on the sofa and immediately open an End Times novel. After not eating for 2 hours, you realize one thing: self-interest is the most important. You open the armory, filled with various pistols. There are automatic rifles, sniper rifles, and a few bullets, but that's it. There's no heavier firepower, just light weapons. For body enhancement, you take out a kitchen knife that can bend fingers directly. Being able to pierce through the concrete wall, looking at the dust on your fingers, the smile on your face deepens slightly. Taking out a gun, you take a deep breath. Bring it on, post-apocalypse. I'm tired of this kind of life. I'm not a loser, I'm the boss. 1 a.m. Outside, it gradually started to drizzle, and terrifying screams instantly echoed throughout the entire neighborhood. You immediately walked to the balcony. Several bodies were already lying on the road, and those seeking shelter from the rain were also trying to help but got drenched, as if their bodies were being corroded by sulfuric acid, falling down with ghostly cries. At the same time, the entire neighborhood gradually lit up, and everyone stood on their balconies, looking on in confusion. Suddenly, everyone's phones received an emergency notification, instructing all residents not to leave their homes, avoid the rain, and wait for rescue. You furrowed your brow slightly, then turned to look at the adjacent balcony. A beautiful girl also looked towards you. It seems there's a girl living here, and of course, you know your neighbor is a female anchor. Her curvaceous figure is indeed quite attractive. "What are you looking at, loser?" she said, and then turned back into her room. You chuckled disbelievingly. In the post-apocalypse, who does she think she is? In the post-apocalypse, women are like exchangeable commodities. A piece of bread can be used for anything. Having lived for more than 20 years without experiencing love, only to reach the end of the world, it's a pity. But luckily, 998 has been carefree a few times. Let's quickly make a bowl of braised beef instant noodles to calm down. If you don't treat yourself well, you won't be able to enjoy unlimited resources. You might as well have a Buddha jumps over the wall and brush your teeth. As you savor the delicacies only the wealthy can eat and scroll through Douyin on your phone, the whole world falls into panic. Soon, an urgent message is sent out: all water sources have been contaminated. You shrugged indifferently, not caring. Who knows, a few days later, a glass of water might make the woman next door kneel down. "Ah, calling me a loser. I'll go downstairs first to see how things are." Just arrived on the first floor, everyone in the neighborhood is lining up outside the convenience store to buy water, while others come down one after another to watch. However, fear and irritability are written on everyone's faces. "Oh my goodness, don't push, don't cut in line." As soon as these words were spoken, two men immediately started fighting. The women stood aside in panic. Taking advantage of the chaos, many men rushed into the convenience store, and all the supplies were looted within minutes. The women couldn't even get a chance to participate. "Don't you men know about ladies first?" a middle-aged woman with glasses shouted. "Ladies first?" a strong man sneered. "When did we start shouting such nonsense?" At this moment, the advantage of men is immediately apparent. You look at the bodies and corroded tires in the rain, leaning against the wall to breathe a sigh of relief. As the apocalypse begins, chaos ensues in less than an hour. When all food is depleted, the dark side of human nature will be fully exposed. You gradually start to plan in your mind, but a beautiful figure catches your eye. Delicate eyebrows, bright eyes, cherry-like red lips, slender and graceful figure, elegant and soft. Her figure flows naturally like a melodious tune, every part perfectly proportioned, evoking primal impulses. How could a delivery person like you possibly know a girl like her? But you've bumped into her a few times in the elevator, dressed in uniform, dragging a small suitcase, resembling a flight attendant. Of course, with looks like hers, how could she not have a boyfriend? Standing next to her is a handsome and wealthy man, usually driving a Porsche 718. Make some arrangements, there's still half a bucket of water at home anyway. The rain won't last long. Ningu is indifferent, comforting his girlfriend beside him. Anne's face is a little pale, but she still nods, glances at you, and goes upstairs with her boyfriend. And you smile, for even villains have their own pleasures. Returning home, you open your phone to find that all apps are closed, only WeChat can still be accessed. The property group chat is lively, filled with complaints and curses. No one can sleep peacefully this night, hoping for the rain outside to calm down soon. Yet, even on the 6th day, the rain continues to fall. During these days, in the late night, there were intermittent sounds of smashing and screams. This oppressive atmosphere can drive people crazy, while you stay indoors, indulging in extravagant delicacies every day. On the 7th day, you decide to check out the underground garage. The entire neighborhood. All material transactions take place in the underground garage. As the elevator doors open, the underground garage resembles a market. Women take out designer bags and cosmetics to exchange for food, while men bring out brand-name watches to exchange for water. You sigh, thinking that the trades are still normal for now, but in another 3 days, it may change. Suddenly, you see your neighbor, the anchor, also setting up a stall to sell cosmetics. You take out a bottle of mineral water, drinking as you walk over. Sun Ting, noticing you walking by, looks a bit uneasy. As a food delivery person, you must have plenty to eat at home, but watching you drink water, Hen Taing's heart gradually starts to yearn. Soon, you see Amber at her stall, attracting many customers due to her outstanding appearance. "Play a game with me, beautiful lady, and this bottle of water is yours." I offer 2 bottles of water. I offer 3 bottles, and the men immediately start an auction. This made Amber so angry that her face turned red. Shameless Amber cursed harshly, packed up her stall, and headed towards the elevator. "Even you were innocently glared at," one of the men snorted, pretending to be something. "Over at the red light district, it's just a glass of water for a round." You curiously looked around the red light district. The so-called red light district turned out to be a warning light, with many coolly dressed women standing around in heavy makeup. The quality is worrying. Suddenly, a series of rapid footsteps sounded, and more than 20 young people appeared. The leading man had a tough face, with tattoos covering his arms, and his followers looked fierce. This sudden scene made the whole area incredibly quiet. "Grab everything," the boss gave the order. The younger brothers rushed over with aggression, handing over the goods to avoid trouble. Is there no law left? Robbery in broad daylight. A man in his 50s stepped forward, representing the law of Heichi. "I, Ding Feng, am the law. Break his legs for me." A cracking sound silenced everyone. Faced with such brutality, no one dared to resist, handing over the goods obediently to avoid being beaten for no reason. "Take those women standing over there away." Ding Feng looked towards the red light district, flashing a sly smile. The younger ones are all laughing slyly. Most people are terrified by the apocalypse, but these people enjoy it, coming and going quickly. After the others leave, the men grumble and blame each other, making you shake your head in disbelief. At this moment, a polite man with glasses steps forward and suggests, "There is a rolling shutter door between each floor. I propose sealing off our building to avoid further looting, even if it means exchanging supplies." Exchanging through the gap of the rolling shutter door is also an option. As soon as this man speaks, he receives immediate agreement, and without hesitation, the surrounding rolling shutter doors are pulled down, getting stuck with an iron plate. Upon seeing this, people from nearby buildings brighten up and immediately follow suit in lowering the rolling shutter doors, dividing the entire neighborhood into 5 buildings. I have another suggestion: unite, search for supplies, and have the ability to resist those monsters. Is it the glasses that exude leadership qualities? Immediately, someone responds, "But you are not interested, working for others. It's the end of the world, and you're still working? Are you crazy? Go back to your own floor." You see the female anchor squatting at the door. Sun Ting teasingly says, "So you're hiding." Although this anchor doesn't look as good as her, she still has some charm. Sun Ting is not stupid. Upon seeing the group of people, she immediately runs into the safe passage. "Take the stairs up." Seeing you watching the show, Sun Ting snorts and then asks, "Do you still have water at home? What does it have to do with you whether my house has water or not?" You lean against the door, arms folded, teasingly. Losers are just losers. After saying that, Sun Ting opened the door, then slammed it shut. You couldn't help but smile. "I've always been a loser. Now that the apocalypse is here, all I want is to live peacefully. I won't bother you, so don't bother me either." 3 days passed, and the rain showed no signs of stopping. The 5 buildings have formed 5 factions and reached a certain agreement. Tonight, this building is also preparing to hold a meeting. You naturally have to attend. The location is the underground parking lot. You notice that everyone looks quite haggard. Even the beautiful and Bai's lips are dry. That female anchor doesn't look too good either. The man with glasses stood on the hood with a megaphone. "Fellow residents, my name is Dong Fei. I used to be a corporate executive. Thank you for your respect. Take the lead." It's been over a week since the crisis began, with no signs of rescue or official communication. I'm sure the supplies in our building are running low. Yesterday, someone from Building 4 risked going out to scavenge, although one person got injured. But at least we have food. Dong Fei's words made everyone present nod repeatedly. I also saw it in the community group chat yesterday. It was Ding Feng who went out with his men. I heard one of them got caught in the rain and disappeared. So I suggest we form a convoy and go out to search for supplies. However, after Dong Fei finished speaking, no one answered. After all, this is a matter of life and death. Dong Fei adjusted his glasses, his eyes revealing fierceness. "I'm not forcing anyone, I don't want to exert effort. It doesn't matter if we retrieve the supplies, don't resist." "I'll go too. The courage of several married men is commendable. With elderly and children at home, we must do it." 2 car teams were formed, and Dong Fei naturally went out himself. "Everyone should go back. I will notify everyone in the group later, but if you want to reap without sowing, then think about what you need to arrange." Looking at her boyfriend beside her, Ningdu asked softly, "We have nothing left to eat at home." Ningdu impatiently replied, "What's the rush? My dad said he's figuring out a way to get us food. Do you want me to die?" "It's not that I don't mean it," and Bai explained repeatedly. But Ningdu solemnly asked, "Then what do you mean?" And Bai's face turned pale, because he did mean exactly that. About 3 hours later, the 2 cars returned with sparking wheels. Of the 6 people who went, only 4 returned. The waiting family members, upon seeing their husbands not returning, cried continuously, "Was my husband caught in the rain?" Dong Fei solemnly said, "It's chaotic outside, everyone is fighting for supplies. Your husband was killed by someone, not by the rain." After hearing this, everyone looked at each other in fear, their faces filled with dread. However, when they saw the food and water in the back of the car, their original fear was replaced by desire. "I need water, I need water." A skinny man rushed forward without hesitation. Dong Fei picked up the blood-stained baseball bat next to him and swung it fiercely, sending the thin man's chin flying. But Dong Fei didn't stop. He lifted the baseball bat and smashed it towards the man's head, crushing the entire skull. Dong Fei turned back to look at everyone, asking who else wanted to fight. One person was beaten to death in front of everyone, leaving everyone too scared to make a sound. "Listen up, men need to go out to trade for supplies, while women have to exchange with their bodies." Dong Fei's words challenged everyone's moral values. But it's not Dong Fei's fault. These supplies are obtained at the cost of lives. Why should they be shared? There are rules in the apocalypse. Until that evening, a faint knock on the door suddenly sounded. You set down the pizza in your hand, wiped your hands, and walked to open the door. But you still had to check the peephole first. When you saw that familiar face, a smile slowly crept onto your lips, thinking you could resist until when. "You're looking good today, in that white dress and delicate makeup, almost as stylish as a flight attendant." Opening the door, you see Sun Ting standing there. Who still watches live broadcasts now? Even if there's income, those numbers can't be exchanged for supplies. Just now, a fellow sister went to trade for supplies, telling of the treatment she received. Several men took turns, but in the end, they only got a glass of water and a piece of Oreo. "That's why I had to come deliver food. This loser must be hiding something in his house, so I freshened up a bit, hoping to get something out of this loser." Sure enough, as soon as the door opened, Sun Ting smelled a familiar yet unfamiliar scent. It was Orlin's pizza. Seeing the steaming pizza on the coffee table, Sun Ting couldn't believe it. At this moment, he still had pizza to eat. "What's the matter?" you asked casually, opening a bottle of mineral water and taking a sip. "Brother, can you share some water with me?" Sun Ting, who used to be proud, couldn't wait to lick the water dripping from your mouth. Your smile deepened, "And I still prefer your proud and arrogant look. Just to clarify, call me a loser again." "Brother, you misunderstood. It's my mistake," Sun Ting quickly apologized. His original plan was completely abandoned. "No more seduction. As long as I have a sip of water, I can do anything." You sighed softly, slowly lowering the bottle, and a drop of water fell to the ground. Sun Ting didn't hesitate at all. She reflexively knelt down and extended her dry, fragrant tongue to lick the floor clean. As you slowly backed into the room, Sun Ting crawled along the water droplets and licked her way in. The door was slowly closed. Turns out, crawl and lick isn't just an adjective. Putting away the mineral water, you sat on the sofa and watched Sun Ting. Sun Ting slowly looked up at the mineral water bottle in your hand, the desire hard to suppress. "Still want it?" You shook it a bit. Sun Ting nodded repeatedly at your feet, indicating she wants it. "Then I'll give you a little more." Sun Ting was about to get a cup, but you still poured it on the floor. Even so, Sun Ting obediently licked it up. "You licked the floor so much, I'll reward you with a slice of pizza," and threw it directly on the ground. Sun Ting used to never eat this junk food, afraid of gaining weight, but now it's like a treasure to her, eating it greedily without caring about her image. "Hey, you're all dirty, go take a shower," Sun Ting asked in surprise. "Do you have water here to shower?" "Of course, wash thoroughly and use more shower gel." Sun Ting immediately ran into the bathroom, found clean water, didn't even have time to close the door, and eagerly started cleaning up. For her, not showering for a day makes her uncomfortable all over, let alone almost a week. This scene is a bargain for a woman who can become a host. Naturally, her conditions won't be too bad. Sun Ting, after entering the prison, only then realized the door wasn't closed, and immediately shut it. After a while, dress neatly, I'll head back first. "Thank you." Sun Ting didn't want to come empty-handed. Besides, this loser is not like the others, can't even handle himself. But smilingly said, "Ate my food and now just want to leave with a pat on your butt? I just showed you that," and Sun Ting immediately returned to her original expression. You expressed satisfaction and took out a pitch-black handgun. When she saw the handgun, Sun Ting froze. But soon she laughed, asking if it was a lighter or a water gun, teasing who. With a bang, a gunshot rang out, lighting up all the motion sensor lights in the building. Everyone in the neighborhood was startled by the sound, wondering who fired a gun. There's actually a gun. At this moment, Sun Ting's face turned pale, broken decorations fell to the ground. This is real. Those people below, with just a glass of water, can have their way with women. You even took a slice of my pizza. How about I treat you to a peanut? Sun Ting immediately collapsed to the ground, trembling in fear, thinking it was a sheepfold but turned out to be a tiger's den. Where did he get the gun from? "Come here," you beckoned. Sun Ting didn't dare to resist, propping herself up with a jade ornament on the ground, slowly crawling towards you on the sofa. "Brother, spare me, I won't lie to you again," Sun Ting pleaded tearfully. You raised the gun, sliding it across the delicate face. Sun Ting widened her eyes, feeling like she was about to die, regretting intensely at that moment. Agreeing with him wouldn't cost her anything. Being obedient like this early on, how could you suffer? You show a kind smile, but no one knows, that shot just now actually missed. Sun Ting vigorously nodded, making whimpering noises. Yet, your gaze is cold, the gun is already pointed at the back of Sun Ting's head. There's only one outcome for deceiving me. Don't be so picky, it's the end of the world. Where are there so many beauties? You suddenly realize you've grown by 1% in strength, a bit slow. You directly throw Sun Ting to the side, sit on the sofa, and cook a hot pot to replenish your energy. Sun Ting begs for mercy with a faint voice. You pause for a moment, grab Sun Ting's hair, pull her up, and notice her face is pale, even her skin has become unusually dry. Turns out it's the energy bar acting up. It's better to progress steadily, just 2% of strength, yet it's already maxed out. Have some, you say casually. There's a plate by your feet, filled with hot pork belly and fatty beef. The starving Sun Ting, ignoring the pain, quickly crawls to your feet and starts eating the food. This time you switch to a big bowl, enough for a good meal. Sun Ting chews on the meat and mumbles, thank you, thank you. No need to thank me, from now on, you are mine. Sun Ting, kneeling on the ground drinking water, freezes, but dares not resist. You look at Sun Ting, with a faint smile on your face. You now have two choices, either eat peanuts, or behave obediently. I'll behave obediently. Sun Ting chose the latter without hesitation. Only fools would eat peanuts, as long as you eat and drink enough. You pat Sun Ting's head and laugh, from now on, you are my master. Being stunned is much smarter than before. At the same time, Dong Fei's house was filled with 7 or 8 men. The living room was filled with supplies, half of which were mineral water. One of the bald men seemed anxious. Damn, hurry up, don't kill anyone. Dong Fei took a sip of red wine and glanced. What's the rush? Not many women around. The bald man smiled bitterly. There are few pretty women around. Finally one comes, and a good-looking one at that, taking so long. Compared to women, the gunshots just now are what we need to deal with, Dong Fei said solemnly. This gun has already threatened his territory, even feeling like a gun is right in front of his forehead. If he can snatch this gun, then he can control the situation. The entire neighborhood. The guy with yellow hair sitting next to him said seriously, I feel like the gunshots are coming from our building. It does sound quite loud, another man chimed in. Dong Fei placed his wine glass on the table. Baldy, you and yellow hair go door to door and check. The bald man and yellow hair glanced at each other. They might have a gun. Each person with a box of bread and mineral water, under great reward. There must be brave men, as the bald and blonde nodded. The bald man who got up also shouted towards the bedroom, take it easy, wait for me to come back. Dong Fei helplessly said, a woman almost in her 40s. You like her that much? Brother Dong, you don't know, I've been eyeing this woman for a long time. If it weren't for this apocalypse, I wouldn't have had a chance. I have to thank the apocalypse. Everyone smirked. This is much more interesting than going to work. After leaving, Huang Mao chuckled, bald brother, there's a host at 701, with a great figure, and at 603, there's a stewardess, looking very attractive. You're quite smart, with me backing you up, you won't die when you go out in the future. Thanks, bald brother. After you have fun, make sure I have fun too. The bald man patted Huang Mao's shoulder, relax, you can do whatever you want in this world. The matter of finding a gun had already been forgotten by the two, and they went directly to 603 to find space. The person inside the room appeared exceptionally irritable, restless, thirsty, and hungry, almost losing consciousness. The beautiful girlfriend Anbo was curled up on the sofa, looking pitiful. Bang bang bang, knocking on the door startled the two people inside. Ninggu arrived at the door and saw the bald man and Huang Mao through the peephole. I know you're inside, open the door, shouted Huang Mao. Ninggu still has a bit of brains left. Once this door opens, and Bai will become their door. The bald guy held down yellow hair and shouted, brother, you've been hungry for many days, right? Yesterday, we had plenty of supplies. Come chat in 201 when you're free. After speaking, he left with a puzzled look on Yellow's face. Mao left Ninggu feeling relieved, and Bai also breathed a sigh of relief. However, the bald guy's words kept echoing in their minds, eroding the last bit of their will. Soon, the two arrived at 701. The bald guy knocked on the door and called out in the same tone, we have plenty of food. Come chat in 201 when you're free. Being alive is better than anything. It's better than starving at home. The door suddenly opened, but it was the next door. You looked at the two and said in a deep voice, knock on the door gently. The bald guy in yellow hair glanced at each other, annoyed. Lately, all the men have been very respectful to them. When did they have this attitude? Are you looking for trouble? Why are you talking to my brother, the bald guy? The two immediately walked towards you. They were stunned when they saw inside the room. On the dining table, there were braised chicken with mushrooms, braised pig trotters, stir-fried lettuce, and next to the dining table, a woman was eating. Baldy, this seems to be that female anchor. Yellow hair is a bit stuttering. After all these days, even the most beautiful women have become haggard due to lack of food and drink. Unlike the female anchor in front of them, she's almost like a fairy. You kid have some connections. You don't worry about food and drink, and you even have a beauty at home, the bald guy said mysteriously. The two men walked straight into your house. You smiled and closed the door. Huang Mao couldn't wait to grab a pig's trotter and eat a few, exclaiming, wow, bald brother, pig trotters are delicious. Sun Ting, seeing two men enter the house, remained calm, walking to the sofa and sitting down. The bald man watched as Sun Ting couldn't hide her greed. If you're smart, bring out the food to share. Hand it over, lady, spare yourself some trouble. This is mine, how can I give it to you? No way, you look harmless like a lamb. Sun Ting secretly thought to herself that these two idiots were doomed. Ignoring the toast, Huang Mao brought out a fruit knife and lunged at you. But instead of hitting Huang Mao, you felt a black fist engulf your face. With a bang, Huang Mao spun around, his face caved in. Some bald heads showed fear. Sun Ting on the sofa was stunned. She knew you had a gun, but didn't expect your strength to be so great. If she had any doubts before, they were now gone. She didn't want to end up like this. Xiao Ting went to open the window. You effortlessly picked up Huang Mao with one hand and threw him out. You clapped your hands, sat back down, and said with a smile, "Let's eat together. Get this big brother an extra pair of chopsticks." Seeing Sun Ting's clever appearance, the bald man's heart was stirred. What inhumane things did this young man do to her? Watching the graceful Sun Ting approach, there was no desire in the bald man's heart, only fear rising in his soul. "How about it, boss? Can I go?" He picked up the chopsticks and started eating leisurely. The bald man beside him didn't dare to move at all. "Looking down on me, you squinted your eyes slightly." The bald man quickly picked up the chopsticks. "Brother, it's a misunderstanding, nothing happened." "That's good. What's the situation outside now?" The bald man didn't dare to lie, and immediately said, "It's chaotic outside now. People are killing each other to grab supplies. The surrounding convenience stores and supermarkets have been looted by several neighborhoods. How does your boss plan to proceed?" The boss said to wait until this batch of supplies is finished before going to loot. "How much do you guys have left in the surrounding neighborhoods? Saving a bit should last for a month. By the way, is your boss waiting for this?" You immediately took out the gun. The bald man's scalp tingled at the sight. For a box of bread and mineral water, he might have to pay with his life today. The bald man nodded nervously. You put down the chopsticks and saw the bald man beside you staring blankly. "It's your last meal, eat up, and then we'll send you on your way." Tears fell from the bald man's eyes. "Boss, I was wrong, please don't kill me. I'll give you all my supplies, please eat quickly. Don't waste it. Remember to tell me." "Thank you." Your eyes were filled with gratitude. Baldy desperately stuffing things into his mouth, originally thinking Dong Fei was ruthless enough, didn't expect this young man in front of him to be even more deadly. "Thank you, bro. Jump down yourself, don't make me shoot," blood splattering everywhere. It's hard to stay sober. Baldy kept backing away, hands pleading continuously, soon pressed against the wall. "Big bro, we have no grudges, please spare me." As soon as the words fell, only a bang of a gunshot was heard. A red dot appeared on Baldy's forehead, he fell backwards, tumbling from the high building. Sun Ting swallowed. This man's temper is unpredictable, quite ruthless on the other side. Dong Fei and others heard the gunshot again, their faces suddenly changing. "Brother Dong," Baldy fell down, shouted a little brother on the balcony. Dong Fei immediately ran to the balcony, saw Baldy's body, his face darkened. "If the boss doesn't come to us, we don't need to go looking for trouble, to avoid arrogance." Although Dong Fei is not happy with the words of his younger brother, if this gunman seeks revenge, it wouldn't be enough to compensate with just a few lives. Dong Fei immediately sent a message in the group of Building 3, "Brothers, we have food and drinks here, come over when you're free." On the surface, it seems like bowing down, but Dong Fei actually has other plans in mind. If this kid dares to come, it will be a feast of hongmen. Sitting on the couch, you chuckle, thinking there's plenty of time to deal with them. The main focus now is the progress bar. Watching Sun Ting massage his feet, it's better to let him rest for the night, to avoid sudden death on the spot. "Aren't you a dancing anchor? Go dance a bit." "Sure. What kind does the master like?" "What do you think?" Sun Ting understands without saying a word. She turns on the music and sways with that charming figure. "You, this little anchor, dance well. You've ignited a spark." Sun Ting holds the ashtray, sitting beside with a cigarette, pouting in disagreement, saying, "Who's the little anchor? I'm a top 3 anchor on the platform, starting at 6 figures a month. So that's why you like to call me a loser." Dong Fei's house, 6 men drinking beer, frowning, bald and blonde, their confidence took a blow, thinking they could dominate this building, but didn't expect a ruthless person in the shadows. Dong Fei standing on the balcony, looking at the body downstairs, suddenly his gaze sharpens, from the positions where these two fell, it seems they were thrown from his own building upstairs. "Guzzi, check the mail of the owners upstairs, see how many haven't shown up." Reports describe the man called Guzzi as around 30 years old, sharp-mouthed, with sunken eye sockets, clearly indulging excessively in recent days. Soon, Guzzi has the results. Dong's building now only has 2 households that haven't shown up, 1 flight attendant named and by on the 6th floor, and a delivery person on the 7th floor. The chubby guy sitting next to him slapped his thigh. "I've seen that flight attendant before in the elevator. She looks amazing, fair skin, and with a handsome boyfriend. Could it be him? That boyfriend has a gun." Dong Fei has also seen In Bai's boyfriend before. He doesn't seem like someone who would have a gun. Could it be the delivery guy? How could a delivery person possibly have a gun? But other than them, who else could it be? Did I guess wrong? Suddenly, the phone rang, showing a voice call. Dong Fei's brow furrowed slightly. It's the boss from the adjacent building 4. Ding Feng rubbed his eyes. Dong Fei answered with a professional smile. The boss is still up so late? Dong Lauda hasn't slept either, so it seems we're all kept awake by the gunshots. Ding Feng joked, after all, it's not in building 4. Ding Feng isn't very worried about his own safety. Dong Fei chuckled softly and said, "No need to worry, Boss Ding. I can handle it." "Alright then, I originally wanted to help Dong Lauda out. If you have any trouble, come to me. I'm happy to lend a hand." "Thanks for your kindness, Boss Ding. I have something to attend to." Dong Fei hung up after speaking, and Ding Zhong cursed Ding Feng under his breath. "How could the gun end up in your hands?" Meanwhile, Ding Feng cut the call and put down his phone. The woman in her 30s sitting next to him is Ding Feng's girlfriend, with some charm. "Brother Feng, you still need to find a way to get the gun. With a gun in hand, you'll be the emperor of this neighborhood, maybe even control the surrounding neighborhoods." What the woman said touched Ding Feng's heart. A single building is not Ding Feng's goal, he must find a way to control even greater power. "I heard from the sisters in the group that there's a flight attendant and a host in Building 3 who look amazing. I even have photos here." The woman opened her phone and showed Ding Feng the photos of Anbai and Sun Ting. Ding Feng's eyes suddenly revealed a greedy look, further solidifying his thoughts. "We'll have a meeting tomorrow, get ready, and have someone break into Building 3. The woman felt a sense of joy in her heart. It's quite interesting how to please a man. "Donggu, I even prepared a late-night snack for you," the woman shouted. A girl was grabbed by the henchman by her hair and brought in. However, such incidents have gradually become commonplace in the neighborhood. The boss who controls resources dictates life and death, and everyone has to bow down to survive. Building 3, Unit 603. Anbai was wearing a black designer silk nightgown, cutting open a mineral water bottle. His once rosy tongue turned slightly pale, licking the bottle cap. At this moment, Ninggu walked out of the bedroom, glanced at Anbai on the sofa, and said, "I'll go out for a bit." "Where are you going?" Anbai hurriedly asked, afraid of being left alone by Ninggu. "Just going out for a bit." Seeing Ninggu's silence, Anbai walked over and grabbed Ninggu's sleeve. "Are you going to find them? Are you annoyed? If I don't go find them, then who will? I traded my Porsche for a bottle of water and 2 pieces of bread. You just sit there and enjoy the food I bring back." After saying that, he shook his right hand. Weak Anbai fell to the ground, her face pale. Ninggu saw that Anbai had lost her former beauty. Her mindset completely changed. "To be honest with you, I've already reached a deal with Donggu. If you go to accompany them every day, we can survive. You want me to go accompany those beasts?" Anbai looked at you in disbelief. "Is this what a boyfriend should say? Do you want to starve to death? Can you bear to let me starve to death? Didn't you say before that you would die for me?" "I'm not asking you to die now, just to sacrifice your body." An overwhelming sense of powerlessness fills Anbai's body. "You should think about how I treated you before. Designer bags, luxury jewelry, fancy restaurants, none of it was free. I used to provide, now it's your turn." After speaking, Ninggu went out to negotiate prices with Dong Fei. Upon hearing the sound of the door closing, despair filled Anbai's eyes. Dong Fei's group had already lost all humanity. If a girl fell into their hands, it would be worse than death. Looking at this house, Anbai felt that it had lost its former charm, even feeling nauseated. She didn't want to stay in this house for a moment. Anbai stood up, opened the door, and walked out. The fresh air outside actually cleared Anbai's mind quite a bit. A self-deprecating smile appeared on his face. Looking out the window of the safe passage, Anbai made up his mind that he would not let those beasts defile him even in death. Entering the safe passage, Anbai heard voices coming from upstairs. With a sense of doubt, he quietly ascended the stairs and immediately saw Yu and Sun Ting catching their breath. At this moment, Yu also saw the weak Anbai, a hint of a smile on his face. "Good afternoon, miss." Sun Ting looked puzzled, turned back to glance at Anbai, surprised to see him looking weak after just a few days. Seeing Anbai in this state, although not familiar with Sun Ting, he had heard that she was a host and earned more than himself. "Miss, why are you staring at us like that? Go home quickly. You are neglecting filial piety. Do you have any food at home?" Anbai finally asked. If there were other options, he wouldn't want to die either. Who would want to die? It's all out of necessity. Sun Ting stood up and walked towards Anbai, her delicate hand brushing over his dry skin and seemingly withered hair. "Of course, there is food. Do you want some?" Anbai nodded repeatedly, inwardly envious of Sun Ting's clean appearance now, thinking he used to be a bit better looking than her. Sun Ting picked up a half bottle of mineral water from the step ladder. Anbai was delighted to see it, realizing that female compatriots are reliable in critical moments. Thank you, Anbai reached out to take it. Sun Ting took a step back. "You couldn't help but chuckle, a bit mischievous, actually teasing someone." Anbai looked at Sun Ting in confusion, not understanding what Sun Ting meant. Sun Ting unscrewed the bottle cap, unexpectedly pouring some water on the ground. "The corner of your mouth twitched. Goodness, using your own trick on others." To drink like this, Sun Ting demonstrated in front of Bai. As the water dripped onto the ground, Bai lightly bit his dry red lips, drinking the water as Sun Ting suggested, with a strange sound echoing in the stairwell. You never would have imagined that the once aloof girl would also let her guard down. As Sun Ting went upstairs and sprinkled water, Bai followed along drinking, all the way to the house, the door closing behind them. Bai seemed to come back to his senses, immediately smelling a fragrance, reminiscent of the last century, like KFC. Upon seeing the KFC on the coffee table, Bai's eyes widened in shock. How could he have expected that you deliver takeout, probably stocking up a lot of food at home? No wonder this female anchor is willing to be with him. Can I? Sun Ting looked at you and asked. After all, Sun Ting also wanted to have fun, but was afraid of making you unhappy. You smiled and nodded. Let's see what tricks you can come up with. Having obtained your permission, Sun Ting felt much more at ease, picking up a chicken leg bone and tossing it in front of Bai. Bai looked at the bones falling on the ground, her jade arm trembling slightly, trying hard to control herself from eating the bones. But her brain didn't listen at all, her delicate hand slowly approaching. In the end, hunger overcame dignity, chewing sounds slowly resounded, accompanied by Bai's tears. He never thought that he would one day be lying on the ground, wondering why he was so devoid of bones. I heard your boyfriend wants to sell you, and you take out a cigarette. Bai trembled all over, slightly turned his head and said, He didn't. You two probably don't know yet, in our building, there's a group of men. Yesterday, you were being auctioned there, and the price was quite high. There were even 4 appointments for a bottle of water in half an hour. Your words hit Bai's heart, making his hands unable to support himself. It's impossible, he just asked me to accompany Dong Fei. Dong Fei is just your first client. Look, you put your phone in front of Bai. Bai took the phone, the contents inside were shocking, with even his sexy photos. Mengu was even introducing his own merits. Tears streamed down, feeling like the sky was falling. You put away the phone and flicked the cigarette ash. Sun Ting on the side even caught the cigarette ash with her hands. This action made you exclaim 666. Why not join us? There's food and drink every day. Sun Ting sat beside Bai, caressing his cheek, her voice invading Bai's brain like a demon. This way, you can have 3 meals a day, all kinds of delicious food from around the world, and wash away the dirt on your body that you suddenly realize. Let Sun Ting go to pull the strings in the future. This is definitely potential. Do you want to stay here, or choose to be a plaything? It's up to you to decide. When Ting patted Bai's shoulder, can only help you up to this point. You should be a smart woman, knowing what's important and what's not. If you fall into the hands of those people, the ending will be very tragic. If you fall into the hands of the master, maybe you'll be killed in the future. But at least you'll be well fed and well drinked. Will those people give you enough to eat and drink? Silly little sister, don't be naive. They will only give you a little to eat, to make you dependent. Bai is not naive, so she said quietly, I choose to stay. Speak louder. Sun Ting showed a satisfied smile, trampling on Bai's dignity and bottom line crazily. Bai gritted her teeth and shouted, I choose to stay. You even want to pay Sun Ting a salary. This kind of talent must be kept. Reward for you, you throw all the bones in front of Bai. Bai had no resistance at all, crazily stuffing it into her mouth. For Sun Ting, you hand over a bucket of spicy wings. Well done. Thank you, director. Sun Ting was overjoyed, finally not having to eat leftovers. Sun Ting ate from the bucket of spicy wings, suddenly realizing she couldn't let Bai die, finally finding a scapegoat with difficulty. Although reluctant to part with the bucket of spicy wings in her arms, for the future, Sun Ting decided to make a choice and gave a piece to Bai. Bai couldn't wait to stuff it into his mouth. Seeing both of you eating with oil all over your mouths, hurry up and wash up, make sure to clean it too. Rest assured, clean and tidy, Sun Ting is now adept at pleasing you. Entering the bathroom, Sun Ting closed the door. The bathroom wasn't very big, just enough to stand 2 meters. Sun Ting pulled out her tail from behind, unable to help but hiss. Why do you degrade yourself like this? Bai looked at Sun Ting puzzled. Sun Ting smiled bitterly. Do we have any other choice? Surely we should choose a strong one. But she doesn't seem very strong. Sister, she has a gun. Sun Ting tapped Bai, also a warning. Saying these things to oneself is fine. If he hears it, you won't get away with it. Bai suddenly realized that the gunshots these days were from him. Sun Ting slowly took off Bai's pajamas, smiled and said, nice figure, he will like it. Being scrutinized like this by others, Bai still appeared uncomfortable. Biting his red lips, he asked, can I still go back? Go back to where? Since you agreed, don't bother me, he is not a good person, I almost died at his hands. Sun Ting solemnly warned, degrading yourself is one thing, but don't go overboard. listening to Sun Ting's words, and Bai felt like she had entered a tiger's den, but at least there was only one man. Accepting the situation as it comes, not knowing how long this kind of life will last, in order to survive, one must set aside dignity, flush away their principles. As Sun Ting spoke, she turned on the shower head. As the hot water poured over Bai's body, that long-lost warmth enveloped her. At that moment, Bo cried in grievance. Sun Ting sighed, comforting Bo, "Women in the apocalypse have it tough. We should consider ourselves lucky." After a while, the two walked out of the bathroom. You looked at Bo and chuckled, a flight attendant this beautiful, even a man would fantasize. And now she stood there, with that delicate appearance, as if waiting for a man's affection. Bai understood the implication, walked towards you, but still hesitated. "Indeed charming, but that face is a bit scary." Your words left Bai dumbfounded. "My face is scary, you're exaggerating, she's just weak, not as beautiful as before," but this blow was too much for Bai. Standing beside her, Sun Ting reminded with a smile, "Aren't you going to apologize?" "I'm sorry," Bai said, lacking confidence as she lowered her head. Unlike Sun Ting, Bo seemed gentle and fragile, just like a little kitten. "Let's wait a couple of days, take care of yourself, you definitely want to try something new, but indeed feel that Anbo's body is weak, after all, beautiful women are not that common, this building is just the two of them." However, at this moment, a roar sounded from outside. "Scoundrel, where are you hiding? Come out and don't force me to kill you." A voice of ancient rage sounded from outside. Returning home, Nikyu discovered Anbo was missing, which angered him. He had already negotiated a price with the client, and yet the person ran away. If only he had known this would happen, he should have locked the door as soon as he left. You whispered, "What would your boyfriend do if he saw you here with me?" "No, don't let him know," Anbai begged, looking pleadingly. You gestured to Sun Tin, who understood and went to open the door. "Hey handsome, Ninggu Yael is here on this floor. Are you that female anchor?" Yes, Ninggu thought, how charming and seductive this female anchor is, dressed so provocatively, I'll have my way with her as soon as I enter the room. However, as Ninggu entered, his expression immediately froze, his girlfriend was standing there. The person sitting on the sofa wasn't the delivery guy. But when Ninggu saw the KFC on the coffee table, his mouth trembled. "You scoundrel, you're secretly eating alone here." This statement left all three of them stunned. After all, in such a situation, the first thing mentioned was about food. Grabbing the fries on the table, Ninggu stuffed them into his mouth. You smiled and gently touched Bai's cheek in front of a stunned expression. Ninggu watched while eating, though angry, it was nothing compared to the food, anyone can play around. Satisfied, Ninggu wiped his mouth, "All this KFC is mine, along with the water here." Listening to Ninggu's words, Bai cried, realizing that this man in front of him simply didn't care about him. "Bai, why are you standing there? Come over to me. My woman charges by the minute." "Sorry, but your woman is mine now," you said calmly. "You slut, come over here." Saying this, he walked towards you, ready to take Bai away. However, you took out a desert eagle from the sofa crevice. Ninggu was dumbfounded, looking at this smelly delivery guy actually having a gun. No wonder Bai dared not move. "Brother, let's talk it out. You can play with this woman as long as you want." Ninggu immediately apologized. Showing a kind smile, "After eating so much of my food, don't you say thank you?" "Yes, thank you, I'm sorry right away." As soon as the words fell, there was a bang, blood splattering. This loud noise once again plunged the neighborhood bosses into panic. The gunshots were clearly different. A bit of understanding reveals that there were two different calibers, indicating there were two guns in the neighborhood. Are they the same person or two different people? The big shots are so scared that they are having a meeting in the group. If there are two gunmen, if they join forces, we have no chance of winning. Inside the house, Sun Ting remains relatively calm. Bai has already been scared unconscious. When he wakes up, he rushes to the toilet to vomit, and only emerges after a while. When Bai sees the nun lying in a pool of blood, he realizes there is no ripple in his heart. Shouldn't he be feeling sorrow? "Come give me a hand," Sun Ting shouts at Bai. The two women drag the body to the window and exert all their strength to throw it out. Sun Ting breathes heavily, looking at Bai and asking if he's okay. Bai nods, but his face still pales. After all, it's the first time he's seen someone die in front of him. "I killed your boyfriend, you're not angry, right?" Handing you a glass of water, I ask with a smile. Bai realizes that your smile, though kind, sends chills down his spine. It's quite terrifying. Bai shakes his head. "Then take good care of yourself, that's what you should be doing now. You've settled things in your mind." They can now take turns managing, which indeed speeds up the progress bar, but it still feels slow. "But I really can't bring myself to deal with those pickled potato noodles. Are there any beauties left in our neighborhood?" You ask curiously, After all, you come and go early. Perhaps there are some fish that slipped through the net. When Ting shook her head, sitting at home live streaming every day, how would she know the arrangement? Flying around the world, won't stay here for long, even if we do, we're just at home all the time, so your question is pointless. Both of you come over and massage my legs, Liangyu, sit on both sides and massage obediently. Open your phone and check the messages in the community group. There's a gunman in Building 5, who took my wife away. There's a gunman on my side in Building 2, and my wife has been taken away too. How many gunmen are there in Building 1? The gunman in Building 3 is in our building. You've all been deceived, everyone be careful. You can't help but sigh, someone actually pretends to take advantage of themselves. Both women saw the message, but didn't express their opinions. Smart women won't appear too opinionated, especially in front of you. Go wash some fruit, you say while looking at your phone, and Bai immediately got up to prepare. Sun Ting was stunned, things are starting to make sense. Not long after, the fruit platter prepared by and Bai arrived. I have to say, this platter is really well arranged. So, don't challenge others' professions with your interests, leave professional matters to the professionals. I, as a gunman, will also show up soon, you say casually. The two women looked at each other. Sun Ting worriedly said, there are many of them, it's probably not safe to go out recklessly. If anything were to happen to you, Sun Ting wouldn't fare well either. And Bai didn't lie, perhaps he hasn't realized this issue yet. The next day, the rain became heavier, and the bodies on the green belt in the middle of the neighborhood increased. Some jumped off buildings, others were thrown out, but at least half of them weren't wearing clothes. This kind of scene shocks people's nerves. Despair is spreading, humanity is distorting. But in your house, there's no sense of change, sitting next to the dining table, enjoying coriander. Sun Ting and Baigua sit on the ground waiting for you to finish eating. After all, they eat what you leave behind. You burped and chuckled, saying 5 dishes were a bit much. After speaking, you poured the leftovers into 2 nearby plates, calling it leftover food. Actually, you haven't taken 2 bites. Go ahead and eat. You placed the food in front of Liangyu, gently patting their heads. Taking out your phone, you checked it and saw a message from Dong Fei, saying everyone would have a meeting in the underground parking lot tonight. A faint smile appeared on your face. Tonight I'll take you out to have some fun. Listening to Tang Chen's words, Sun Ting immediately showed a panicked look. After all, Tang Chen was alone with 2 women. How could he possibly handle it? But at this moment, Sun Ting dared not argue with Tang Chen and could only meow obediently. And Bai, seeing the situation, could only follow along. It hadn't been 2 days of good times. Was it going to end already? Why bring the 2 of us? Is it to show off? Tang Chen explained that showing off was one aspect, but on the other hand, it could also cause trouble. In this post-apocalyptic world, going out with 2 beautiful women was like asking for death, as if life was too long. After all, he was a gentleman. If you don't make a move, how can I have a reason to kill you? Night quickly fell, and people began to appear in the parking lot of Building 3 one after another. Everyone's mood was very low, all looking around vigilantly, especially Dong Fei and his group. At the same time, it seemed that several buildings nearby were also having a meeting tonight, so the underground parking lot was lively, but no one was speaking. People were standing together in good relations, occasionally looking alertly at others. Damn it, that Ninggu actually disappeared on me, and he even took my deposit for a loaf of bread. A middle-aged man from the Mediterranean region couldn't help but curse loudly when Ninggu didn't show up. He had thought he would have some fun, but now it seemed he had been fooled. That kid even took a deposit for a braised egg from me. I'm going to go chop him up later. Those who had paid a deposit started grumbling. Dong Fei sat on the hood of a car, munching on sunflower seeds, while his men held kitchen knives and fruit knives. The most damaging one was probably the big machete. Dong Fei's gaze was fixed on the elevator area, wondering if the missing Ninggu was an accomplice, or if it was the delivery boy, or if there was someone else hiding in the shadows. One of these 2 must be up to something. Suddenly, a thin man led his wife to Dong Fei and said with a smile, Donggu, this is my wife. I want to exchange for 2 bottles of water. As soon as he said this, the men around them all laughed. One of them pointed at the man's wife and said, with a wife like yours, you still want to sell 2 bottles of mineral water? What a joke. Just 1 bottle is enough. My wife is clean, untouched by anyone. The man excitedly held out his index finger, his dry lips trembling, and pulled his wife in front of Dong Fei. The woman's hair was very dirty and messy. After all, she hadn't washed it for more than 10 days, and it emitted a strange smell. Dong Fei coldly shouted, get lost. If you want to eat or drink, go out and grab it yourself. This weak man would probably be beaten to death if he went out. It's all your fault. Why didn't you go with me to grab food? The wife suddenly said softly. One sentence ignited the man's anger. He grabbed his wife's hair and said,
What's the use of marrying you? I can't even exchange for a bottle of water. Are you still a man? I'll bite you to death without a conscience." The woman bit her husband's arm, causing him to kick her hard, then he chased after her and kicked her head. "Blame me for not having a conscience? At a time like this, you're still thinking about washing your face. I'll make you wash it." Suddenly, the wife's face turned red with blood. She had struggled before, but now she lay motionless, kicked to death. The man looked at his wife's pale face, as if suddenly coming to his senses. He knelt beside the body. Wife, I didn't mean it, I was wrong." However, no one around him was sympathetic. In these days, they had seen all kinds of people being killed. In the rolling shuttered door of Building 4 next to them, more than 20 young and strong men were gathered around Ding Feng, mostly homeowners. Each of them was smoking, waiting for the right moment. The bolt cutters were ready, and as soon as Ding Feng gave the order, they could rush into Building 3, overturn Dong Fei and his group, and take the supplies. But if they did that, the order of the community would be broken again, and other buildings would be on guard. They wouldn't even have a chance to drive out. Forget it, let me say a few words. Seeing that Ninggu and Tang Chen were both absent, Dong Fei jumped off the hood and addressed the crowd. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a ding from the elevator, and the elevator door slowly opened. Tang Chen walked out in casual clothes, and Dong Fei, who had never had a chance to size him up before, now carefully observed him and felt that he was just an ordinary young man, the kind who wouldn't even dare to kill a person. Suddenly, Dong Fei saw Tang Chen following someone. In the next scene, everyone slightly opened their cracked lips, some even rubbed their eyes, thinking they were dreaming. Two women with exquisite facial features walked out slowly in high heels. Their beautiful faces showed no signs of weakness, even appearing rosy and radiant, their white bodies looking as if they had been washed daily, like ripe peaches. Looking at the two women's attire, the men couldn't help but salivate. They were all wearing cat-themed headbands and outfits, with their captivating hourglass figures bombarding every man's nerves. The white stockings highlighted their slender legs perfectly. At this moment, with the sudden appearance of these two stunning women, the scene fell silent, and the women around them paled in comparison. In front of these two heavenly beauties, even the women holding their shoes lost their qualifications. Yet, these two goddess-like women were actually following a delivery guy. It was a real blow. Looking at the women around him and comparing them to Sun Ting and Anbai, they were clearly not on the same level. Their hair was silky smooth, their skin glowing, while the women around him looked dirty. Sun Ting and Anbai were indeed charming today. Sun Ting wore the white version, and Anbai wore the pink version. Their impact was extraordinary. Sun Ting, with a height of 168 centimeters, had legs that were not to be underestimated, while Anbai, at 169 centimeters, also had silky smooth legs. Especially when they walked with a cat-like grace. In the pre-apocalyptic world, they would have definitely attracted a crowd, but in the post-apocalyptic world, they were also attracting attention, but not in a good way. Sun Ting's steps were confident, showing off her proud figure and enjoying the greedy and unattainable looks of men, while Anbai appeared more shy, with a hint of nervousness and fear in her beautiful eyes. But it was this pitiful appearance that seemed to drive the men around her crazy. Isn't that the female anchor? How come she's with this delivery guy? This delivery guy must have hoarded a lot of stuff at home. Why didn't I think of that? The flight attendant, she's the flight attendant, damn, her rich boyfriend must be dead. Everyone finally understood, the only good-looking person in our building, and you've brought him out. Dong Fei watched Tang Chen approach and couldn't help but chuckle. If you had kept it hidden, no one would have known. Now that you've brought them out to show off, have you thought about the consequences? Consequences? What consequences? Show me. Tang Chen looked at Dong Fei with a smile. People from the neighboring buildings came to watch the commotion, whistling and even some men shouting loudly. Bro, how much for the woman? Will you sell her for 3 bottles of water? 3 bottles of water? I'll give you a whole case of water for her. Suddenly, a sleazy man walked up to Sun Ting, his hand reaching directly for her jade arm, his dirty face showing a smirk. Tang Chen drew his machete from his waist and with a smile, he swung it down. The evil black hand fell to the ground, and the body gradually slid down from the waist, splitting into two, with intestines spilling all over the floor. The crowd was shocked by Tang Chen's ruthless actions, amazed at his strength to cut a person in half with one swing. He was quite skilled, no wonder he dared to bring out 2 stunning women to show off. Tang Chen shook the blood off the machete, forming a line on the ground, and then said seriously, touch my food, and you're cutting off my path, the only outcome is death. People looked at each other, then turned their gaze to Dong Fei. If they took care of this delivery guy, those 2 women could be theirs to play with, even if it meant becoming lecherous ghosts. Better than starving ghosts. Sun Ting breathed a sigh of relief. She knew that Tang Chen was not someone who liked to show off. If he truly liked her, he would have taken her out long ago.
Looking at the pile of rotten flesh next to her, she felt disgusted. And Bai also witnessed Tang Chen's strength for the first time, and was deeply impressed. Her previous worries and fears gradually disappeared, replaced by a confident and obedient smile on her exquisite face. Tang Chen sat at the front of the car, while Sun Tingyan and Bai sat on the ground beside him, their sexy bodies pressed against Tang Chen's legs, showing a satisfied and enjoying expression. This was undoubtedly like a stab in the hearts of their male counterparts. It was hard to find a clean woman in the apocalypse, yet here they were, so cooperative and seemingly genuine in their expressions.
Tang Chen gently stroked the heads of the two women and said, "Just a little incident, let's continue with the meeting."
Dong Fei squinted slightly as he looked at the knife in Tang Chen's hand, wondering if Tang Chen was carrying a gun.
Dong Fei smiled, adjusted his glasses, and said, "Let's continue with the meeting. Let's summarize the incidents of people impersonating gunmen in the past few days. By the way, do you have a gun?" Tang Chen raised an eyebrow and chuckled, "I am a law-abiding citizen, why would I have such a thing?" Dong Fei relaxed slightly, realizing that the delivery guy indeed did not have a gun. Tang Chen knew this too, but he was just playing around. "Let's talk about the supplies. We will organize a group to go out in a few days. Little brother, your knife skills seem good, do you want to join us?"
"Not interested," Tang Chen said casually as he played with Sun Ting's hair. Dong Fei felt the gaze of the people around him change.
The delivery guy was challenging his authority. If he didn't establish his credibility, these people might not fear him in the future.
"So, little brother, you must have stocked up a lot at home," Dong Fei remarked. Everyone looked at Tang Chen, envious of the beautiful women, food, and water he had. They were living a more carefree life than before the apocalypse, feeling envious and jealous.
"Indeed, I have stocked up a lot. How else would I feed them?"
Tang Chen pinched the cheeks of the two women, causing them to moan in comfort. A skinny guy nearby suddenly exclaimed, "Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? You have things and didn't share with your neighbors, selfish."
"Didn't I just say it now? Then share it. You come and take it." Tang Chen laughed, teasing the skinny guy.
The skinny guy hesitated, looking at the machete tucked in Bai's chest and the body cut in half nearby, feeling intimidated.
Tang Chen spread his hands and said, "Since you don't want to take it, I'll have to kill you then."
He threw a sharp flying knife, leaving the skinny guy standing there dumbfounded. The man behind him slowly fell to the ground, a flying knife embedded in his forehead.
"Oops, a little awkward. But give me another chance, I promise not to miss,"
Tang Chen said with a smile as he pulled out another flying knife. The people around were shocked.
Killing someone in a casual manner, even Dong Fei couldn't do that.
The skinny guy knelt on the ground. "Urine flowing out, brother." "No, big brother, I was just joking."
"I never joke,"
Tang Chen said with a smile, and the flying knife landed firmly in the skinny guy's forehead. Seeing the silence around him, Tang Chen lit a cigarette and blew smoke rings. "Anyone else want to try and steal from me?"
"If you can succeed, everything I have is yours, including my big kitty." Meow. However, no one dared to move.
They all pinned their hopes on Dong Fei.
Dong Fei knew that if he didn't do something, his authority would be completely undermined tonight.
"This young man, you are amazing," Dong Fei praised, giving a thumbs up.
Tang Chen accepted the compliment graciously.
"But you should know, the flight attendant next to you, her boyfriend has already sold her ownership to me," Dong Fei said, looking at Bai. And Bai's heart trembled as she sat on the ground, never expecting to be sold directly by Ninggu, who said it was just to accompany him every day. And Bai wished she could run out and stab the body a few more times.
Tang Chen nodded. "Is that so?"
"I didn't know, you should call her boyfriend out."
Dong Fei's mouth twitched. "Where can I find him? Maybe you've already killed him."
Dong Fei took out a piece of paper. "This is the book her boyfriend wrote for sale."
"Who knows if you wrote it?" Tang Chen retorted.
"There is also her boyfriend's fingerprint." Dong Fei pointed to the bright red handprint, obviously not the kind of red from a seal, but blood.
Tang Chen shrugged and said, "How can you prove that this handprint belongs to her boyfriend? I think we need to have an organization check it."
Dong Fei was so angry that his hands were shaking, and he said coldly, "I won't reason with you anymore, don't push me. It's the end of the world, who still reasons, ha ha ha."
Tang Chen couldn't help but burst into laughter.
Ding Feng and others from Building 4 also laughed while lying on the rolling shutter, thinking Dong Fei was finished for playing around like this.
"You're fooling me!" Dong Fei shouted angrily, taking off his glasses. Tang Chen lifted the chins of the two women with his hand and laughed. "He actually doesn't know I'm fooling him." Both women couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh.
This one sentence instantly made Dong Fei lose his mind. "Kill him, 1 box of mineral water, no,
2 boxes of mineral water, plus 10 packs of beef jerky, 10 self-heating pots, 20 packs of instant noodles." This was simply going all out. Under great rewards, there must be brave men. Even Dong Fei's henchmen picked up knives and began to approach step by step.
Tang Chen stood up, pulled the machete out of Enbai's chest, twisted his neck, and went straight for the kill. With a leap and a slash, he directly cut Dong Fei's strategist in half, then flicked his wrist and struck upwards. Ah! A man on the side screamed in pain, his intestines falling to the ground from his crotch. With just his hands, Tang Chen scared everyone away, but he wielded the machete and struck again. Catch those two women! Dong Fei shouted angrily, thinking that catching those two women might help control the delivery guy. Why was a delivery guy so strong? Could he be from Shaolin? Sure enough, someone fearless ran towards the two women, but Sun Ting and Enbai had no intention of running away, standing still to be caught. Just as a hand was about to grab Enbai's jade arm, a flying knife pierced the man's forehead, and Tang Chen, standing nearby, said coldly, "Touch my food, and it's more serious than touching me." The two women were initially afraid, but when they saw the man fall, their worries were unnecessary, and they both raised their fists and meowed at Tang Chen. Anyone who approached the two women was hit in the forehead by Tang Chen, who had practiced throwing knives at home. Soon, 4 men lay beside the two women, and no one dared to approach. Tang Chen had already killed more than 10 bodies around him, blood flowing like a river, and his clothes were stained with blood. The remaining 3 men saw Tang Chen as a god of death and ran towards the elevator. Trying to run? Tang Chen swung the machete fiercely, piercing through all 3, leaving everyone stunned, so powerful. He must be a Shaolin disciple hidden in Mate 1. Ding Feng, seeing Tang Chen's strength, changed his plan as well. This kid was too strong to confront head-on, so they had to outsmart him. The garage was filled with a smell of blood and stench, with only Tang Chen and Dong Fei left among the men. In just 5 minutes, Tang Chen had already killed all the men from Building 3, those who hadn't arrived were lucky. Dong Fei looked at Tang Chen, who seemed like a devil, trembling as he took out a cigarette from his pocket, his hand shaking so much that he couldn't light it several times. Tang Chen smiled and took out a lighter, out of gas. "Here, I have some." Dong Fei looked at Tang Chen in horror as he slowly extended his head and lit the cigarette with a snap. "You didn't even stop my hand, not even a thank you, very rude." Tang Chen helplessly said, "Why doesn't anyone have manners? I light a fire, you should raise your hand, basic common sense is not understood." Dong Fei was stunned, stammering, said, "Thank you." But before he finished saying thank you, Tang Chen's fist fiercely struck Dong Fei's heart, causing his entire chest to sink in, and Dong Fei slammed into the Porsche 718, shattering the car windows. "I hate people who lack manners the most." Tang Chen lit a cigarette, looked around, and saw people watching from the 2 adjacent buildings. When they saw Tang Chen's eyes, some people instinctively avoided his gaze. Sun Ting and Enbai looked at the powerful Tang Chen and felt fortunate for their choice, obediently handing over the chain to Tang Chen. In the corner, 12 women huddled, trembling in fear, afraid that Tang Chen would also kill them, as the men in Building 3 were almost all dead. Tang Chen stopped and looked at the group of women. "Raise your heads." Those who dared not to comply, raised their heads. Tang Chen sighed inwardly, none of them were good-looking, all were older women. "Clean up the intestines, liver, and such on the ground, each person gets a bottle of water, come to Dong Fei's house to collect." Upon hearing this, the women immediately found motivation. Even though they found their husbands' bodies in the pile of men, they showed no emotion as they cleaned up, but a few women cried softly. Ding Feng saw Tang Chen leave, his face turning cold. "Boss, what should we do?" Dong Fei and his group were all killed. "It's fine if they were killed, the main thing is the supplies, it's good, with fewer people, we don't need to consume as many supplies." Ding Feng's mouth revealed an evil smile, feeling that Tang Chen was indirectly helping him, and when the time comes to kill Tang Chen, he could take over Dong Fei's supplies. On the other side, Tang Chen arrived at Dong Fei's house, full of supplies, but Tang Chen didn't care much. He just came to see the supplies he had looted, see what's in the bedroom. The 2 women responded with an okay and opened the bedroom doors one after another. When Sun Ting opened one of the bedroom doors, a foul smell hit her. Sun Ting turned on the light and was surprised to see a body on the bed. Wasn't this her good friend? As she approached, she saw the body covered in livor mortis, with wide open eyes. These people even didn't spare the bodies. Sun Ting clenched her fists tightly, recalling the scene of Tang Chen killing them just now, feeling relieved. At this moment, Enbai walked in and took a look, her eyebrows furrowed, and she said softly, "If she was sold to Ninggu, the outcome should be similar to hers. I would be the same, you go to the other bedroom." "Okay. What's wrong?" Tang Chen walked in and asked, frowning at the body on the bed. "Nothing, just a friend of mine." "Oh, throw it out, it stinks." Tang Chen covered his nose. These people were perverted enough to still play around even after being dead for days. Sun Ting responded with an okay and opened the window, then threw the body out. "Master, there's a lot of cigarettes and alcohol here," Enbai shouted from the master bedroom. Tang Chen went to take a look. Wow, Dong Fei is quite something, hoarding so many things and still being so stingy. He took out a bottle of red wine and walked out of the bedroom, seeing Sun Ting coming out. Go prepare some mineral water, let them collect it later, promises must be kept. Okay. After saying that, Tang Chen lay back on the rocking chair, opened the red wine, and took a sip. Can I do something? And Bai squatted beside Tang Chen, asking meekly, wanting to do something to make Tang Chen feel that she was useful. Having seen the body of Sun Ting's friend, she was afraid of being abandoned and ending up the same way. Tang Chen smiled and patted his lap. And Bai hesitated for a moment, then sat on Tang Chen's lap with a hint of shyness. Have some red wine. Tang Chen handed her the red wine. And Bai took the red wine and sipped it, the red wine flowing slowly from her lips, her white neck arched, looking like a sexy beauty. At that moment, those women appeared at the door, and when they saw Tang Chen and Bai sitting on the rocking chair, they were stunned for a moment, but not too surprised. They had seen too much these days and had become numb. As a woman, she envied their beauty, their pure white bodies, and even caught a whiff of the scent of shower gel. They could actually take a bath. Looking at herself, her hands were covered in fresh blood, dirty, worse than picking up garbage before. This is your reward, take it and go. Sun Ting had already arranged it, 1 bottle of water per person. Everyone received their reward, and upon seeing the room full of food and boxes of mineral water stacked in the corner, a different thought suddenly emerged in their minds. One of the women called the others over and began to discuss quietly. All of that is the supplies Dong Fei looted before. Is it too little for us to take just this much? A 40-year-old woman immediately agreed. Exactly, we just finished moving the bodies, so tired. How can we be satisfied with just a bottle of water? It's like begging for food. Yeah, those 3 people can't eat it all, and besides, all the men are dead. It's enough for us to eat. The more they talked, the more excited they became, as if they were back in the pre-apocalyptic era. After a while, the 12 women selected a representative and returned to the door. Hello, we must have met before. One of the women smiled at Sun Ting. Sun Ting looked at the woman in front of her, but couldn't figure out who she was even after looking for a while. Who are you? It's me, Zhou Min from the Residential Property Management Office. Sun Ting remembered, she did look a bit like her, but who cares? What's the matter? Well, we are all women, and we just spent a lot of energy moving the bodies. Dong Fei has been exploiting us all along, there's hardly anything to eat, can we have some food? Zhou Min finished speaking nervously, waiting for Sun Ting's response. Sun Ting couldn't make this decision and turned to Tang Chen. Tang Chen, with his hands on her snow-white waist, closed her beautiful eyes slightly and leaned back, unable to help but make a sound. 1 piece of bread per person. Tang Chen, in a great mood, also showed great mercy. Sun Ting nodded, opened a nearby box of 3 squirrels' bread, the kind with egg yolk filling. 1 piece per person. Alright, go. Sun Ting's gaze gradually became impatient. Don't delay me from pleasing Tang Chen. Look at and buy, this little girl is working so hard. However, Zhou Min grabbed the door that was about to close, shamelessly saying, can we have both of those boxes? Sun Ting's face immediately darkened. Tang Chen's brows furrowed, her hands subconsciously tightened, and Bai let out a soft sound, opening her beautiful eyes. Xiao Bai, take a rest first. Bai was startled, wondering what was wrong, and gently lay on Tang Chen's chest. Tang Chen looked towards the door and asked, what did you just say? Facing Tang Chen, Zhou Min was still very afraid, but thinking that he seemed not to kill women, she became a bit bolder. Your name is Tang Chen, right? You delivered takeout to my house before. Zhou Min immediately approached, but she was laying it on thick, completely unaware. Oh, you're from the property management. Tang Chen smiled kindly again. Seeing Tang Chen being so honest, Zhou Min became even bolder. Well, there are so many supplies here, can we have 2 more boxes? You can't finish all of this anyway. That makes sense. Tang Chen nodded, making Zhou Min ecstatic. We'll just take a little, not too much. Tang Chen remained silent, and Zhou Min thought Tang Chen had agreed, so she pushed Sun Ting aside directly. Sun Ting stumbled and fell, in pain and wanting to cry. She turned to look at Tang Chen, only to find Tang Chen smiling at her. Oldly, there are still spicy strips here, move them. There are even potato chips, help out, and there are duck necks and chicken wings, too many. Move this box as well. A group of women began to endlessly move the supplies. Tang Chen patted Bai, and Bai, biting her red lips, looked at Tang Chen, with strands of spring in her eyes about to fall out. Tang Chen walked up and smiled, still moving? Oh, anyway, you can't finish all of this, there's another box here, hurry up. Zhou Min answered Tang Chen while calling her sisters to move things. The greedy look on her face made Sun Ting want to vomit. Both Bai and I had to pay a price to have food and drink, while you women just know how to get something for nothing. It's despicable. Half of the supplies in the room were all piled up at the door outside. Zhou Min clapped her hands and said with a smile, young man, rest assured, We will remember this favor, and when it's safe, we will definitely help you conceal the murder."
"Then I should thank you," Tang Chen couldn't help but laugh.
"No need to thank us, no need to thank us. Living in the same community is fate. If there's nothing else, we'll leave first." Tang Chen scratched the back of his head, feeling frustrated. "You took so many things from me, and now you just leave like that. It's not appropriate, auntie. How can you say that? Where did we take? We just borrowed." Zhou Min immediately put on an elder's demeanor and reprimanded. "I want to make it clear, I didn't agree to you taking. My cats can testify." Sun Ting immediately nodded, while Anbai sat on the ground and nodded along. You are simply unreasonable. Let's go, let's not bother with them." Zhou Min waved her hand, not wanting to say more to Tang Chen, as if she had already forgotten the sight of Tang Chen raising his hand with a knife just now. Tang Chen sighed, quietly took out his gun, and said with a smile, "All right, now it's my turn to rob you." Bang! Zhou Min's head was pierced directly, and she fell forward, blood slowly flowing out, her pupils dilated. The women outside the room were waiting for the elevator, with smiles on their faces, when suddenly they heard a gunshot, and then saw Zhou Min fall, the sight of her head shocking. Then they saw Tang Chen, with a smile on his face, walking out, holding a dark gun in his hand, instantly quiet as death. "You rob me, I rob you, the main thing is fairness." Finally, a woman reacted, and the first thing she did was not to run, but to scream. Ah! Bang 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 bang. The continuous gunshots rang out in Building 3, and everyone in the community looked panicked, not knowing what had happened. Building 4. Boss, there's gunshots in Building 3. I'm not deaf, I heard it. Ding Feng said in a deep voice, holding his girlfriend. His girlfriend laughed. I wonder if that delivery guy was killed. Ding Feng speculated, very likely, this guy with the gun has probably been waiting for the right moment. I bet his bullets aren't too many, just enough to take out Dong Fei and his group of men, then he immediately came out. Ding Feng's guess was agreed upon by many, it was very likely. Brother Feng, should we go take a look? His girlfriend suggested. Let's wait a couple of days. Ding Feng remained calm. On the 28th floor of Building 1, in apartment 2801. Sis, there's gunshots again. A 25-year-old woman stood by the window, looking out with a look of panic. This woman had an unmistakable beauty, as if her features had been carefully sculpted by nature, with the subtlety of an Eastern woman and the three-dimensionality of a Western one, her eyes revealing a sense of wisdom and gentleness. Although it had been many days, her white dress still looked as clean as new. With a slight breeze, the hem of her dress gently swayed, exuding a sense of sorrow. Unfortunately, her beautiful figure was covered by the white dress, but her charming waist and perky hips could still be seen. Yi Qingyi was in the kitchen, a woman in her 50s with a few more wrinkles on her face, a bit overweight, but from her features, one could see that she was as beautiful as her younger sister when she was young, just that she had aged. Her sister's name was Yi Yuling, and her younger sister's name was Yi Qingyi. They were biological sisters, but their parents wanted a son when they were older, but ended up with another daughter, so the age gap between the sisters was doubled. When the end times arrived, Yi Qingyi had never left the house, especially during the riots. She had been hiding in the bedroom all along. Even now, the entire neighborhood was unaware of Yi Qingyi's existence. She had only come to her sister and brother-in-law's house for a meal, and then she was preparing to take a plane back to Yunhai City. But the whole world was in chaos, especially when she saw the female bodies downstairs. Yi Qingyi knew that if others found out about her existence, it wouldn't end well for her. Yi Yuling also heard it and quickly pulled her sister away from the window, scolding, "Are you trying to get yourself killed? Bullets don't discriminate. Sis, when will this end?" Yi Qingyi felt like she was going to collapse. Sometimes she really wanted to jump down and end it all, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. Yi Yuling sighed, "We're relatively safe in Building 1, with your brother-in-law in control, things won't get out of hand. Look at the other buildings, they're already in chaos." Beep beep beep, the sound of the password being entered at the door made Yi Yuling immediately pull Yi Qingyi behind her, watching vigilantly. When she saw that it was her husband returning, she breathed a sigh of relief. "Honey, how was the trip? Why are there gunshots again in Building 3? Yi Yuling helped him take off his coat and curiously asked, while Yi Qingyi hurried to pour a glass of water. "Brother-in-law, have some water." Xia Yuhong nodded and took the water glass, but didn't gulp it down, just took a small sip and then placed it on the coffee table. The next sentence made the two sisters' faces turn pale. "All the men in Building 3 should be dead." What? The two sisters looked at each other in shock. How could all the men suddenly be dead? They hadn't heard anything about it before. Xia Yuhong reached for his pocket to find a cigarette but realized he had run out, so he gave up. They were all killed by a delivery guy. A delivery guy? The two sisters found it hard to believe. They had heard that there were hidden talents among delivery guys,
but they had thought it was just a joke before. Now it seemed very real. I have a video here, do you want to watch it? It's a bit bloody. Xia Yuhong took out his phone. There were bodies piled up on the grass below. What else could be too much to see? The two sisters sat on the sofa watching the phone. When they saw Tang Chen, Yi Yuling furrowed her brows slightly. This delivery guy looks familiar. He must have delivered to our house before. Yes, he has. Xia Yuhong nodded. Yi Qingyi immediately noticed Sun Ting and Bai. Their attire made Yi Qingyi blush. How could they go out dressed like that? But they were so clean, and their hair was so soft and shiny. Even though she used conditioner every day, she still didn't feel clean now. These beautiful women still had a sense of comparison even in the apocalypse. Yi Qingyi felt that she was not inferior to them. Brother-in-law, how did these two women end up being led by this delivery guy? Were they threatened? Yi Qingyi curiously asked. How could two such beautiful and charming women end up like this? Xia Yuhong asked back. Look at their expressions. Do you think they look threatened? Yi Qingyi indeed noticed, looking at their obedient appearance, even meowing like a cat, there was no hint of resistance, as if they were proud of it. These two women must have been brainwashed, turned into pet cats by the delivery guy. Xia Yuhong was sure of this. I also think what your brother-in-law said is right. Yi Qingyi expressed her confusion, but how come they are so clean, unless they took a bath? But the water is already cut off. The couple exchanged a puzzled look, very puzzled, they couldn't figure it out. When they saw Tang Chen's fierce actions, Yi Qingyi covered her mouth, and Yi Yuling was also stunned. This was too intense. A 3-minute video would probably take several days to digest. Honey, he must be the national martial arts champion, Yi Yuling said in a daze. In any case, there's probably only one man left in Building 3, either the delivery guy was killed in the gunshots just now, or it's the women in Building 3, there's no one else. It had to be said that Xia Yuhong's intelligence was still intact, at least he had guessed half of it. After a while, Yi Yuling asked softly, how did the meeting go today? Xia Yuhong did not directly answer, but said to Yi Qingyi, Qingyi, go to the bedroom and get a piece of bread. Ah, okay. Yi Qingyi got up and walked towards the bedroom, then closed the door and immediately leaned against it to eavesdrop, knowing that her brother-in-law was trying to distract her. Xia Yuhong said in a deep voice, although our building is temporarily safe, it will eventually become chaotic. I found that some people have started to trade food in women. They probably think the other buildings are doing the same and have started doing it behind my back. We must stop that. How can we stop it? Several people are pressuring me. Fortunately, Gangzi has always supported me. If I hadn't taken them out to find food, they would have disregarded me long ago. Yi Yuling was anxious. What should we do? You need to prepare Qingyi mentally. After all, she is outstanding in appearance and will be discovered sooner or later. When that happens. Xia Yuhong didn't finish her sentence, as there were too many vivid examples lying on the lawn outside. Yi Yuling clasped her hands together, hoping that this disaster would pass quickly. Yi Qingyi, who was eavesdropping, slowly sat on the floor, her face turning pale, her mind filled with images of women jumping off buildings, feeling helpless and letting out a slight sob. Is our daughter okay? Xia Yuhong asked in a deep voice. Yi Yuling nodded. Nothing happened today. The school cafeteria provided enough food and drink. College students have a high overall quality, unlike those living here, most of whom are tenants struggling in society with a sense of injustice, which is why they lost their humanity in such a short time. After saying this, Xia Yuhong sighed repeatedly, lamenting how the world couldn't unite to resist disasters. However, Xia Yuhong knew that when the food ran out, no matter how high the quality was, people would still revert to their animal instincts. At that moment, Tang Chen's vomiting could be heard from the stairwell of Building 3. Leaning on the railing, Tang Chen gasped heavily, unable to ignore the fact that he had killed so many people for the first time. These days, Tang Chen had been thinking about the rules of doomsday. Perhaps even he himself didn't know that he was self-hypnotizing, using the rules of doomsday to cover up his own humanity, making his actions seem justified. However, when this self-hypnosis stopped and he recalled the horrifying scenes, he felt nauseous. But soon, Tang Chen calmed down and thought of the rules of doomsday. He shouldn't feel guilty, there were no fixed rights or wrongs in the apocalypse, and defending his own interests came first. With this in mind, Tang Chen's gaze immediately became firm. Adhering to the rules of the apocalypse, he had a clear conscience. Downstairs, Tang Chen saw Bai and Sun Ting dragging bodies down the stairs, blood filling the staircase as it flowed down the steps, a sight that was truly shocking. Be careful, don't slip, Tang Chen cautioned. The two women looked up and smiled, their delicate hands stained with crimson blood, even their white bodies tinged with a touch of blood red, exuding a unique beauty. Looking at the room full of food and water, Tang Chen wondered how to handle it, how to maximize the benefits of these resources. Bartering goods? Meaningless. What else could be exchanged? People? There were no beauties in this community worth exchanging for.
Watching the rain outside the window, Tang Chen felt helpless.
He wanted to go out to find food, but with the continuous rain, how could he do it? It seemed like a storm was brewing. The two women didn't return from dragging bodies until early morning, exhausted. After taking a hot shower, Tang Chen prepared a meal.
The meal was naturally much more abundant than before. The two women had worked hard all night and needed to replenish their bodies. Soon, a table of barbecue was set up. If people from the other buildings saw it, they would probably go crazy.
But for Tang Chen, it was just a normal day.
Opening WeChat, no one in the group chat of this building was talking anymore, except for himself and the two women. It was likely that everyone else had died. The community is full of people talking about their murders, especially in Building 1, where they criticize from a moral high ground, wanting to be taken out and shot. However, many functions on WeChat have been deleted now. Unable to download videos and photos, unable to send videos, unable to repost, unable to join groups, unable to video call, and even unable to find nearby people. Some people already have groups from outside the community, with similar situations.
Tang Chen looked up and smiled. Don't you two need a break?
They had been busy all night and still wanted to give them a break. Sun Ting's charming appearance was indeed becoming more mischievous, and looking at Bai beside her, she seemed a bit embarrassed. Sun Ting stood up and sat on Tang Chen's lap. Tang Chen smiled bitterly in his heart, just thinking about things, and you come up with this move.
Come up with a solution for me first, then I'll reward you. Tang Chen reached out and hugged Sun Ting's slender waist, soft and delicate. What solution? Bai curiously asked. What would be the best thing to exchange for the supplies in this room?
Sun Ting blurted out, of course, exchange for beautiful women.
Bai paused for a moment, thinking if they exchanged for beautiful women, what would happen to them in the future with Tang Chen?
But Sun Ting knew Tang Chen's abilities. More food supplies meant their safety would be guaranteed, and besides, Tang Chen also had the same idea.
I've been observing for a long time. Apart from you two, there are no good items left in our community. Tang Chen had his requirements. Not just anyone could be their food supply. How do we know if we don't try?
Sun Ting said as she got up and picked up her phone.
Tang Chen curiously asked, what are you going to do? Promote in the community group, how much supplies for what?
Sun Ting cursed herself for not consulting Tang Chen first. This time, Tang Chen didn't mind much, as he also had this idea.
Half, Tang Chen said lightly. Sun Ting raised her eyebrows slightly. Isn't half too much? Bai whispered, if half of the supplies can get us a beautiful woman, I think it's worth it. I like what Bai said. Tang Chen patted Bai's head, giving praise.
Sun Ting shrugged her fragrant shoulders, thinking, you little Bai, I taught you so many tricks, and now you're competing with me for favor. Sun Ting immediately sent a voice message in the community group. Hello, everyone, I'm Sun Ting from Building 3.
Have you ever worried about hunger or felt crazy because of thirst? I can help you solve this problem. Dong Lao's supplies can be exchanged for authentic beautiful kittens.
Interested parties, please private message me meow after finishing. Many friend requests popped up on her phone. The three of them looked excitedly, but all they saw were artistic fonts and photos. Sun Ting and Bai were too familiar with this, and the three of them lost interest immediately. This method was not going to work. There was even a 50-year-old woman claiming to be the reincarnation of Daji, saying that just by drinking water, she could instantly become younger.
Tang Chen laughed until his stomach hurt.
Forget it, it's probably impossible to get a beautiful woman by exploding supplies. It's better to gain some experience first, take it slow, and time is the one thing they are not lacking. In Building 4, Ding Feng's bedroom.
This female anchor actually wants to exchange goods for beautiful women. Did that delivery guy die or not? Ding Feng's eyebrows formed a character for River.
The delivery guy made him feel uneasy. His girlfriend next to him whispered, maybe the one with the gun killed the delivery guy, and these two women might have joined the gunman.
But there definitely aren't many bullets left.
Ding Feng said in a deep voice.
Don't forget, there's another gun.
The girlfriend reminded him, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Building 3 was just too mysterious.
Ding Feng suddenly brightened. Aren't they looking for beautiful women? Find one to go check it out.
I've already asked those women to add them on WeChat, but they've all been rejected.
Ding Feng rubbed his forehead. Finding a beauty like a female anchor was not easy.
I think we should go for a night raid, his girlfriend suggested. Ding Feng nodded. The supplies were more tempting than women, they had to be obtained.
Inside room 2801 of Building 1. Yi Qingyi tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep.
She opened WeChat and found that several of her girlfriends were unreachable.
Feeling uneasy, she turned to the upscale residential community group chat and saw an advertisement sent by Sun Ting. Hello, fellow homeowners. Are you worried about hunger or feeling thirsty? I can help you solve this problem.
Exchange these supplies behind me for authentic beautiful kittens. Interested parties, please private message me. Meow. Looking at Sun Ting's sweet smile and smooth skin, Yi Qingyi felt envious, especially when she saw the photos of boxes of water and various food items. However, there was enough food at home to last a month, so Yi Qingyi naturally wouldn't fall into the trap of becoming a big kitten and having to learn to meow, unless she went crazy. At that moment, a voice call came in. Seeing the display, Yi Qingyi revealed a long-lost smile. Zihui, still not sleeping at this late hour. A gentle voice came from Yi Qingyi's red lips. A magnetic male voice also sounded in her hand. Can't sleep, missing you.
I miss you too.
The moment became quiet. Although they were not yet married, they were already engaged. Originally planning to get married at the end of the year, but unfortunately, they encountered this situation.
Are things okay on your end today? Zhang Zihui asked with concern. It's fine, don't worry. How about your side today?
Don't worry, I live in a villa area, with fewer people, but supplies are abundant.
The property has stocked up a lot.
Yi Qingyi breathed a sigh of relief and leaned slightly to the side.
What about Nana? This little girl is still in the mood for yoga, what do you think? Zhang Zihui teased, trying to help Yi Qingyi relax. That's great.
Zhang Zihui paused and sighed, saying, You have to find a way to come over, I'm worried about you.
Yi Qingyi smiled bitterly. Huan City is 400 kilometers away from Yunhai City.
In the past, it would have been a short trip, but now, it was impossible to move an inch. I will find a way, don't worry, my brother-in-law is still in charge.
Yi Qingyi squeezed out a smile. My classmate told me that many residential areas are in chaos, killing people like chickens, and some perverts don't even spare the bodies of women.
Ah! Yi Qingyi was shocked, fear appearing on her stunning face. Zhang Zihui immediately realized he had said the wrong thing and quickly changed the subject, talking about where they would honeymoon in the future, fantasizing about a beautiful future. As her phone battery ran low, Yi Qingyi finally put down her phone to charge, looking at the rain outside, feeling the wind picking up tonight. A wave of exhaustion hit her, and Yi Qingyi fell asleep. But she had a terrifying dream, dreaming that she had turned into a corpse, with numerous men sitting beside her, looking at her as if she were a cooked steak, their eyes full of greed. They mutilated their own bodies while feasting until she turned into a skeleton. Ah! Yi Qingyi woke up in a fright, sitting up suddenly. Cold sweat dampened her black hair, her face pale and weak. She turned to look out the window, it was already morning. A sense of powerlessness surged from the bottom of her heart. Could she still leave this residential area? Tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. Compared to Yi Qingyi, Tang Chen was full of energy, stretching lazily and looking out the window, ready for another energetic day. He had grinded some experience points last night and was now at 10% progress, only 90% away from getting the end of the World Gift Pack 2.0. Looking at the 90% progress bar, Tang Chen covered his forehead. Although it was already double the progress now, it was still too slow. At the door, 3 automatic rifles were aimed at the entrance, ropes crisscrossed above the door, connected to the triggers. As long as the door is opened, or violently smashed open, 3 automatic rifles will empty their magazines and sweep away the people at the door. After tidying up the weapons, Tang Chen took out a bowl of Lanzhou noodles, and the fragrance of the noodles made the 2 women open their beautiful eyes. Tang Chen naturally prepared a nutritious meal for the 2 women, after all, they were the source of his strength. At noon, Sun Ting sat bored on the balcony, with a piece of white paper on her black silk stockings, holding a 2B pencil in her delicate hand, looking downstairs while scribbling on the white paper. Curious, Tang Chen walked out of the bedroom and approached Sun Ting from behind. You draw well. On the white paper was a sketch of a pile of bodies, looking quite strange. Oh, you're up, sorry. Sun Ting quickly got up but was pressed down by Tang Chen. It's okay, you can continue drawing. Sun Ting smiled apologetically. Have you studied drawing? Tang Chen curiously asked. I was an art student. I wanted to be a painter when I was young, touring the country for exhibitions. But dreams are good, reality is cruel. I spent a month creating, and I still didn't earn as much as I do dancing in the live broadcast room. Sun Ting finished with a bitter smile. The price to pay, and what's the difference now? Just accompanying sleep. And Bai brought over some cut fruit and said helplessly, Sister's painting skills are actually very good, just haven't met the right person. Tang Chen picked up a peeled orange and stuffed it into his mouth. Do you know, I also have a dream. Sun Ting and Bai looked curiously at Tang Chen. I used to look at the blue sky a lot when I was young. I wanted to be a great pilot, defending the sky of our country. But in the end, studying was difficult, all I got were goose eggs. With a chuckle, the 2 women couldn't help but giggle. Looking at Bai beside him, Tang Chen raised his hand and patted her peachy buttocks. Dare to laugh at me, I won't hit you.
I couldn't help it.
And Bai said with a grievance, the 5-finger mark gradually appearing on her white peachy buttocks.
And you, Xiao Bai, why did you become a flight attendant? Tang Chen asked.
And Bai looked at the sky outside and murmured, I like to travel everywhere.
Being a flight attendant allows me to travel for free. Free loading. Tang Chen hugged in Bai's slender waist and sat on the sofa.
And Bai pouted her red lips and said proudly, no, I also work, you're misunderstanding me. Sun Ting put the sketchbook aside, took a cat-like step and sat down beside them teasingly, Xiao Bai, you're not just freeloading, you also want to marry into a wealthy family.
He was my elementary school classmate. And Bai had long let go, feeling nothing about her deceased ex-boyfriend.
Sun Ting rolled up a magazine and held it up to Bai's mouth. Please tell us your story. Oh, there's no story, we met once in first class, then we started chatting. He initially lied to me about being single, but when I brought up marriage, he said he was married, asked me to wait, and then immediately divorced.
That's how it went. Tang Chen said indignantly, what a scumbag. Such a scumbag. Sun Ting echoed.
And Bai also chuckled and said, exactly, such a scumbag.
Suddenly, Tang Chen asked, so, who do you think is the scumbag, him or me?
The two women were stunned, looking at each other.
To be honest, or else starve for 3 days. Tang Chen had a stern look, not at all like he was joking. Seeing the obvious look in the two women's eyes, Tang Chen understood instantly, you think it's me, right? Then I'll show you how much of a scumbag I can be.
In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Ding Feng looked at the dwindling supplies and the heavy rain and strong wind outside, deciding to attack Building 3 tonight.
Brothers, we're ready.
Ding Feng opened the remaining beer, each of the 10+ men poured a bit, and they all handed over a cigarette, as if performing a final farewell ritual. Brothers, as long as we get Dong Fei's supplies, we'll have food, drinks, and even exchange for the women in the nearby buildings. Ding Feng scanned the crowd, these were their motivations, without this incentive, who would work hard?
Alright. Follow Brother Feng, endless delicious food, and plenty of women to play with. Cheers! 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 With a sip of alcohol, it felt like going back to the feeling of the barbecue stall by the roadside in the past. Why did it feel like the past? Because I have already forgotten my normal life before, even though it was just last month, it feels like many years have passed. Fengge, my buddy is in Building 1, he sent me a message today saying that Building 1 is about to get chaotic. Ding Feng sneered, took a puff of smoke and said, that Xie Yuhong really thinks he can control it. Without enough food support, chaos is just a matter of time. Besides, that kind of indiscriminate good person like him will regret it sooner or later. Isn't it? The food we snatched from outside is even shared with those old men, it's simply a waste. Fengge, we raided Building 3 today, when should we raid the other buildings too?
Ding Feng squinted slightly, crossed his legs, and looked out at the heavy rain. Feng Jin and Sun Yuqing have a lot of little brothers, those people are quite united. If we really want to raid, it should be Building 1, take advantage of them being leaderless, kill all the men, and leave only the women. The group of younger brothers nodded in agreement, this plan sounded good. At that moment, Ding Feng's phone rang, and when he saw the message, his brows furrowed deeply, taking a deep drag of his cigarette.
Fengge, what's wrong? Feng Jin and Sun Yuqing said they are going to raid Building 1 tonight.
Ding Feng was angry, his plan was completely disrupted.
The younger brothers looked at each other, one of them asked, so are we still raiding Building 3 tonight?
Ding Feng's gaze turned sharp, and the younger brother shrank back. They were calling him out if he didn't go, but instead raided Building 3 and got supplies. The two of them would form an alliance to take him out, then divide the supplies from Building 3. In the end, the two families would fight each other, and whoever won would be the ruler of the neighborhood.
But he absolutely couldn't let them target him.
With this in mind, Ding Feng immediately said, we're not raiding Building 3 tonight, we'll raid Building 1 together, move in half an hour. The leader made a decision, the younger brothers nodded, and some even breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Building 3 had guns, although there weren't many bullets, they would have to use their bodies, whoever got shot would die, and medical supplies were extremely scarce now.
Inside apartment 2801 of Building 1. Honey, what are you doing?
Yi Yuling suddenly walked out of the kitchen and grabbed Xie Yuhong who was about to leave, while Yi Qing, who came out of the bedroom, looked on in confusion.
Xie Yuhong showed a smile uglier than crying, going to talk to Gangzi about something.
Yi Yuling opened her husband's clothes and saw a bottle of mineral water tucked under his armpit.
Do you need water for a talk?
Yi Yuling said in a low voice, her lips dry, and Yi Qing at the bedroom door was the same. The whole family was very frugal with water now, even just taking a sip when thirsty. Faced with his wife's reproach, Xie Yuhong squeezed out a smile and explained, in the past, when discussing things, it was either giving money or giving cigarettes and tea.
Now it's normal to give water. But this is our last bottle of water, What will we drink in the future? Xia Yuhong didn't say anything, but his face darkened a bit. Isn't Gangzi your childhood friend? Your relationship is so close, do you really need to take water with you? Tell me. Yi Yuling seemed to be on the verge of a breakdown, shaking her husband frantically. At that moment, Xia Yuhong seemed to be ignited, and he pushed his wife to the ground directly. Yi Qing hurriedly ran over, looking up in confusion and asked, "Brother-in-law, what are you doing? Sister was just asking you." Xia Yuhong suddenly laughed, then laughed and cried. "For this family, I used to work hard in the company, I have to support the family, I have to support you, I have to support our daughter, mortgage, car loan, every one of them is like a mountain pressing on my shoulders." When this disaster happened, for a moment I felt relieved all over, but soon I realized, I still can't relax, I have to protect you, I still have to fight and struggle outside. But what I used to get was this month's salary, now it's water. Do you know how much pressure I'm under? They've gone crazy. Xia Yuhong almost roared, almost crushing his last nerve. The two sisters were stunned, not knowing what to say. Yi Yuling suddenly burst into tears, and Yi Qingyi could only comfort her. Xia Yuhong didn't say anything more, took the water and walked out of the house, reminding before closing the door, "Don't open the door for anyone." After saying that, he closed the door. Soon, Xia Yuhong arrived on the lower floor, rang the doorbell. Footsteps were heard inside the house, and a muscular man opened the door, smiling at Xia Yuhong. "Yuga, have you figured it out?" Xia Yuhong walked into the house and placed the prepared mineral water on the dining table. "Gangzi, as long as you support me, we can maintain order in building 1. When the storm passes, I will take you out to find food." Mao Gang covered his forehead, paced back and forth, then suddenly slammed his hands on the table and rebuked, "Yuga, I know you're a good person, you want everyone to be safe, but that's impossible. You've done a great job, those people have turned into animals these days, only we are still good. Then we must persevere, search for food, wait for rescue, Gangzi, we can't become like them." Xia Yuhong grabbed Mao Gang's shoulders and persuaded loudly. But Mao Gang smiled and said, "Yuga, good people don't stand a chance these days. You've done well, let me be the bad guy." Hearing Mao Gang unmoved, Xia Yuhong shouted, "Gangzi, wake up. We can't be chaotic, they will take advantage of it. Yuga, you know it too. Then why are you against it? Why don't you support me? Do you still consider me a brother? How can I not consider you a brother? I lent you money because you couldn't afford a house. That's because you wanted me to live below you, you lent me the money, but with a 3,000 mortgage, I'm barely surviving. I just wanted to buy a cheaper apartment, it was your idea. I listened to you, brother, because I wanted to take care of you. Ha, you want to take care of those old men and women." When it came to this issue, Mao Gang became excited and angrily said, "What's the use of those 70 or 80-year-olds? They are just wasting our resources. We have less to share, and they still lecture us. What's the use of keeping these people? Look at building 2, kill all the old ones, they won't live long anyway." Hearing such remarks from his childhood friend, Xia Yuhong couldn't believe it. "Gangzi, don't let them brainwash you. Yuga, I've always listened to you in my life, now I have only one request, listen to me this once." Mao Gang stared at Xia Yuhong tightly, and Xia Yuhong also stared back. Suddenly, Xia Yuhong noticed blood behind Mao Gang's ear, frowned, "Where are your wife and child?" "In the bedroom." Xia Yuhong immediately walked towards the bedroom, opened the door and found Mao Gang's wife and child curled up in a corner trembling. Seeing this situation, Xia Yuhong's frown deepened, closed the door, looked at Mao Gang in the living room, then suddenly opened another door. When he saw the situation inside, Xia Yuhong gasped, seeing a 70-year-old man lying on the ground with a kitchen knife stuck in the back of his head. This was Mao Gang's father. Xia Yuhong turned to Mao Gang, and Mao Gang said in a deep voice, "The old man couldn't hold on, he asked me to kill him." "Gangzi, are you still human? That's your father." Xia Yuhong grabbed Mao Gang's collar, tears in his eyes. Mao Gang pushed away Xia Yuhong's hand. "Yuga, I can even kill my father, no one can stop me." "Madman." Xia Yuhong pushed Mao Gang away harshly, picked up the mineral water from the table and left. Just as he opened the door and walked out, a 60-year-old lady also walked out. Seeing the water in Xia Yuhong's hand, she smiled and said, "General Xia, you are really too kind, coming to deliver water again." "It's not for you," Xia Yuhong said in a deep voice. Auntie grabbed Xia Yuhong's arm and said, "What do you mean? You said we were sharing resources, so this bottle of water should be for me too." "No." Alright, I still have a few bottles anyway." "A few bottles?" Xia Yuhong looked at Auntie in surprise, and Auntie realized she had slipped up, always pretending to be pitiful to get more. "What few bottles? Where are these few bottles? It's you guys who should go out and find food quickly, stop looking for snacks all the time, find some vegetables or something, a balanced diet is important, we've been getting too much heat lately, my teeth are starting to ache, oh, here it comes again, I'm going back inside, you hurry up and gather people to find food." After saying that, Auntie went back inside.
Xia Yuhong clenched his fists tightly. These words were undoubtedly bombarding his brain. But what Xia Yuhong was afraid of was not this, but that his wife would be defiled, bullied, and there was also a younger sister-in-law.
"It's me," Xia Yuhong at the door shouted. Yi Yuling looked through the peephole, unlocked the door. "Honey, how did the talk go?" Yi Yuling curiously asked. "Not well. Isn't Gangzi the one who listens to you the most? Can't even this bottle of water work?" Xia Yuhong placed the water in front. Yi Yuling and Yi Qingyi glanced at each other. If the other party refused, that meant rejection. The faces of the two sisters were pale. The doorbell suddenly rang, making everyone nervous. "Yuga, it's me, Gangzi, I figured it out. You were right," Mao Gong's voice came from outside. Yi Yuling was delighted. "I'll go open the door." "Wait." Xia Yuhong immediately stopped her. "You two go to the bedroom." The sisters glanced at each other and obediently went to the bedroom. Looking at Mao Gang outside the peephole, Xia Yuhong shouted, "Gangzi, have you really figured it out?" "Yuga, Ingzi just scolded me. I think you were right. I still support you. I'm sorry just now. That's it. I'm going back. Yuga, you should sleep early." With that, Mao Gang turned and walked towards the elevator. Xia Yuhong breathed a sigh of relief, opened the door and shouted, "Gangzi, I'm glad you figured it out." Mao Gang, with his back turned, said softly, "Yuga, you should have opened the door." Xia Yuhong was taken aback, about to close the door, but Mao Gang's big hand pressed on it, suddenly feeling a chill on his arm, only to see his right hand fall to the ground, blood splattering, followed by a sharp pain in his abdomen, being kicked down inside the room. Mao Gang walked into the room and closed the door, with a mad laugh. "Yuga, why did you force me? Why don't you believe me once? Why do you make me want to hurt you? Why?" "Gangzi, don't be so stubborn." "It's not me who's stubborn, it's you. Those people are attacking the building tonight, we have no choice. Where is the key to the rolling shutter?" "Give it to me." Mao Gang reached out his hand, his gaze turning colder. Xia Yuhong stood up, enduring the intense pain, and said in disbelief, "You betrayed me. You're their traitor. Who let you give all the food to those useless people? Do you know how much those old bastards have hidden at home? Give me the key. I will never give it to you. Yuga, in the next life, I will still be your younger brother." With that, he took out a ready-made bone-cutting knife, and a scuffle broke out in the living room. The two sisters hiding in the bedroom were frightened, hiding under the bed, knowing that a fight had broken out outside. Yi Yuling was extremely worried. "I need to check on your brother-in-law." "Sister, don't go out. If it's Gangzi who opens the door, it's fine if he finds me, but he'll also find you," Yi Qingyi whispered. "But what if it's Gangzi who opens the door? If something happens to me, make sure to find Yuan. Sister, sister." Yi Qingyi just watched her sister climb out from under the bed, unable to stop her adventurous move. She consoled herself in her heart, remembering how Gangzi Gu was always cheerful and smiling, and how he had protected her from bullies when she was studying. She thought everything would be fine. But then the bedroom door opened. Yi Qingyi covered her mouth in shock as she saw that the feet entering were not her brother-in-law's, and the shoes were even stained with blood. It was Mao Gang, covered in blood. Yi Yuling covered her mouth in horror as she saw her husband lying in the living room, surrounded by blood. Mao Gang, with a smile covered in fresh blood, said like a devil, "Sister-in-law, just now Yuga said you know where the key to the rolling shutter is." Yi Yuling, terrified, pointed shakily to the dressing table beside her. Mao Gang immediately went to search for it. Yi Yuling muttered, "Ingzi is giving birth, Yuga is helping you contact the hospital, you have no job, Yuga is helping you find one, the child has no one to take care of, sister-in-law will help you." Mao Gang quickly found the key and turned to smile, "Sister-in-law, for the kindness between you and Yuga, I will repay it in my next life as a cow or a horse. How could you do this? You're a beast." Yi Yuling frantically beat Mao Gang, who did not resist, but the bone-cutting knife in his hand was still dripping with blood. "Sister-in-law, I know you and Yuga are very close. Now that Yuga is gone, he must be lonely. Why don't you go down and accompany him? Things are about to get chaotic anyway, so you won't be played to death by those men. Sister-in-law, I'll give you a quick death. Yuga will thank me, yes, he will." After muttering, Mao Gang, in a trance, lifted the bone-cutting knife and struck Yi Yuling's forehead directly, causing her skull to collapse, and she slowly fell to the ground with wide eyes. Yi Qingyi watched in horror as her sister was brutally killed, her face unrecognizable, unable to make a sound even when brain matter splattered into her eyes. As she heard the door close, Yi Qingyi, hiding under the bed, finally could not suppress her fear and panic but could only cry softly. At that moment, the sky fell. In the garage, men from buildings 2, 4, and 5 had already gathered, a total of 53 men, some with knives from home.
Feng Jin, Ding Feng, and Sun Yuqing, the three leaders, each held a 50-centimeter-long watermelon knife. The three of them were smoking, their faces showing excitement like wild beasts.
Boss Ding, Boss Sun, after we finish with Building 1, let's discuss a time to take Dong Fei's supplies from Building 3. As for the gunman, can bullets handle all of us?
Feng Jin, slim but tall, with a mole on his mouth, looked very out of place. He was a criminal who had been in prison for theft and had done almost everything except murder. Ding Feng was just a thug who managed things, and Sun Yuqing was a contractor who had dealt with tough guys before.
Although he was chubby, he was also intimidating when provoked. It can be said that none of these three were good people. Sun Yuqing took a deep drag on his cigarette and squinted. What's there to discuss? We rob this place tonight, that place tomorrow night. Are you in or out?
The three knew that Building 3 was more dangerous than Building 1, but it definitely had more supplies. I agree, Ding Feng flicked the ash off his cigarette.
I want those two women.
Feng Jin's eyes lit up. He was also a demon in the midst of beauty. Ding Feng and Sun Yuqing would not agree, and Bai and Sun Ting, women like that, any man would want to possess. Ding Feng suggested, once we capture the women, we can auction them off for supplies. Sounds interesting, let's do it. Feng Jin did not object, and Sun Yuqing naturally would not object either.
But all three of them were thinking about finding an opportunity to take each other out.
It would be best to find someone to team up with first, making it much easier. At that moment, Mao Gang ran out from the elevator shaft, his face covered in blood causing a moment of pause. The rolling shutter door was opened, and a group of demons were about to charge up the building. Brothers, I told you not to touch my family, Mao Gang said nervously, fearing the three might change their minds. Sun Yuqing patted Mao Gang's shoulder. Don't worry, in this world, trust is key.
Brothers, let's go.
Kill the old ones, capture the young ones, and kill those who resist.
Yes, boss.
The group of people did not take the elevator, they all went up the stairs. The three bosses walked slowly behind. In less than a minute, cries, screams, and pleas for mercy echoed through the neighborhood, like a hell on earth, illuminating the knives. The boss living opposite Mao Gang heard a knock on the door, put down the remote control, grumbling as she went to open the door.
Late at night, can't people rest?
Always thinking about supplies, causing trouble for nothing. Without even looking through the peephole, the boss opened the door and saw two young men holding knives at the door.
Surprisingly, the boss was not afraid at all, even scolding them. What are you doing?
Threatening an old lady with a knife. If you have the guts, go rob supplies from delivery. Nowadays young people, no respect for elders. The two young men at the door were stunned.
What kind of weirdo lived in this building? How did she manage to survive until now?
What are you looking at? Get lost, she said, preparing to close the door. But the young men's hands were already on the door. One of them said, Old lady, I've been wanting to chop you for a long time, and raised the knife to strike. The old lady was hit in the shoulder, fell to the ground, still grumbling. Always blaring the speakers, disturbing my game. The knives kept striking the old lady. At that moment, Mao Gang arrived at the door, looking at the old lady. Gangzi, help me. The old lady, barely breathing, looked at Mao Gang for help, but Mao Gang turned a blind eye, even with a smirk on his face, probably always wanting to kill the old lady. With each strike, the old lady breathed her last, and the two men searched for supplies inside the house.
Damn, this old lady actually hoarded a box of yogurt, 2 boxes of water, and even sugar-free soda?
The two young men were puzzled.
How did an old lady manage to hoard so many supplies?
Of course, they reached out to take them. If the two young men knew, their values would be shattered once again.
Meanwhile, in Building 3, Tang Chen looked towards Building 1 and said, It's quite lively tonight.
Building 1 has been breached by the others, and Bai said with a hint of worry. If Building 1 falls, the next target would be them. Sun Ting wiped the floor, advising in Bai, Xiao Bai, this is not what we should worry about. And Bai pursed her lips, thinking of the female corpse in the bedroom, and firmly said, even if I die, I don't want to fall into the hands of those people.
Tang Chen smiled faintly, confidently saying, I haven't died, so how could you? I'll kill as many as come. An hour later, the major clearance operation in Building 1 came to an end, and boxes of supplies were gradually moved to the underground parking lot. Looking at the mountain-like pile of supplies, the three bosses were a bit puzzled. Nearby, the men and women from Building 1 were squatting separately on the ground. Seeing so many supplies, they were also surprised. Weren't they supposed to be gone?
That Xie Yuhong is something, she managed to gather so many supplies. Feng Jin opened a box of spicy strips, took out a pack, tore it open with his teeth, and greedily took a bite. A younger brother tried to please and said, Boss, most of these supplies were looted from those old ladies in old men's homes.
Hee, your boss is really a good person, leaving all the good stuff for the old folks, making you young people go hungry. Sun Yuqing couldn't help but burst into laughter. It was really funny.
At this moment, several men stood up one after another to curse Xie Yuhong and demanded to join other teams. The three teams naturally needed to recruit young male members. However, there were still a few men who did not choose to join, maintaining their upright character. Feng Jin showed no mercy. Kill them. Husband. One of the women shouted and ran towards her husband, but was immediately pulled away by the younger brother. You beasts, you will definitely be shot in the future. The woman cursed frantically. But the three men didn't care, and not long after, several men were killed on the spot. Looking at the 20 or so women in their 30s, Sun Jin said, "What are you standing there for? Divide up. For fairness, let's take turns choosing. I'm older, is it okay for me to go first?" Feng Jin acted like an old man, already eyeing one of the young women, the one whose husband had just died. The other two naturally disagreed. Meanwhile, in the basement, Yi Qingyi hid inside, hugging her legs, shivering uncontrollably as if she was very cold. Yi Qingyi had just taken advantage of the chaos to hide here, as Xie Yuhong had instructed before. Suddenly, a beam of light shone through. It was from a cell phone light. "Boss, there's still a woman hiding here." The younger brother was instantly excited. Yi Qingyi immediately tried to escape, not expecting to be discovered so quickly, but she couldn't outrun the young man, who grabbed her by the long hair. "You wench, trying to run, where do you think you can go?" Yi Qingyi cried out in pain as she was dragged by her hair. In the parking lot, the younger brother threw Yi Qingyi in the middle. "Boss, this woman is good at hiding, luckily I found her." After speaking, he expected to be rewarded. The disheveled Yi Qingyi did not pique the interest of the three bosses, but one of the younger brothers squatted down, untangled her messy hair, and lifted Yi Qingyi's chin. Her expression immediately froze, and she began to stutter, "Boss, she's exquisite." Sun Yuqing looked at his younger brother's foolish appearance and kicked him directly to the ground. "What, exquisite or not, look at your behavior." But when Sun Yuqing took a closer look, he was also stunned. Ding Feng also stepped forward to take a look and understood. Truly exquisite, they never expected that in this rundown neighborhood, there would be such a beauty, not inferior to the other two. And for so many days, her face was clean, even though her skirt got dirty during the dragging. "Let me go." Yi Qingyi shook off the younger brother's dirty hands, warily looking at the men around her, as if the dream had come true. Feng Jin laughed, "Still a spirited little mare, I wonder how it feels to ride her." The surrounding younger brothers all looked over. She was much better than those other women. Even without makeup she was so beautiful. With a little dressing up, the harvest this time would be substantial. Sun Yuqing directly handed a cigarette to the younger brother. "This is for you." Holding a Furong Wang cigarette, the younger brother was overjoyed. "Nowadays, a cigarette could make a smoker work for you. Thank you, boss." "Feng boss, Ding boss, this woman was found by my younger brother. You won't come to snatch her, will you?" Sun Yuqing's words carried a deep threat. Feng Jin chuckled. "Sun boss, you said it yourself, we had agreed earlier, everything in building 1 will be evenly split." At this point, Ding Feng would definitely stand on Feng Jin's side and echoed, "Feng boss is right, Sun boss wouldn't want to break the agreement between us, right?" Sun Yuqing took a deep drag of his cigarette, his fierce gaze not hidden by the smoke. Suddenly, Sun Yuqing smiled. "Just kidding, look at how nervous you guys are." Although he said that, he wished he could chop the two of them to pieces. I have to say, a beauty can cause trouble at any time, and this one almost caused the three parties to tear apart their fragile cooperative relationship. As Sun Yuqing burst into laughter, Feng Jin and Ding Feng followed suit, but as long as Sun Yuqing did not agree, it was clear that they would just kill the people on Sun Yuqing's side. However, Sun Yuqing smiled and said, "There's only one of this kind, shall we take turns? This kind of top-notch product is meant to be possessed, who would want to share it?" Sitting on the ground, Yi Qingyi listened to the conversation of the three people, her face pale, feeling like a commodity being divided among them. Looking at the load-bearing wall next to her, Yi Qingyi suddenly got up and ran forward. But Feng Jin, quick to react, grabbed Yi Qingyi by her hair, saying, "Want to die? It's not that easy." Yi Qingyi broke down, waving her hands and cursing, "You bastards, rot in hell. Tie her up." Ding Feng coldly ordered. The henchman took out a rope and tied Yi Qingyi up, tears as big as beans streaming down her exquisite face. After hiding for so many days, she still couldn't escape their clutches. "Let's not take turns with this top-notch product, didn't we say we would auction it off?" Feng Jin suggested. "Alright, let's auction it off." Sun Yuqing agreed, and Ding Feng had no objections. However, Feng Jin suddenly showed a sly look. "Since it's an auction, we must take a good look at the goods, right?" Men understood what he meant. "What are you going to do? Don't come over." Watching the two henchmen approaching her, Yi Qingyi screamed frantically, but it only increased the men's excitement. The three bosses' eyes lit up, with no excess fat on their bodies, their slender waist showing muscle definition, their appearance and physique no less than those of TV stars. Tie her to the roof of the car. The helpless Yi Qingyi was forcibly tied to the roof of the car, assuming a humiliating posture, allowing people to admire this soon-to-be auctioned commodity.
Feng Jin asked towards building no. 1. Does anyone know her?
Immediately, a woman replied, she seems to be Xie Yuhuang's sister-in-law. Feng Jin smiled, I didn't expect that Xie Lao's family actually harbors such a top-notch product. This kind-hearted person didn't even make a move, surely keeping her for us brothers.
Ha ha ha.
The men around burst into laughter. Yi Qingyi on the roof seemed to have run out of tears, trembling all over as she listened to the evil laughter around her.
She graduated from a 985 university. I heard she's about to get married soon. Her fiancé is the son of the CEO of a top 500 company nationwide, another woman revealed.
Sun Yuqing was delighted. With such a high level of education, if she had met us before, she probably wouldn't have given us a second look.
That's right, now we're only fit to be eaten by birds.
Feng Jin laughed maniacally.
Sun Yuqing coughed lightly. Alright, let's start the auction. A bit impatient. Boss, how about I be the auctioneer? A henchman volunteered. Alright, let's see what you can come up with.
The henchman happily walked to the side of the car and announced, Dear owners, neighbors, brothers and sisters, tonight we have a unique item up for auction, this beautiful lady.
What's her name? Yi Qingyi. Someone in the crowd reminded.
Yes, our auction item is Miss Yi Qingyi, this year? Mao Gang in the crowd reminded, 25 years old, deputy general manager of an advertising company. The people around immediately made sounds of admiration. Such a woman used to be a goddess, everyone only dared to watch from afar. Although they were still watching now, they could see her snow-white delicate body. Yi Qingyi looked at Mao Gang in the crowd, gritting her teeth. Gangzi was no longer the Gangzi he used to be. Miss Yi Qingyi, 25 years old this year, deputy general manager of an advertising company, and also the daughter-in-law of the CEO of a top 500 company nationwide. Think about it, isn't it satisfying to buy the daughter-in-law of a top 500 CEO? Absolutely cost-effective.
Of course, this is just Miss Yi Qingyi's identity. The focus is on Miss Yi Qingyi herself. Look at these exquisite features. There is no trace of artificiality, all natural.
Look at this delicate skin, the touch is absolutely top-notch enjoyment. Of course the most eye-catching is the internal structure. The three bosses can appreciate it slowly at home. We won't watch. Now it can still interpret that saying, poor appreciate your sweetness, rich taste your salt. Starting bid is a bottle of mineral water, no limit.
I bid a bottle.
A young man suddenly excitedly shouted the price. His friends beside him were startled, thinking, are you crazy, competing with the boss for a woman? Aren't you afraid of losing your life? Are you playing with no regard for your life?
Ding Feng calmly said, a case. Ding boss is stingy, 5 cases.
Sun Yuqing directly stretched out his palm, determined to win.
Feng Jin calmly said, Sun boss, are these 5 cases for your own use or for your whole group of brothers? Sun Yuqing's followers were stunned. Yes, if the boss uses his own water to bid for a woman, then he won't have any left to play with?
Sun Yuqing cursed inwardly, trying to sow discord.
Of course it's for my own use.
Sun Yuqing said in a deep voice. At this point he couldn't take the brothers' water, it would be like taking their lives. The young men breathed a sigh of relief.
Okay, we will use our own resources to bid.
Ding Feng continued, 6 cases of water. Feng Jin's face changed slightly, but he still shouted, 7 cases. One person owning 7 cases of mineral water was a huge sum, especially in the current situation of scarcity of resources.
7.5 cases.
Ding Feng gritted his teeth. He could just drink less himself, and get some from his followers, listen to the rain and wind, then go find resources.
8 cases.
Sun Yuqing sneered. The whole place was in an uproar. How many lives could be saved with 8 cases of water? But now it was being used to bid for a beautiful woman.
Good-looking women are always popular in any environment.
But this made many women nearby jealous.
10 cases. Suddenly a voice laughed.
The 3 bosses were puzzled because none of them had bid. They looked behind them.
What? Isn't that the delivery guy? He's not dead. Did the gunman die?
Yes, it was Tang Chen who came, just finished gaining some experience at home, and came down to see how much loot they had collected, and to see if there were any good items. As soon as he arrived, he heard the auction sound, walked closer, and saw a woman tied to the roof of a car. Tang Chen was surprised. He had never seen her in the neighborhood before. This woman was top-notch, even compared to Wenbai and the others. She was slightly stronger in terms of aura. Today is really lucky. Food is coming from the sky. The triple speed is about to start. Yi Qingyi couldn't help but look up at Tang Chen. Isn't he the delivery guy? No, the delivery guy who kills without mercy.
Tang Chen's appearance made the entire underground garage silent. Wasn't he afraid of being surrounded by everyone, daring to appear alone? Feng Jin broke the deadlock first. Isn't this the boss of Building 3? Have some free time to come down for a walk. Bored, seeing you guys auctioning, couldn't help but want to join in, is that okay? Tang Chen looked at the three bosses, his smile was very friendly, but the three bosses had seen this smile before, eyes that didn't blink when killing. He seemed to have not brought that horse-cutting knife today. Did he bring a gun instead? Sun Yuqing was not afraid of Tang Chen, and said directly, "You come here wanting to share the spoils we've won, isn't that inappropriate?" Bang! A puff of smoke came from the gun barrel, and a blood hole appeared on Sun Yuqing's forehead. Blood flowed from his forehead. He even reached out to wipe it, then fell straight down in disbelief. Is it appropriate now? Tang Chen smiled at Feng Jin and Ding Feng. The calmness of the two disappeared in an instant. They looked at Tang Chen warily, and at the gun in Tang Chen's hand. They were even thinking, let the brothers rush up and kill him, but being so close to him, they would definitely be shot first. Of course, it's lucky to be alive. This guy actually has a gun in his hand. Should they bet that his gun is out of bullets? The surrounding henchmen were all frightened by Tang Chen's ruthless methods. Last time, the horse-cutting knife chopped down Dong Fei's group of people, and today, as soon as he came out, he blew the head of the boss of Building 5, Sun Yuqing. This delivery guy is too terrifying. Not only were the henchmen scared, but Yiqing's delicate face also lost some color, even feeling hot on the cheeks. Could it be blood? Of course it's appropriate. What do you think, Brother Ding? Feng Jin reacted and immediately smiled apologetically. Ding Feng immediately echoed, appropriate, very appropriate. I am a reasonable person. If the auction proceeds normally and I can't win, that's my problem. Listening to Tang Chen's words, everyone recalled Tang Chen's mad laughter that day. It's the end of the world, who still talks about reason. Is he starting to talk about reason now? Does he really talk about reason? No, he blows people's heads at every turn. Is that still reasonable? Auctioneer, what are you standing there for? Tang Chen reminded, urging him to hurry up and get ready to go back to gain experience. The auctioneer repeatedly said, the boss of Building 3 bid 10 boxes of mineral water. Is there a higher bid? 11 boxes. Feng Jin's face twitched, as if he was contributing his family's fortune. But when he heard Tang Chen's low voice, you really dare to raise the price with me? Ding Feng secretly delighted, hoping Tang Chen would shoot Feng Jin. Feng Jin was also startled, showing a panicked expression. Didn't you say it was a normal auction? Feng Jin's frightened look was seen by the henchmen, feeling strange in their hearts that their boss was scared like a bird. Yes, I was just talking. Why are you so excited? Tang Chen shrugged. Feng Jin's face was already as dark as it could be, while Ding Feng thought it was a pity that this murderous delivery guy didn't play by the rules. However, Tang Chen continued, but now I really doubt that you actually have 11 boxes of mineral water. How is that possible? Then show them to me. Feng Jin was about to say, what about you? But thought about how Tang Chen had seized Dong Fei's supplies, so he didn't say it. You guys, go to my place and bring the water over. The henchmen immediately ran to Building 2, while a group of people waited, and Tang Chen looked up and down at Yiqing. Yiqing naturally felt Tang Chen's gaze, noticing that his eyes were different from other men. Other men's eyes were lecherous, but his gaze was indescribable, as if he saw something delicious. Soon, box after box of mineral water was brought over by the henchmen. Tang Chen smiled, you're still short. I can split the loot this time into 4 boxes, plus exactly 11 boxes. Tang Chen tapped his forehead, you're taking advantage of my poor math skills. You only have 6 boxes here. How is that possible? I clearly have 7 boxes at home. Feng Jin immediately shouted, went to count, but no matter how he counted, it was still 6. Then he shouted at the henchman, did someone miss a box? Go find it quickly. The henchman hurriedly ran back and forth, while Tang Chen smiled and winked at Yiqing, leaving her momentarily stunned. What does he mean? Is he trying to help me? At that moment, Yiqing felt that there was still light in the world, that there were still righteous people like her brother-in-law. Soon the henchmen ran back again, one of them holding a box, but there was also a 30-year-old woman in pajamas rushing over. Honey, what's going on? Why are you so flustered? The woman looked at Feng Jin in confusion, wondering why all the water was being moved out. When she saw Yiqing on the car roof, she immediately understood and felt angry. Boss, the water is here, but... The henchman didn't know how to explain. What? The henchman turned the box around strangely, only to find it torn open, with only 2 bottles of mineral water left inside. Feng Jin was dumbfounded, then shouted, who touched my water? The woman rolled her eyes, didn't you say I smelled bad, so I took a quick shower. You woman! Feng Jin stood stiff in place, surrounded by people whispering, surprised that there was even water for bathing. At this moment, Tang Chen sighed and said, you don't have 11 boxes, you only have 10 boxes and 2 bottles. I have them, I can go borrow a few more bottles, wait a moment. Feng Jin said as he was about to go ask his men for water. With a bang, a shell casing fell to the ground. Feng Jin seemed frozen in place, his eyes wide open, then he fell down, blood oozing from his forehead. Tang Chen blew on the gun barrel and calmly said, I hate it when people lie to me. Ding Feng felt a mix of happiness and fear, but more fear, as he broke out in a cold sweat. In a few minutes, he killed Feng Jin and Sun Yuqing, making himself the leader. No, would he end up killing himself too? With this thought, Ding Feng began to worry immensely. Husband. Seeing her man killed, the woman hurried over, only to find that her man was already dead. What are you all standing around for? He killed your leader, why haven't you killed him yet? Another bang. The woman also fell on top of Feng Jin, seemingly unaware of who was in charge here. Tang Chen sighed, why all this fighting and killing, can't we live in peace? This statement angered everyone, who was really the one fighting and killing, who was the first to act, how shameful. But they could only think about it in their hearts. No one dared to stand out, whoever did would die. Yi Qingyi felt Tang Chen was strange, acting like a cold-blooded killer but speaking with a hint of humor, a curious man indeed, but still deserving of thanks. I'm called 10 boxes, do you want to challenge me? Tang Chen looked at Ding Feng. Ding Feng quickly shook his head, no way, it was like challenging death. Anyone else want to challenge me, I am fair and just. Tang Chen looked around and shouted, but there was no response, only fearful gazes directed at him. Tang Chen shrugged boredly, alright then, let's not waste any more time. Congratulations to the leader of Building 3 for winning the beautiful woman. With that, he handed the rope to Tang Chen and also handed over Yi Qingyi's tattered clothes, which still contained her phone. Tang Chen tapped his forehead, alright, I haven't given you water yet, can't let you go hungry. I killed 2 leaders, so their supplies should be mine, right? Is that a fair understanding? Tang Chen looked at the crowd. Ding Feng laughed, of course, no problem. In that case, I'll deduct from the 2 leaders' share, I'm in a good mood today, consider the extra as my treat for everyone. A thought crossed everyone's minds. They had never seen such shameless behavior, someone who came empty-handed and took away the top beauty without giving anything, except for 3 bullets. Suddenly remembering something, Tang Chen turned to the group without a leader and reminded them, if I were you, I'd quickly choose a leader. Ding Feng's mouth twitched, was he being cautious? Looking at the people from Building 2 and Building 5 gathering together, Ding Feng's forehead formed a character. Just when he thought he had finally gotten rid of 2 new ones would come to challenge him. Damn delivery guy, I will make you pay. In the elevator lobby, Yi Qingyi weakly said, can I put on some clothes? Tang Chen turned back and smiled, you look pretty good as you are, why bother putting on clothes? Ha! All tattered, just put them on, what a hassle. Can you untie them? Tang Chen clicked his tongue, am I here to serve you? Although she put on clothes, Tang Chen thought she still looked good, beautifully torn. Yi Qingyi gratefully said, thank you for saving me. Tang Chen just nodded, the elevator door opened, Tang Chen walked in, and Yi Qingyi pursed her lips and followed. Soon they arrived in the room, Tang Chen suddenly clapped his hands, kiddies, wake up, we have a new guest. And Bai and Sun Ting opened their tired eyes, slowly sat up, and looked at Yi Qingyi. Their previous fatigue disappeared in an instant, replaced by astonishment. Where did you find her? Asked in a daze, surprised to find someone in the neighborhood who matched her own level. Tang Chen poured a glass of water and leaned against the wall, joking, just picked her up while taking a walk outside, such luck, can't resist it. Sun Ting and Bai walked over to Yi Qingyi and looked her up and down. Yi Qingyi felt a little scared and leaned back, feeling that the 2 of them were too strange. But Yi Qingyi thanked them again, thank you for saving me. Tang Chen helplessly replied, you already said that before. Yi Qingyi looked a bit embarrassed, paused for a moment before plucking up the courage to ask, you're so capable, do you have a way to leave here? I'm not Superman, can't fly out. Tang Chen shrugged, finding this woman quite demanding. Tang Chen said directly, let's start by giving her a bath. You can bathe here? Yi Qingyi was incredulous, no wonder they smelled so good. Sun Ting chuckled, of course, not bathing would be smelly, and the host would be disgusted. With that, she pushed Yi Qingyi towards the bathroom. Yi Qingyi hurriedly said, I can do it myself. We'll help you, and tell you about our rules. Before Yi Qingyi could say anything, the 2 women pushed her in, and Tang Chen didn't bother. Sun Ting was a tough instructor with powerful training methods. In the bathroom, Bai ran hot water, and steam gradually enveloped the 3 alluring bodies, making it hard not to feel aroused. Sister, you have a great figure. Sun Ting picked up shower gel and applied it to Yi Qingyi's body. Bai shyly smiled, yes, we can relax a bit now. Yi Qingyi was confused and quickly said, I can do it myself. Sun Ting clicked her tongue, from now on, we are a team. We need to take care of each other to survive in this post-apocalyptic world. Yes, we are a team. Bai said with a sly smile. Yi Qingyi became more and more confused. What do you mean by we are a team? We are all the master's little kittens. Sun Ting tapped Yi Qingyi's forehead, marveling at her beauty but slow reactions. Yi Qingyi took a step back, her expression changing. I'm not anyone's kitten, I won't be one. And Bai and Sun Ting were stunned, feeling like they were seeing themselves for the first time. Sister, don't get upset, it's just a formality, our main task is to make the master happy. Sun Ting explained. However, Yi Qingyi's tone changed instantly. I'm not anyone's slave, there's no need to please anyone, I won't join you, move aside, I want to leave. She said as she went to grab her tattered dress. And Bai and Sun Ting realized things were going south, this was heading towards disaster. Outside, Tang Chen suddenly saw the bathroom door open, wondering if they had finished so quickly, only to see Yi Qingyi storming out, looking at him with disgust. What's going on? Tang Chen stepped forward and stopped Yi Qingyi. Move aside, I want to leave. You're no different from them, I misjudged you. Tang Chen? Beauty, what do you mean you misjudged me? What did you take me for? A hero? Tang Chen couldn't help but laugh. This woman had quite the imagination. Yi Qingyi did see him that way, but not anymore. She didn't want to say more and just walked past Tang Chen. Tang Chen couldn't help but sigh. If it weren't for his severe shortage of supplies, he would have turned around and left. He grabbed Yi Qingyi's wet hair. Ah! Let go of me, you despicable person. Tang Chen grabbed Yi Qingyi's long hair fiercely and pulled it down, saying in a low voice, I spent 10 boxes of mineral water to capture you, and you want to leave? I'm not your merchandise, you won't succeed. Enduring the pain, Yi Qingyi angrily rebuked Tang Chen. Tang Chen's face turned extremely cold, taking out a gun and aiming it at Yi Qingyi's forehead, thinking she was a rare delicacy he couldn't bear to part with. Looking at Tang Chen's cold gaze, Yi Qingyi knew she had angered a devil. It would be better to die than to be defiled, and Zihui would only know that she had disappeared. Don't! At the critical moment, and Bai, who had walked out of the bathroom, subconsciously shouted. Tang Chen's gaze shifted to Bai, as if saying, do you also want to die for her? I can fulfill your wish. And Bai was so scared that she collapsed to the ground. Sun Ting, who was relatively calm, immediately explained, Xiao Bai didn't mean that. Xiao Bai thinks the sister still has a chance. Didn't we resist at the beginning too? Tang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Sun Ting continued, killing her now would be letting her off too easily. She doesn't even understand gratitude. Tang Chen found some truth in this statement. Killing her with one shot would indeed be too lenient. But even if she wasn't killed with one shot, she needed to know that Tang Chen was not a kind-hearted person. His right fist fell heavily on Yi Qingyi's soft abdomen. Although he used only a little force, it was still unbearable for a woman. Yi Qingyi widened her beautiful eyes, clutching her abdomen, and couldn't help but kneel down and then collapse to the ground, the intense pain causing her to curl up, with cold sweat constantly pouring out. Fine, I'll give you a few days. If there's still any trouble, not only will she die, but you will also be punished. Sun Ting wanted to slap herself. How did she get herself involved in this? This woman was going to get everyone killed. Take her in and clean her up, Tang Chen said, lighting a cigarette. Others say they owe their lives and offer themselves in return, but now they're calling themselves shameless. Sun Ting and the frightened Bai dragged Yi Qingyi into the bathroom. Sun Ting, infuriated, grabbed the shower head and started spraying. Yi Qingyi, lying on the ground, pale with pain, looked like a piece of paper, unable to speak. We tried to help you out of goodwill, but you caused us to be punished, Sun Ting said. The thought of that punishment made Sun Ting and Bai's faces turn pale. They never wanted to experience that terrifying punishment. Sun Ting became more and more scared, lifted her foot and stepped on Yi Qingyi's delicate body. Yi Qingyi could only make muffled sounds of pain and curl up. Xiao Bai, what are you waiting for? Save her, she's causing trouble for both of us, Sun Ting urged. And Bai seemed hesitant, her lips trembling as she said, I dare not. Xiao Bai, do you know why your ex-boyfriend could control you? It's because you're weak. I'm not weak, I just. And Bai shook her head. Sun Ting grabbed Bai's chin and said sternly, Xiao Bai, we're in this together. I know. Then kick her. And Bai looked at the suffering Yi Qingyi, her face filled with struggle, but she slowly raised her leg and closed her eyes before stepping down. Ah! Yi Qingyi let out a painful scream. A woman stepping on her with her eyes closed was no light matter, much heavier than Sun Ting's actions. Tang Chen, sitting on the sofa, silently listened to Yi Qingyi's screams, his face showing no emotion. He had been quite happy earlier tonight, thinking he had found a treasure, but now, did she think this was a charity organization? When did she become so naive? In the bathroom, Sun Ting had vented her anger, while Bai sat on the ground in a daze, unable to believe she had harmed a stranger. She looked nervous and panicked, but also felt a bit of excitement after releasing her pent-up emotions. Sun Ting sighed as she watched Bai's expression. They had even moved the body, so what was there to be afraid of? This woman didn't deserve pity. Did she think everyone would indulge her? Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Several WeChat notifications sounded in a row. Sun Ting looked at the phone beside her, realizing it belonged to this woman. Yi Qingyi watched as Sun Ting picked up her phone and, enduring the pain, shouted, "Give it back to me." Sun Ting disdainfully glanced at Yi Qingyi, then grabbed her hand, but Yi Qingyi immediately struggled, refusing to unlock the phone for Sun Ting. Shall buy, and buy. Sun Ting called out several times before and Bai snapped out of it. Don't daydream, hold her down. Ah, okay. And Bai looked apologetically at Yi Qingyi, then held her down, and Sun Ting successfully unlocked the phone. Sun Ting opened WeChat, a slight smile appearing on her lips. Such an intimate nickname, future husband Mr. Hui, give it back to me, give me back my phone. Even though Yi Qingyi was being held down by and Bai, and even though her whole body was in pain, she still reached out to grab the phone. However, Sun Ting's jade foot stepped directly on Yi Qingyi's hand. Ah! Yi Qingyi had never experienced such suffering from childhood to adulthood, always being cherished and protected. Sun Ting chuckled, "Your future husband Mr. Hui seems very anxious, asking how you are. Why aren't you replying to his messages? How should I reply on your behalf?" Even though Yi Qingyi held back her tears from the pain, upon hearing this threat, the suppressed tears couldn't help but flow. Because Yi Qingyi dared not tell her fiancé, things were chaotic here, her brother-in-law and sister were dead, and she had been captured. She wanted to maintain her purity in her fiancé's eyes, even prepared to die, to remain that pure fiancé in his heart, untainted by others. Seeing Yi Qingyi's reaction, Sun Ting's eyes lit up as if she had found leverage. Sitting on the sofa, Tang Chen watched TV, now only able to watch online TV as the local channels were gone. As the bathroom door opened, Tang Chen turned to look, and the cleaned-up Yi Qingyi indeed looked outstanding, but her eyes seemed vacant. "Master, I'll take her to get ready, it won't take long." Tang Chen casually propped his chin and nodded. Although Yi Qingyi was now trembling with fear, she still had no good feelings towards Sun Ting. 20 minutes later, Yi Qingyi was finally brought out. Her slightly dry and messy hair became incredibly smooth, emitting a fragrance, the light makeup enhancing her beauty, the pure white dress accentuating her well-proportioned figure, with a black belt around her slender waist. "Don't just stand there." Sun Ting patted Yi Qingyi's buttocks as a reminder. Yi Qingyi clenched her fingers into her palm, biting her lip. Seeing Yi Qingyi's silence, Sun Ting's anger flared up, and Yi Qingyi whispered a few words in her ear. Yi Qingyi trembled, slowly uttered, "Master." Tang Chen gave an approving look. "Your move impresses me. Come here," Tang Chen ordered, without room for doubt. Yi Qingyi stood up and approached Tang Chen, but kept her head down, not looking at him. In the past, a delivery person and a deputy general manager of an advertising company had no intersection, but now it was more than just an intersection. "Sit here." Tang Chen patted his leg lightly. Yi Qingyi tightly bit her red lips, making them pale. Tang Chen felt no pity, placing his hands on her smooth and slender legs. "Look at me." Seeing no response from Yi Qingyi, Tang Chen said lightly, "I don't want to repeat myself." The teary eyes slowly met Tang Chen's, revealing traces of resentment and hatred. Suddenly, a familiar ringtone sounded, a voice call. Sun Ting glanced at Yi Qingyi's phone and smiled, "It's your fiancé calling." With just that sentence, Yi Qingyi panicked and hastily said, "Don't answer." "But your fiancé is worried about your safety, let me answer and you can talk to him." Sun Ting answered the call and handed the phone to Yi Qingyi. Before she could hang up, her fiancé's face appeared on the screen. The phone immediately rang with Zhang Zihui's worried voice. "Yi, why aren't you replying to my messages? I thought something happened to you, I was so worried. Why are you crying? Is something wrong?" Listening to her fiancé's worried voice, Yi Qingyi felt a sense of unease. "No, I'm just very scared." Yeqing suppressed her tears, showing a sincere smile to reassure her fiancé. Zhang Zihui felt heartbroken that he couldn't protect his fiancé. "I'm sorry, I hate myself for not being able to bring you over and make you feel safe all the time." Yeqing showed no flaws on her face and even gently said, "Silly, don't blame yourself, we will be fine." "Okay, stop crying." "I won't cry." Suddenly, Zhang Zihui noticed that his fiancé tonight looked exceptionally beautiful. Why did you suddenly put on makeup?" "Since you didn't reply to my messages, I was afraid you would be angry, so I put on some makeup to show you the beautiful me." Tang Chen smirked, thinking to himself that this woman was quite cunning to deceive her man like this. "You are the most beautiful woman in the world." Sun Ting rolled her eyes and whispered to Bai beside her, "Such a scumbag quote." "Yeah, I've heard it before." Zhang Zihui's words made Yeqing feel ashamed for betraying the man she deeply loved. "Zihui, you should rest early, I'm going to rest too." Yeqing was afraid that her voice might sound strange and make her fiancé suspicious, so she didn't want to say more. Jiang Zihui even kissed the camera, and the others exclaimed at their shamelessness. Tang Chen chuckled, such an affectionate couple, enviable indeed. I like your body, but I don't like your eyes. I don't need you to like me, Yecheng said firmly. Tang Chen suddenly laughed. You seem to fear them more than you fear me, why is that? Yecheng remained silent, her face pale with pain. Tang Chen reached out, held Yecheng's chin, and said lightly, they may threaten you, tell your fiancé about your situation, but I won't. I will find your fiancé and kill his whole family. You've seen my methods. You're not human. Yecheng grabbed Tang Chen's clothes, trembling. When did I ever claim to be human? I'm a devil among devils, and a rather colorful one at that. Yecheng couldn't imagine what would happen if her fiancé found out. He might even go and kill Zihui's entire family. Thinking of that murderous look, Yecheng had no doubt about the seriousness of the threat. From now on, you will eat their leftovers. If you behave well, you may have a chance to be like them. Do you know what to do now? The next day, Yecheng woke up groggily, wondering if she was dead when she saw the surroundings. Realizing she was still alive but in hell, she remembered the humiliation from last night. Yecheng wanted to cry but found herself unable to. Her sister and brother-in-law died tragically at home, and she had fallen to such a fate. Seeing the door not far away, Yecheng began to consider escaping. However, as she tried to move her body slightly, she felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. She regretted not giving herself to her fiancé earlier. Enduring the pain, Yecheng slowly moved, the clinking of the iron chains waking the two sleeping women nearby. Sun Ting yawned and said lightly, it seems you still haven't learned your lesson. Yecheng was able to become a vice president, with the help of her fiancé, but she was also clever. In her current situation, the only way was to endure and wait for another opportunity. She would never bow down. No, I'm just a little hungry, Yecheng hurriedly explained. And Bai chuckled, it's not time for breakfast yet, the master hasn't woken up. Yecheng noticed the difference between Inbai and Sun Ting. Sun Ting was Tang Chen's most loyal follower, but Inbai seemed different, oppressed like herself. Perhaps she could find a breakthrough from here. Regardless, for now, she had to go along with him, or she would not only die, but those photos would be released, and even her fiancé's family would be threatened. Tang Chen brushed his teeth after getting up, and the progress in the past 2 days had reached 16%. At this rate, unlocking the End Times Grand Gift Pack 2.0 will take about a month with a 3% progress per day. If 3 more rations are added, the time can be cut in half. Unfortunately, these 3 rations are already top-notch, and having gotten used to luxury food, they can't bring themselves to appreciate subpar items. Tang Chen stepped onto the balcony and felt a chilly wind blowing, which was quite unusual for September in the south, but luckily there was air conditioning indoors. Checking his phone, the weather temperature was no longer displayed, but Tang Chen felt it was around 10 degrees outside, and the weather was changing too quickly. In the living room, Tang Chen's gaze fell on Yichingi, who couldn't help but move back, feeling fearful of Tang Chen. Ignoring her, Tang Chen patted Inbai and Sun Ting's heads, preparing to enjoy breakfast. Breakfast was usually the most nutritious meal of the day, but as for Yichingi's actions, it was natural for her to eat what the 2 women left behind. When the mushroom chicken soup appeared, Yichingi and the others were dumbfounded. How could they have such food? There was even sweet and sour spare ribs, and a bowl of black-bone chicken rice noodles. Sun Ting and Inbai were already hungry and quickly started eating, the living room filled with the aroma of chicken soup. Yichingi's red lips began to secrete saliva, her throat couldn't help but swallow, but she could only watch with envy. Tang Chen didn't eat as extravagantly, just having 2 meat buns and kanji, checking for any messages in the neighborhood chat group. After more than 10 minutes, the 2 women were finally full, leaving the rest for Yichingi. Only bones were left of the spare ribs, and the black-bone chicken rice noodles were just a bowl of soup filled with bones. Eat, stop staring, Sun Ting said lightly. Yichingi looked at the leftovers, never having eaten like this in her life, but the strong aroma of the chicken soup was irresistible. With this self-comfort, Yichingi immediately started drinking the black-bone chicken soup and felt warmth in her stomach, even better than a Michelin-starred restaurant. Mix some rice for her, Tang Chen said lightly. You 2 have eaten all the meat, she can only be full by drinking soup and gnawing on bones. How can she have the energy to endure rough treatment if she's not full? And Bai quickly scooped a large spoonful of white rice, and Yichingi looked at the pile of white rice, feeling like she hadn't seen it in years. In this water shortage situation, who would have water to cook rice? Just eating raw rice would fill the stomach. Hurry up and eat, and Bai reminded, don't make Tang Chen angry, or you'll have nothing to eat. Yichingi gratefully looked at Inbai, and as the white rice was added to the chicken soup, it turned into a chicken and rice stew. The sound of Yichingi eating echoed in the living room, not even leaving the bones behind. Burp. Yichingi couldn't help but burp, feeling embarrassed. But it had been a long time since she had eaten so full, and if there was another bowl, she felt she could finish it too. Suddenly, a familiar ringtone sounded. Your fiancé is really concerned about you. Sun Ting picked up the phone and smiled. Yi Qingyi made no move to grab it, knowing that doing so would only anger them and cause harm to herself. My dad's friend said there will be a big drop in temperature and heavy snow in a few days. You should keep warm. Drop in temperature? Yi Qingyi felt nothing. Yes, it will be around -20 degrees during the day and -40 degrees at night in the southern region, even colder in the northern region. Don't go near the heavy snow, it's like this rain. Tang Chen frowned upon hearing this, thinking it would stop raining, but it turned out there would be a big drop in temperature, and it seemed they would be trapped here. No, he had to find a way to go out and find rations. Okay, I got it. I'll keep warm, don't worry. Why are you crying again? Zhang Zihui saw his fiancée crying and felt anxious. It's nothing, just feeling a bit sentimental. Ah, if you hadn't gone to your sister's house for dinner that night, you would have been by my side already, Zhang Zihui sighed. Yi Qingyi also felt the same way. If she had left, she wouldn't have encountered this devil. Sister-in-law, what are you doing? Suddenly, a youthful voice filled with vitality sounded, causing Tang Chen to pause, and Yi Qingyi finally breathed a sigh of relief. The girl on the phone was probably 17 or 18 years old, with a beautiful face exuding youth and energy, showcasing a youthful innocence and vitality, wearing a wool sweater that revealed a slightly sexy collarbone, and sporting an Hermes summer accessory on her slender neck. Nana, I'm resting. Jiang Nana hesitated. Sister-in-law, you should rest well, everything will be fine. Okay, I will rest well, don't worry about me. Yi Qingyi's face gradually flushed. How could she have become like this, bringing up her deceased brother-in-law? Jiang Nana expressed confusion. Sister-in-law, be sure to stay safe, my brother misses you a lot, he even secretly looks at your photos. What are you talking about, you little brat? Zhang Zihui felt a bit embarrassed, while Yi Qingyi felt even more ashamed, feeling unfaithful to love, feeling unworthy of her fiancé. You rest well, I'll go deal with her nonsense. Okay, you go. Listening to the playful voices coming from the phone, Yi Qingyi couldn't help but feel envious. She should have been a part of it. Ending the video call, she still had to face Tang Chen. So she's your younger sister-in-law. Sun Ting took the phone and opened the album, finding a photo to show Tang Chen. After seeing it, Tang Chen nodded. Not a bad choice. What are you up to? Yi Qingyi suddenly growled. Hearing the tone of her questioning, Tang Chen felt a bit annoyed. In the afternoon. Have some. In the living room, and Bai secretly took out leftovers from the fridge and brought them to Yi Qingyi. Looking at Bai, Yi Qingyi gradually let down her guard and weakly said thank you. Sister, don't provoke the host anymore. Yi Qingyi ate heartily, wanting to die but not daring to. And Bai, why are you all so obedient? Yi Qingyi asked, why don't you all resist? And Bai hesitated for a moment and said softly, we still have food and drink now, all provided by the host. If not for the host, we would probably have become corpses. There have been 4 or 5 more female corpses these days. Yi Qingyi certainly didn't want to. Every time she saw the female corpses on the grass, they were basically brutally violated. What has happened to this world, becoming so terrifying? If it was fear at first, then maybe it's gratitude now. Gratitude? Yi Qingyi exclaimed. Yes, what kind of character do those people in the neighborhood have? Is there a single girl who met a good end after being caught, and we are very safe under the protection of the host? What we give is nothing compared to what we get. Yi Qingyi suddenly realized that Bai made sense. At this moment, Sun Ting walked out of the bedroom and saw the two in the living room. Yi Qingyi quickly put down the plate in her hand, afraid that Sun Ting would report her. Sun Ting said lightly, eat, so you won't starve. And Bai nodded quietly and said, Sister Ting is not actually bad, it's mainly because you are too stubborn. Little Bai, don't talk nonsense, I am a bad woman. Sun Ting pursed her lips. In this world, being a good person doesn't have a good ending, it's better to be a bad person. And Bai pursed his lips, knowing that Sun Ting was just venting. Thank you, I'm full. Yi Qingyi wiped her mouth, feeling a sense of drowsiness from being full. Sun Ting reminded lightly, if you want to die, you can beg, the host will give you that chance, but if you want to survive, then let go of your identity as a CEO, or the fiancé of the young master, don't drag me and Little Bai down. Everyone wants to live, no one wants to die. The living room fell silent. And Bai handed Yi Qingyi a cup of warm water, and Yi Qingyi took the warm water but did not drink it. Instead, she whispered, can you find me a nice piece of clothing? Sun Ting and Bai exchanged a glance. This time seemed a bit different. It seemed that life was still the top priority. Tang Chen took a nap steadily, got up and stood by the French window, looking at the green belt in the center of the community, which was about to be completely covered by corpses. Perhaps the recent drop in temperature had reduced the stench of corpses. Tang Chen didn't want to stay in this environment any longer. he would eventually be suffocated. Opening the door and walking out of the bedroom, Tang Chen found that Yi Qingyi was not making any noise, seeming much quieter. He directly took out food as a reward. When Yi Qingyi saw a complete fried chicken leg in front of her, she suddenly had an urge to cry. This junk food that she used to ignore was now making her compromise her dignity to obtain it. Without hesitation, she ate it all. Isn't survival in the apocalypse all about filling your stomach? Do you have any other requests? Tang Chen asked calmly. This question was tricky, but it didn't stump the highly educated Yi Qingyi. She wouldn't make any demands in front of Tang Chen. She could only comply unconditionally, even if it meant jumping off from here. I have no requests, I just want to bring endless joy to my master. Sun Ting and Anbai exchanged glances again. This woman knew how to make men happy. However, Tang Chen didn't believe in Yi Qingyi, nor did he trust Sun Ting and Anbai. In the rules of the apocalypse, only oneself could be trusted, no one else could be trusted. Not bad, you two can have the rest of these. Tang Chen gave the remaining chicken legs and wings to Sun Ting and Anbai, mainly to let Yi Qingyi know that she shouldn't think she's superior just by acting cute. Without making any substantial contribution, she would always eat the leftovers of the other two. Listening to the sound of them chewing on the fried chicken legs, Yi Qingyi also yearned for it, but for now, she could only live like this. You can still communicate with your fiancé, but under my supervision. Tang Chen lightly touched Yi Qingyi's hair and smiled faintly. Of course, Yi Qingyi understood the implication of this supervision, but at least she could still see her fiancé. Thank you. Of course, you can also secretly ask for help from your fiancé to rescue you. No, I promise I won't. Yi Qingyi shook her head frantically, but she did have that thought in her mind. Tang Chen lowered his head slightly, his index finger lifting her pretty face, his thumb touching her soft red lips. It's okay, I will cut off your fiancé's head, make his skull into a bowl, and you will eat from that bowl every day. Your thoughts will be more harmonious. Hearing Tang Chen say such terrifying words, Yi Qingyi even had a visual image in her mind. Not to mention Yi Qingyi, Sun Ting, and Anbai were also frightened. Suddenly, Tang Chen burst into laughter. Oh, I was just joking, look how scared you all are, I won't tease you anymore. Sun Ting and Anbai looked at Tang Chen resentfully, but Yi Qingyi felt that Tang Chen wasn't joking, so she immediately said, I don't need to contact him, I belong to you. Perhaps only in this way could her fiancé's family be safe. I said it was a joke, I'm not trying to break up your loving relationship, making me seem like a bad person. Is there anything worse than this? Yi Qingyi could only think about it in her heart, but she didn't continue with this issue. After these few days of contact, she summarized a few important points. Don't ask too much about what Tang Chen says, don't pursue it, and definitely don't question it. Of course, sometimes you can, but that would definitely be a kind of pleasing and coquettish questioning. Ting Ting, give her back her phone. Sun Ting handed Yi Qingyi her phone, and Yi Qingyi was a bit confused. Wasn't this something used to threaten her? At this moment, Sun Ting felt embarrassed and said, I pretended to be you this morning, sorry. Pretended to be me? Just wanted to know where your fiancé lives, don't think too much about it. Instantly, Yi Qingyi's face turned pale. Tang Chen scolded, Tisk, don't scare people all the time. Tang Chen said as he held Yi Qingyi in his arms. If there is a chance to go to Yunhai City, I will let you meet. Just about to say no, Yi Qingyi immediately changed her mind and obediently said, but I am the master's cat, is it not appropriate? What's wrong with that, don't you want to meet? Yi Qingyi dared not say no, I want to meet. If your fiancé knew about us, would he be angry and hit you? Listening to Tang Chen's teasing tone, Yi Qingyi softly said, my fiancé won't know. You are getting more and more to my taste, rest well today. Yi Qingyi obediently sat beside him and was even rewarded with a pack of 6 yuan Lay's cucumber-flavored potato chips. Tang Chen pulled Anbai to his side and whispered, I plan to leave this neighborhood in a few days. The three women immediately looked at Tang Chen. Leave here? Will you take us with you? Of course I have to take you with me, otherwise who will I rely on? With this sentence, the three women breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Without Tang Chen, the great god, they could be snatched away at any time, and then subjected to abuse and trading. But it's getting colder now, and rain and snow can't touch us. If the wind blows into our clothes, we will die. Sun Ting expressed her concerns, going out could mean death, although there are only 3 of them here, it's still better than taking risks outside. But Sun Ting didn't know Tang Chen's intentions, 3 is too few, a drop in the bucket. Besides, there are almost no people left in this neighborhood to play with. I have prepared some things these days that can withstand rain and snow. Of course, I won't force you, you can choose to stay, I am reasonable. After saying that, Tang Chen showed a gentle smile. However, this smile did not seem gentle to the 3 women, it was like a bloodthirsty beast. Without any hesitation, the 3 women nodded simultaneously. Taking out his phone,
Tang Chen aimed the camera at himself. Xiao Bai, be cute, let's take a selfie. And Bai obediently closed her beautiful eyes, stuck out her delicate pink tongue, cute 10,000 times. Click. Tang Chen smiled on the phone, and Bai's beautiful face with a hint of blush, a bit cute, a bit shy, her jade-like fragrant shoulder leaning against Tang Chen. Tang Chen quickly posted it on his moments with a caption. She is really obedient. In Tang Chen's WeChat contacts, most of them were former bosses from his past jobs, who had often ordered him around, just to show off, and then visit them one by one. Sure enough, this moment's post caused a stir. Tang Chen, you little guy is amazing, and you have such a beauty with you. I have some goods here, do you want them? Damn, Tang Chen, you are still pretending, quickly send the beauty over. Xiao Tang, as your former boss, let me tell you, you can't afford this wealth. Tang Chen, where do you live? I'm coming to find you now. Seeing this makes me all hot, this slut is top-notch. Various envious and jealous comments were left under the photo, all in a condescending manner, making Tang Chen's smile even more pronounced. Ting Ting, come over here, the three of us will take a picture together. Tang Chen waved his hand. Sun Ting sat obediently on the side, and the two women leaned towards Tang Chen's cheeks at the same time. The scene was as sensual as it could be. After all, most women nowadays haven't taken care of themselves for a long time, they don't have the beauty like them. And this time, Tang Chen deliberately moved the camera down, revealing that half of the proud snow mountain, the black lace looming, making people bleed. With the caption, double the joy. Sure enough, when this moment's post was made, it caused an even bigger sensation. Xiao Tang, listen to Uncle's advice, you can't afford it, Uncle has plenty of goods. Tang Chen, where did you find these women? Tang Gu, I have goods here, do you want to share? Tang Zone, we are living worse than dogs, you are living it up, show us the way. Looking at these hostile replies, Tang Chen appeared unusually calm, slowly got up, and Yi Qing on the side thought he would invite her to take a selfie together, so she was about to stand up, but Tang Chen walked away. This left Yi Qing standing there dumbfounded, feeling like a clown, wondering if she wasn't qualified to join in the selfies with her looks, becoming a show-off capital. Yi Qing suddenly felt a sense of defeat. Tang Chen went to take a photo of the supplies and immediately posted it on his moments. Can't finish eating. With beautiful women and supplies, any man would know that this is definitely a heavenly life. Originally called Xiao Tang, everyone changed to call him Tang Zong. Tang Chen said that they were all former colleagues and should take care of each other, promising to send some supplies when they had time. A video call was made directly to Tang Chen, the manager of Huan Hotel, Xiao. Tang Chen answered the video call, and a middle-aged man from the Mediterranean appeared on the screen with a sly smile. Xiao Tang, do you remember me? Manager Xiao, of course I remember. How could Tang Chen forget? Back then, he was a doorman at Huan Hotel, and Manager Xiao was the lobby manager. Just because he was honest, the most tiring and dirtiest work was always his. He still remembered Manager Zhao's reprimand. You're just a country bumpkin, destined to be a laborer all your life. Letting you be a doorman is showing you respect, otherwise, go clean the toilets. But the appearance of that reprimand from back then had disappeared, replaced by a pleasing smile. Xiao Tang, I knew you had potential, but unfortunately, you left too soon back then. I was going to promote you to a team leader. Manager Xiao, I'm not suitable to be a team leader, you're overestimating me. Xiao Tang, you're wrong. You're the most promising young person I've ever seen. Tang Chen felt like he was about to be overwhelmed by the flattery. While Tang Chen sat on the sofa, he pulled Yi Qing, who was on the floor, into his arms. When Manager Xiao saw the charming Yi Qing, his smile stiffened. This is the third one. Having three exceptional women at home requires some strength, Manager Xiao thought to himself, at least he was at the boss level. Yi Qing finally felt comfortable in her heart, or more accurately, slightly balanced. But then she wondered why she cared about such things, she must be crazy. Manager Xiao must have something to discuss with me. Tang Chen said with a smile, holding Yi Qing's full chest. Yi Qing bit her red lips and hummed softly. This made Manager Xiao tear up. It's just that the food at home is running out. Manager Xiao found it hard to continue. He still had some memories of how he treated Tang Chen back then, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. Tang Chen understood immediately. Manager Xiao, I owe you for taking care of me before. Give me an address, and when the weather is better, I'll bring you some supplies. Oh, that's great. I knew I didn't misjudge you. Manager Xiao was overjoyed, but there was a hint of jealousy in his eyes, and he even started to have bad intentions in his heart. Tang Chen wasn't satisfied with just one address, as former superiors sent congratulatory messages one after another, each with an address. Tang Chen's smile grew even wider when he saw those addresses. Ding dong! Tang Chen's WeChat beeped, and the three women all looked at Tang Chen's phone, as if a boyfriend's message had arrived, and a girlfriend would instinctively look over.
It wasn't surprising that the three girls did so, as Tang Chen's WeChat had never beeped before. Even just now, they were all video calls to confirm if Tang Chen really had supplies, not just fake pictures. Tang Chen thought it might be an embarrassed former superior, but when he saw the name on WeChat, he paused. It wasn't a former superior, it was an ex-girlfriend. No, she couldn't even be considered an ex-girlfriend because she never agreed. Seeing Tang Chen's expression, the three women knew there must be a story behind it. How could such a strong man have something on his mind? The gossip in their hearts burned. Even Yi Qing was extremely curious, showing that women are very understanding. Tang Chen's gaze swept towards the three women, and they immediately lowered their heads, pretending to look elsewhere. Come and see if you want, acting like a thief, Tang Chen chuckled. And by rushed over first, Sun Ting couldn't hold her back. In case Tang Chen was just joking, you took it seriously, be careful not to have dinner at night. After confirming that Tang Chen was not blaming anyone, Sun Ting walked towards the gossip area. Yi Qingyi told herself in her heart, what gossip is there? It's none of your business, Yi Qingyi. When she saw Sun Ting and Bai's exaggerated expressions, Yi Qingyi scolded herself and immediately joined in the gossip. A person with a cartoon avatar sent a message. Are you okay? With just 4 simple words, the three women immediately concluded that the other party was a woman, and the relationship with Tang Chen was definitely not ordinary, otherwise she wouldn't have used this opening. So the three women came to the conclusion that it was most likely an ex-girlfriend. Asking one by one, it's giving me a headache, Tang Chen was speechless. Are you women so gossipy? Yi Qingyi, starting with you, then Xiao Bai, and then Ting Ting. Hearing Tang Chen put herself first, Yi Qingyi felt a little happy, but soon felt something was wrong. Why should she be happy just because she was ranked first? There's nothing to be happy about, Yi Qingyi, don't let him brainwash you, you're just bored and want to hear a story. Sun Ting immediately suggested, should we have some red wine? That way we can listen to the story. It's none of your business, go get it. Tang Chen didn't mind, anyway, it's just boredom, and no one else probably knows about it except himself. Sun Ting opened an 800 yuan bottle of red wine, poured it all out, and even poured a glass for Yi Qingyi. Ask away. Tang Chen took a sip and leaned back on the sofa. Yi Qingyi coughed lightly. Who is she? She should be someone I pursued in the past, Tang Chen said truthfully. It was a not very happy past, but now he could ignore that past and even share it with them. And Bai immediately asked, did you succeed in pursuing her? Or did you pursue her and then break up? Of course, I didn't succeed, Tang Chen replied. Sun Ting followed up, why didn't you succeed? Tang Chen was speechless. Are you stupid? If I had pursued one of you before, would you have paid attention to me? This statement was indisputable. The three women did not deny this fact. In the past, they indeed would not have paid attention to Tang Chen. What does she do? Didn't she like you? Yi Qingyi asked next. Tang Chen swirled the red wine in his glass and said softly, 3 years ago, we worked at a hotel, I was a doorman, and she was at the front desk. Then she must be very beautiful. Is she as beautiful as us? Let's see a photo. And Bai couldn't wait to see the photo, and Yi Qingyi also showed strong interest. Tang Chen clicked his tongue, there are no photos. There must be some on her social media. The three women insisted on seeing them. Oh my god, you guys. Master, you just said you wouldn't get angry. And Bai said pitifully. Tang Chen. Okay, I'll be reasonable. Saying that, he opened the other person's social media, but it was set to private, disappointing the three women, but being able to work at Huan Hotel's front desk, her appearance must not be too bad. Sun Ting continued to ask, did she reject you because she had a boyfriend, or for other reasons? Tang Chen drank the red wine in one gulp and said calmly, I don't know, but she is indeed quite good-looking, but a bit inferior to you guys. This made the three women feel comfortable. Although she's not as good as you guys, in the eyes of others, she's still a beauty. The working staff at the hotel all like her, she's a hot commodity, and of course, I was one of them. The three women couldn't help but listen intently, starting to imagine a scene in their minds, a poor boy professing his love to a flirtatious woman, and then being. The compassion in the women's hearts immediately surged, wishing to comfort the injured master and make him happy. At that time, the doorman's salary was only 800 a month. Yi Qingyi exclaimed, only 800? Later I found out it was just a trial period for me. Yi Qingyi felt that Tang Chen was too pitiful, no wonder he would retaliate like this. I remember it was a sunny afternoon, I spent a lot of money to buy her a meal at the highest standard hotel cafeteria. As soon as these words were spoken, the three women couldn't help but burst into laughter. Tang Chen's mouth twitched, I told you all something so heartbreaking, is it really that funny? And Bai, feeling wronged, said, I didn't laugh, it was you guys. Tang Chen helplessly said, I thought you would accept, but reality is cruel, I was rejected. The three women could already guess the outcome,
they would have rejected too if they were in her shoes. But Tang Chen didn't stop there, he continued. She flipped the plate, and the expensive dishes fell on the ground. People around were all looking over. Upon hearing this, and Bai stopped acting cute, finding it hard to believe, even if you reject someone, there's no need to do that. Then she said something memorable, and then looked at Sun Ting. Your insult earlier wasn't even worth mentioning. Sun Ting cursed herself silently. Why did she curse at people back then? Mainly because there were too many malicious comments on the screen during the dance, which made her irritable, and she vented her anger on Tang Chen when she saw him. She called me a country bumpkin, said I should lift my leg and pee to see if I'm qualified to invite her to dinner. The living room suddenly fell silent. Yi Qingyi didn't expect there to be such a woman, truly despicable. Just reject and move on. Why resort to hurtful words, even though Tang Chen is no saint either? Did you hit her? And Bai asked eagerly, hoping to hear that Tang Chen had beaten up that bad woman. Tang Chen shook his head with a smile. I picked up the food that fell on the ground. It cost 199 yuan, can't afford to waste it, even though there was laughter all around. The three women were shocked. Was the old Tang Chen so weak and timid? He seemed like a completely different person from the killer they had seen. So, I failed before it even started. Tang Chen shrugged, lit a cigarette. Now thinking back, he was so naive and weak back then. Then don't reply to her, let her starve. And Bai said angrily. Yi Qingyi suddenly said, that would be letting her off too easily. Now Tang Chen, along with the two women, looked at Yi Qingyi. Your change is too sudden. Smart Yi Qingyi naturally understood the issue of position. To make Tang Chen happy, she had to go along with him, giving herself a chance. But Yi Qingyi seemed to forget that her chance would come at the expense of someone else's suffering. In a way, Yi Qingyi's mentality was slowly starting to change. So how should I reply to her? Tang Chen found it quite interesting, curious to see their reactions. Yi Qingyi volunteered, Master, why not let me reply? Sun Ting and Bai looked at her, amazed at her courage. Tang Chen paused, curious to see how Yi Qingyi would handle it, and placed the phone in Yi Qingyi's hand. Yi Qingyi thought for a moment before replying, that's fine. Shanhu community in Huan City is considered upscale, with an average price of 21,000 yuan per square meter, close to the city center, and right next to the subway, very convenient. The residents here are naturally elite, and there hasn't been a situation like Tang Chen's, but it's only a matter of time. On the sofa, Xiao Yu, wearing thin pajamas, stared blankly at the TV, not caring about what was playing, thinking about one thing, how that country bumpkin used to live so well, even having a prettier girl by his side than himself, with the living room filled with more goods than he had. Looking at his dwindling supplies, Xiao Yu furrowed his brow deeply, wishing he could get his hands on those goods. Haven't you replied yet? A man in his 50s walked out of the bathroom, looking a whole lot older. Xiao Yu naturally cannot afford the house here with his economic strength. This house belongs to a man, specifically used to keep a lover, who is also the deputy general manager of Huan Hotel. However, this person is extremely overweight, at least 300 caddies, while Xiao Yu is only 90 caddies, sometimes feeling breathless under the pressure. Not yet, Xiao Yu said helplessly. Bai Jian sat beside her, his large hand resting on her fragrant shoulder. Once this kind of man gains power, he will show off, especially to those who have abandoned him before. So he will definitely reply to you, maybe even want to get you back, Bai Jian insidiously whispered, calculating how to seize resources. Without resources, those two beauties will naturally leave him, and then they will all be his. Ding dong. Look, isn't he taking the bait? Xiao Yu picked up her phone and sighed in relief, thinking he wouldn't respond to her. Just reply directly, make him happy, Bai Jian reminded from the side. Xiao Yu took a deep breath and replied, I miss you. On the other side, Yi Qingyi saw this reply and couldn't help but laugh. This woman has no shame. Tang Chen smiled without saying a word, pinching Sun Ting's exquisite face. Just a former front desk girl a few years ago, she couldn't compare to the anchor she was with. Yi Qingyi continued to reply, now you miss me, where were you before? Bai Jian chuckled at this reply, it seems he still has feelings for you, keep going. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Can you forgive me? Yi Qingyi couldn't stand it anymore, wanting to rush to the other side of the screen and beat this shameless woman to the ground. She's just a green tea bitch, and Bai said angrily, Master, you must not be soft-hearted. He, do you think I will forgive you? No way. Xiao Yu's face darkened a bit at this reply, a country bumpkin actually speaking to her like this. But with Bai Jian around, naturally the photo was taken and sent over. Yi Qingyi saw the photo and felt secretly pleased. Tang. Master, she knelt. Tang Chen glanced over, well done, get the address. Okay. Yi Qingyi continued to reply, you are much more obedient than before. Give me your address, I'll see if you are really obedient. Tell him, Bai Jian said in a low voice after some thought, planning to catch the person and not let the resources slip away.
Shanhu Community, Building 3, Unit 501.
Clean your butt and wait for me. After replying, Yi Qingyi felt relieved.
Tang Chen took the phone and glanced at it. You're good at chatting, telling her to clean up. Why don't you go play with her? No. I'm helping the master vent.
Yi Qingyi quickly shook her head.
Since you're chatting so enthusiastically, talk about your own matters. Yi Qingyi asked in confusion, my matters? What matters? Did she do something wrong again, provoking this devil? And Bai reminded, it's about some personal issues. We haven't seen you much in the neighborhood before, or how did you meet your fiancé?
Yi Qingyi's expression turned sad after hearing this. I've been hiding at my brother-in-law and sister's house, until that day. My brother-in-law was betrayed by his brother and killed my brother-in-law and sister. The three didn't react particularly strongly after hearing this, as if this kind of betrayal was commonplace, and they were all experienced.
How did you meet your fiancé then?
Sun Ting started gossiping.
Well, it's nothing special, actually. Yi Qingyi said instinctively, but quickly realized and added, I met my fiancé during a commercial collaboration. Sun Ting asked, you knew he was rich, so you pursued him?
How is that possible? At that time he was studying in his family's company, with a lower position than me, and he pursued me persistently.
Using money as a strategy?
And Bai asked with curious eyes, if it's a money attack, you can't catch up, using shameless and gentle tactics. Sun Ting laughed, serious women all fall for this.
What was your reaction when you found out he's a second-generation rich? Tang Chen was very curious, unsure whether to be happy or not.
Yi Qingyi joked, isn't there a saying, you can pretend to be poor, but you can't actually be poor? Insightful, Sun Ting gave a thumbs up. Joking aside, at that time I was quite angry, but also kind of happy. It was very contradictory.
Yi Qingyi recalled, not lying. Suddenly, Sun Ting brought up the death question, so now, do you think the master is good, or the fiancé?
Of course, the fiancé is better, Yi Qingyi expressed her thoughts without hesitation.
And Bai thought to herself, this won't be good, the master will be angry.
But Tang Chen wasn't angry, just showing it through actions.
In the garage, boss, let's take down building 3 tonight.
Exactly, we've already dealt with buildings 2 and 5, no need to worry about numbers, that crappy gun doesn't have many bullets. Boss, think about it, that's a room full of supplies, and 3 beautiful women. Hearing the words of his underling, the supplies weren't as appealing, but the thought of those 3 women's figures was the real motivation. Which man could resist such stunning beauties, while that damn delivery guy gets to play every day? Thinking about his own goods at home, there was simply no comparison.
Just a few people dying, so what?
Get ready, tonight we'll go kill that delivery guy, but we need to plan it out, kill him directly. Ding Feng made up his mind, either enjoy the women and supplies, or get killed, there's no third choice.
Fortune favors the bold, the timid starve.
At night, Ding Feng gathered his trusted men, promising them some time with the women if they catch them, and his men agreed with smiles. Around a large round dining table sat 10 men, with Ding Feng in the main seat, solidifying his position as the leader, his girlfriend sitting beside him, not pretty but young and useful.
Feng, now you're also the leader of the neighborhood, when will you lead the brothers to conquer the world?
One of the men was a bit tipsy, chuckling. Ding Feng took a sip of beer and said, conquering the world is a bit exaggerated, but this neighborhood is within our grasp. When the time comes, you can have any woman you want, even celebrities.
Boss, I want Li Linger, is that okay? Just once, even if I die.
A man with beady eyes and yellow teeth said drunkenly. The short man sitting next to him burped, I also want Li Linger.
Li Linger said, you men, can't you speak more civilized?
Ding Feng's girlfriend rolled her eyes, she was a rising idol with a stunning appearance, you guys aren't even worthy to lick her toes. The second-in-command chuckled, sister-in-law, what we do isn't civilized, why bother with civilized talk?
Forget about being civilized, cheers.
Ding Feng raised his glass. Cheers. Downing a gulp of beer felt great, even better with beautiful women around. At that moment, a knock on the door, one of the men unwillingly got up, grumbling, who's knocking? These men have no sense of timing, still want to come in and eat. Opening the door, the man looked down the hallway, where the 4 men who should have been guarding were lying in a pool of blood, and the delivery guy was standing at the door with a smirk. When there's good food, you don't call your brothers to come together, it's really heartbreaking. Tang Chen chuckled, his machete in hand, directly stabbing the man's abdomen, intestines spilling on the floor. The people in the room were stunned for a moment, then quickly grabbed their phones from the table, but when they saw the delivery guy Tang Chen standing at the door, their angry faces gradually turned fearful.
Him, how did he suddenly show up?
Ding Feng, who was originally arrogant, was now scared, his hands trembling.
Tang Chen walked into the room dragging a blood-stained horse-cutting knife, leaving long blood marks on the blade.
As Tang Chen sat down, the men around him were on edge, not daring to even breathe.
They had just been plotting to kill Tang Chen, but seeing him in person changed their attitude. There are peanuts too, they taste good. Tang Chen casually ate the peanuts. The leader Ding Feng sensed Tang Chen's hostility, but it was too coincidental that Tang Chen appeared just as they were plotting against him. There was a traitor in the group. As soon as Ding Feng thought about it, one of his men knelt in front of Tang Chen. "Tanggu, you promised not to kill me, give me supplies." Everyone looked at the traitorous man with hatred. "When did I promise you?" Tang Chen asked curiously. Before the man could respond, Tang Chen swiftly killed him, saying to the others, "Today you betray me, tomorrow someone will betray you. So I helped you kill this traitor, shouldn't you thank me?" None of the 9 men dared to speak. The woman trembled in fear, realizing her man was no match for Tang Chen. "This is the sister-in-law, don't be afraid, I don't kill women," Tang Chen said with a smile. Ding Feng knew that tonight would not be peaceful, as he had harbored murderous intentions. "What do you want?" Ding Feng asked in a low voice, feeling a bit inferior. Tang Chen scratched his head and said, as the saying goes, when you want to kill someone, be prepared to be killed in return. "Kill him." Ding Feng immediately grabbed a bottle and smashed it towards Tang Chen, but 2 of Tang Chen's men held him back. The bottle shattered on Tang Chen's forehead, but he didn't bleed. "You're a bit weak, I'm going to start fighting back now." Tang Chen's laughter made the 2 men next to him uneasy. With a surge of power, he beheaded the 2 men next to him. "Do you know why I like using a knife? I prefer the feeling of the blade cutting into a person's body, the flesh tearing, blood splattering, and the desperate screams," Tang Chen said. Ding Feng thought he was already twisted, but he was surprised to find someone even more twisted. "What are you all standing around for? Kill him. Otherwise, we will all die." Ding Feng shouted frantically, realizing he had no way out. Under the threat of death, the men rushed towards Tang Chen, disregarding their own interests. Outside, footsteps approached rapidly as the owner's men arrived, seeing Tang Chen inside and the bodies on the floor. "He's just one person, let's kill him. Everything will be ours," Ding Feng shouted loudly. The entire neighborhood's men had gathered here. How could they not kill a delivery guy? Clearly, Ding Feng had underestimated this delivery guy. "Kill him. Brothers, kill him, the beauties will all be ours." Indeed, the presence of beauties motivated them even more, with some even rushing towards Tang Chen. But Tang Chen swiftly struck down one person, splitting them in half, terrifying everyone with his power. However, those behind didn't see and continued to push forward, afraid of missing out on the credit. It was like lining up to die, but Tang Chen became more excited with each strike, his eyes red with bloodlust. He killed his way to the door, bodies piling up on the floor, creating a scene of horror akin to hell. Back in the room, Ding Feng stood still, his fruit knife trembling in his hand, his gaze fixed on Tang Chen, who looked like a blood-soaked demon emerging from hell. Tang Chen inserted the knife into the pile of corpses, wiped the fresh blood on his face with a few tissues that had not dried yet, and said, "Can't we just have peace? I didn't want to kill you guys in the first place. After all, I still have to stay here for a few days. I don't want the neighborhood to be lifeless and deserted. Now, almost all the men have been chopped by me." Ding Feng, breathing heavily, suddenly gripped the fruit knife tightly and rushed towards Tang Chen, his eyes emitting a final gleam. With a stab of the knife, splurt! Before reaching Tang Chen, his abdomen was pierced by the machete, and his whole body was impaled on the wall, the blade pointing upwards. Veins popped on Ding Feng's forehead, his hands tightly gripping the handle of the knife, his body sinking, about to be cut in half. The woman beside him was so scared that she dared not move, trembling uncontrollably. "Don't be afraid, I really don't kill women," Tang Chen walked to the woman's side and said with a smile, then pressed her on the table. Ding Feng's eyes were bloodshot, filled with hatred, but quickly turned into fear. His woman had turned into a dried corpse, as if all her blood had been drained. Was this delivery guy a vampire? Standing in front of Ding Feng, Tang Chen smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to last this long. I'll spare your life. I have to visit other homeowners." Pulling out the machete, Ding Feng fell to the ground, the blade already at his chest, blood flowing on the ground, his face pale. This was not mercy, just a painful waiting for death. "Demon. Devil. Da. Vil," Ding Feng muttered, wondering why he had provoked such a person when he could have lived a comfortable life. Tang Chen, who had tasted success, began knocking on doors one by one, forcibly opening them if they didn't. Standing in the master bedroom, Tang Chen smiled and lifted the bed. "Your husband wanted to kill me, but I killed him in self-defense. You won't blame me, will you?" The woman vigorously shook her head, too scared to look at Tang Chen. As Tang Chen walked out of the bedroom, taking away the belongings inside, he continued to visit the next house. It was a bloody and murderous night, with screams never ceasing until dawn. In the living room, the 3 women couldn't sleep because they were too worried. Tang Chen had said he had something to do last night and hadn't returned since. Now it was already morning, and there was no news at all. The sounds of terror outside continued, leaving them wondering what had happened. If Tang Chen died, they would face inhuman torture. Even Yi Qingyi didn't want anything to happen to Tang Chen at this moment. The pressure made Yi Qingyi unable to help but cry softly, recalling recent painful experiences, her sister and brother-in-law's tragic deaths, causing her to cry uncontrollably. Crying was infectious, and Enbai also started crying, while Sun Ting couldn't help but tremble, imagining herself turning into a corpse like her friend, tears in her eyes out of fear. Without Tang Chen, they were nothing. As the sound of the door opening rang out, the three women looked at it with fear and anticipation. They saw Tang Chen walk in with a smile, holding a large gift box, his whole body covered in blood. Crying so early in the morning. "I'm not dead yet," Tang Chen said helplessly. Enbai burst into tears, truly frightened. If Tang Chen died outside, she felt she would jump off the building. It wasn't for love, she just didn't want to suffer. "Oh, forget it," Tang Chen said helplessly. Sun Ting wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. "Xiaobai is like this, so timid." Tang Chen shook his head and walked to Yi Qingyi, placing the gift box down. "This is for you, no need to thank me." Looking at the gift box in front of her, Yi Qingyi was a bit stunned. Enbai had stopped crying, and Sun Ting was envious. This was the first time Tang Chen had given a gift. It probably contained a cake or something. Sun Ting thought to herself that Yi Qingyi hadn't done anything special, so why did she get such a reward? Was it because of her good performance last night? "I'm going to take a shower, you guys tidy up. Your makeup is all messed up from crying, looking like ghosts. Be careful, or I'll kill you all." The three women were stunned, quickly tidied up. Tang Chen only liked beautiful women, not ugly ones. In the bathroom, hot water washed over Tang Chen's muscular body, washing away the bloodstains. Thinking about the night's achievements, Tang Chen felt pleased. He had reached 63% progress in one go, just a little more to upgrade the gift package. The living room, the three women had already finished fixing their makeup, sitting next to the gift box. "What is it exactly? I'm so curious," Enbai said with watery eyes. Sun Ting envied. "We've been here for so many days and haven't received any gifts, and you just arrived and already have a gift." "Maybe because I'm a newcomer," she said. This was too much of a blow. Sun Ting and Enbai looked hurt. Yi Qingyi chuckled. "Just kidding, let's eat together." It was definitely necessary to get along with them. Hearing that Yi Qingyi was willing to share food, Sun Ting and Enbai were happy, and their opinion of Yi Qingyi improved slightly. Yi Qingyi slowly took the box down, and the three women's smiling faces immediately froze. Enbai covered her mouth, feeling nauseous, and rushed to the nearby trash can to vomit. Sun Ting, who had only been feeling queasy, couldn't help but vomit upon hearing Enbai's retching sound. Yi Qingyi, on the other hand, had no reaction, looking at the head in the gift box. It was the murderer who killed her sister and brother-in-law, Mao Gang. Sun Ting turned pale from vomiting, pointing and asking, "Who is this?" "It's the one who killed my sister and brother-in-law," Yi Qingyi said calmly. "Rest in peace, my sister and brother-in-law. Gangzi will come to apologize to you." Enbai wiped her mouth with a tissue, enviously saying, "The master is really good to you." Yi Qingyi just forced a smile. Why did Tang Chen suddenly act like this? Was he attracted by her beauty? Soon, Tang Chen walked out in his underwear and sat directly on the sofa, saying, "I'm exhausted." Sun Ting and Enbai understood immediately and went to massage Tang Chen. "Thank you." Yi Qingyi squatted at Tang Chen's feet, grateful. Tang Chen, with his eyes closed, said lightly, "I happened to meet his good brother, so I killed him directly." "What about his wife and daughter?" "They're all dead," Tang Chen said slowly, feeling sleepy. Sun Ting, who was massaging him, looked at Yi Qingyi and smiled, curiously asking, "Master, how was your night out?" "Killed a few people. You don't need to stay in the house all the time in the future, you can walk around the neighborhood," Tang Chen said contentedly. And Bai exclaimed, "I dare not wander around, I might get caught." "There are only 4 of us left in the entire neighborhood," Tang Chen said. And Bai and Sun Ting looked at Tang Chen in disbelief. Only the 4 of them left in the entire neighborhood? What about the others? Were they all dead? "Alright, I'm going to bed now." Tang Chen patted Yi Qingyi's head. "I like your performance." Tang Chen went straight to sleep in the bedroom, with a handgun placed at the door. Anyone who dared to open the door would be shot in the head. The 3 women knew this rule and never entered Tang Chen's bedroom. "Let's go out and take a look," Sun Ting suggested. And Bai worried, "What if it's a joke?" Yi Qingyi shook her head. "He wouldn't joke about our lives." Yi Qingyi was sensible, and Sun Ting and Enbai agreed. The 3 women took knives from the kitchen and went out. They bravely walked to the underground garage. The silence was eerie. They entered building 4 and immediately smelled blood. Blood was dripping from the stairs above, making them gulp nervously.
They continued upstairs, with Sun Ting leading, and Bai in the middle, and Yi Qingyi at the back. They soon reached the first floor, where the smell of blood filled the entire corridor. A man's body lay on the ground, and as they entered the room, the three women gasped in shock. The scene was overwhelming, and they leaned against the wall and vomited. The bodies were piled up like small mountains, layers upon layers, with a shriveled female corpse lying on the dining table, her eyes wide open in terror. Did he kill all these people? Yi Qing murmured, wondering if one person could do this. Sun Ting couldn't believe it either, but the evidence was right in front of them. He must be a disciple of some master, delivering takeout just to conceal his identity. And Bai felt that Sun Ting's speculation made sense, otherwise how could he be so powerful, single-handedly bringing down the entire neighborhood? How did this woman end up like this? Yi Qing walked into the house, enduring the smell of blood to observe the situation. And Bai whispered, "It looks like all the blood in her body has been sucked out. Could it be a vampire?" Sun Ting knocked on Bai's head. "You've watched too many American dramas, talking about vampires. But she really seems to have been drained," and Bai said, feeling helpless. Yi Qing agreed with Bai, noting that there was no trace of blood on the body, which was indeed strange. Could it be another kind of virus? "Let's go, let's check the next house." Arriving at the next house, the three women saw another shriveled female corpse. Just like in building number 4, all the women were shriveled, or rather, the entire neighborhood. This revelation left the three women pale with fear. They were now certain that it was Tang Chen's doing, and with a little deduction, they were even more convinced, especially since they had almost turned into such corpses themselves. Back in the house, the three women were still in shock, as if they were walking corpses. They believed Tang Chen was a vampire, specifically one who preyed on women. At that moment, Tang Chen yawned and walked out of the room, immediately noticing the fearful looks from the three women. After a moment of surprise, he smiled and said, "So you've seen it all?" And Bai nodded nervously. "Are you a vampire?" Yi Qing asked in disbelief. Tang Chen chuckled, acknowledging her intelligence but also hinting at her naivety. With a serious tone, he said, "I was planning to peacefully coexist with you all, but not anymore. Let's be clear, I am Edward, the 79th generation branch of Nicholas, a domestic vampire with dual front fangs." The three women gasped in shock. A real vampire, no wonder he could conjure food. This must be a vampire's special ability, just like in the movies. Seeing their reactions, Tang Chen chuckled to himself, amused by their gullibility. "Behave, or I'll suck all your blood dry." Tang Chen pinched Bai's cheek, finding her quite cute. And Bai nodded vigorously, while Sun Ting and Yi Qing followed suit. After teasing them, Tang Chen decided it was time for a meal. "Master, can I ask you a question?" And Bai nervously raised her head. Taking a bite of steak, Tang Chen grunted in response. "Master, why do you only eat meat and not drink blood? Won't you have nutritional deficiencies?" Tang Chen's mouth twitched. "Do you sleep in a coffin at night, Master? Are you evolved, not afraid of sunlight? If the blood types are different, will you feel nauseous when you drink?" And Bai bombarded Tang Chen with questions like an inquisitive child, causing Tang Chen's mouth to twitch even more. He picked up the curious Bai and sternly said, "I'll suck you dry right now if you keep asking." "Please don't, Master." Tang Chen went straight for Bai's pale neck, who felt like she was about to die, only to realize that her neck didn't hurt. "Ask any more questions, and I'll drain you of your blood," Tang Chen said sternly. Bai tightly hugged Tang Chen's neck, her slender jade legs wrapped around Tang Chen's waist, and she raised her head slightly, letting out a soft gasp. Sun Ting and Yi Qing breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Xiao Bai was going to die. Suddenly, Tang Chen stopped, looking outside, the wind stopped, the rain stopped, and no one knew when it happened. The rain has stopped," Bai exclaimed in disbelief. Sun Ting and Yi Qing in the room immediately came to the balcony, opened the window. Although there were dark clouds overhead, the rain had indeed stopped, the wind had stopped, and they could even see the sunlight breaking through the dark clouds, as if it was about to burst out. Yi Qing thought to herself, "Does this mean that rescue is coming soon, or perhaps this crisis will also pass?" Yi Qing's slightly dim eyes suddenly brightened, even Sun Ting's did. But before they could be happy, they saw scattered crowds appearing outside the community gate. The group of people gathered more and more, their shoes seemed to be covered with some kind of plastic, so they walked a bit strangely. But if they weren't mistaken, they should be coming towards their community. There were at least 100 people, while in their community there were only about 50 to 60 men left, and with so many of them remaining, there was definitely no internal conflict, at least not much. All these people were holding knives. They were definitely not here for rescue, they were here to kill. Tang Chen suddenly became excited. He hadn't killed enough last night, and today there were people coming to offer their heads, if killing people could increase his energy bar.
In the lead was a man with a bald head, looking fierce and evil, holding a butcher knife in his hand, even wrapping the handle and his hand together with a white cloth. "Boss, let Xia Yuhong and Feng Jin kill me later, damn it, they injured my brother at the supermarket last time," a man said coldly, wishing to chop the two of them into pieces. Mohan turned to his brothers and shouted, "Today's task is simple, kill men. Seize women. Seize resources." The younger brothers raised their knives excitedly and shouted, "Kill men, seize women, seize resources." "Boss, I heard there are beautiful women in this community, flight attendants, I saw them last time, so beautiful." The man's lecherous look was simply nauseating. Mohan spat, "From now on, the women in this area are all mine, Mohan, I will have 3,000 beauties in my harem. Long live the boss." Tang Chen on the balcony hugged the panting Anbai and smiled, "These people are united, unlike us. Shouldn't we hide?" Yi Qing suggested. There were too many people on the other side. However, Tang Chen threw the blushing Anbai on the sofa, took out the horse-cutting knife again, with a complex pattern engraved on the golden handle, showing nobility, the sharp blade emitting a cold light. Seeing Tang Chen about to go out to fight again, Sun Ting and Yi Qing began to worry. "I haven't killed enough yesterday, I'll make up for it today." Tang Chen opened the door, but paused. He took out a gun and handed it to Sun Ting, instructing, "You can use it to kill people, or yourself, I don't want to see my food dirty." After saying that, Tang Chen closed the door and left. Sun Ting held the cold gun in her hand, looked at Yi Qing swallowed, her mind seemed a bit confused. Sun Ting looked at Anbai again, forget it, she couldn't figure out what to do. The group of people below had already entered the community, and when they saw the bodies on the central greenbelt, they also paused for a moment. This community is really chaotic, so many people have died. Indeed, look at these women, TSK, it would be nice to have some fun with them. However, there were still a few men on the side vomiting wildly, thinking that their community was already cruel enough, but after entering this Jin Yuan community, they realized that their side was still too gentle, at least not so many women had died. "Boss, it's a bit quiet, I feel something's not right." A younger brother looked around the floors, thinking there would be someone watching, at least someone would secretly report, but found that there was not a single figure at any of the windows, which was eerie and sent chills down the spine. They even felt a cold and eerie chill. Mohan snorted, "Even if there's an ambush, if we don't rob them today, your wives and children will all starve to death." Upon hearing this, the men who were originally a bit confused immediately tightened the knives in their hands. "Now, it's either them or us. According to the plan we made earlier, let's finish this quickly. Who knows when it will rain in this damn weather." A group of people entered different floors, leaving their shoe covers outside. The group smashed the glass and entered the lobby directly. Mohan was here today to seek revenge on Dingfeng. Last time they were outside stealing food, they suffered losses, most of which were taken by Dingfeng. So as soon as the rain stopped, Mohan chose Jin Yuan community instead of other communities. "Boss, there's a smell of blood." The youngest brother at the front, only 20 years old, wearing a duckbill cap, seemed a bit nervous, his knife trembling in his hand. "What are you afraid of? We have so many people, let's go." Mohan sneered. Although the floors were high, they wouldn't take the elevator, it was too narrow. In case of an ambush, the advantage of having more people would not be evident. "Boss, there are many bodies upstairs." The youngest brother rushed down in a panic, his face pale, not daring to go up, it was too horrible, like hell. Mohan reached out and slapped him, "Coward, you're afraid of bodies like this, follow me up." About 20 people bravely climbed the stairs. The blood on the steps gradually increased, a shocking sight that chilled the heart. Even Mohan couldn't help but feel nervous. What had happened here? Soon, the group saw bodies, some cut into pieces, some split in half, and some with their heads moved. The ground was scattered with internal organs. Half of the people immediately started retching at the sight, something they had never seen even in movies. When they entered the house, the pile of bodies on the third floor made everyone stand still in shock. What had happened here? "Boss, what? What happened here?" It seems like they were all slaughtered by some sharp blade. The youngest brother squatting on the ground looked at the wounds. "Let's go, boss, this is too eerie." Mohan looked at Dingfeng's body, feeling that something was very wrong. His chest had been cut open. "Go find supplies quickly." The group dispersed to find supplies. One of the younger brothers accidentally bumped into a woman on the dining table, and her body fell to the ground. When the younger brother saw the woman's appearance, he screamed, startling everyone around. "Damn it, she's dead. Boss, this woman. The younger brother pointed at the woman, trembling all over, stuttering. Mohan looked over and was also shocked. The woman was only skin and bones, like a mummy. "Boss, there are no supplies in any of the rooms." "What?" Mohan shouted angrily and rushed into the bedroom to see for himself. Indeed, there was nothing. Had another group of people already looted them? How else could so many people have died? And what was the deal with this woman? Search the whole building. I refuse to believe there are no supplies. Mohan's face darkened. He was more afraid of starving to death than this strange woman. Just then, his phone rang. It was one of the leaders in the other buildings. Boss, everyone here is dead. The women have all turned into mummies. Same here, not a single one is alive. And there are no supplies at all. Everything has been looted. We seem to have arrived too late. The younger brother didn't finish his sentence before letting out a scream. Mohan immediately shouted, Hey, glasses! Speak! A sense of panic spread through the group. Mohan felt that starving to death was better than dying here. Tell the brothers to retreat, quickly! He shouted to the group. However, the community had already begun to echo with painful screams, sending shivers down everyone's spines. Boss, Building 3. There are people in Building 3, they've killed all our people and are heading towards Building 2. Mohan urgently asked, how many of them are there? We only saw one, but we're no match for them. Mohan thought the other party was a group of people, but it turned out to be just one person. Brothers, being scared by just one person, killing our people, we can't let it go like this. I guess the supplies are all in this person's house. Kill him. Get rid of him. Mohan looked at the men who were full of blood and courage, and his fear was once again dispelled. He ordered the group, all brothers, go to Building 2. After putting on shoe covers and walking carefully to Building 2, screams were already heard inside, undoubtedly calming their excited hearts. Brothers, don't be afraid. Mohan tried to stabilize everyone's emotions, and they cautiously entered Building 2. Opening his phone, Mohan whispered, Hey, what's the situation in Building 2? After half a minute of silence in the group. Hey, knife, noobs, monks, hey, are they all dead? Say something. However, no one replied in the WeChat group, and Mohan's lips began to tremble. He couldn't even dare to touch the door. Suddenly, a man slammed open the door of the safe passage, and painful screams rang out. Noobs, where did you go? Mohan gradually became sluggish and found that the noob's legs were gone, crawling only with his hands, with two horrifying streams of blood on the tile. As the noob crawled, he muttered in a daze, all dead, all dead, all dead. Devil, I want to go home, I want to go home. Listening to the noob's words, Mohan couldn't help but swallow a dry mouthful of saliva. At this point, the door of the safe passage was opened again, and everyone looked in that direction. They saw a bloody man holding a machete. His appearance was unclear, but they could see the slight smile on his lips. There are still so many people. Tang Chen walked to the side of the noob and smiled, then swiftly chopped off the noob's head with the knife, illustrating what it means to kill like killing a chicken. By now, some of the younger brothers had started to run, some even with screams. One of them forgot to put on shoe covers, and his shoes melted on the wet road surface, causing him to fall down in agony, convulsing all over, and died in a few seconds. Another one wore shoes with PU soles, ran away, but the splashed water landed on his back, instantly corroding his skin, causing him to fall down in pain. Tang Chen swung the knife, and the crimson hot blood sprayed out like a beautiful snowflake, resting the blade on his shoulder. What are you standing there for? Why aren't you running? Even Mohan, the boss, didn't hesitate to turn and run, and when the others saw the boss running, they quickly followed suit. Tang Chen stood at the door watching the fleeing people, and when Mohan saw Tang Chen not chasing after them, his fear turned into relief. Damn it, you wait for me, killing my brothers, next time I will definitely kill you. After saying that, he saw Tang Chen put down the knife, and somehow pulled out a pair of overalls, like the waterproof pants used for fishing in ponds. But Tang Chen's set was not made of rubber material. When Mohan saw Tang Chen holding the machete again, his face turned black, and he hurriedly ran. The brothers next to him cursed the boss in secret. He didn't even chase after them just now, why make threats, and now, he's chasing after them again. As they left the community, a car with only the rims appeared on the street, with 4 people inside. Without braking, they knocked down 2 people fleeing for their lives. The 2 in the back row even stuck out their middle fingers and laughed, you idiots, we'll run you over. Tang Chen paused slightly, and the machete in his hand shot out like an arrow, piercing the necks of the driver and passenger directly. The out-of-control car crashed into the green belt next to it, hitting a tree. The fleeing people turned back to look, their expressions strange, but still ran towards their own community. Tang Chen calmly walked to the car, and the 2 people in the back row climbed out of the car dazed, with blood on their foreheads. Pulling the machete out of the man's neck, Tang Chen said indifferently, I hate it when people call me an idiot. Men do not have the arrogance they had just now, looking at Tang Chen with a pleading expression, but unable to stop the blade from falling, the head rolling, looking at their own body, and the man who seemed like a devil. So regretful, why did they have to talk big just now? It was fine to talk big before, but now, talking big could be fatal. At this moment, Tang Chen's heart was as calm as a lake, killing without any ripples, just like stepping on an ant, looking at the fleeing crowd, and their fearful eyes, a smile gradually appearing on his lips. Quick, close the door. Close the door. The first man to rush into the community began to shout loudly, and many figures appeared next to the windows, looking at the men who had just left, wondering why they had returned so quickly, and they didn't even have any supplies in their hands. Did they not manage to loot the opposite community? No. Why were there so many fewer people now? Wait for me. Wait for me. I haven't come in yet. The man running behind shouted loudly, not even knowing where his knife had gone, with only one thought in his mind, to go home, close the door tightly, hide under the bed, hoping that today was all just a dream. Emohan looked at Tang Chen who appeared, his heart turning cold. Close the door. The double iron gates slowly closed, immediately securing them with iron chains, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If he dares to turn over later, stab him to death. Emohan still looked panicked, but his mind was still sharp. Open the door, brother, I gave you water yesterday, please, my wife and child are still inside. The man locked outside directly knelt down in supplication. However, the brothers inside had pale faces and dared not say a word, while on the third floor, a woman with a child looked towards the entrance. Mom, that's Dad, why won't you let Dad in? The young girl, about 7 or 8 years old, seemed unaware of what was happening, asking innocently. The young woman was only in her early 30s, but at this moment, she was already in a state of shock, her chapped lips trembling slightly. When she saw the young man with the knife walk up to her husband and raise the blood-red blade to strike, her husband's head rolled to the ground. The woman immediately covered her mouth, subconsciously covering her child's eyes as well. At the entrance, Tang Chen looked at the men inside the iron gates, kicking the severed head to the side of the trash can, fresh blood continuously flowing from the body. Courtesy demands reciprocity, now it's my turn to rob you. Tang Chen's light laughter sounded like a voice from hell, sending shivers down people's spines. Emohan raised his knife, laughing wildly. Kid, if you dare to come in, I'll stab your belly to pieces. As soon as he turned over, he would stab his belly until it was a mess. Tang Chen looked at the iron gate in front of him, realizing that he could indeed climb over it, but why bother with the trouble? Raising his horse-cutting knife, Tang Chen's gaze focused. With a clang, a dazzling spark burst out, and the iron chain was actually cut off. The men looked as if they had seen a ghost. Was this strength even human? The men who had just had some confidence suddenly screamed and ran towards the building, regretting that their parents hadn't given them more legs to run with. Tang Chen calmly opened the iron gate, then secured it again. It was clear that Tang Chen had no intention of letting anyone in the community escape. A one-sided massacre was about to unfold. Emohan returned home in a state of shock, immediately started packing his clothes. Honey, what are you doing? What's going on? Where are your people? Emohan didn't say a word, packing his clothes vigorously, trembling all over, even wetting his pants with urine, completely unaware. Honey? Honey! Ah! Emohan came to his senses, looking at his wife in horror. Let's go, we can't stay here, demons, devils. He killed everyone. Seeing her husband already in a daze, the woman didn't know what to do. Suddenly the daughter beside her pointed outside the window. Mom, it's raining again. Emohan stiffened all over, slowly raised his head, the glass window gradually getting wet, and he slumped to the ground. It's over, no one can escape now. Quick, go close the door, block it with furniture, hurry. Emohan shouted in fear, his wife was scared to death. The leader of the prestigious neighborhood was actually scared to this extent, indicating that Tang Chen's methods had already scared him to the core. Downstairs, Tang Chen had just arrived in the building when it started raining outside. Well, this way no one could escape. He went directly to the outside of apartment 101 in building 1. Tang Chen tidied up his appearance and then knocked on the door with a smile. Apartment 101 owner, your food delivery is here. Inside the apartment lived a family of 3. The man had just left, now he was tightly covering his mouth, and his wife was doing the same. Their 10-year-old son seemed unaware of what was happening, still wanting to speak, but the man covered his mouth directly. Whoever made a sound would die. Fear had filled the man's heart completely. He didn't even notice that he was covering his son's mouth and nose tightly, even exerting extra force. The son started to struggle, but the man just stared in terror at the door, the knocking sounding like a funeral bell. Knock knock knock. With a bang, Tang Chen kicked open the security door. Looking at the 3 people on the sofa, Tang Chen said lightly, do you know, I hate it the most when people don't open the door for food delivery? Do you know I'm in a hurry? After speaking, Tang Chen paused, chuckled, and said, bro, you're amazing, you even suffocated your son, impressive. He even gave a thumbs up, thinking that he probably couldn't do such a thing. The man looked down and saw that his son had stopped breathing. Ah! The woman screamed. The man stood motionless like a puppet. Tang Chen walked slowly, the blade scraping against the ground, making a slightly piercing sound. Sitting on a small stool, Tang Chen sighed. This is how the world is, you rob me, I rob you, either you kill me, or I kill you. The unfortunate thing is, you are weaker than me. With that, he chopped off the man's head, blood splattering everywhere. The woman's screams echoed throughout the neighborhood, all the women's faces turning pale, without exception. As Tang Chen walked out and arrived at another door, he said, Apartment 102 owner, your food delivery is here, the words sounding like a death sentence. As the sky darkened, the cries in the neighborhood didn't stop. Mohan crouched on the ground, wrapped in a blanket, trying to feel safe, his eyes scanning the neighborhood. They knocked on my door. What do I do? What do I do? Who will save me? Why is it a food delivery person? Why can't you even kill a food delivery person? Who will save me? I don't want to die. He's knocking on my door, sobbing. I told you not to go out and rob the neighborhood, you would be retaliated against, but you didn't listen. Ah! I can't take it anymore. A muffled sound came from outside. A man chose to jump out of the building to escape his psychological fear. However, those owners who sent messages never sent a second one. Mohan's eyes were filled with despair, his phone slipped from his hand to the wooden floor. His wife looked at her husband, who was supposed to be the leader, now looking so scared. Knock knock knock. Your food delivery is here. The voice at the door made Mohan pause for a moment, looking at the half bottle of water beside him, his gaze gradually becoming determined, as if that bottle of water dispelled his fear. Looking at his wife and daughter, Mohan grabbed the bottle and said softly, I will go down with him, you two must live well. Honey, Dad. At this moment, Mohan seemed to take on the responsibilities of a husband and a father, slowly unscrewing the bottle cap. Yes, this was the rainwater he risked his life for, any contact with it could lead to death. Who would dare to do such a dangerous thing? Despite being the leader, Mohan lived in constant fear every day, afraid that his underlings would kill him to take his place, and this bottle of water was his ultimate weapon. Now, it was time to use it. Standing at the door, listening to Tang Chen's voice outside, Mohan showed a look of resignation, pushed away the table and chairs blocking the door, and opened it abruptly, splashing the water towards Tang Chen who was half a meter away, some water dripping down the bottle, wetting Mohan's hand. But at this moment, Mohan was not afraid, even laughing wildly, because the devil in front of him was covered in rainwater. Haha, you delivery boy, I finally killed you. Tang Chen stood still, his expression a bit stiff, never expected that someone would try to kill him with water? Is he crazy? A piercing pain surged in Mohan's heart, his breathing immediately became rapid, his whole body slid down the wall, but the devil in front of him showed no reaction. Fear once again appeared on Mohan's face. Why? Why are you okay? Why is this happening? You splashed rainwater? Tang Chen was stunned, subconsciously touched his face. A wave of fear surged on Tang Chen's face, angrily shouted, damn it! Tang Chen raised his horse-cutting knife and madly hacked away, smashing the porcelain tiles, Mohan's body emitting a foul stench like minced meat. Tang Chen gasped heavily, careless, he was careless. Never expected someone would use rainwater to kill, never expected this. Wait, has he been poisoned? Why hasn't he been poisoned yet? Is it not time yet? After a minute, Tang Chen still felt nothing. In his impression, a person drenched in rain would convulse in pain within 5 seconds, and die within 10 seconds. Could it be enhanced physical body? Can it resist even this virus? Walking to the window, Tang Chen opened it directly and slowly reached out his hand. The icy rainwater fell into his palm, gradually forming droplets. It was impossible for Tang Chen not to feel nervous at this moment. But just now, he was splashed in the face and nothing happened. As time passed slowly, a deeper smile appeared on Tang Chen's face. His enhanced body could indeed resist the invasion of the virus. A low laughter slowly rang out, growing louder, but to others, it sounded like the greedy laughter of a devil. On the other side, the three women sat on the furry carpet, hardly speaking, perhaps each thinking about their own things. Sun Ting looked at the rain outside, then looked at the gun in her hand. Will he come back? Enbai asked softly, hugging her legs. Do you want him to come back? Sun Ting asked back. Enbai hesitated, because she didn't know how to answer. If he didn't come back, the supplies here could last a long time. Even if the whole community was deserted, it would be very safe. But on the other hand, she hoped he would come back, for a sense of security. Sun Ting then looked at Yi Qingyi. What about you? Yi Qingyi nodded, feeling that if she said no, Sun Ting would shoot her in the head. Yi Qingyi guessed right. If she answered incorrectly, Sun Ting would not hesitate to shoot, as it would mean one less person consuming supplies, and even if Tang Chen came back, there would be evidence. In fact, Sun Ting didn't know how to answer either,
both hoping he would come back and hoping he wouldn't. Perhaps the thoughts of the three women were the same. Suddenly, the phone rang. The sound of a voice call startled the three women, as they were the only ones left in the entire community. It was Yi Qingyi's phone, and it was clear who it was without thinking. Zihui. Yi Qingyi held the phone, her face tense. Jiang Zihui noticed that Yi Qingyi was not okay. What's wrong? Why so nervous? Oh, the rain stopped for a moment, then started again. I thought I could go out. What a pity. It stopped raining on your side, but not on mine. Yi Qingyi responded. Jiang Zihui could sense that his fiancé had been acting a bit strange recently. She used to rely on him a lot, but in the past few days, she seemed less dependent, and didn't even ask how he was doing, always him calling her. Hold on a little longer. My dad is planning to form a team. Yi Qingyi was stunned. What team? To make our area the safest, with security, search teams, medical teams, and so on. Do you have guns? After these days, Yi Qingyi knew that having guns was the key, everything else was useless. My dad's company security department has a few handguns, we'll go get them when the rain stops. Yi Qingyi nodded and suggested, if possible, it's best to go to the police station's armory. Ha! Jiang Zihui exclaimed, surprised that his fiancé could suggest robbing the police station so casually. Seeing her fiancé startled, Yi Qingyi forced a smile and said, isn't that how it is in movies? Idiot, that's a movie. Even if the rain stops, the police will still return to the station to get their guns. Why would you go rob them? But it was raining in the early morning that day, everyone was off work at home, and how much can we save by staying at home now? Yi Qingyi said lightly, hoping her fiancé would consider it. Jiang Zihui was starting to feel like he didn't know his fiancé in front of him. He had been worried about not having enough to eat before, but now she was worried about whether they had guns. He wondered if his fiancé was overly anxious and tired. Regardless, wait for me. I will come to pick you up, I swear. Yi Qingyi smiled and nodded, but now she didn't feel the same joy and dependence towards her fiancé as before. What was wrong with her? Was she sick? She even found it funny rather than touching when her fiancé swore. After hanging up the phone, Yi Qingyi ran her hands through her hair, looking particularly confused. At that moment, Yi Qingyi's phone rang again, and when she saw the caller ID, she immediately answered. Yuan. Looking at the girl in the video, Yi Qingyi breathed a sigh of relief. The girl on the phone was beautiful, with thin red lips, bright eyes, long black hair, and a complexion like white jade. Especially her crescent-shaped eyes seemed to be able to speak. Auntie, I just called my parents and they didn't answer. Are you with them? Xia Mingyue looked worried. Seeing that her aunt was fine, she figured her parents should be fine too. Yi Qingyi paused for a moment and smiled reassuringly. Your uncle and aunt are discussing matters at Guanzi's house. Don't worry, the phone probably got left at home. I see, you scared me. Xia Mingyue patted her chest and smiled warmly. Yuan, what's been going on with you these days? Your phone has been off. There was a problem with the circuit breaker, and it was just fixed today. But I suspect someone deliberately broke it, not wanting us to contact the outside world. Xia Mingyue furrowed her brows slightly, looking quite cute. Yi Qingyi immediately felt something was wrong. Has anything happened recently? And what about food? There's a lot less food than before. I even saw some girls going to the teachers' rooms, and the next day those girls got a lot of food. Yi Qingyi thought to herself that this was a bad sign. This kind of phenomenon was just the beginning, and if they pretended now, when it escalated later, it would be too late to pretend. Auntie, don't worry, I won't go even if I die. Don't tell my parents, so they won't worry. Yi Qingyi nodded, not knowing how to tell Xia Mingyue about her aunt and uncle. After ending the call, Yi Qingyi breathed a sigh of relief. Things are getting chaotic on your niece's side too, Sun Ting said lightly. It all started with exchanging food, and once a woman complied, a man's greed would gradually increase. Of course, there were good people too, but being a good person these days didn't lead to a good ending. And that was a university, where there was no shortage of young and beautiful girls. Once things got out of hand, it might be even more exaggerated than here. Yi Qingyi shook her head, feeling powerless. Didn't the master say he would take us away? And Bai suddenly whispered, giving Yi Qingyi a glimmer of hope. Sun Ting sneered, he won't save people for you. Yi Qingyi subconsciously said, my niece is very pretty, and even took out her phone to show a photo. So she's your niece. Sun Ting glanced at Yi Qingyi's phone, perhaps out of sympathy for women, she didn't mention the photos to Tang Chen. Sun Ting chuckled, you're such a good aunt. Although it seems safe here, in a sense, it's not safe at all. Yi Qing looked at Sun Ting and said in a deep voice, it's better to have one than a group. Following him at least ensures survival. You can't die every month. You seem to have a positive outlook. Sun Ting took a sip of water and couldn't help but smile. Throughout history, women have only had one path, which is to lean on powerful men.
That way, everything will be guaranteed. And Bai curiously asked while hugging a pillow, "What about your fiancé? Are you going to abandon him?" This question was too sharp. It was as if asking whether she would fulfill her elder sister's last wish or choose to go to her fiancé's house. Yi Qing would definitely choose to save her niece and then go to her fiancé's house. However, this idea was purely a fantasy, something that was impossible. If she had to choose, Yi Qing would choose the former. Sun Ting suddenly thought of something and smirked, "Won't you two feel awkward in the future?" And Bai. Yi Qing's mouth twitched. "I never thought about that. I'm actually looking forward to it," Sun Ting said mischievously. The scene would definitely be explosive. And Bai, with wide eyes, also seemed a bit eager. Yi Qing rolled her eyes, "Two perverts. Goose, goose, goose." Sun Ting and Bai both laughed, seeming to have become more harmonious. That night, the three women didn't sleep, chatting about past anecdotes, skincare products, celebrities, and eventually men. The conversation became increasingly inappropriate, discussing which position was the most comfortable. The sky gradually lightened, but it remained dark and rainy. Tang Chen let out a long breath, finally completing the task. He thought it would be done quickly, but the last 10% took all night. Fortunately, the final one was completed at 100%, unlocking the End Times gift pack 2. 0-inch and supplies 2. 0-inch have been received. Advanced enhanced body has been received. Weapon equipment 2. 0-inch has been received. Psychic has been activated. Note, psychic extraction of items. Extracting the End Times gift pack 3. 0-inch requires upgrading the energy slot. Wow, advanced enhanced body. Tang Chen couldn't wait to test how strong he had become. Should he try slashing himself to find out? Or maybe not, he was afraid of pain. The 2.0 version of supplies included more protective gear, modified vehicles, and medical supplies. In the 2.0 version of weapon equipment, Tang Chen finally saw many new weapons, such as grenades, RPGs, anti-tank mines, javelins, poison spikes, and other individual combat equipment. Compared to firearms, Tang Chen preferred to use cold weapons. Unfortunately, the 2.0 version did not include planes, cannons, or tanks. It would have been great to have them. Now for the main event. Psychic. The ability to control objects. Tang Chen stared at a cup on the coffee table, but it remained motionless. How do I operate this? At least give me an instruction manual instead of making me figure it out on my own. Should I make it fly by just thinking about it? With that thought, the cup suddenly floated in the air. Tang Chen was amazed as it shattered, but the fragments continued to float. Interesting. With the thought, the shards embedded into the wall like bullets, making Tang Chen gasp. This was faster than bullets. It's interesting how I'm becoming more and more like a devil. How can ordinary people survive? Standing on the balcony, Tang Chen looked down at a Toyota Corolla. The vehicle gradually floated and then crashed into a nearby tree. However, Tang Chen felt a bit dizzy and cursed to himself. Was it too far away, or was the vehicle too heavy? Perhaps his strength was not enough, causing this dizziness and disorientation. After resting on the sofa for a while, Tang Chen felt better. This ability was his trump card, best used in critical situations. Like the recent water splashing incident, if his body hadn't been enhanced to resist the virus, he might have already been lying on the ground as a corpse. Thinking back, I feel a little scared. My colorful life has just begun. Confiscating all the resources in the neighborhood. Although I don't worry about resources, I won't leave them for others either. Wanting me, Tang Chen, to be a good person in this lifetime is impossible. Walking out directly in the rain. The neighborhood behind me is empty. Looking at the damaged Corolla, Tang Chen raised his knife and split the whole car in half from the B-pillar. Tang Chen was stunned for a moment, shook his head helplessly, truly powerful to an extreme degree. As for the upgrade 3.0 gift pack, Tang Chen is not in a hurry now. Firstly, this method of leveling up is a bit tiring, the quality is not that good, and you have to go door to door to find it. If people come in a line, it's fine, but they are not stupid and won't line up. Moreover, it doesn't rise as fast as it did at the beginning. The last 1% took 10 people, all ready to sweep the next neighborhood. Also, in a whole neighborhood, there isn't a single beautiful person. Tang Chen guessed right about this issue. Indeed, several good-looking people died. If they had known earlier that their bodies could withstand the rain, perhaps they could have made some gains. Back in the neighborhood, Tang Chen took off all his clothes, washed them directly with water, especially his hair, not just rain, but also blood, to avoid getting them killed when he goes back, as there are too few beautiful women now. Upstairs, the three women who chatted all night fell asleep, but this time they didn't separate, they leaned on each other. Until the sound of the door opening, Sun Ting immediately woke up, holding a gun aimed at the door. "Oh, I surrender." Tang Chen raised his hands with a smile. "If that shot had really gone off, the bullet would probably have turned and blown your head off." Sun Ting let out a long breath. "You scared me, I thought it was someone else." And Bai immediately went to pour water. Her previous worries turned into smiles, instantly becoming obedient. Even Yi Qingyi let go of her hanging heart. Unconsciously, Tang Chen's life and death seemed to represent their own life and death. If she died, Tang Chen would definitely live, but if Tang Chen died, she probably couldn't leave this city, maybe not even this neighborhood. "Remember to turn on the insurance next time." Tang Chen patted Sun Ting's head. Sun Ting was puzzled, she had never played with this kind of gun before. Here, Sun Ting handed over the gun. She didn't want to hold such a dangerous thing. She felt she could understand Tang Chen's character a bit, having a gun was a threat to him. Tang Chen glanced at her and said with a faint smile, "Keep it for yourself." "Ha?" Sun Ting was stunned, while Yi Qingyi and Bai were also dumbfounded. Even more unbelievably, Tang Chen took out 2 more guns and gave them to Bai and Yi Qingyi. Since they planned to go out, they needed to be prepared for self-defense. It's best for them to have some means of self-defense. He didn't want to have to save them for no reason. "Practice your marksmanship later. I'm starving, let's kill for a night." With that, Tang Chen turned around and started preparing food for the 3 women. The 3 women held the guns. For them, this was a perfect opportunity. As long as they unlocked the safety, aimed at the back of Tang Chen's head, they would be free. If Tang Chen died, with 3 guns, it would be enough for the 3 women to ensure their safety, and with resources at home, Yi Qingyi felt she could go find Yuan. But this was just one of Tang Chen's tests. They say human nature cannot withstand temptation, and Tang Chen wanted to try if they had the courage to kill him. In fact, Tang Chen had wanted to try it a long time ago, but it was too risky before, he would have ended up being a scapegoat. But now it's different, the ability of telekinesis is fearless. As long as he fires, he will die the next second. For a moment, the living room was eerily quiet, suffocating. And Tang Chen took out youtiao, rice porridge, soup dumplings, and steamed dumplings for breakfast. And Bai had no reaction. Sun Ting frowned, also no reaction, but Yi Qingyi slowly raised her arm, but the angle wasn't very large. At this moment, Yi Qingyi was in a mental battle. If she killed him, could she really get out with these bullets? Even Yi Qingyi thought in her heart that if she fired this shot, Sun Ting and Bai's bullets would kill her. Even if Bai was too scared to shoot, Sun Ting would definitely do it. In Sun Ting's heart, Tang Chen was like food in life. Killing Tang Chen would be cutting off her lifeline. Thinking of this, Yi Qingyi lowered her jade arm. Perhaps this was her fate. Tang Chen glanced sideways, his eyes filled with a coldness, but as Yi Qingyi lowered the gun, Tang Chen showed a disdainful smile. "I thought you would shoot, but you disappointed me. In the end, you are just an ordinary woman." After a hearty meal, Tang Chen burped and began to have the 3 women practice shooting at home. "Don't stick your butt up so high." Tang Chen slapped Bai's buttocks, making Bai feel wronged. Sun Ting had a strong learning ability, hitting the target at 10 meters. Yi Qingyi's posture was a bit off, so Tang Chen personally went to hold Yi Qingyi. "Hold with both hands." Tang Chen whispered in Yi Qingyi's ear, making her nervous but still following Tang Chen's instructions. However, the next sentence made Yi Qingyi feel like she was falling into an ice cave. "You just raised your hand." Startled, Yi Qingyi pulled the trigger, and the gun fell to the ground with a bang. Tang Chen picked up the fallen gun and handed it to Yi Qingyi with a smile. "Why are you even more timid than Xiaobai? You disappoint me a bit." "I won't disappoint you," Yi Qingyi immediately said firmly. Tang Chen patted Yi Qingyi's buttocks and said with a mysterious smile, "We'll see how you perform. Practice well, I'm going to sleep." As Tang Chen closed the door, Yi Qingyi sat down in shock, realizing she had raised her hand, and was about to kill herself. A chill ran down her spine. "He can give us the gun, which means he's not afraid anymore." Sun Ting broke the silence. "Why didn't he give us money before, but now he can give it to us boldly? There must be a problem." "Yeah, he's a vampire. Maybe he's upgraded this time and isn't afraid of guns anymore." Yi Qingyi cursed herself for forgetting his identity. Suddenly, Tang Chen stuck his head out of the bedroom and said with a smile, "If anyone scores below 8 rings tonight, congratulations, you'll have to stay up all night with me." After saying that, Tang Chen closed the door. The 3 women looked at each other and immediately started practicing shooting. Even Bai, who was afraid, became determined. Staying up all night, who can handle that? It's better to practice shooting well, so you won't die naturally, but that gun can kill. Tang Chen slept until evening and woke up, eating while checking the results. As the saying goes, marksmen are trained by bullets. Moreover, a distance of only 20 meters is not too difficult. All 3 women passed the test. Now it's time to increase the difficulty. At 50 meters, just hitting the target is enough.
Then at 100 meters, hitting the target without missing is enough, but those with good results will be rewarded.
Master, what's the reward? Enbai curiously asked. What reward do you want?
Enbai hesitated for a moment and said shyly, I just want to be with the master. Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi thought to themselves that maybe if they made a mistake in the future, Tang Chen wouldn't have the heart to kill them.
Competition leads to progress. From the balcony to the building across the street is about 100 meters.
At this distance, the bottle on the opposite coffee table is just as small, making it quite challenging for a handgun. Bang, 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 the number of shell casings on the ground increased, but Tang Chen had prepared 10 boxes of bullets, leaving the three women dumbfounded, as if he were an arms dealer. People in other neighborhoods thought they were setting off firecrackers, as the sound of gunfire continued non-stop. After 2 days of continuous training, they could hit the target more or less at 100 meters, and Tang Chen was very satisfied with their progress.
Next up was the rifle.
The AK had a bit too much recoil for them, so they switched to the G36 assault rifle. The weight of the rifle was still a bit uncomfortable for the three women, so they started doing some strength training with dumbbells whenever they had time. Sun Ting, at 9 o'clock direction below, there is a body wearing a white coat, Tang Chen said, holding a telescope.
Sun Ting now held the gun in a very cool posture, smoothly pulling the trigger towards the body. Bang, bang, bang. Tang Chen showed a satisfied smile, at least all shots hit the body. Seeing you like this, I think of Peace Elite, Tang Chen teased Sun Ting, black stockings, isn't that perfect skin?
Yi Qingyi chuckled, it does remind me a bit. You're not any different yourself. Sun Ting rolled her eyes, you're even more flirtatious than me. Next, Enbai and Yi Qingyi completed the shooting tasks, the bodies were hit and blood splattered.
Master, do you have a sniper rifle? Enbai curiously asked. You like sniper rifles? Tang Chen asked curiously.
I usually like to play CSGO in my spare time. Sniper rifles are ruthless. Tang Chen took out an AWM sniper rifle directly. Yi Qingyi said that even if Tang Chen took out a rocket launcher from his pants, she wouldn't be surprised. Enbai's eyes lit up, she started playing immediately, even putting down her feet and lying down to aim the gun. Tang Chen sat directly on Enbai's back, holding the telescope to observe the target. At 11 o'clock there is a crystal ball in the window with red curtains. Got it.
Enbai was quite professional. Bang.
Tang Chen raised his eyebrows, this little white one had some skills. Too close, he praised her. On the street downstairs, about 300 meters away, there is a light bulb on the street lamp.
Bang. Impressive, Xiaobai, Yi Qingyi couldn't help but praise.
Tang Chen suddenly had an idea, the mouth also can't be too weak, sometimes you have to help yourself grab other dog food, can't just raise them for nothing, wasting their talents. Tang Chen continued to search for targets, suddenly a window caught Tang Chen's attention, his mouth curled up. Xiaobai, at 2 o'clock direction, about 700 meters, the window in the middle of the 8th floor. Enbai aimed at the target, only to see a woman with her hands pressed against the window, looking very painful, and the man behind her with a smug smile, continuously hitting the woman's body. Your target is that man, Tang Chen said calmly. Enbai nodded, aimed at the man's head, at this moment not afraid at all, even though it was the first time shooting a living person, because looking at that man, she would think of those beasts.
Bang! Enbai's body trembled slightly.
Tang Chen breathed a sigh of relief, patted Enbai's fragrant shoulder, you still need more practice. After speaking, he put down the telescope. Sun Ting immediately took the telescope and looked, indeed hitting the target, but she blew up the head of the woman. Xiaobai, you also relieved her pain, Sun Ting comforted. Enbai's face looked a bit bad, feeling guilty, clearly she was supposed to kill that man, but she forgot about bullet drop, which doesn't exist in the game. Yi Qingyi said softly, Xiaobai, even if you kill that man, other men will kill that woman. But this is my mistake.
Tang Chen patted Enbai's head, practice more if you're a novice.
This ignited Enbai's competitive spirit. As a girl, she had been criticized for being a novice while playing games, especially this phrase, practice more if you're a novice. In the next 3 days, Enbai practiced crazily, starting from an 800-meter distance, gradually increasing the distance, and the best result was a headshot at 1,000 meters. All the deceased were men, sometimes she would startle herself, then say, almost hit the cute kitty. This shocked Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi, the previously timid Xiaobai, who killed men with a sniper rifle without blinking, even pursued headshot accuracy. It must be said that this is a girl addicted to games. However, this also led to all the floors in the opposite direction drawing the curtains, too scared to show their heads. Enbai and Sun Ting's marksmanship also improved a lot. The bodies in the central area of the community were no longer intact, now it was just a step away from real combat. Before actual combat, you still need to practice some close combat.
Don't go grabbing hair or anything like that.
As for combat, Tang Chen also has no experience.
Her experience is just a series of strikes, all instinctive actions, but they won't be. Fortunately, Yi Qingyi has learned a little Sanda, so teaching a little is better than nothing. Before going out, it is necessary to rehearse. Now the main form of combat is based on buildings, and the enemy's heavy firepower is mainly large machetes. There is nothing to fear, the only thing to watch out for is that the enemy is not afraid of death and will do anything, so you must maintain a good distance. The three women began to cooperate as a team, but in terms of clothing, they were still so sexy. Tang Chen felt that they were just trying to please themselves. Who would wear a t-shirt wrapped around their chest to go out shooting? This outfit can only appear in games, and it might even be censored in games. In the early morning, it was still raining outside, but much lighter. Vehicles would occasionally appear outside the street, all coming out recklessly to find supplies. After all, it's not windy yet, and once it gets windy, not many people will come out. Clicking sounds echoed in the living room. The three women were wiping their pistols, their movements skilled. Tang Chen, with her fluffy hair, came to the living room and said, "It looks like we're almost ready. Today, we will go out." The three women immediately stopped what they were doing, feeling a mix of excitement, nervousness, and fear of the unknown. Patting Yi Qingyi's round buttocks, Tang Chen smiled and said, "You can't hide a gun dressed like this." "Master, we have been ready for a long time." And Bai put on a long down jacket, revealing only her white ankles. However, when Bai opened the down jacket, the scene was indeed too sexy, and the gun was hidden on the side of the down jacket. It must be said that they had put effort into pleasing Tang Chen in this aspect as well. With all the supplies taken, not even a bottle of water left, this was Tang Chen's principle: wherever they went, nothing would grow. Since it was their first time going out, the three girls dressed up carefully. Yi's sister is so beautiful, no wonder she has the rich second generation mesmerized. "Bai, I'll tear your mouth off," Yi Qingyi said with a smile as she pounced towards Bai. Bai quickly hid behind Sun Ting, saying, "Ting Jia, save me. Ting Ting, move aside." Alright, we're all about to go out." Sun Ting squeezed out a smile. The rain was still falling outside, although Tang Chen said there was a way, they didn't know what it was. What if they caught a cold from the rain? Bai was also worried, but she used this method to keep herself from thinking about it. After everything was ready, Bai suddenly said in a low voice, "If there is a next life, maybe we will be best friends." Yi Qingyi showed a wry smile and patted Bai's head. "There won't be a next life, just this one. Yeah, let's live for today." Sun Ting also patted Bai's head. Bai glanced, "You're all patting me like I'm stupid. If the master doesn't want me later, you'll have to compensate." Outside, Tang Chen, who was waiting, heard the laughter of the three women. What's going on? They seemed so happy, why not share it? Soon, the three women came to Tang Chen, swaying slightly, showing off and trying to please. It must be said that Bai chose a good mesh suit, pure desire style, with a hazy sexiness and transparency. Yi Qingyi also looked good this time, with a sexy fishtail lace, soft lace close to the skin, and a sweet butterfly bow decoration, exuding a sweet and charming style. Sun Ting was more direct, wearing a black halter open crotch body stocking, with a design of circular connections that perfectly showcased a hot style. However, looking at their high heels, Tang Chen really wondered if they could run after someone. But if they stood on the street like this, men would probably rush towards them like zombies and tear them apart. Let's go. The three women wore down jackets to cover their delicate bodies, but their three beautiful faces couldn't be hidden no matter how much they tried. Men are not blind. Arriving at the underground garage, the three women saw the clothes Tang Chen had prepared in advance, which looked like protective suits. Sealed all over, warm and rain resistant, easy to put on and take off. Tang Chen would definitely not let the three women die. After all, they had been training for so long and could be considered his henchmen. Where else could he find both food and henchmen? These clothes were from supplies 2.0, and they had tried them out in the past 2 days. It's really quite lightweight, Sun Ting exclaimed after putting it on and moving around. Bai said, "Why do I feel like we're a group of scientists in a biohazard crisis?" It does seem like it. Yi Qingyi tried a split, showing good flexibility. Did he have Doraemon's pocket, able to produce anything? "Are we walking out?" Bai curiously asked. Tang Chen shook his head. "Do I look like someone who walks?" "No." He pressed the car key. Beep beep. A damaged tank 300 flashed not far away. Bai curiously ran over and exclaimed, "Come and see, it's amazing." Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi went to look and were also stunned. The tires of the car were actually tracks, which seemed to be for snow use, but it was perfect for the current situation. Tang Chen walked over and patted the hood. Originally 2.0 was upgraded to a 4.0 engine, reinforced crash beams, thickened body, bulletproof glass, no rubber parts in the whole car. "With this guy, we can travel anywhere." Yi Qingyi couldn't wait to go to Yunhai City to bring out his niece, but his mind was in chaos regarding his fiancée. You drive. Tang Chen threw the car keys to Yi Qingyi. Yi Qingyi was stunned. Wasn't he afraid that he would drive away? Now he had a gun, protective suit, and even a car. He could go anywhere in the world. Tang Chen forgot to mention that there were 2 C4 bombs in the car. If they drove away, they could blow up to the sky. He would probably be sad for 3 days. After all, Xiaobai was still very cute. But Yi Qingyi was not stupid. Tang Chen wouldn't hand it over so easily. Perhaps there was a tracker or something in the car. If he drove away, Tang Chen could quickly find him. Yi Qingyi's mind was indeed quick, but he overlooked one thing. Tang Chen wouldn't bother looking for him. The only outcome of betrayal was death. Let's take off the protective suits first. Nothing will happen to the car. Put them on when we get off later, Tang Chen said as he sat in the back seat. Sun Ting and Bai obediently sat on either side of Tang Chen, while Yi Qingyi drove honestly. Yi Qingyi had never driven a tracked vehicle before, so he was extra careful. Tang Chen said casually, just drive. With that, Yi Qingyi stepped on the gas, feeling the push, but the tracks made it slower. Driving out of the underground garage, rain fell on the car roof, and the wipers automatically turned on. Holding Sun Ting, Tang Chen said lightly, let's go to Yinghua Road, Dihai District first. Okay. The appearance of the car attracted a lot of attention, and people looked out of the windows with surprise and envy. Indeed, they were envious. After all, the car was full of top beauties, with a fragrant aroma. Tang Chen looked at both sides of the street. Burned vehicles, scattered bodies lying around, especially in front of supermarkets or malls. There were more bodies. But the streets were deserted, with hardly anyone around, as it had happened in the early hours of the morning, and most people were at home. Yi Qingyi didn't even avoid the bodies, just drove over them. Tang Chen said speechlessly, have you never driven before? It's too bumpy. How can you be a driver? Sorry, I couldn't be bothered to avoid the bodies. Look, there are a lot of people dead at the police station over there. And Bai pointed not far away and exclaimed, indeed, there were quite a few dead at the entrance. Sun Ting speculated, I guess several groups of people wanted to go to the police station to get guns and ended up killing each other. Let's go check it out, Tang Chen said casually. Yi Qingyi drove the car into the police station and stopped. You guys go, I'll stay with the car. Tang Chen's words made the 3 women's hearts tremble. This was the police station. What if there were people with guns inside? It would be dangerous. But the 3 women did not dare to go against Tang Chen's wishes. They put on protective gear, grabbed the MP9 submachine gun, opened the door, and got out of the car. This was not a drill, but entering a real battle. Tang Chen noticed that Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi seemed nervous, while Bai was excited. The 3 women did not speak. They communicated through gestures as they entered the lobby. The lights in the lobby were still on, and there were several bodies on the ground, one of them wearing a police uniform, perhaps an officer on duty. Bai and Yi Qingyi remained vigilant, while Sun Ting examined the wounds on the bodies to determine if they were caused by gunshots or stabbings. However, all the wounds were from stabbings. There were no gunshot wounds. The 3 women continued to move towards the building. Just as they passed through the corridor, Yi Qingyi noticed more bodies ahead. She immediately tensed up. Yi Qingyi cautiously approached the bodies and discovered gunshot wounds on them. Her expression changed. As they continued walking along the bodies, they reached the armory. The door was open, and the safes inside were all open as well. It was clear that the guns had been taken. The 3 women exchanged glances, nodded, and continued searching the rooms. Along the way, they found at least 50 to 60 bodies, all killed by gunshots. There were bullet holes in the walls, shattered glass, indicating that a gun battle had taken place here. Tang Chen sat in the car with his eyes closed, waiting quietly. He knew he couldn't always protect them. They had to grow quickly. Half an hour later, Tang Chen saw the 3 women coming out, looking more courageous. The 3 women arrived at the car shed, disinfected their wrists with a button, and watched as the rainwater on their protective gear slowly evaporated before getting into the car. How was it? Sun Ting replied in a deep voice, there was no one inside, but there was a gun battle. Many people died inside, and we didn't find any firearms. They must have been taken away. Even if they were taken away, there probably aren't many bullets left, Yi Qingyi added. Judging by the decomposition of the bodies, they had been dead for at least 10 days to half a month. It doesn't matter, let's go. Tang Chen didn't pay much attention. What kind of weapons could a regular police station have? At most handguns and maybe shotguns. Rifles might be at the city bureau. Sun Ting pursed her dry lips and said, those who can break into a police station to steal guns are desperados. Elites from high-end neighborhoods wouldn't take such risks. It's likely organized by the big brothers in society. Are you suggesting that these people are likely hiding in entertainment venues like clubs, KTVs, saunas, and bars? Yi Qingyi whispered. Bai reminded, at dawn,
only these entertainment venues are open." Tang Chen suddenly laughed. The three women looked at him, wondering why he was laughing while they were discussing serious matters. They thought so in their hearts but didn't dare say it out loud. "You three are like the Three Kingdoms strategists, able to deduce the likely suspects," Tang Chen praised. With Tang Chen's approval, the three women felt a bit proud, looking down on others. After all, they were all college graduates, and Yi Qingyi was even a top student from a prestigious university. Sun Ting had this speculation because she had noticed that most of the bodies had tattoos, indicating they were young members of society. "I need to take care of my own matters first." Tang Chen didn't want to waste time in such a place. Yi Qingyi started the car again and drove towards their destination. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the target neighborhood and parked under the eaves of a small alley. "You wait here, I'll be right back." Tang Chen put on his protective gear and slowly walked out of the alley. The three women in the car were a bit quiet, and Bai was playing with the submachine gun, showing a keen interest in firearms. Yi Qingyi gripped the steering wheel tightly, lost in thought. Sun Ting reminded, "If you dare to drive away, all three of us will die." Yi Qingyi frowned tightly upon hearing this, then relaxed after a while. "I won't drive away. Take the opportunity to mention your nephew's matter, maybe he will go," and Bai suggested. Yi Qing nodded, "Thank you." On the other side, Tang Chen had already entered the residential area. Unlike his own neighborhood, there weren't many bodies downstairs here. It seemed that the people in the upscale neighborhood had higher quality and harmony. Tang Chen found the place according to the address and knocked on the door. Footsteps sounded from inside, and the door opened. Tang Chen saw a man with dry, cracked lips, looking decadent and thin. If he remembered correctly, this was the manager of the hot pot restaurant. He used to be fat and would bully Tang Chen at work, finding various reasons to deduct his salary and making him work overtime without pay. In the end, he overheard that this guy had actually taken the money he had deducted. Angered, Tang Chen left without taking his half-month's salary, assuming he had taken his own half-month's salary as well. "Tang Chen? You really came? That's great. Did you bring food?" The man immediately looked at Tang Chen's hands, but they were empty. "Why didn't you bring food? Didn't I ask you to bring food?" The manager's expression changed instantly, reverting to his previous demeanor. Seeing the manager's face, Tang Chen showed a sincere smile and pulled out a gun. Bang! The manager fell straight to the ground, and Tang Chen walked into the elevator with his hands in his pockets and left. The gunshot had startled the neighborhood, instilling unease in everyone. Perhaps Tang Chen didn't know that his shot had triggered the unrest in the neighborhood ahead of time, but he didn't care. In this post-apocalyptic world, Tang Chen only cared about himself, and others were insignificant. Looking at the cars in the alley, Tang Chen smiled. Surprisingly, they hadn't driven away. Next, Tang Chen executed each person on the list one by one until he had cleared the list by 4 in the afternoon, a way of settling things with his past self. However, there was still one person left. "I've already arranged it. They will arrive this afternoon." Yi Qing handed the phone back to Tang Chen. Tang Chen was satisfied. "I heard that wealthy people live in Shanhu district. There should be plenty of beautiful women, right?" The three women shook their heads, saying it depended on luck. Shanhu district was a Riverview property in Huan City, also a school district, with a park nearby. It was considered a prime real estate, where many bosses bought a property to showcase their status, even if they had to take out loans. For Tang Chen, owning a house here was a huge sum. But that was in the past. Now, perhaps a bottle of water could secure it. Meanwhile, Bai Jian and Xiao Yu were discussing how to take down Tang Chen and make him hand over all the supplies. "Are we leaving here?" Xiao Yu seemed reluctant, but the food and drink were running out. Over these days, Bai Jian hadn't changed much in size, but he had slimmed down slightly. "What, can't bear to leave this nice house?" Bai Jian snorted coldly, indicating that he would have left long ago if not for Xiao Yu's usefulness. Xiao Yu remained silent. Bai Jian looked at the information on his phone, his face serious. He considered himself lucky to be in this neighborhood, as the photos shared by colleagues were horrifying. He felt that this neighborhood was doomed, and it was only a matter of time. If they didn't leave soon, they would end up like those useless subordinates. The fact that Tang Chen claimed to have a way to come over delighted Bai Jian. He thought Tang Chen was a fool for coming to show off for a silly woman. When he had Tang Chen's supplies and those women, he would be much stronger. "When he arrives, I'll drug him in the water." Bai Jian took out a pill that Xiao Yu recognized. Sometimes Bai Jian would force him to take it, leaving him weak and helpless. Xiao Yu could only nod, not daring to resist. Bai Jian, with his fat body, hugged Xiao Yu and painted a rosy picture. "With those supplies, we can hold out for a few months at least. Maybe this crisis will pass." Hearing this, Xiao Yu's eyes filled with hope, and his gaze became determined. At this time, the phone rang, and Xiao Yu looked over. "He's almost here."
Bai Jian immediately showed a cunning smile. If he really brought a woman, then he could have some fun. Tang Chen didn't just bring one, he brought 3. There are people at the gas station up ahead. Yi Qingyi, who was driving, looked to the left front, and indeed there was a Sinopec station. Under the roof, there seemed to be 2 cars parked, and several figures could be seen standing by the cars. Let's go get some gas. After saying that, Tang Chen patted Sun Ting's head. You're still eating, get to work. It's almost my turn, and Bai said pitifully. Tang Chen shook his head helplessly, fixed his pants, and Sun Ting took out a handgun to check the ammunition, then loaded the bullets. And Bai could only temporarily satisfy his craving with a piece of bubble gum, skillfully checking the handgun. The mechanical sound seemed to captivate and Bai. Crazy brother, a car is coming. Beside the car, a young man with green hair shouted, holding a baseball bat. In Tang Chen's eyes, this was no different from a primitive tool. The man sitting in the car smoking had a crew cut, wore a silver decorative necklace on his chest, and despite the cold weather, he was only wearing a black vest. On his shoulder was a tattoo of a skull, his gaze fierce and menacing, clearly not someone to mess with. He also held a Nepalese military knife with traces of blood. Damn, crazy brother, we hit the jackpot. It's a modified Tank 300 with tracks. The guy in the passenger seat was excited, grabbing a knife and getting out of the car. Crazy brother exhaled a puff of smoke. Tracks, indeed a good idea, smart. Crazy brother, are we going to kill them all later? Crazy brother flicked the cigarette but, not caring that it was a gas station. Since they have this ability, we should keep them, it will be helpful to Mr. Hua. But crazy brother also reminded, if they dare to come back after seeing us, they are not easy to deal with. Be cautious, observe first before taking action, don't mess up the plan. Yes, crazy brother. When the group of people saw that the driver was actually a woman, they were all stunned and approached to take a closer look. And she was a beauty. Crazy brother, a top-notch one. Even crazy brother was amazed. It had been almost a month of crisis, and women like her were rarely seen. Not even the women around Mr. Hua could compare to her. Let's take a look first. If she's suitable, we'll grab the woman and take her back first. Crazy brother's mouth gradually revealed a bloodthirsty smile. It was so silly for such a beautiful woman to be wandering outside. Yi Qingyi parked the car, slowly opened the door, and revealed her fair ankle. The men standing beside her looked at the red high heels and fair ankle, swallowing hard, as if they hadn't touched a woman for a long time. When they saw Yi Qingyi's face, their eyes were like wolves, wishing to tear her to pieces. The only regret was that she was wearing a long down jacket, so her figure couldn't be seen. But even with a flat figure, she was still top-notch. After getting out of the car, Yi Qingyi stretched lazily, twisted her slightly stiff neck, and muttered, so tired. Crazy brother and the others were puzzled. Could she not see us? Are we invisible? At this time, the rear car door also opened. When they saw Bai and Sun Ting getting out of the car, the little brothers, including crazy brother, were dumbfounded. It had been a long time since they had seen such women. Those high heels seemed to be stepping on the ground, but they were actually stepping on the hearts of the brothers, making them ecstatic. They couldn't wait to grab those legs and have their way. Today was a lucky day, encountering 3 top-notch women. Mr. Hua would definitely reward them generously. Crazy brother even had the idea of keeping them for himself. Indeed, for beautiful women, anything could be done. Beauty is a disaster. Finally, Tang Chen jumped out of the car, attracting the attention of crazy brother and the others. A man and 3 women? What was this man's identity? How could he have 3 top-notch women with him? Crazy brother? What should we do? The little brother quickly asked. The crazy brother is not too confused yet. First explore the bottom, be confident to bring out 3 top-notch goods, presumably have some skills. Crazy brother, are you too cautious? Just one man, what are you afraid of with 3 women? The younger brother seems to have been dazzled by beauty. However, the crazy brother was not happy and said, you are the boss and I am the boss. The younger brother quickly apologized. Tang Chen smiled and took out a pack of cigarettes, standing next to Sun Ting who took out a lighter to light it up. You two go inside and take a look, Tang Chen said lightly. And Bai and Yi Qing nodded and walked towards the house, only to find that all the food and water inside had been looted, with some bodies lying on the ground, 3 of them wearing gas station uniforms. After all, the gas station is also a place for storing supplies, which is equivalent to a battlefield. And on the cashier's side, a naked woman with disheveled hair, her face unclear, and a snaggletooth man with a sneer, completely unaware of Bai and Yi Qing's arrival. Outside, the younger brother walked over with a baseball bat on his shoulder. Brother, where are you from? Tang Chen flicked the cigarette ash and said lightly, none of your business. This made the younger brother unhappy. If the boss hadn't said to be careful, he would have gone straight for his head. We are from Hua's group,
that's crazy brother over there, go say hello." After saying that, his eyes scanned Sun Ting's face, becoming more and more greedy. Inside her down jacket, Sun Ting held a gun, unable to resist the urge to blow his head off. The sudden mention of someone named Hua made Tang Chen pause for a moment, then he looked towards the car not far away and walked over with a sincere smile. The younger brother looked like he understood everything, and even showed off his tongue to Sun Ting. "Crazy brother, I've heard so much about you." Tang Chen laughed. Seeing that Tang Chen seemed to be quite interesting, crazy brother opened the door and walked down, showing Tang Chen the Nepalese military knife in his hand, which had already taken 10 lives. "Brother, where are you planning to go?" Crazy brother asked with a smile, as if they were long-lost friends. Tang Chen shrugged, "I don't have any plans, just wandering around." "Just you alone?" Crazy brother asked curiously. "My neighborhood has gone crazy, who would stay and wait to die?" Crazy brother burst into laughter upon hearing that he was alone. "Exactly, the neighborhoods nowadays are so hypocritical, unlike us, who value loyalty, share hardships, share blessings, and play with women together. It sounds like your place is nice, crazy brother." "Indeed, have you heard of the Royal Club? Our boss Hua has a lot of resources, as long as you have the ability, he is willing to accept you. I see that your modification skills are good, do you want to join us?" Tang Chen had indeed heard of the Royal Club, and even delivered takeout there. It was also a famous club in Huan City, with young and beautiful girls inside, but a bit expensive. Tang Chen said he couldn't afford it. If it weren't for going to Cha Yu's house, Tang Chen really wanted to go and have a look. "How about in a few days? Can you give me your WeChat?" Tang Chen's words were sincere, but they sounded dismissive to Crazy Brother's ears, almost like a rejection. "Where are you busy going, brother?" The smile on Crazy Brother's face faded a bit, and a hint of malice began to show at the corners of his mouth. "Just visiting an old friend." "I see." Tang Chen looked at the empty car and asked curiously, "What about you guys, where are you going? Didn't find any supplies?" Crazy Brother didn't answer, but sighed, "Brother, you should know the ways of the world. Let's talk nicely, or else everyone will be in a difficult situation." "How did I not talk nicely?" Tang Chen looked puzzled, and his innocent look made Sun Ting almost burst out laughing. "Kid, you're refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit." Tang Chen scratched the back of his head innocently. "If you act like this, I'm also in a difficult situation." The younger brothers standing nearby had already started to move slowly, in a surrounding manner, their knives gleaming. "Crazy!" A sudden panicked voice rang out from the house. A young man didn't even have time to put on his pants, and ran outside frantically as if he had seen a ghost. However, the people around were laughing and joking. "Fish brother, why aren't you wearing pants? The brothers don't like this." This fish brother was probably scared stiff, and just as he was feeling good, he saw two guns appear and instinctively ran out. The sound of a gunshot shattered the fragile balance, a bullet hit the back of Fish Brother's head, and the young men around were stunned, looking towards the door. Yi Qingyi raised her arm, a wisp of smoke coming from the barrel of the gun. The crazy brother was dumbfounded, the woman actually had a gun. Yi Qingyi walked slowly towards them, the young men around instinctively backed away, feeling a bit at a loss. When she reached Fish Brother, Yi Qingyi emptied the magazine at his crotch. Bang bang bang! The young men around were all intimidated by Yi Qingyi, thinking she was just a weak woman, but she killed without hesitation, not even blinking. Yi Qingyi had indeed killed for the first time, but she felt no guilt for killing such scum. In fact, she felt good, especially seeing the way these men looked at her. She removed the magazine, took out a new one from her pocket, and loaded it with a click. The young men seemed frozen in place, then looked towards the crazy brother. "They have guns, what should we do?" Tang Chen spread his hands helplessly, saying, "I told you it would be difficult, you didn't believe me. Now look, my cats at home are going crazy, I can't control them." Hearing Tang Chen's words, the three women knew what to do, but felt no challenge, their weapons were too primitive. The crazy brother, no longer in his previous attitude, suddenly said, "Bro, how about I give you a little?" Before he could finish his sentence, Sun Ting raised her hand and shot him in the head. "Oh, why did you do that? He was just going to give me his WeChat, and you shot him in the head." Tang Chen rolled his eyes. Was it necessary to be so cruel? Sun Ting pouted, "Sorry. Why are you apologizing to me? Apologize to him." "Okay." Standing in front of the crazy brother, Sun Ting said seriously, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have shot you in the head." Then she shot him in the head again. The young men had never seen such ruthlessness. They chatted and laughed as they killed the crazy brother, even shooting him in the head after he was dead. Were bullets that cheap? Tang Chen covered his face. "You've smashed his face, how are we going to unlock his phone with facial recognition later?" "The crazy brother's phone is unlocked with fingerprint." A young man nearby quickly threw away the knife in his hand, truly a model of being able to read the situation, and Bai smiled gently at the young man. "Thank you." "Ah, you're welcome." The young man blushed. This cute girl must have been coerced.
Another gunshot rang out.
The young man fell in disbelief. The last image in his mind was the gentle girl raising the gun. Why was she smiling so softly? The young men had never seen such a perverted scene. Feeling like they were playing house, two of them even ran into the rain. And Bai and Yiqing raised their guns and shot. A spray of blood mist shot out from the running young man's head, not killed by the rain, but by a shot to the head. Sister has good marksmanship, and Bai said with a smile.
Yiqing was modest, it's just luck.
The remaining four young men knelt down and begged for mercy. They were not human, they were demons. Compared to Huazong, they were like obedient elementary school students.
Tang Chen sighed. I just wanted a WeChat, but you had to fight. Now look, people are dead.
The four young men cursed shamelessly in their hearts. So shameless.
Tell me, where were you planning to loot? Tang Chen smiled.
The young men had never seen such a terrifying smile, and quickly confessed where they were planning to go.
Big brother, we were planning to go to Shanhu community. Tang Chen was taken aback. So these people were going to rob Shanhu community? It's not about robbing, it's about teaching a lesson and probing the truth. Tang Chen hissed, I don't quite understand what you're saying.
Sun Ting raised her hand and fired a shot. You speak. The young man looked at the bodies around him, unable to utter a word.
Bang!
Tang Chen pressed his hand on the young man's shoulder and showed a comforting smile. Don't be nervous, just don't be like them. The young man nodded vigorously. Our Huo boss has a deal with Shi boss from Shanhu district. Our Huo boss provides water, and Shi boss buys it at 100 times the market price. But these days, Shi boss has mortgaged all her real estate to Huo boss. Huo boss then makes her provide young men and women. Shi boss refused, so she sent us to cause trouble and kill a few people. The four of them were surprised to hear that money could buy resources. They were still hoping to return to the way things were before.
As businessmen, it was not unreasonable. Yiqing suddenly asked curiously, is the Shi boss you mentioned the one from Conway Real Estate?
Yes, that's her.
Tang Chen turned and asked, do you know her?
I met her at a banquet once, and this Shanhu district is also one of her properties, Yiqing recalled. And Bai also remembered something. I think I heard the boss of first class mention something about the real estate queen Shi boss in Huan City, who is also a philanthropist and has donated a lot to elementary schools.
Yes, that's her. The young man nodded quickly. Tang Chen frowned, did I ask you to speak?
Sun Ting raised her hand and fired a shot. The last young man trembled all over, suddenly convulsed, foamed at the mouth, eyes wide open, and then collapsed on the ground, convulsing twice before going still.
Was he scared to death? Enbai looked puzzled. Yiqing frowned, seems like it. So scary, Tang Chen said. Who's scaring who here? You women are shameless.
But from what he saw this time, their combat effectiveness was already established, and their marksmanship was not bad, hitting the moving target at 10 meters. Just as he finished his thought, Tang Chen heard vomiting. Sun Ting and Yiqing were leaning against the gas pump, vomiting, while Enbai patted their backs and gave Tang Chen a helpless look.
You'll get used to this situation. Go get a phone, Tang Chen said softly.
Enbai took a phone from the young man's pocket, unlocked it with his fingerprint, and made some changes to the settings. Tang Chen wanted to see who this so-called Huo boss really was and gather useful information.
Back in the car, Tang Chen suddenly remembered something. You guys said Shi boss is pretty, right?
Yes, she's pretty,
Yiqing nodded. As pretty as you?
Almost, but she has a bigger chest than me.
Tang Chen, sitting in the back, was stunned. He leaned forward to take a look and even reached out to touch. Really? Yiqing blushed slightly. Yes, really.
Well, how old is this big boss?
Around 36 or 37, I think. An old woman.
Tang Chen lost interest halfway, picturing sagging, wrinkled skin and crow's feet in his mind. Yiqing rolled her eyes. She takes good care of herself. I've seen her, she looks like she's in her 20s.
You're just bragging. It's true, I'm not lying to you. I don't believe you. Unless you bring her here. Yiqing fell silent.
And Bai and Sun Ting chuckled on the side, realizing that this was the real Tang Chen, with a hint of humor.
They actually thought Tang Chen was quite handsome. Why didn't he have a girlfriend?
It was all because of one word. Poor. Just as Yiqing was about to step on the gas and leave, a woman wearing a thin coat ran out of the house, her hair disheveled, but she didn't look very old, probably around 30, with a good figure.
Wait. Yiqing stopped the car and rolled down the window. What's wrong? Can you take me with you, please? I beg you, I don't want to stay here anymore.
The woman pleaded desperately, bowing with her hands together. Seeing Yiqing silent, the woman continued to plead, these people deliberately kept me here, every time they come. I beg you, please show some kindness, do some good deeds and repay.
Tang Chen lowered the window on the side and said with a smile, sorry, beauty, there's no room.
However, when the woman saw that there was no one in the passenger seat, she immediately knelt down,
"Big brother, I beg of you, I still have my mother at home, and children, please, I beg of you." Tang Chen sighed, "It's pitiful, let her be free, so she won't suffer humiliation." Yi Qingyi's heart trembled, saved her, but now had to kill her? Looking at the woman kneeling and kowtowing on the ground, Yi Qingyi slowly took out a handgun. But as soon as the woman raised her head and saw the gun pointed at her, her eyes filled with fear. "I'm sorry, I'll leave, I'll leave." After saying that, the woman turned and ran, while Yi Qingyi pulled the trigger. Bang! A spray of blood floated in the air, and Bai lowered her head slightly, feeling a bit lost. Tang Chen pulled and Bai close to him. "This is the way of the world, she will only suffer and die, better to give her a quick death." However, Tang Chen added that if they wanted to get in the car, they needed to meet certain standards like these women. Taking out his henchman's phone, Tang Chen looked through the chat records. This was Zong indeed had some means. There were 287 people in this group, and he was the leader. These 8 people were just a small group within it. The so-called crazy brother was just the leader. As they said, they were going to cause trouble in Shanhu district. But this trouble was not about smashing things, but about killing people. Do you think these few people who didn't reply to the boss's message will think they were taken out by the people in Shanhu district? Tang Chen joked. Sun Ting opened a bottle of mineral water and handed it to Tang Chen. With Hua Zong's methods, next time it won't be intimidation, but gathering henchmen to take over Shanhu district. Then we have to act first, for the area's not yet taken over, there should be plenty of beauties. Tang Chen chuckled, "I'm a big pervert now, ordinary women don't even bother with me, I don't even want those who come to me. I don't want to endure the suffering for experience anymore, after all, doing it just for the sake of it is boring, like a beast. There must be more than in our district." Sun Ting was a bit worried now. If new people joined, would it affect her? Looking at Xiao Bai playing with firearms, no scheming at all, and Yi Qingyi driving even had fantasies of leaving. They were somewhat united, but if there were several beauties in Shanhu district, they might join another group, and then their lack of unity would be a problem. Sun Ting shuddered at the thought. Xiao Bai was obedient, she would talk to Yi Qingyi later. No matter what, they had to unite now. Even if new women joined, they had to be stepped on. Yi Qingyi, who was driving, was not stupid. The two women were already thinking along the same lines. No matter what kind of women joined in the future, they would have to go through a series of training before they could take up their positions. And this so-called training, Yi Qingyi had experienced it once, for words to describe it. Better off dead. Tang Chen probably didn't know yet that his little den was starting to show class divisions. But Tang Chen didn't care about these. Competition leads to progress. A group of women without thoughts were no different from robots. As the saying goes, my demands will only get higher, I won't keep idle people. Change the car. Tang Chen suddenly said. Yi Qingyi, who was driving, agreed. She had just thought of suggesting a car change. After all, driving such a modified car into another district was a bit inappropriate. Change the lace accessories you're wearing inside, or others might think I'm a pervert. The three women chuckled simultaneously. TSK, what are you laughing at? Believe it or not, I'll deal with you. Tang Chen rolled his eyes. If I'm a pervert, you're even more perverted than me. The sexy outfit appeared in the car, and Tang Chen teased occasionally, enjoying this easy life. Parked the car in the alley not far from the residential area, and the four of them found a BYD car with only the hubcaps left and got in. Xiao Bai, when we get in, you are my girlfriend. Really? That's great, and Bai said happily. Sun Ting pursed her lips and said, Master, next time let me be the girlfriend too, okay? Sure, we'll take turns. Tang Chen shrugged. Now everyone was eager to be the girlfriend, but why didn't they see this enthusiasm when delivering takeout before? Suddenly, Tang Chen put his hand on Yi Qingyi's head and gently rubbed it. Xiao Yi, how about we make a bet? A bet? Yi Qingyi asked in confusion. I know you have a niece trapped in school. If you win, we'll go help her. Yi Qingyi's eyes lit up and she nodded quickly. Don't be so quick to agree. You know the consequences of being saved by me, Tang Chen warned. Listening to Tang Chen's words, Yi Qingyi bit her lip slightly, her once rosy lips losing color gradually. After a while, she replied, I know. Don't celebrate too soon. If I win, I will go kill your fiancé's entire family. Are you willing to bet? And Bai and Sun Ting in the back seat were stunned. It seemed that Tang Chen never let his guard down with Yi Qingyi. I won't lose. Yi Qingyi firmly gripped the steering wheel and said in a low voice, Good, I admire your spirit. Tang Chen patted Yi Qingyi's fragrant shoulder. Courageous women like her were much better than those who only knew how to rely on others. What should we bet on? Tang Chen hadn't thought about it yet, so he turned to Bai and Sun Ting. What do you think we should bet on? Sun Ting and Bai were shocked. They were being asked to choose the bet. Weren't they afraid of being biased towards Yi Qingyi? Yi Qingyi looked back at them with a pleading look. Sun Ting thought to herself, if she chose a bet that favored Tang Chen, Yi Qingyi might break off the relationship,
and there were still unknown beauties in the Shanhuxio area who would surely be retaliated against. It was better to send a favor, even if it meant facing Tang Chen's punishment.
How about we use that, mister? She as the bet?
And Bai suddenly suggested.
Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi were taken aback. Using a woman as a bet, wasn't that Tang Chen's strong suit? Which woman could escape his clutches? My Xiaobai is so clever and sensible. Tang Chen reached out and pinched in Bai's cheek.
And Bai playfully rubbed Tang Chen's palm, like a big doll cat.
And Bai continued, let's bet on whether, mister. She will run away in the end. Master, you can't threaten her. Hee hee, interesting. Tang Chen also became interested. He then looked at Yi Qingyi and said, ladies first.
Yi Qingyi clenched her fists, her heart beating faster, her breathing quickened, and her mind was in chaos.
She won't run, Yi Qingyi said firmly. Mister.
She was not a foolish woman. She should realize the benefits of being with Tang Chen. However, Yi Qingyi seemed to have forgotten one thing and Bai's warning about not threatening.
Then I'll guess she will run, and you two can be witnesses. Sun Ting and Bai nodded.
Of course, this time you two can help her a bit, so I won't bully her.
Yi Qingyi was secretly delighted.
Although she had only met Shi Meng once, it was still a connection.
Hey, you can't threaten her with a gun.
Tang Chen had to remind them not to break the rules of the game, or else they would have to eat peanuts. The three women naturally wouldn't play tricks. They knew Tang Chen didn't like it. And Bai suddenly giggled, Master, I'm really curious how you managed to win over this property queen.
You can't threaten her with food temptation deals. You, Xiaobai, have blocked all my good moves.
And Bai stuck out her tongue. Master, you were already good enough, tall, mighty, and handsome. Once you stand in front of her, Emis,
she will be at your feet. Ha, you have a sharp tongue. Let's go and see who this mister. She really is. Tang Chen waved his hand.
However, suddenly added another sentence. Before that, let's make it a bit more challenging for our mister.
She.
After saying that, Tang Chen took the little brother's phone and sent a message. Hui is in trouble, crazy brother and the others have all been killed. The three women looked at the message Tang Chen sent and thought to themselves that this accelerated the attack on Shanhu district, leaving them with little time. Sun Ting and Yi Qing suddenly exchanged a glance, realizing that something was wrong.
Their task was to prevent Mr. Shi from running away, and the premise was definitely to follow Tang Chen. So they had to offer Mr. Shi up to Tang Chen, not even letting him do anything. The three of them would help him catch it. Xiaobai, what kind of question are you asking? Is Xiaobai really naive and sweet? Obviously not. It seems like Tang Chen was given a difficult way, but as long as they achieve their goal on their own, they will naturally succeed, without embarrassing Tang Chen at all, and even praise him later. How to make Tang Chen happy, Xiaobai has her own set of methods. At the entrance of the Shanhu district garage, several cars were blocked at the entrance and exit, surrounded by 7 or 8 men holding knives. But these men were dressed very decently, clearly dressed as social elite figures, their eyes not even showing any fierceness. Those knives seemed to be just for intimidation, and the blocked cars were just to prevent anyone from driving in from outside. After all, the rain had stopped these past 2 days, and many people started taking risks outside. As one of the wealthy neighborhoods, everyone dared not relax. When will this end? A man in his 40s wearing a sweater sighed. Mister. She said it will be soon, just hold on for another month, and we will return to our previous lives. Another man showed a longing look. The bald man leading the group, mainly because there was no water to wash, shaving his head was the simplest and most intimidating. His name was Luo Jun, the head of the security department in Shanhu district, loyal to Mr. Shi. Mr. She has increased our wages tenfold, and after the disaster, we will even have shares in the Shanhu group, worth millions. As soon as they heard this number, everyone's eyes lit up. In their hearts, the disaster was only temporary, and there would be sunny days ahead. Not only Shi Meng, but some other bosses may have offered high rewards to provide security. The elite figures in the neighborhood naturally joined in, extremely confident that the light would shine on the earth again. Just as a few people were envisioning their future lives, the horn suddenly blared, and the intercom sounded urgent. A car has crashed into the garage. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately picked up their knives and stood up, their eyes fixed on the entrance. 10 seconds later, a BYD car crashed in directly, unable to stop due to the lack of tires. With a bang, the 2 cars in front were directly damaged, and the airbags inside the car popped out. The group of people cautiously watched the car rushing in, none daring to rush up. Only Luo Jun slowly approached to observe. When he saw a man and 3 women in the car, he breathed a sigh of relief, knowing they were not his people. They were most likely refugees from outside, but these 3 women were surprisingly beautiful, with a man sitting beside them, a strange combination indeed. Brother Luo, reinforcements are on their way, you guys hold on. Urgent voices came from the intercom. Luo Jun held down the intercom. They are refugees, no need to panic. Damn, scared the hell out of me, thought it was those people. Tang Chen in the car kicked open the door and laughed. Sorry, couldn't stop this thing, needed a smoke. Seeing Tang Chen lighting up a cigarette, the anger on the men's faces calmed down a lot, some even feeling embarrassed. For them, cigarettes had long been gone, and the cigarettes Tang Chen took out were like treasures. The most direct way for men to interact with each other is through cigarettes. As the three women got out of the car, the cigarettes in the men's mouths fell, staring blankly. They thought Mr. She was good-looking enough, but they didn't expect three more to come at once. Luo Jun quickly calmed down. Although there was no cigarette, he kept the lighter in his hand and lit it directly, setting Tang Chen on fire. Brother, what's going on with you guys? Tang Chen's acting skills came out immediately. If it weren't for them, how could I have taken the risk to come out? Looking at the beauty of the three women, men also understood in their hearts that if they didn't bring them out, the situation might be grim. Tang Chen pulled In Bai to his side. This is my girlfriend Xiao Bai. This is my girlfriend's best friend Sun Ting. This is my girlfriend's neighbor Yiqingyi. Big brother, hello. And Bai trembled and called out, like a frightened big cat, giving men the feeling that she was harmless. Who would have thought that she had just smashed someone's head to pieces? Yiqingyi still had a cold and clean look, just nodded as a greeting. The men didn't say anything, just secretly pleased. What are they pretending for? Sun Ting quickly transformed into a female anchor. Hello, brothers, sorry for the disturbance. Luo Jun took a deep breath of smoke, feeling the smoke swirling in his lungs, then exhaled. Brother, you're really bold, bringing three women out like this, quite manly. A man next to him curiously asked, why did you run into our neighborhood? Who in Huan City doesn't know about Shanhu district? I thought it would be safer here for you guys. The men chuckled. Buying a house here was for this kind of feeling, right? But these three women are indeed beautiful, this figure, this cute face, this perky butt. The leading woman immediately caught Tang Chen's attention. Without guessing, he knew it was President Xi. Because Yiqingyi had mentioned that President Xi had a big chest, indeed it was big. With long hair pinned up behind her head, exquisite features, a straight nose, fiery red lips, even wearing accessories at this time, showing her authority, a red dress couldn't even contain those peaks, as if they were about to burst out. Xi Meng had to admit, Yiqingyi didn't lie to herself. This president she was fair-skinned and beautiful, she really couldn't tell she was in her 30s, not bad, too big, she couldn't even control herself. Behind her were two other women who looked good, indeed there were many beauties in the neighborhood of the wealthy. Xi Meng was very cautious towards outsiders, to avoid bad people from sneaking in. As long as they were investigated and cleared, she would allow them to stay. Although many people opposed it, they couldn't shake Xi Meng's position, because Xi Meng had her own food warehouse. There was plenty to eat, but water was scarce, but Xi Meng would pay wages, so no one would make a fuss. Xi Meng's gaze naturally fell on the three women, seeming a bit surprised. Their complexion was still so rosy, even better than her own. They didn't look malnourished at all. Why did that girl look a bit familiar? She couldn't remember who it was for a moment. President Xi, they just broke in. Luo Jun said with a smile. Xi Meng stood there with a self-imposing air. Tang Chen felt that she was much stronger than Yiqingyi. Yiqingyi was just a vice president, while Xi Meng was the chairman of the group, and the youngest kind at that. Yiqingyi suddenly exclaimed, "You are President Xi? And you are?" Xi Meng saw that Yiqingyi also showed a look of recognition, and asked curiously, "We met in Yunhai City, at a reception. I am Jiang Zihui's fiancé. Oh, why do I feel like I've seen you before?" Xi Meng showed a kind smile, saying that she seemed familiar. It turned out to be Zhang Sun's daughter-in-law. Yiqingyi felt ashamed. "I'm really sorry, President Xi, we really had no choice. I was originally at my sister and brother-in-law's place, but the neighborhood was in chaos. If it weren't for Tang Chen, we wouldn't have been able to get out." Xi Meng's gaze turned to Tang Chen. Tang Chen scratched the back of his head foolishly, like a good young man in society. "They are all friends of my girlfriend, just passing by." "What do you do?" Xi Meng looked at Tang Chen and asked. "I deliver takeout. Do you have any proof?" Tang Chen secretly thought that this woman was very cautious, but he was originally a delivery person, so he directly took out his phone to show Xi Meng the delivery driver's information. Xi Meng relaxed slightly and looked at Anbai, asking, "And you? What do you do?" "I work for an airline, as a flight attendant," Anbai said cautiously, holding Tang Chen's arm tightly. Seeing Anbai's demeanor, Xi Meng didn't ask further and said, "And you?" "I'm a live streamer, the kind that dances and chats," Sun Ting replied. As Sun Ting finished speaking, a man nearby whispered, "No wonder I thought you looked familiar. I've seen your live stream in the same city and sent you a rocket." Sun Ting coquettishly exclaimed, "Thank you for the big rocket, boss." The men all laughed, and the atmosphere became more relaxed. Tang Chun chuckled to himself, thinking, these women are really good at deceiving people. They had no idea that they were like lambs entering a tiger's den. In the background, Bai Jian and Xiaoyu stood there, with Bai Jian's gaze fixed on the three women, as if he wanted to devour them. In this community, Bai Jian could only be under Shiming, but if he went outside, he felt he could become the overlord of another community, playing with beautiful women as he pleased and making all men his lackeys and all women his playthings. Perhaps out of consideration for Yi Qingyi, Shiming personally took the four of them to find an empty house. Walking in the underground garage of the wealthy, Tang Chen saw many luxury cars, enough to hold a car show. Soon, Tang Chen arrived at a large 148 square meter house with exquisite decorations that made him feel extravagant. The owner of this place is abroad and it has been vacant, so you can stay here for now, but don't damage the furnishings, Shiming reminded Tang Chen, thinking that girls would be more careful, but Tang Chen might not be. Tang Chen nodded, looking honest. Shiming felt it was a miracle that Tang Chen could escape with three such beautiful girls, thin and weak, with no fighting ability. She planned to have him do some logistical work later. Tang Chen, since you're here, everyone will have their own tasks, Shiming said. Okay, I understand, Tang Chen replied. Shiming was quite satisfied with Tang Chen's attitude, but Tang Chen could sense that Shiming's gaze towards him was no different from that of an employee. Here is a week's worth of supplies, use them sparingly. A man reluctantly brought in a box of water and a box of breakfast biscuits. Tang Chen was stunned, as were Yi Qingyi and the other three women. Shiming saw their reactions as normal and didn't suspect anything. As long as you follow my orders, the supplies are the basic guarantee. After the disaster, you can all come work at my company and will be well rewarded. Thank you, boss, I will definitely follow your orders, Tang Chen immediately expressed. And Bai and Sun Ting followed suit, while Yi Qingyi naturally did not. There will be a program every night at 7 in the underground garage, with prizes, such as drinks, snacks, and even meat. Tang Chen was surprised that there was still entertainment, but had to admit that Shiming's ability to paint a rosy picture was strong. Boss, thank you, Yi Qingyi stepped forward to express her gratitude. Shiming smiled and said, it's just a small gesture, we will definitely have future collaborations. After seeing Shiming off, Yi Qingyi understood that letting herself stay was also part of planning for the future. Investing in a queen was no small matter, and every action she took was an investment. Once everyone left, Tang Chen lay down on the sofa and said, Xiaoyi, this boss is indeed older than you. Yi Qingyi couldn't help but admire his words, as if she were just a small dumpling. The environment here is really nice, and Bai said, standing on the balcony and looking out at the lake, with a golf course not far away. Sun Ting stood beside her, never having had the chance to live in such a nice house before, feeling envious of the wealthy. But now, she didn't envy them as much. Xiao Bai, check if there are any surveillance cameras here. Tang Chen handed a device to Bai. Bai nodded and began scanning the entire room with the device, but found no surveillance cameras. Keep this gun with you. Tang Chen tossed the gun to the three women so they would have the ability to protect themselves, in case that Huazone comes over at any time. Holding the gun, the three women clearly felt like they were holding their own lives, and also controlling the lives of others. Xiaoyi, you should probably check in with your fiancé soon, so that Shizong doesn't steal the credit first. Tang Chen patted his leg and chuckled, saying, you know the drill. Yi Qingyi did not resist, wondering why she had this feeling. The video call was quickly connected. You finally called me. Jiang Zihui hadn't contacted her for 2 days on purpose, waiting for Yi Qingyi to call him, and he was relieved when she finally did. Yi Qingyi smiled contentedly, Zihui, I'm sorry, things have been chaotic in our building these past 2 days, so I didn't contact you. I didn't want you to worry, but now everything is safe. What? Chaotic? Where are you now? Jiang Zihui suddenly stood up, staring at his fiancé. Don't worry, I ran away with a few friends. You should know Shizong from Shanhu Group, she just took us in. Thank goodness, you really scared me. Jiang Zihui patted his chest, his face turning pale. But Yi Qingyi didn't feel touched by his expression, instead she thought her fiancé was weak and timid, especially with that chest-patting gesture. Why was he so effeminate? Truly a woman who has killed before, her thoughts had undergone a drastic change. By the way, where are your sister and brother-in-law? Yi Qingyi lowered her head slightly without saying a word, and Jiang Zihui understood immediately, expressing regret. At this moment, Bai suddenly approached and sweetly waved, hello, brother Jiang. Seeing Bai, Jiang Zihui was momentarily stunned by the lovely girl. Hello, thank you for taking care of my brother Jiang, we were able to escape thanks to my boyfriend. Then we must thank him. Is your boyfriend here? Yi Qingyi rolled her eyes in her mind. Xiao Bai, are you doing this on purpose? Zihui, just wait a moment. Tang Chen was confused. Aren't you afraid of being discovered by your fiancé? This is getting intense. President Jiang, hello. Tang Chen grinned, your fiancé is being a bit flirtatious today.
Looking at the ordinary man in front of him, Jiang Zihui felt relieved, realizing that his fiancé wouldn't like someone like that. It was the cute girl who turned out to be his girlfriend, which was strange. Brother, thank you for taking care of my fiancé. Once the disaster is over, I'll transfer 5 million directly to your account. Tang Chen said, feeling satisfied and pleased with how he was taking care of his fiancé.
President Jiang, rest assured, we're all in the same building. As long as I'm alive, your fiancé will be safe. Good, let's have a drink after we meet.
The camera focused on Yi Qingyi's face again, which had a hint of blush. Seeing his beautiful and charming fiancé, Jiang Zihui felt a bit itchy inside, but he couldn't say certain things at the moment. I'll have my dad talk to Shizong and ask her to take care of you. Zihui, I love you. Jiang Zihui was surprised by his fiancé's straightforwardness, feeling a bit embarrassed, but he also replied and hung up the phone.
As soon as the call ended, Yi Qingyi's moans couldn't be contained any longer, bursting out uninhibitedly from the depths of her throat.
Oh, I can't take it, the whole neighborhood must have heard it. And Bai covered her ears and shouted. After the joy, Yi Qingyi lay on Tang Chen's chest, breathing heavily, as if she was already on a path of no return.
Did you hear that? Our fiancé is only worth 5 million. Sun Ting smirked and patted Yi Qingyi's perky buttocks. Yi Qingyi unwillingly slapped back. You dead Ting Ting, I won't hit you. Master, how much are we worth in your heart?
And Bai suddenly curiously asked. Yi Qingyi and Sun Ting's eyes also looked over.
Tang Chen leisurely said, worthless.
The three women were stunned, then burst into laughter. Hearing that she was worth 5 million, Yi Qingyi felt uncomfortable, but when she heard Tang Chen say worthless, Yi Qingyi found it funny.
Alright, I have to visit the so-called ex-girlfriend. Master, won't you take me to show off?
And Bai said pitifully, begging the master to take her alone.
However, Tang Chen shrugged, do I look like someone who likes to show off?
After saying that, Tang Chen walked out, leaving in Bai feeling disappointed because she really wanted to kill someone. Indeed, and Bai's mentality began to change, and now, if we were to talk about normalcy, only Sun Ting remained, while Yi Qingyi began to gradually fall. After leaving, Tang Chen saw the camera in the corner. As a psychic, destroying all the cameras was not a difficult task. Not long after entering the elevator, in the monitoring room, all the screens turned to static, and the security guards on duty were sound asleep.
Outside Unit 501 of Building 1, Tang Chen rang the doorbell.
Bai Jian inside immediately signaled to Chao Yu, who then hid in the closet. Chao Yu, wearing a semi-transparent nightgown and beautifully made up, gathered her thoughts before coming out of the bedroom. As the door opened, Tang Chen saw this woman from many years ago,
who could not really be considered an ex-girlfriend, much more mature compared to before.
You're here. Chao Yu flicked her hair, as if intentionally lowering her body slightly, revealing her deep V-neck. In her heart, she thought, even Bai Jian couldn't resist me dressing like this, and you, a poor loser, won't be able to resist either. Just drink the water I prepared for you obediently.
Tang Chen smiled slightly, dressed so provocatively, I'm here to teach you a lesson. Chao Yu was taken aback by Tang Chen's directness.
Just as she was about to explain, Tang Chen's large hand grabbed her neck, causing a surge of suffocation.
Let go of me.
Chao Yu instinctively tried to push away Tang Chen's arm, but it was not something a weak woman could break free from. Tang Chen walked into the room, holding Chao Yu's neck, and gradually closed the door.
Aren't I fulfilling your wish, getting straight to the point?
Tang Chen revealed a devilish smile and headed straight for the bedroom, sensing that someone was hiding inside.
With your income, can you afford a house here? Being a mistress for someone else, trying to scheme against me together? Do you think I'm a fool to be played with? No, let's talk it out, wait.
Chao Yu quickly begged for mercy, realizing this was not what she had in mind.
It's okay, we can talk while we do it. Let go of me.
Kicking open the bedroom door, Bai Jian hiding in the closet was startled.
What's going on?
When he heard Chao Yu begging for mercy, Bai Jian frowned. This was not what he had expected.
Get lost, Tang Chen you beast.
Tang Chen pressed Chao Yu against the closet, and even Bai Jian hiding inside could see Chao Yu's face through the crack, feeling increasingly nervous. You loser, I won't let you off. Feeling a strong sense of suffocation, Chao Yu stopped cursing and began to plead, Don't
kill me, I want to live. Help me.
Old Bai, help me. Chao Yu looked at Bai Jian with pleading eyes from the closet, visibly scared. Bai Jian never expected Tang Chen to be so brutal, which didn't fit the image of a delivery guy at all.
Hey, at least she's your woman, won't you come out and help?
Bai Jian didn't dare make a sound, thinking Tang Chen was playing a trick. Look, since he won't come out to save you, when you face the king of hell, you'll have to report his name. With a crack, Chao Yu's neck was broken, and her white neck bent 90 degrees as if it had no support.
Watching Chow Yu's eyes widen in horror made Bai Jian tremble, suddenly clutching his chest and falling out of the closet.
Tang Chen quickly stepped back, avoiding being bumped by the fat man. Bai Jian fell to the ground, clutching his chest as if having a heart attack. Subconsciously, he took out a quick-acting heart pill from his pocket, but he failed to grasp it and it rolled aside. He reached out to grab it, but Tang Chen slowly moved it away with his shoe.
Why do I feel like I've seen you before? Oh right, at the year-end meeting.
You seem to be the hotel manager. Bai Jian grabbed Tang Chen's pants leg, his eyes pleading. You're so fat, you should lose some weight. You! Bai Jian thought he was clever, climbing from nothing to the position of hotel deputy general manager, only to be defeated by a delivery guy. Tang Chen watched as Bai Jian stopped breathing, then proceeded to throw both bodies onto the bed. Remember not to mess with devils in the next life, it will end in a tragic death.
Soon, Tang Chen returned to the room, and Bai ran over curiously, asking, Master, what punishment did you give her?
I strangled her with my bare hands.
Tang Chen grabbed Bai's neck, smiling, and Bai showed no fear, even appearing to enjoy it. Sun Ting whispered, that's too easy.
If it were me, I would torture her severely.
Yes, torture, Yi Qing echoed.
Tang Chen sighed, wondering how he ended up with some perverted people, who taught them such behavior, corrupting them. In the luxurious private room of the Imperial Club, a 50-year-old man sat on the sofa smoking a cigar, with a gold chain around his neck and a large gold ring on his hand. Two women were serving in front of him. Damn bastard, how dare he kill my people?
The more Huo Wannian thought about it, the angrier he became.
He stood up suddenly, picked up a whip from the coffee table, and walked to the side. Hanging there was an 18-year-old girl, caught by Huo Wannian for trying to escape. Her body had been whipped to the point of skin breaking, with only faint breaths left. Crack, crack, crack. 3 more blood marks appeared on the girl's delicate body, a horrifying sight, leaving her 2 classmates kneeling beside her speechless. Playing at the club until dawn, this was the consequence.
Huo Wannian picked up his phone and called Xi Meng, that despicable woman, thinking she could resist his attack with those men in her neighborhood.
Xi Meng, who was sitting at home, saw Huo Wannian's call and furrowed her brows, but reluctantly answered.
Hello, President Xi, I just sent someone to talk to you, and you killed them. Isn't that inappropriate? Xi Meng was puzzled. Hua, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Damn it, stop pretending.
If you don't give me an explanation for this matter, you'll all die. Xi Meng also got angry, inexplicably accused of murder. Huo Wannian, watch your mouth, don't think I'm afraid of you.
All right,
just wait for your words, your neighborhood will pay for this.
Huo Wannian hung up.
Xi Meng slammed her phone on the table, showing her annoyance. At this moment, a man in his 40s appeared beside her, holding a cup of hot water and smiling. Wife, don't be angry, have some hot water.
This well-mannered man was Xi Meng's husband, Fu Qi.
Xi Meng's ability to stand firm was also due to the help of Fu Qi's family.
Xi Meng took the hot water and took a sip, saying lightly, Husband, have some too. I'm not thirsty.
Xi Meng didn't say much more, running her slender fingers through her hair.
Are you having a disagreement with President Hua?
Xi Meng nodded.
Actually, I think cooperating with President Hui isn't a bad idea.
He has water, you have a food warehouse, but water is more scarce.
Fu Qi advised,
not for the first time, but Xi Meng refused to listen.
Xi Meng said in a deep voice, were those conditions proposed by people, sending women to them on time, and having men act as their thugs? When have I, Xi Meng, ever bowed to evil forces?
Ah, times have changed. Today, you let in a few strangers and distributed supplies, and someone has already expressed their opinion to me.
Who? Xi Meng's eyes turned cold.
Oh, don't worry about who it is. With supplies being so scarce now, don't show kindness anymore, or the people below will turn against you. With a bang, Xi Meng slammed the table fiercely and said, Dare. Fu Qi looked at his determined wife and shook his head, finally understanding the terrifying compassion. In the private room of the clubhouse, Huo Wannian angrily threw his phone on the sofa, grabbed the hair of the kneeling girl, and vented his anger. 30 seconds later, Huo Wannian felt slightly relieved, picked up the phone, dialed a number, and then smiled.
Xian, I wonder if you received my gift.
The phone rang with the girl's screams and Xian's voice. These girls are very nice, I like them a lot.
I have more here.
When you get tired of them, I'll send new ones.
Alright, Hua, you understand me. Hey, Xian, about last time? Xian Zhongran paused and laughed. Hua, it's not easy to get guns now. The authorities would rather destroy all the bullets than trade with me. Didn't you say you could get guns from the armed police last time? Haha, a bunch of armed police died at the door.
They would rather starve inside than trade with me, bro.
Huo Wannian cursed in his heart.
He sent over some pretty girls, and they didn't even give him a gun.
When I get my hands on a gun, I'll take you down.
Oh, Xian, I plan to take down the Shanhu community. Just give me the gun, and I'll tie Ximing up and send her to your bed. How about that?
Are you serious? Xian Zhongran's tone suddenly became serious, showing that Ximing's allure was still strong. Huo Wannian cursed silently. Would I lie to you, Qian? Ha, you wouldn't dare.
How about this? We stole a few spray guns from the security company.
I'll give you one, plus 5 bullets. Security company? Huo Wannian wanted to slap himself. How did he not think of these people, letting Xian Zhongran take the lead? Xian, isn't 5 bullets a bit too few? What's too few?
Guns now are for intimidation.
Who would dare to gamble if your gun has bullets or not?
One shot will scare them all. Trading a spray gun and 5 bullets for a beauty like Ximing, Huo Wannian felt like a joke.
I'll give you a fart. Let me get the gun first. Thank you, Qian. I'll send someone over to you later. Bring 2 more beauties. Damn it. Okay, I'll make sure to pick the best for you, Xian. After hanging up the phone, Huo Wannian shouted loudly to vent his frustration.
He looked at the woman next to him, realizing he couldn't lift his head, which made him even angrier. He picked up a whip and started to lash out. Painful cries filled the air.
Once he took down the Shanhu community, recruited the men there, and got rid of Qian Zhongran, what use would his bullets be with my men? Thinking of this, Huo Wannian's confidence returned.
He pulled out a handgun from his waist and pointed it at the girl's head. Serve me obediently. Please don't kill me. I'll do it. I'll do it.
Huo Wannian closed his eyes in enjoyment, but no one knew that there were no bullets in the gun. Huo Wannian had used them all at the police station.
But just with this gun, no one dared to disobey him, let alone these women. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Tang Chen held in Bai's hand and arrived at the underground garage. Sun Ting followed with envy, while Yi Qingyi looked around and noticed that the men's eyes were all on her. Compared to these looks, Yi Qingyi preferred the eyes at the gas station, filled with fear and dread.
Wash my car once, 10,000 yuan.
A sudden voice rang out, and a boss wearing sunglasses raised a stack of red banknotes in his hand, with a Rolls-Royce parked nearby.
Boss, I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do it. Don't compete with me.
5 or 6 men rushed forward eagerly, even arguing with each other.
Oh my, money is still useful. And Bai was stunned, thinking that the money would have been used up long ago.
Yi Qing said lightly, they all think it's only temporary.
Tang Chen muttered, 10,000 yuan for washing a car, I want to do it too. Xiao Bai, help with the washing. Tang Chen smirked, pinching Xiao Bai's cheek, so tender and smooth, feeling that their skin had improved a lot. Could it be that they absorbed his essence? Would it have the same effect if applied on the face? Brother, do you have any cigarettes?
A voice suddenly sounded beside him, and Luo Jun stood there smiling.
Tang Chen was taken aback, took out a cigarette, only one left. Forget it, keep it for yourself. Luo Jun patted Tang Chen's shoulder and laughed.
However, Tang Chen handed the cigarette to Luo Jun. Actually, I rarely smoke, you can have it. Luo Jun couldn't stand it. The previous cigarette had been shared several times before finishing it. Taking a puff felt like a luxury. Brother, if you have any difficulties in the future, feel free to come find me. Luo Jun accepted the cigarette. Tang Chen curiously asked, what's going on here? Are they setting up a stage for a speech? President Xi is giving everyone hope, encouraging them to not stay at home, come out and socialize to relieve stress. I see. Tang Chen felt like they were just painting a rosy picture. Luo Jun sighed, President Xi is a good person, I hope this crisis will pass soon, otherwise everyone won't be able to hold on. Being able to distribute a box of water, Tang Chen felt that this was a miraculous act, after all, in his own community, who had such courage. Who is that beautiful woman? Tang Chen looked at a woman, quite exquisite, wearing a shirt with a small tie, a black skirt, and black stockings, a very professional suit. Although not top quality, she could still be considered low-quality material. Luo Jun was a bit surprised, his girlfriend was right there, and he was asking about another woman? But considering the cigarette, Luo Jun introduced, she's Feng Mengmeng, President Xi's secretary. Can a secretary live here? Tang Chen thought secretaries must have high salaries. She doesn't live here. That night she was reporting to President Xi's house until very late, then it rained and she couldn't go back. I heard her neighborhood was in chaos. Tang Chen exclaimed, as more and more people arrived one after another. He didn't see that kind of top-notch beauty, like Feng Mengmeng. There was only one, not to mention someone like President Xi. Wait, are beautiful women in wealthy areas so scarce? What about the promised star school flowers? The desire to hunt for beauty diminished by half in an instant. If it weren't for President Xi, he wouldn't want to continue playing. Sun Ting, who was observing on the side, was relieved. Not many could catch Tang Chen's eye, even with President Meng, there were only 2 left. At this moment, President Meng finally walked out from the elevator, so dazzling, her enchanting figure made people unable to look away, a mature woman among mature women, like a peach.
And behind President Meng was a man. Tang Chen curiously asked, "Who is that man?" "That's President Xi's husband, Fu Qi." "Oh, he's married. Assemble here, Chao Zhe." Standing on the stage, President Meng picked up the microphone. "Have all the homeowners arrived?" Everyone looked around to count the number of people. "President Xi, Lao Bai hasn't come."
President Meng frowned. "Call him and tell him to come down, no sense of time."
However, no one answered the phone. Tang Chen stood in the crowd with a smile. "Go call him down." "Okay." Not long after, a man returned with helplessness. "President Xi, he won't open the door." This was a blatant challenge to President Meng's authority. If the first one didn't come, the next one wouldn't either. They must be punished severely. "Open the door for me, I want to see what this guy is up to. Having a mistress and not attending the event."
Tang Chen chuckled softly. "Even that fat guy knows about having a mistress."
"Master, how do you know?" Little Bai asked curiously in a low voice. "I'm not telling you."
Whimpering Bai's coquettish voice was particularly alluring, making Tang Chen want to take Little Bai aside first. If Little Bai died now, Tang Chen would probably be sad for 4 days, that's all. Soon, several men hurriedly ran down. Something bad happened, Bai Jian is dead." This news shocked everyone. Someone had actually died in the neighborhood where no one had died before. Who wouldn't be afraid?
"Dead? How did he die? Was he killed?" Shi Meng asked in a deep voice.
The men looked at each other.
"Speak up."
Bai Jian and his lover died in bed. His lover's neck was strangled by him, and Bai Jian seemed to have died suddenly from illness. With this revelation, everyone sighed in sympathy. That fat guy played dangerously and ended up killing himself.
And Bai understood at this moment, so that's how it was.
Shi Meng breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this, thinking it was a murder. Bai Jian was always sneaky and untrustworthy. It was good that he died. Also, it seems like the surveillance room has been poisoned. There's no footage.
The room erupted into chaos. Conspiracy theories started to emerge. "Stay calm." Shi Meng's words quieted everyone down.
Today marks exactly 1 month since the disaster began. During this month, we have all worked together to overcome difficulties. Moving forward, we must continue to maintain this state. I believe that before long, this disaster will pass, and we can return to our normal lives.
Tang Chen was almost falling asleep listening to this, realizing that Shi Meng would instill such ideas every night.
The deeper the hope, the more violent the riot would be when it happened.
How much longer do we have to wait?"
Someone suddenly shouted from the crowd. All eyes turned to Shi Meng. Shi Meng smiled. "Everyone, to be honest, I received news today that rescue could arrive as soon as next month." Standing nearby, Fu Qi was stunned, not even knowing about it. His wife was lying. However, everyone smiled again upon hearing this news. Some even shouted with joy that help was on the way. "I wonder how she'll end up next month." Sun Ting whispered softly.
Yi Qingyi said calmly, "We won't wait until next month, just stabilizing these people for now." "Master, there's a beautiful woman in a white skirt over there."
Enbai whispered softly.
Tang Chen had already noticed and chuckled. "She's just okay, a bit worse than you."
"Master, please bear with it for now. I'll find someone better for you in the future."
All right, it's really a tough choice."
Yi Qingyi rolled her eyes, seeing how reluctant he was. He probably had a plan in mind already. Just as everyone was enjoying themselves, Luo Jun's walkie-talkie suddenly emitted a terrified voice. "Brother Luo, a dump truck is heading towards the garage." Luo Jun was stunned. Looking back at the entrance not far away, he shouted, "Spread out! Spread out!" Everyone looked puzzled at the panicked Luo Jun. By this time, the dump truck had appeared and rammed through the cars blocking the entrance, causing everyone to flee in all directions.
Some were even knocked down by the truck, wailing on the ground.
"Wife, why are you still standing there? Let's go."
"How can I leave at a time like this?"
"If you want to leave, go ahead," Shi Meng shouted, shaking off Fu Qi's hand and yelling to the crowd, "Don't panic, pick up weapons and resist.
Don't run."
The tarp on the dump truck was lifted, revealing 20 young and strong men armed with knives jumping down, the leader holding a half-meter-long machete.
What asked us to say hello to you, kill. They're killing people. Run."
The so-called upper-class elites were now scared out of their wits when faced with thugs. Some fell to the ground within moments.
Luo Jun angrily shouted, "Brothers, charge."
However, the surrounding brothers were also intimidated by the opponents, a bit unsure of what to do.
Tang Chen gave the 3 women a look, indicating not to shoot at this moment, and to go back.
The 3 women, who had already harbored murderous intentions, reluctantly walked up the stairs, while Tang Chen did not leave.
"Brother, you go quickly."
Luo Jun looked at Tang Chen and urged him, then rushed up with a knife. Several men saw Luo Jun charging and followed suit. Meanwhile, Xi Meng was anxiously trying to stop the escaping men, but these cowards were terrified. Don't run, how many are they? We have so many. However, Xi Meng couldn't stop these elite escapees at all. At this moment, Xi Meng's face turned ugly and she hurriedly shouted, Luo Jun, organize people to kill them. She, you go quickly, I'll hold them off here. Luo Jun shouted, but in that moment of distraction, he was stabbed in the back. Seeking death. Luo Jun still had some skills, and he slashed at the opponent's neck, blood splattering. Seeing Luo Jun kill one person in retaliation, his comrades on this side also gained morale and picked up weapons to charge forward. However, their fighting skills were worrying, especially when compared to Huo Wanyan's men, who even had thick paper wrapped around their wrists and arms, with the leader even wearing a bulletproof vest. Brother Luo, be careful. Luo Jun felt a pain in his back, suddenly feeling like his lower body was out of control, as he was stabbed in the lower back. Unable to stand, Luo Jun wielded his knife with all his might, but soon he was surrounded by 3 people and hacked to death. The hairpin in his ear slowly fell to the ground, stained with blood. Meanwhile, Tang Chen was now playing the hero to save the beauty. Rich people's neighborhoods indeed have many beauties. A henchman stood in front of Feng Mengmeng with a machete, showing a greedy smile. Feng Mengmeng had never encountered such a situation before, and she was so scared that she kept backing away, unable to retreat as she leaned against the wall. Watching the escaping men, Feng Mengmeng felt desperate and wanted to leave. Treating a lady like this is a bit impolite, isn't it? Tang Chen's voice sounded nearby. The henchman was stunned, then turned to look, but before he could react, a fist came closer and closer, knocking him out cold. Of course, Tang Chen held back his strength, otherwise he could have punched through his head, and the others would have looked at him like a monster. Feng Mengmeng stared blankly at Tang Chen in front of her. Stop daydreaming, go now. Tang Chen patted Feng Mengmeng's head, and she snapped out of it, immediately running towards the elevator, but quickly turned back to say, thank you. Tang Chen smiled and replied, I charge for my services. Feng Mengmeng was taken aback, but then ran off. Looking at the battlefield in the middle, the thugs on the other side were unexpectedly gaining the upper hand. Ha! Isn't that Luo Jun? Is he dead? She had thought he was quite decent. Coming to Luo Jun's side, Tang Chen sighed lightly, closed his eyes, and murmured, I'll send them to meet you. The man leading the group shouted at Xi Meng, brothers, grab that woman. Kill them. Wife, it's too late to leave. Fu Qi dragged Xi Meng inside. In front of Xi Meng, there were only 4 loyal followers, but these 4 seemed a bit outnumbered, as the other side had 17 or 18 men. Tang Chen felt the situation here was too pitiful, almost like a kindergarten scenario, where 20 people scared off hundreds. Could you believe it? He had thought the 8 people from the gas station going to intimidate others in their neighborhood were a bit foolish, but now it seemed he was mistaken. They were all cowards who feared death, only seeking their own safety and not sharing hardships. Tang Chen sighed lightly, then took action. She, run, I'll hold them off here. Tang Chen shouted, running directly to stand in front of the 4 men, with a righteous look that seemed to inspire the others. Even Xi Meng was moved, saying gratefully, Sir, you are righteous. She, run quickly. Tang Chen was also exasperated, hoping they wouldn't just talk nonsense and would run when told to. However, Xi Meng seemed resigned to her fate. I won't leave, I will fight alongside you until the end. Tang Chen, is this woman out of her mind? However, the 4 people beside her were stunned, and one of them suddenly shouted, She, take care of my parents. After speaking, he rushed out on his own. The other 3 also left their last words and rushed out. At this moment, Tang Chen understood how a leader could inspire subordinates to sacrifice themselves generously. Mr. She, take care of my girlfriend for me, Tang Chen added before rushing out. Of course, Tang Chen had to be restrained, not too strong or too weak. With an air of sacrificing together, the opposing henchmen suddenly hesitated, especially the 4 loyal subordinates who were willing to take multiple stabs to protect one of their own. As Tang Chen fought, he thought to himself, if all the men here are like this, should I fear them? Unfortunately, they are not even as good as Ding Feng and the others. Soon, only Tang Chen was left standing, facing 8 opponents. The bodies on the ground made the henchmen fearful, despite what Huat had said about them not resisting. The leader saw the fear in his men and shouted, Brothers, when we return, Huo will reward us with women, food, and beer. Indeed, the henchman's eyes turned fierce after hearing this. Xi Meng stared at the opponent, while Fu Qi felt hopeless. Wife, let's go, it's no use. I told you, I'm not leaving. Fu Qi almost exploded on the spot, still stubborn. Did she think Huo Wanyan wouldn't harm her? How naive. Xi Meng wasn't that foolish. She had been watching Tang Chen closely, realizing that the henchmen were no match for him. Even though he was covered in the enemy's blood, he had not sustained any injuries. He was clearly different from the rest. With Luo Jun and the other loyal men dead, if they were to recruit him as a bodyguard, he would have more influence here.
Tang Chen, I will fight alongside you.
Shi Meng unexpectedly stepped forward to stand by Tang Chen's side.
The two put on a show of acting skills, leaving the onlookers bewildered. Tang Chen felt like cracking open this woman's head to see if it was filled with shit.
However, Shi Meng wanted to see how strong Tang Chen really was.
It had to be said that Shi Meng's courage was extraordinary.
If it were any other woman, she would have fled long ago.
Kill!
The leader roared in anger. With only one person to deal with, his plan was to kill Tang Chen and take Shi Meng captive, completing his mission.
Tang Chen sighed and charged forward with his knife.
After a brutal battle, he managed to defeat all his opponents without sustaining any injuries.
Pretending to be injured was not Tang Chen's style.
Big brother, spare me. Let me join to his side, where there are many beautiful women and you can take your pick.
Really? Tang Chen pretended to be interested.
Shi Meng sensed trouble and warned, Tang Chen, don't be deceived by his sweet words.
Tang brother, don't trust this woman.
She has deceived Hua many times.
Nonsense. Shi Meng was furious. Tang brother, I'm not lying to you.
Hua's side has female university students, campus beauties, all kinds of women.
This woman has nothing to offer you.
Shi Meng cursed silently at the shamelessness of using women to tempt Tang Chen, who seemed to fall for it.
Tang Chen, I also have benefits here. Kill him.
Before she could finish her sentence, Tang Chen beheaded the man. The head rolled to Shi Meng's feet, leaving her trembling in fear. Even Fu Qi, standing nearby, looked at Tang Chen with fear. The sight of the bodies, some stabbed and some beheaded, was horrifying, a mental torment.
Of course, I believe in you, Mr.
Shi, Tang Chen said with a smile. Shi Meng, feeling a chill down her spine, composed herself and patted Tang Chen on the shoulder.
Xiao Tang, I have high hopes for you. Follow me, and you will have everything. Thank you, Mr.
Shi, Tang Chen replied happily. Shi Meng thought to herself that his skills did not match his intelligence. Curious, Fu Qi asked, young man, where did you learn such skills? I was abandoned at the Shaolin Temple when I was young, so I learned martial arts from a young age. Fu Qi sighed, indeed, none of the delivery guys are ordinary. He thought his wife had hit the jackpot this time. However, neither of them noticed that Tang Chen's smile was getting deeper, the game had just begun. As the invaders were killed, the men who had just escaped came down one by one, vomiting everywhere when they saw the scene. However, Shi Meng began his excellent speech, praising Tang Chen as the garage war god. Truly, there was the elevator war god in ancient times, and now there was the garage war god. Brothers and sisters, we face difficulties and challenges every day.
Avoiding them won't solve the problem.
As long as we have courage, every step we take leads to success.
Don't be afraid of failure, it's just another way to succeed.
Their deaths make us stronger.
Brave steps forward. The darkest moment is usually just before dawn. Keep the faith, victory will be ours. Our hero Tang Chen. Everyone looked at Tang Chen, this man was too amazing, especially now standing next to Shi Meng. He seemed even more powerful than Luo Jun. It is said that the leader's head was chopped off by Tang Chen. What a fierce delivery guy. Meng, is he really a delivery guy? The girl in the white dress asked curiously.
I think so, he saved me before, Feng Meng said softly, still not fully recovered from the fear.
Ah, Hua has already started.
We might not be safe, Feng Wei worried. As a girl alone, it was unimaginable if she had been caught just now. Feng Meng sighed and looked at Tang Chen's back, thinking it would be great to have such a powerful person protect her.
Following Feng Meng's gaze, Feng Wei might also be thinking about the same issue.
In such situations, women always seek the protection of strong men, not the wealthy. Tang Chen had made a name for himself, and even received a lot of snacks as rewards.
Tang Chen, thank you for your hard work tonight.
Let's talk about some things tomorrow, Shi Meng said with a gentle smile, feeling that she had figured out Tang Chen.
Thank you, Shi Meng.
You should rest early too.
Seeing Tang Chen's respect for her, Shi Meng was very satisfied, nodded and left.
But as the door closed, Tang Chen stretched and yawned, I'm a bit tired. It seems Shi Meng hasn't realized her problem yet, Sun Ting chuckled, thinking she had hit the jackpot. Yi Qing shook her head helplessly, who else would know Tang Chen's true identity?
On the other side, Shi Meng returned home and poured a glass of red wine. Do you know how dangerous it was just now? If it weren't for Tang Chen, we would all be dead. Shi Meng's smile deepened. If I left, would Tang Chen willingly follow me?
Right now, he just thinks he found a good boss. Those food and water are enough to make him happy for days. Wife, think about it, how could Tang Chen, with such skill, run out of the neighborhood with 3 beautiful girls? Maybe he has killed everyone in the neighborhood and moved to another one. Shi Meng couldn't help but laugh. Husband, he is strong, but he is just one person. If there were more people on the other side today, Tang Chen might not have made it.
It's precisely because of his skill that he could bring the girls out. Fu Chi said helplessly, I just wanted you to be cautious of him. Don't worry, with him around, these homeowners won't dare to mess around. Ximing's eyes flashed with fierceness. Whoever dared to oppose her, she would let Tang Chen kill them. At this moment, Huo Wannian was waiting for his men's response, feeling a bit anxious. As it got later, Huo Wannian knew that this plan had failed. He had underestimated Ximing, that stinky woman. On the big bed, Ximing and Fu Chi fell asleep together. At this moment, Fu Chi reached out to Ximing. But Ximing softly said, I'm too tired today. I'll leave it then, Fu Chi smiled. Ximing was thinking about important matters in her mind, suddenly feeling annoyed. I said I'm tired, you can't put out the fire, I have to do it myself. Fu Chi's face fell, and he could only turn away. Perhaps no one knew that the husband of this investment queen was impotent. The next morning, Tang Chen enjoyed a sumptuous breakfast. At that moment, there was a knock on the door, signaling the end of the game. Tang Chen tidied up his clothes and went to open the door. It was a girl standing there. Wasn't she the one he saved yesterday, Feng Mengmeng? With a low-cut v-neck, how seductive. Sensing Tang Chen's gaze, Feng Mengmeng slightly lowered her head and handed over the tray in her hands. Oh, thank you. Tang Chen took it with both hands, but when he did, he deliberately touched Feng Mengmeng's fingers, causing her to blush and hurriedly leave after pressing the elevator button. Closing the door, Sun Ting smiled and said, I told you, the master is so charming that he doesn't even need to make a move, and the little sisters are already lining up to show their affection. Tang Chen opened the tray, which contained 4 fried eggs. It had to be said that having eggs now was quite extravagant, costing a lot. For me, women who throw themselves at me are boring. I prefer those with strong resistance, like our little Yi. Yi Qingyi said coquettishly, I don't resist at all. Yi, you don't admit it now. Xiao Bai, are you feeling itchy? Yi, I have more than just an itch. Just as Tang Chen was sitting on the sofa, his phone rang. Are you free now? I need to discuss something with you. I'm free. It was Ximeng calling. Okay, I'll wait for you. Hanging up the phone, Tang Chen got up to stretch his muscles. Master, we agreed not to threaten or be stubborn. Tang Chen made an okay gesture, smiled, opened the door, and left. Soon, Tang Chen arrived at Ximing's doorstep and rang the doorbell. Ding dong. Feng Mengmeng opened the door and, upon seeing Tang Chen, even looked a bit shy as she averted her gaze. What Tang Chen said before was sincere. The feeling of being thrown at was boring. Of course, if it's being offered on a silver platter, why not take it? Freebies shouldn't be wasted. On the sofa, Ximing sat elegantly, looking at her phone with a slight frown, a look of contemplation. But Ximeng wasn't intentionally posing. She had received a call from Huo Wannian in the morning, wanting to negotiate in person at his club. Ximeng knew it was a trap, but it was also an opportunity. If she could take down Huo Wannian, she would have no worries and could even recruit his people to strengthen her position. However, it all depended on whether Tang Chen could handle it. Tang Chen is here. Feng Mengmeng stood respectfully on the side, still working as a secretary, while Ximing maintained her bossy demeanor without any change. Tang Chen liked these high and mighty women, knowing that they would hurt badly if they fell. Pour a glass of water. Okay. Feng Mengmeng quickly poured 2 glasses of water, quite luxurious. But in front of Tang Chen, her posture was more pronounced, and he could see the deep V-neck clearly. Ximing, who was drinking tea, noticed this. Although his girlfriend was sweet and lovely, men always seek excitement outside, which is more thrilling than what's at home. As Feng Mengmeng left, Ximing smiled at Tang Chen, who looked shy and lowered his head. This reminded Ximing of those fresh graduates in the company. Wasn't this the same expression? And these people were the easiest to control. Tang Chen, if there's anything you need to tell me, don't be polite. Tang Chen nodded vigorously. Everything is here. Thank you for your trouble. That's a bit too formal. You're almost like my younger brother, so just call me Sister Xia from now on. Tang Chen twitched his mouth. Did the relationship have to be so complicated, with sisters and brothers popping up? How embarrassing. Tang Chen said innocently. There's nothing to be embarrassed about, just call me sister now. Tang Chen portrayed that awkward look perfectly, making Yi Qingyi admire his acting skills, probably a graduate from the Central Academy of Drama. Sister Shi. After hesitating for a while, it was finally shouted out. Ximeng was very satisfied. You said it, from now on, you are my little brother, with me as your sister, you don't have to be afraid. At this moment, Fu Chi walked out of the bedroom and joked, if I acknowledge you as my little brother, then wouldn't I become your brother-in-law? Brother-in-law is good. Tang Chen stood up and called out. Ha, sit down, we are all family from now on. Tang Chen nodded, thinking to himself, you two are quite good at scheming, but your methods are much stronger than Bai Jian and Xiaoyu. You two siblings chat first, I'll go out for a walk. Fu Chi smiled, took a sip of water, and then left.
As Fu Qi left, Xi Meng shook her head helplessly. Your brother-in-law, he always goes out to brag with other men at this time. I also like to brag. Tang Chen scratched the back of his head with a silly smile. Little brother, there's something I want to ask you. It's crucial, you must tell me the truth. Xi Meng blinked her beautiful eyes and said seriously. I won't lie to you, Sister Xi. Tang Chen's posture was like he was back in elementary school, with his hands on his thighs. If I were your enemy, sitting here, would you have a way to kill me directly? Ha! That's so simple. Hearing Tang Chen's answer, Xi Meng felt he was bragging. Young people are all like this. Little brother, you can't talk big. I'm not, really. Then show me. Sister Xi, throw the paper cup anywhere. Tang Chen said confidently. Xi Meng wanted to see what trick Tang Chen was playing, so she drank the water in the paper cup, casually threw it in a direction, and at that moment, Tang Chen flicked his right hand. The paper cup was instantly pierced by a flying knife, splitting into two pieces on the ground. Xi Meng was stunned. She didn't even see his movements clearly. In this era of knife attacks, having such a skill with a flying knife was like having a gun. Impressive, little brother. Xi Meng applauded and patted Tang Chen's leg, while Tang Chen blushed and felt embarrassed. Xi Meng felt like she needed to control this little brother. Suddenly the conversation shifted. Little brother, how about that girl just now? Do you like her? I already have a girlfriend. Tang Chen's reaction was impeccable. Xi Meng, a woman who pays attention to details, didn't even notice. Xi Meng clicked her tongue. My good little brother, even though the family flowers are fragrant, wildflowers also have their own charm. Don't worry, sister will keep your secret. Seeing Tang Chen hesitating to speak, Xi Meng thought to herself, men are just men after all. Do you swear, sister, that you won't tell anyone? I believe you, but what? I don't like that girl. Xi Meng was taken aback, then smiled. Then who do you like? Sister will help you. Tang Chen looked shy, lowered his head and seemed a bit embarrassed. Xi Meng was surprised. How could he exclude her? A young man like him would surely have thoughts when seeing her. It was only natural. You can't just think randomly. Xi Meng deliberately put on a serious look and said disapprovingly. Tang Chen didn't say anything, just showed a look of disappointment, not looking at Xi Meng. This little brat was really hard to figure out. He was even blaming himself. Tang Chen suddenly looked up at Xi Meng, and Xi Meng was taken aback. Was his gaze so sad? Sister, do you look down on me? Xi Meng. Never did she expect him to say such a thing. I know I'm an orphan, no one looks up to me. I do the lowest level of work, unlike you, shining brightly. You and I are from different worlds. I misunderstood. After saying that, Tang Chen stood up to leave. Even his eyes were red. Xi Meng stared blankly at Tang Chen's back. Such a powerful expert, how could he be so insecure? Little brother, what's wrong? Sister never said she looked down on you. Xi Meng quickly got up and held Tang Chen. Now Tang Chen was her only weapon. If Tang Chen wasn't by her side, those people below wouldn't stay quiet, let alone killing Huo Wanyan. That would disrupt all her plans. Tang Chen was a stubborn child with a sense of grievance. Alright, sister was wrong, let's sit down and talk. Half pushing and half persuading, Tang Chen was still pressed down on the sofa by Xi Meng. Xi Meng looked at Tang Chen with a headache. How could she come up with such an idea? But this little brother was so focused on her, it was both annoying and amusing. Little brother, if you help sister kill that person, sister will go all out. Xi Meng directly threw out a big promise. Probably any man would obediently agree. However, Tang Chen solemnly said, no. Why? Xi Meng was surprised. This was too decisive. My former boss said something similar before, but not about killing. In the end, none of them kept their promises. What kind of heartless bosses were these, teaching a child to be so cautious? Looking at Tang Chen's expression, Xi Meng felt helpless and chuckled. You can make any requests. Tang Chen hesitated, then glanced around. Xi Meng understood. This was a guy with desires but no courage, which made things easier. As long as you agree to sister's request, sister won't let you suffer after it's done. Ha, Tang Chen was shocked. She was really painting a rosy picture for me. I knew sister still looks down on me. I got it. I'll leave now. As Tang Chen stood up, Xi Meng suddenly became anxious. If she didn't offer him any benefits, he wouldn't agree. Stop. Xi Meng scolded, and Tang Chen's lips curved. Who was really in control here? Xi Meng approached Tang Chen, staring at him fiercely. Tang Chen turned his head away. This made Xi Meng both annoyed and amused. As long as she could get rid of Huo Wanyan, everything she did was worth it. After leaving Xi Meng's house, Tang Chen stretched lazily, not in a hurry to leave. He walked into a safe passage, opened a window to get some fresh air, and lit a cigarette. After just 2 puffs, he heard footsteps downstairs. When he saw Feng Mengmeng coming up, they locked eyes. The scene was a bit awkward and a bit ambiguous. Feng Mengmeng tucked her hair behind her ear nervously.
why didn't you take the elevator? Tang Chen spoke first. I live downstairs. Waiting for the elevator is too slow, the stairs are faster. Feng Mengmeng lowered her head. Thank you for saving me last night. Tang Chen looked at her. It's nothing, don't worry about it. Feng Mengmeng bit her lip slightly, holding the files tighter, and whispered, Did President Xi talk to you? Tang Chen was stunned. Do you guys discuss killing people like this? It scared the child. Yes. Did you agree? Yes. Feng Mengmeng blushed. President Xi had already talked to her in the morning, and she didn't object. It was a way to repay the favor of saving her life, and maybe he could protect her in the future. Tang Chen felt something was off looking at the shy Feng Mengmeng. Killing someone and being shy like this, she wasn't a naive person. Feng Mengmeng whispered, How about coming to my place? Tang Chen's mouth twitched, now he understood. Xi Meng had mentioned before that she should accompany him. It seemed they were not on the same page. But looking at Feng Mengmeng's offer, it was quite good, and she even offered herself, alright then. Hearing Tang Chen's agreement, Feng Mengmeng was also very happy. After all, with such a powerful backer, she would be safer. It took a long time for Tang Chen to return to the room and start telling his story. The three women listened with great interest. Sun Ting exclaimed, This is even stronger than Yi. Yi Qingyi pinched Sun Ting's neck, and Sun Ting stuck out her tongue, looking like she was about to be strangled. And Bai sighed, I never expected that we wouldn't have a chance to act yet. Within Bai's words, Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi laughed mischievously, both were experienced. Originally, Yi Qingyi was still worried that Ximing would not easily let Tang Chen succeed. Unexpectedly, Ximing was willing to let Tang Chen go and kill someone, truly a shocking woman who would do anything for power. Yi Qingyi had thought Ximing was a great person, a living bodhisattva, but it turned out she just wanted to control the entire building, even if it meant turning against those wealthy bosses, redirecting her plans to another group of people. Yi Qingyi felt inferior to such courage, and no wonder others' businesses were growing bigger and bigger. At this moment, Feng Mengmeng arrived at Ximing's door, looking refreshed, and handed out the script for tonight after entering the house. I'll take care of it tonight. Fu Qi smiled as he took the script. Feng Mengmeng looked at Ximing with concern and asked, Is Ximing feeling unwell? Ximing remained silent, looking unhappy. Feng Mengmeng felt a bit worried, hoping it wasn't because of her. Ximing, you need to rest, we can't do without you, Feng Mengmeng said softly, knowing that without Ximing, the property owners might rebel. Ximing nodded, then gestured for Feng Mengmeng to leave, and Feng Mengmeng glanced at Fu Qi, who nodded in agreement. As Feng Mengmeng left, Fu Qi comforted, Wife, don't worry, I often give speeches like this at work. I'll go rest for a bit, Ximing, with a slightly hoarse voice, headed towards the bedroom. Fu Qi felt a bit strange. Tang Chen had already agreed, so why was she still so agitated? As Ximeng tossed and turned in bed unable to sleep, in the afternoon, Tang Chen, feeling bored, decided to visit Feng Mengmeng for some fun. The cats at home were miserable, but as soon as Tang Chen left, they were happy again, leaving the burden to other women. When Tang Chen arrived at the door and knocked, a stranger girl opened it. Wasn't she the girl in the white dress? Is Meng Meng here? Tang Chen asked curiously, wondering if he had the wrong door. Yes, I'm her friend, my name is Feng Wei. Hello, I'm Tang Chen. The two shook hands friendly, and at that moment, Feng Mengmeng came out of the bedroom, a bit shy to see Tang Chen. She knew why Tang Chen had come, just to hang out with friends at home. Tang Gu, come in and sit. Feng Wei noticed Feng Mengmeng's strange expression and blushed. Tang Chen walked in, and Feng Mengmeng poured him a glass of water, a sincere gesture of hospitality. Feng Mengmeng felt awkward sitting next to Tang Chen on the sofa, while Feng Wei sat on the single sofa holding a pillow, creating a slightly awkward atmosphere. Tang Chen felt helpless. This Feng Wei was so clueless. He had come, and she should have found an excuse to leave. Was she waiting to watch a show? Are you guys chatting? Tang Chen wasn't good at connecting with girls, so why bother trying? Feng Mengmeng nodded, yes, Wei Wei misses home. Don't you live here? Tang Chen asked in confusion. Feng Wei sighed, I work in Huanan City. My dad was worried about the safety of some neighborhoods, so he bought me a place here. So you're a second-generation rich kid, Tang Chen shrugged. Feng Wei modestly replied, my dad just has a bit of money. Feng Mengmeng sighed as she looked at the light rain outside. I don't know when it will stop. If it rains harder, at least Huazong's group won't dare to come. Yeah, if it gets windier, no one will dare to go out. This light rain is really annoying. Feng Wei also seemed melancholic, constantly thinking about how to leave and return home safely. It's gotten much colder these days, and I don't have warm clothes. If there's a power outage, I might freeze to death. Thinking of this, Feng Mengmeng couldn't help but shiver, very afraid that the power would go out in the next moment, which would be a fatal blow. As for when the power would go out, no one knew, but it was only a matter of time. Perhaps in the next moment, even the mobile phone signal would be gone.
I'll go to the bathroom first, I've been feeling irritated lately, Fang Wei said with a wry smile. Meng Meng and Tang Chen exchanged a glance. Meng Meng suddenly blushed and lowered her head, while Tang Chen pulled her into his arms. After a while, the bathroom door opened, and Meng Meng immediately sat down to the side, while Tang Chen acted as if nothing had happened. I don't know how other cities are doing, if there are any safe ones, Fang Wei sighed repeatedly. There probably are, but we can't go out now, Tang Chen said, looking amused at Meng Meng's uncomfortable look. Fang Wei tentatively asked, Tango, you're so capable, you should be able to escape to a safe city, right?
Tang Chen just smiled at this probing question.
I need to go to the bathroom, Meng Meng said with a slight blush.
Tang Chen shook his head, wondering why they were taking turns to go to the bathroom.
Suddenly, Fang Wei sat down next to Tang Chen on the sofa, and he was surprised by her boldness.
Can you protect me, Tango? Fang Wei looked up at Tang Chen eagerly. Tang Chen's mouth twitched, realizing it was a deal with her. With the sound of the door opening, Fang Wei quickly sat back down. Tango, you were really amazing last night.
Don't say that, it was just to stay alive.
I wonder when Mr. Was people will come next time. Mr. She must have his own way.
Meng Meng, who knew the inside story, comforted them. As they chatted, it was already past 6 in the afternoon, and Tang Chen was hungry and ready to go back for a big meal.
Tango, there's a piece of pork in the fridge, why don't you stay for dinner?
Meng Meng wanted to please Tang Chen, even willing to bring out the rare pork. This immediately drew criticism from Fang Wei. You're willing to eat meat when Tango comes, but you won't share it with me.
Now we have it, don't blame me.
After a while, Layagama fried pork was served, along with steaming white rice, which was luxurious to the extreme. However, the meat tasted strange, probably frozen for too long, losing its freshness. After dinner, Tang Chen whistled and pressed the elevator button, checking the time. It was almost 7 o'clock, time to go see Sister Shi's speech. This kind of life was really comfortable. With Tang Chen's appearance, people around him also showed goodwill, and some women even started to flirt, but Tang Chen wasn't interested in those superficial women. The lowest acceptable condition was at least like Meng Meng and Fang Wei, as he was picky. Seeing Tang Chen, Meng Meng seemed to pass by him and whispered softly, "Come to my place tonight." Tang Chen shrugged, not understanding why he was so popular after the apocalypse. But for this kind of actively pursuing woman, Tang Chen showed no interest. As Fu Qi stood on the stage, Tang Chen paused. "Dear homeowners, Sister Shi is feeling unwell today, so I will say a few words on her behalf." Tang Chen scratched his head. He had to apologize to Miss Shi, so as not to be seen as too fierce. Soon, Tang Chen arrived outside Shi Meng's house and rang the doorbell. Shi Meng, looking through the peephole, was originally angry and didn't want to open the door, but if he started overthinking again, wouldn't all his efforts today be in vain? Opening the door, Shi Meng looked at Tang Chen with a stern face and walked back to the living room in anger. Tang Chen walked into the house and awkwardly said, "Miss Shi, I heard you weren't feeling well, so I came to see you." Rolling her eyes, Shi Meng had never suffered such a loss since childhood, always having men wrapped around her finger, and Tang Chen was no exception, but the price she paid was too high. Tang Chen sat next to Shi Meng, suddenly held her hand. Shi Meng was stunned, her heart racing, wanting to pull away but unable to. "If you keep doing this, sister will get angry. Today, I'll let you have your way," Shi Meng said with her eyes, looking at Tang Chen. Tang Chen wouldn't back down. "Actually, when I saw Miss Shi, I liked you." After saying that, he regretted not trying acting in Hengdian instead of delivering takeout. Maybe he could become a star with good acting skills. Shi Meng snorted, "I've heard those words too many times, it's just to deceive your little girlfriend. She doesn't understand me like you do, sister." Shi Meng's heart couldn't help but tremble. This Tang Chen was really something. "Go get some fresh air." Shi Meng got up and walked towards the door. Tang Chen was stunned but followed with a smile. In the safe passage, Tang Chen leaned on the railing and said, "Miss Shi, aren't you going home yet? The air outside is nice." Shi Meng glared at Tang Chen without kindness. If it weren't for the plan, how could she suffer a loss? This was not Shi Meng's style at all. Tang Chen stubbed out his cigarette but on the ground. "Alright, I'll go back first. Miss Shi, you should go back soon too, don't catch a cold." Shi Meng's face darkened as she watched Tang Chen go downstairs. This jerk, after everything is over, she'll have to find a way to deal with him. Adjusting her mood, Shi Meng returned home and sat on the sofa watching a movie. When her wife came back, she asked, "Where did you go? Don't go out if you're feeling unwell." Shi Meng whispered, "Nowhere, just getting some fresh air at the staircase." "I'm a bit hungry, get me something to eat," Shi Meng said helplessly, her stomach growling. "Oh well, it's like being bitten by a dog, as long as Huan Yin is killed." Tang Chen didn't return home until dawn. As soon as he entered, he saw 3 pairs of pitiful eyes. "Oh, he was so caught up in his own happiness that he forgot to prepare food for them. As he recounted the events of the night, the three women were shocked. It must be said that these encounters were due to the title of the garage war god. If Tang Chen wanted, those women throwing flirtatious glances would be at his beck and call. Master is amazing. It's only been a short time. Xiaobai snuggled up to Tang Chen intimately, like a little cat. Sun Ting joked, so who won in the end? Will Miss Shi leave? Yi Qing frowned, worried about the bet, afraid of losing and leaving Yuan Yuan with no one to save her. Master, have you figured out a way to make Miss Shi decide to stay or leave? Sun Ting curiously asked. Of course I have, but it's confidential for now. You'll know when the time comes, Tang Chen said mysteriously, completely piquing the curiosity of the three women. No matter how they coaxed, Tang Chen wouldn't say. After all, his heart was as hard as a rock, and no amount of coaxing could melt it. The next morning, Tang Chen was awakened by a call from Shi Meng. Miss Shi, are you missing me so early? Tang Chen yawned, having worked overtime last night. His eyelids were heavy. These gossip-loving women were really something. Miss me my foot, come up here. Got it. Tang Chen, yawning, arrived upstairs and rang the doorbell. Feng Mengmeng opened the door, and seeing Tang Chen made her heart race. It was obvious that Feng Mengmeng liked Tang Chen's strength. Mr. Shi, I'll leave first. Feng Mengmeng gave Tang Chen a look, and he understood instantly. Walking into the room, Shi Meng put down her phone and said in a low voice, I've already arranged the meeting place with Mr. Hua. Tang Chen smiled and sat down, asking, is everything arranged? Shi Meng felt like she was the one being taken advantage of, hearing that tone as if he wanted to take advantage of her. It was almost done. Originally it wasn't supposed to be this fast, but she had to speed up. She said sternly, I've arranged to meet Mr. Hua tonight at the Xinhua bookstore on Baoyuan Road. I need you to go in advance and eliminate some potential risks. Sister, what perfume are you wearing today? It smells so good. I'm talking to you, do you hear me? Shi Meng was about to lose it, feeling that Tang Chen wasn't taking it seriously at all. She entrusted him with such an important task, but was he capable of it? Was he too unreliable? I heard, Tang Chen sighed. Was there a need to be so nervous? It was just dealing with one person, not a god. Can you take this seriously? This matter is very important to me, Shi Meng said seriously. If it were before, she would have fired an employee like him directly. Shi Meng was about to explode. This careless attitude was driving her crazy. She felt like she was at a loss, but he was the only one who could handle this. It was really frustrating. Not long after, Fu Qi returned, and Tang Chen had no choice but to leave. Fu Qi, who had returned, immediately looked at them with questioning eyes. What were you talking about just now? What else could we talk about? What's with that look? Do you suspect me? Hearing Shi Meng's tone rise, Fu Qi backed off. That's not what I meant. Watching her cowardly husband, Shi Meng was furious. Think about it yourself. With so many disasters these days, what have you done? I'm doing what should have been done by you men. Tang Chen is my only bargaining chip now. He can do whatever he wants. After saying that, she walked into the bedroom and slammed the door shut. Bored, Tang Chen could only go to Feng Mengmeng's house for a cup of tea. Tangu, Feng Mengmeng drew circles on Tang Chen's chest with her finger. What's wrong? Tangu, please come back safely. Feng Mengmeng didn't want Tang Chen to die, or else her efforts would be in vain. Just a bunch of small fries, don't worry. Hearing Tang Chen say that, Feng Mengmeng thought he was just bragging, as she had heard too many such words before. Don't worry, Tangu will take you away when the time comes. Feng Mengmeng's eyes lit up. Tang Chen, do you have a way to leave? How do you think I got here? The car just didn't drive in, afraid of being robbed. Tang Chen said with a smile. If Yi Qingyi saw the smile, she would know that Tang Chen was up to something mischievous. Feng Mengmeng was so excited that she sat up, revealing her charming figure. Tangu, do you have a car? The tires can't be used now. The tires can't be used, but my car has tracks. Feng Mengmeng suddenly realized, Tang Chen, you're amazing. Mengmeng really likes it. You must take Mengmeng with you when you leave. Mengmeng will listen to Tangu in the future. If you weren't so well behaved, I wouldn't have told you the secret. You have to keep it for me. Okay, I promise not to tell anyone. Good girl. It was almost 11 o'clock when Tang Chen left Feng Mengmeng's house. He didn't plan to go back, as he was a man of his word and had things to do. Taking out his little brother's phone, Tang Chen's mouth curved into a devilish smile. Mr. Hua, I wonder if you're like your little brother. Don't make it difficult for me. In the garage, the men around respectfully called out, Tangu, the car is ready. You can go up, but the tires won't last long. A man holding the car keys came over to remind him. I know. Taking the car keys, it was still a BMW 5 Series, with a layer of plastic sheeting on the hood to prevent rain from leaking in, but this car was probably the worst one in the garage.
Move the cars aside, Tangu is going out.
Over a dozen men looked at Tang Chen with a relaxed and comfortable expression, as if they were going on a trip, secretly wondering if he was pretending. If Mr. Shi and Tang Chen returned safely today, then Tang Chen would truly be a tough guy, almost the second in command in the neighborhood. Unfortunately, Tang Chen was not interested in being second in command, not even in being first in command, but he was interested in being the top leader.
Imperial Club.
At noon, Huo Wanyan ate with a group of followers, eating plain rice and stir-fried dishes, just like any other day. Of course, eating so well was rare, and today they were treating the brothers to a good meal for going out.
There weren't many people with them, only about 70 or 80. But with so many mouths to feed, even Huo Wanyan felt a pang.
Putting down his chopsticks, Huo Wanyan stood on the table directly. "Brothers, I have something to say."
The followers all looked at their leader, their eyes filled with fervent admiration, especially towards the shotgun in Huo Wanyan's hands. With this weapon, they could take over the entire Huan city.
"This operation has only one purpose, to capture Shi Meng. Then we will have more guns, and taking over Huan city will only be a matter of time." The followers were filled with enthusiasm, with only one thought in their minds, to conquer Huan city and become its king. But according to the information provided by our informant, a strange man appeared around Shi Meng, claiming to be a delivery guy, but he killed our brothers, including Scar. What should we do?
Revenge! Revenge! Revenge!
Huo Wanyan was very pleased with the followers' response. "That's right, we live by the code of honor in the underworld, an eye for an eye, whether he is a delivery guy or a hitman, all are equal in front of the shotgun." With that, he raised the shotgun in his hand, and the followers excitedly whistled. "After eating, we will go to the bookstore first. When the time comes, apart from Shi Meng, kill them all." Before the followers could cheer. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knocking sound at the door. The men in the hall immediately looked towards the door, wondering why the guards outside were knocking. "Were the police here?" "Your delivery is here." A familiar voice came from outside.
If it wasn't Tang Chen, then who else could it be?
Tang Chen didn't even go to the Xinhua bookstore, he came straight to their base, avoiding unnecessary trouble. As Tang Chen's words fell, the hall fell unusually quiet.
When did they start having food deliveries? Go and open the door. Huo Wanyan frowned, tightly gripping the shotgun, who was playing games at the door.
For followers with machetes approached the door, and through the glass on the door, they could vaguely see a person standing there, holding something in his hand. The four nodded, and two of them opened the double doors.
"Boss Hua, don't open the door.
The brother at the door has been killed." The walkie-talkie in Huo Wanyan's pocket shouted loudly. It should be one of the followers responsible for monitoring, who had just been absent-minded and only just realized. But by then, the door had already been opened, and the four followers saw the man in front of them. With a smile on his face, he carried a golden horse-cutting knife on his shoulder, holding two heads in his right hand, with the bodies lying beside him. "Here, your delivery." Tang Chen smiled as he threw the heads out, rolling onto the dining table in the middle of the hall, staining the delicious food with fresh blood. Several followers immediately vomited. The cleanly cut bones and tracheas were clearly visible. Huo Wanyan's face turned extremely serious, looking at the delivery guy not far away. Delivering food? Was he one of Shi Meng's men? Is he crazy, coming to his territory alone? Kill him! Huo Wanyan shouted angrily. "There is a way to heaven that you don't take, and you insist on barging into hell. Leave your life behind and see what Shi Meng still has to rely on." Tang Chen was taken aback. "Hey, Huo, I came to discuss business with you."
Huo Wanyan had never seen such shamelessness before.
Was he really trying to negotiate business by bringing the heads of his two henchmen? "Is this your way of doing business?" The four henchmen in front of him didn't care about that. They were determined to avenge their fallen brothers and kill him.
Maybe Huo Wanyan would reward the female college student.
As four knives were about to strike him, Tang Chen sighed helplessly. "I knew it. The kind of henchman you have reflects the kind of leader you are, making it difficult for everyone." With a swish, the four men seemed frozen in place, their raised arms with knives dropping to the ground. Then, the four heads fell without warning, and headless bodies sprayed blood wildly, as if welcoming the Blood King.
Tang Chen's move instantly stunned everyone.
It was not just strong, but a bit twisted. How much strength did it take for that horizontal slash just now?
"Move aside," Huo Wanyan shouted, jumping down with a shotgun aimed at Tang Chen.
But to increase accuracy, Huo Wanyan still approached Tang Chen slightly. Now, a bullet was more precious than gold. The henchmen around cheered as they saw their boss using a gun.
In the face of firearms, what was that knife in your hand? Just a primitive weapon. Are you the delivery guy with Shi Meng? Huo Wanyan suddenly didn't want to kill Tang Chen just like that.
If Tang Chen could be of use to him, his power would increase infinitely.
Tang Chen nodded and said, "Yes, I came to discuss business with you.
Your henchmen outside wouldn't let me, and they attacked me with knives.
I was just acting in self-defense. Please don't blame me, Hua." Huo Wanyan's face twitched. "You killed my men and now you don't want me to blame you? Is there anyone as shameless as you? What business do you want to discuss with me?" Huo Wanyan asked in a deep voice. "Just cooperate with me in a play, it's very simple. What's in it for me?" Tang Chen laughed. "The benefit is your lives. Isn't this business deal profitable? You're playing me, damn it." Huo Wanyan, not being Shimeng, was insulted by a delivery guy.
Regardless of whether he was a master or not, he shot him directly. Seeing Tang Chen charging towards him, Huo Wanyan fired. Bang! "Hua, your marksmanship is worse than my cat's."
Tang Chen grabbed the gun barrel and joked. Huo Wanyan looked at Tang Chen in disbelief. He had clearly pulled the trigger, but it seemed to jam until the delivery guy grabbed the gun barrel and raised it, then the trigger was pulled. "Let go!"
Huo Wanyan shouted in panic, and the henchmen around went from excitement to nervousness as the gun was grabbed by someone else.
"You are also a boss. Can't you be a little smarter?"
Tang Chen said, kicking Huo Wanyan in the stomach, causing him to fall like a cooked shrimp, his grip loosening. Holding the gun, he loaded a bullet. "I had to kick you before you let go. Why bother, Hua?" The henchmen were scared and backed away at the sight of the loaded gun. In this post-apocalyptic world, the intimidation brought by a gun was truly terrifying.
Huo Wanyan scanned his henchmen, his lips trembling with anger. Why were they so afraid? He's just one person. There are still 3 bullets in the gun. Kill him, and you can pick any woman you want. From now on, he will be the boss of this area.
Tang Chen sneered, aiming the gun at Huo Wanyan and said in a deep voice, "Huo, negotiating business with you is really exhausting.
You've made me very unhappy. What are you going to do?" Huo Wanyan looked panicked. "What do you think?"
Huo Wanyan shouted hysterically, "Kill him!
Kill him now!" Bang! All the henchmen holding knives hesitated for a moment. Their boss, Huo Wanyan's face had been blown up. Bang! Bang!
Every shot hit Huo's face, blood and brain matter splattered everywhere, his entire head turned into a bloody mess, and Tang Chen's ruthless methods subdued all his henchmen.
While he had killed before, this method was truly horrifying. With so few bullets, who still has some? Lend me a few. Tang Chen pulled the shotgun, disappointed that such a big boss only had this many bullets, barely enough to kill a few people. The henchman stared blankly at Tang Chen. "Lend you some bullets? Do you think we're fools? Brothers, he's out of bullets. Whoever kills him will be the boss." Someone in the crowd shouted loudly. This was undoubtedly the most tempting reward. Who wouldn't want to be the boss?
Seeing more people approaching, Tang Chen shook his head helplessly, reached into his pocket, and took out the bullets for the red shotgun. The person in front was stunned. How could he have shotgun bullets in his pocket? How was that possible? Seeing Tang Chen reloading, the henchman's eyes turned red. This was the moment to become the boss. While he was distracted, he could chop off his head. Click. "Sorry, you were a bit slow." Tang Chen smiled at the henchman. Bang! The henchman's body was thrown back 2 meters by the impact, blood oozing from his chest. Hearing the gunshot, the henchman behind panicked. Who said there were no bullets? Were they being sent to their deaths? "Kill me, and you'll be the boss. What are you waiting for?" Tang Chen said before blowing another henchman's head off and reloading. Another henchman suddenly rushed forward, and Tang Chen raised his gun behind him. Bang! Another henchman fell, unrecognizable, his eyeballs exposed. No one dared to approach, he was a maniac. "Brothers, attack! What are you afraid of? We outnumber him." Despite the words, no one dared to move. Several bodies lay on the ground, all wanting to be the boss. "Since you won't come, don't blame me for starting the slaughter." Tang Chen's smile disappeared as he fired into the crowd, hitting 4 or 5 people, who cried out in pain. Some tried to run but found the door locked, as if they were trapped in the hall. Even the windows wouldn't open, and the rain outside made escaping difficult. Hearing the gunshots and cries, everyone was terrified. The delivery guy was a devil, not human. Killing like slaughtering chickens. "Big brother, please don't kill me. I was forced by Hua. I'm a college student. You can be my boss in the future." A young man with glasses dropped his knife and knelt down. Tang Chen nodded and shot him in the head, blood splattering. "Don't think I don't know, your voice was the loudest." Tang Chen continued reloading, scanning the hall with 30 bodies and several injured. With the bullets loaded, Tang Chen cocked the gun with one hand and taunted, "Hide well, don't let me find you." About 40 people hid in private rooms, bathrooms, or the kitchen, trembling. They were supposed to attack others, but how did this happen?
It must be a dream, it had to be a dream. Tang Chen seemed to be playing a cat-and-mouse game, showing great interest. He kicked open a private room door, where music was playing, and a disheveled woman was hanging with blood all over her body. Tang Chen walked over and found she was still breathing, around 20 years old, tortured to this state. "Miss, did you see anyone come in?" The girl looked at Tang Chen and the gun in his hand, weakly gesturing towards the bathroom. Tang Chen smiled and kicked open the bathroom door. "Big brother, spare me." Bang! Exiting the bathroom, Tang Chen smiled at the girl. "I've avenged you," he said before preparing to leave. "Big brother." Tang Chen turned back in confusion. "What's wrong? Is there someone else? Can you kill me?" Tang Chen looked at the girl's condition. Every minute now is torture for her. It's really sinful. Just play with women. Why torture them like this? It's sick. "Miss, getting shot hurts. How about I break your neck instead?" Since he was going to act, he still needed to ask the girl for her opinion. The girl smiled and nodded, not wanting to feel pain anymore, then closed her eyes. Tang Chen placed the gun aside, held the girl's head with both hands. With a crack, the girl's body went completely limp. Sighing, Tang Chen picked up the gun and moved to the next compartment, never expecting that each compartment would have a girl hanging or tied to the sofa, all covered in injuries. After seeing this, Tang Chen couldn't help but say, "They are all beasts." He helped each girl to relieve their pain. When he arrived at the restroom, Tang Chen was shocked once again, feeling that his innocent heart was being hurt. The lower bodies of women were exposed outside the restroom door. Tang Chen walked over to take a look. This seemed to be the public restroom for those lackeys. Those with some skills had their own compartments. Looking inside the restroom, a woman was tied up and unable to move her hands. It was unclear if she had fainted or died. In the hands of these people, it was truly better to be dead. Suddenly, Tang Chen saw a black footprint, indicating that someone was hiding here. He directly fired a shot towards the door. Bang! Blood gradually flowed out from inside the door. Tang Chen left the restroom with the gun, feeling that he was too pure and honest after seeing these things. When he entered the kitchen, Tang Chen felt that his methods were unexpectedly merciful. On the countertop lay a woman's head, her thigh still on the cutting board. Next to it was chopped meat in a bowl, and even something cooking in a pot. They were actually so twisted as to eat human flesh, truly unbelievable. Oh, there was someone hiding in the cold storage room. Opening the door to the cold storage room, 7 frozen female corpses were hanging inside, their once slender legs covered in frost. From the wounds on their bodies, it seemed they had been abused before death. "Be a good girl, isn't it better to go home early instead of going to entertainment venues in the early morning?" Sensing some warm breath coming from deep inside, Tang Chen didn't say a word, he just closed and locked the door. The 3 men in the cold storage room were shivering from the cold. "Is he gone? He should be gone. Let's go check." The 3 men sneakily approached the door, trying to open it, but couldn't, which filled them with extreme fear. Regardless of being killed or not, they frantically pounded on the door. Meanwhile, Tang Chen stood at the door smoking a cigarette, listening to the pounding from behind, and slowly closed the kitchen door. Soon, the first and second floors were cleaned up. Those who needed to be killed were killed, those who needed to be relieved were relieved. Arriving on the 3rd floor, which seemed to be the office area, there were fewer rooms, saving him the trouble of searching. The general manager's office. Tang Chen grabbed the doorknob, but paused for a moment, a slight smile appearing on his lips. With a bang, the wooden door was pierced through. Only then did Tang Chen open the door and find a man bleeding with a knife in hand lying on the floor. He shot him in the head, and 4 girls sitting on the sofa, their faces pale with fear. He wondered where this person came from, actually killing the man who was managing them. Tang Chen turned to the 4 girls, all quite young, but not pretty enough. They could be useful for gaining experience. "Big brother, please don't kill us." The 4 girls trembled in fear. Curiously, Tang Chen asked, "How did you end up here? And why are you dressed so nicely?" One of the girls, with a hint of panic, said, "We don't know either. It seems like we were being taken somewhere." "Oh, I see. If I had known, I wouldn't have killed him. Wait here for me, I'll go find someone to ask." The frightened girls nodded. After Tang Chen left, one brave girl approached the door and listened to the fading footsteps. "He's gone, let's run quickly." Didn't he tell us to wait here?" a timid girl said. "You're so stupid, waiting for him. Do you want to be a toilet seat in the bathroom?" Upon hearing this, the girl's face filled with panic, immediately got up and ran along. Opening the door, she saw Tang Chen with his back turned, and waved her hand, "Run." 4 girls ran towards the stairs as if their lives depended on it. Tang Chen turned around and sighed helplessly. "Why are you running? Where can you go in the rain outside?" Bang! 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 The 4 girls fell to the ground, their bodies twitching occasionally, blood seeping from their fair skin. "You promised to wait for me. I hate those who don't keep their word, Tang Chen said, opening the next door. Big brother. Tang Chen was taken aback. The man was kneeling directly in the middle, which was a bit unusual. Speak, let's see what value you have to survive. Tang Chen sat on the mahogany desk, playing with a golden pen, aiming at the man's head on the ground. I'm willing to do business with Big Brother. Tang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. You're the first one willing to do business with me, and of course, the last one. The kneeling man was terrified, realizing that everyone else was dead, leaving only himself. Big Brother, my name is Ning Qingwei, I sell alcohol in the club, so I know some things that Big Brother wants to know. You're smart. What about those 4 girls in the manager's office just now? Ning Qingwei lowered his head and replied immediately, those 4 women were planning to deliver to Qianzong in exchange for 4 bullets. Oh, 1 woman for 1 bullet. Do you have that many women to spare? Big Brother, you know we run entertainment venues, and the one thing we don't lack is women. Huazong recently gathered all the women detained in the branch and brought them to the club, to prevent them from being played to death by some henchmen. Tang Chen's eyes lit up, take me to see. This way, Big Brother. Ning Qingwei led the way, with Tang Chen following behind casually, asking, how many women are detained? About 100. So many, what do they eat and drink? They eat human flesh and drink urine mixed with a little water. After saying that, he smirked, a smile as wicked as it gets. Tang Chen understood that the human flesh in the kitchen was meant for the detained women to eat. Otherwise, with over 100 mouths to feed, it was like raising livestock. Thinking about it, they had bones to eat, water to drink, and even baths. It wasn't so bad. Little Yi was still complaining, she should really be brought here to see the environment. Soon, Ning Qingwei brought Tang Chen to a secret passage. As the door opened, they saw all the detained women inside, even emitting a foul smell. Tang Chen furrowed his brow deeply, not bothering to approach them. He thought there would be some beauties. The detained women all looked at them, some with vacant eyes, some acting crazy, and some screaming for help. What are you showing me this for? Ning Qingwei immediately said, with a gun pointed at his head, Big Brother, they can be exchanged for things if they are cleaned up. Tang Chen pulled the trigger. With a crisp sound, the trigger was pulled. Wait, let me load a bullet. Ning Qingwei was scared, squatting on the ground and kowtowing, Big Brother, I know many more secrets. Huazong has over 100 brothers scattered in various places, calling them back would definitely be useful to Big Brother. Seeing Tang Chen still loading the bullet, Ning Qingwei's mind raced frantically. Qianzong has arranged many henchmen in the security company, even Huazong has to send women to him regularly. The henchmen in your hands are also given by Qianzong to Huazong. Also, there are a few beautiful women around Huazong. Tang Chen paused in loading the bullet, how beautiful. Ning Qingwei was secretly delighted and immediately replied, definitely more beautiful than these. Huazong is reluctant to send them to Qianzong, saying he wants to have fun before sending them out. Lie to me again, and this gun will be shoved up your ass. You should be able to imagine that scene. Yes, this way, Big Brother. There are quite a few secret doors. Ning Qingwei gasped for breath, cold sweat streaming down. In the past, these were secret chambers prepared for some bosses and celebrities. Walking into the room, Tang Chen saw 3 women sitting on the sofa, wearing bikinis. To be honest, they were not as good looking as Feng Mengmeng, let alone compared to Sun Ting and the others. But this kid didn't deceive himself, they were indeed better than the ones outside. The 3 women looked a bit confused when they saw Tang Chen holding a gun, especially the one with a familiar perfume. Wasn't she from Mr. Hua's place? This is the new boss, you should call him boss. Ning Qingwei quickly reminded. The woman in the purple lace bikini instantly understood, Mr. Hua was dead, there was a new boss now. Oh my, this little lady greets the boss. The woman coquettishly approached Tang Chen, speaking in a sweet voice, even putting her hand on Tang Chen's shoulder. Bang! The woman was directly shot onto the bed by the perfume, her slightly chubby abdomen pierced. She couldn't believe why she was being killed. Ning Qingwei was also stunned. Wasn't this woman good enough? Even if she wasn't good, there was no need to kill her, she could still help the guys downstairs. Your nasal voice is making me uncomfortable. Tang Chen gritted his teeth, never heard such an uncomfortable nasal voice before. The other 2 women were so scared that they knelt on the ground, trembling. This new boss was even more ruthless than Mr. Hua. And you lied to me again. Ning Qingwei knelt down with a thud. Boss, this is top-notch merchandise. This is top-notch? Look at this nose, it looks like a ghost. This snake-faced woman disgusts me. Is this the taste of your Mr. Hua? Bang! Another shot took one away. Ning Qingwei swallowed hard. The remaining women couldn't control their collapsing emotions, screaming and running outside. Bang! The woman's body fell on the cement floor. The women detained outside were instantly scared and huddled against the wall. Sounding, I think you are no longer of much use. What do you think?
Feeling the gun pointed at his head, Ning Qingwei wanted to struggle. I am useful, boss. Wait for me to think. I will definitely have news that the boss likes.
I'll count to 3. 1, 3. Ning Qingwei immediately shouted. I remembered, there is a female celebrity trapped in Huan City. If you speak slowly, your head will be blown off.
Tang Chen smiled, helped Ning Qingwei up, and even handed him a cigarette, but Ning Qingwei dared not take it.
Don't you give me face? Ning Qingwei immediately took the cigarette, already scared out of his wits. Tang Chen lit a cigarette and sat on the sofa. Tell me about the celebrity. I overheard Mr. Hua and Mr.
Xian's phone call. It seems Mr.
Xian asked Mr. Hua to handle this matter. Just tell me where.
I only know it's in Shuangdong district.
Tang Chen smiled helplessly. Do you know how big Shuangdong district is? Boss, celebrities definitely won't live in a bad place. There is only one villa area in Shuangdong district. It must be there. Your idea is somewhat reasonable. Which female celebrity? Boss, I really don't know. Tang Chen sighed and stood up, extinguishing the cigarette. Boss? Boss? Tang Chen seemed not to hear. He went outside and opened one iron gate after another. Boss, don't open it. Ning Qingwei panicked.
The women saw the iron gate open. Their eyes immediately locked onto Ning Qingwei, as if they wanted to devour him.
What are you all staring at? Tang Chen shouted loudly.
The women rushed out crazily, running past Tang Chen, and directly pounced on the fleeing Ning Qingwei, biting down on Ning Qingwei's arm, tearing off a piece of flesh.
Ah, you stinky women. Boss, save me. Kill them.
Tang Chen ignored him. This Ning Qingwei actually knew about this secret place. He must be in charge here. Probably had been abusing them regularly. These poor women deserved a chance for revenge. Ning Qingwei watched as his body was torn apart by the women. The scene was shocking, and he watched himself being eaten alive. Unfortunately, he had originally wanted Huazong to cooperate in acting a scene, and to satisfy his craving for being the male lead, but it had to end up like this. Now he could only use Huazong's head, and he had to go to the monitoring room to delete his handsome side. He borrowed Huawan's phone, and even this iPhone required face recognition to unlock. He regretted smashing it. Forget it, just bring back a head to show completion. To prevent Shizong from accusing him of deceiving her again, he had originally wanted to scare her. Why bring a gun to a business negotiation, right Huazong? I wonder if Shizong can recognize you. By the way, bring back some material as evidence, otherwise no one will believe it. Especially need to talk to Zio Mayo. The environment you raise them in is too good, don't be so picky. After Tang Chen left, the women ran out with blood in their mouths. When they saw the bodies in the hall, they were stunned at first, then began to scream wildly, as if venting their emotions. Some women seemed to be searching for someone, and when they saw that familiar face, without any hesitation, they began to bite and cry at the same time. After a few women finished venting, they rushed out of the club with a crazy laugh, arms outstretched to enjoy the rain, only to collapse in convulsions a few seconds later. But even if they died, they did so with a smile and a sense of relief. Tang Chen saw this from the rearview mirror and thought, better go home early in the next life. At this moment, Ximing sat on the sofa, tightly holding her phone, becoming increasingly anxious as she did not receive a reply from Tang Chen. Beside her, Fu Qidwan brought a glass of milk. Looking at his stunningly beautiful wife on the sofa, and that coffee table, he suddenly remembered the scene from this morning. Tang Chen should have died outside. How could he betray his own wife? Suppressing his anger, Fu Qi forced a smile and said, "Wife, I made you some milk." It had to be said that after a slight transformation by Tang Chen, Ximing at this moment was even more charming and attractive. After all, no matter how good a woman is, she still needs a man's cultivation, otherwise the land would be barren. Looking at the glass of milk in her husband's hand, Ximing wrinkled her brows. "It looks disgusting, you drink it yourself." Fu Qi was stunned, looked at the milk in the cup, and his face twitched. Ximing didn't even notice her husband's expression. Her mind was focused on her plan. After putting in so much effort, she was waiting for this day. But she didn't dare to call Tang Chen now. Perhaps Tang Chen was hiding somewhere in the bookstore. If she called, she might be exposed. Looking at the time, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Go call some people, it's time to leave. Anxious Ximing was getting impatient. If something happened to Tang Chen, Wan would surely call to mock her. "Wife, isn't it a bit early? It's better to leave early for safety, to avoid being deceived," Ximing said as she got up to tidy up her appearance. When Ximing came out, Fu Qi became even more angry. His delicate and beautiful wife, actually. Those legs he rarely touched. He, a righteous and upright gentleman, why did he have to pretend? Wearing high heels, Ximing looked at the motionless Fu Qi displeased. "What are you staring at? Let's go." "Oh, okay." Ximing hated that Fu Qi couldn't be more capable. Could Tang Chen have played with me like this? But then again, when she saw her husband coming back, that feeling was unprecedented. Shaking her head, what time was it? Still thinking about this, really being misled by Tang Chen. This time it's best to let Huan be slaughtered, otherwise. In the parking lot, more than 10 men were holding kitchen knives from home, preparing and bidding farewell to their families, who knew if they would come back alive this time. In a corner, a few bosses were also whispering, "If Shiming doesn't come back this time, it looks like you'll have to come out and take charge." Chen Zong. Rest assured, Liang Zong, I am 100 times stronger than Shiming. What's wrong with cooperating with Huan? This Shiming is just too greedy for that little power in her hands, unwilling to be under someone else's control. Isn't that right? We can't play games with our lives. At this moment, Shiming had already walked out of the elevator, and these people naturally fell silent. After all, Shiming was still the leader. But looking at Shiming's enchanting figure, especially today wearing a white dress, the towering peaks seemed like they were about to burst out of the clothes, the slender jade legs stimulating the physiological limits of the men around. If caught by Huanyan, the consequences would probably be unbearable. Wife, these are the people. Fu Qi looked at the prepared men and said. Shiming frowned tightly. These men had no momentum at all. They were dejected. It felt like they were going to their deaths. I'm not afraid as a woman. What are you afraid of? Shiming suddenly shouted. Tang Chen may be bad, but at least he had never been afraid. One chubby man said nervously, Boss Shi, our small group won't be of any use. Why not cooperate with Boss Hua? It's not beneficial for our community to fight, right? Yes, Boss Shi, cooperation is a win-win situation. We will all listen to you then. Why take this risk? We all only have one life. Maybe Tang Chen is already dead. We might just be sending our heads there. Boss Shi, we're not afraid, but we don't want to die in vain. Fu Qi felt that what they were saying made sense, but he couldn't agree at this moment. That would be slapping his wife's face. Although he really wanted to slap her face. Shiming was truly surprised that the people she raised had no courage, no masculinity, especially those who followed Luo Jun and died. They were completely unreliable. Disappointment surfaced in Shiming's mind. She even began to doubt herself. What use were they to her? She wanted men who could fight and kill. Boss Shi, Tang Ji's car is back. Suddenly, an excited voice came over the intercom. This news undoubtedly dispelled the disappointment in Shiming's mind. Tang Chen was actually alive. But wait, why did he come back? Wasn't he supposed to wait? This Tang Chen, why did he always disobey her orders? Before the car at the door could move, a BMW 5 Series rushed in directly, crashing into it, white smoke billowing from the hood. Quick, get the people out! Shiming hurriedly shouted. Although she didn't know why he had come back, Tang Chen was the only ruthless character by her side. Fu Qi looked at his wife in such a panic, feeling sorry for the young man in front of him. You must have been confused by him. Using the excuse of needing Tang Chen to satisfy the emptiness in your heart for so many years. Before anyone could approach, Tang Chen kicked open the car door, grabbed the bloody head in the passenger seat, and the spray gun. When they saw Tang Chen holding the head and spray gun, the few men who were originally trying to save people were scared and took 2 steps back. He actually got a gun outside. How was this possible? And whose head was that? Fu Qi saw the spray gun in Tang Chen's hand and felt even more despair. This young man was getting stronger and stronger. He even felt that his wife was no match for him, being played in the palm of his hand. At this moment, everyone in the parking lot had tense, surprised, and fearful gazes. Not a single face had a smile, even Shiming. Boss Shi, I have completed the mission. Tang Chen smiled as he threw Huanyan's head at Shiming's feet. Looking at the battered face, Shiming suppressed the urge to vomit. Who is this? Didn't you tell me to kill Huanyan? Isn't this him? Tang Chen shrugged. I've given you such a big gift. How will you repay me? With these words, everyone couldn't believe their eyes as they watched the rolling head. Was that person Huanyan? Was Huanyan's head chopped off by Tang Chen? Didn't they say that Huanyan had over 100 brothers by his side? How did Tang Chen do it? How was this possible? Shiming wasn't entirely happy, because what she wanted was not just Huanyan's head, but also his group of fearless brothers. Killing Huanyan was just to intimidate, making it easier for her to subdue those little brothers. And now he had actually killed him directly and brought back his head. Shiming was almost so angry that she almost spat blood, but it seemed like her own orders were just like that, almost making her cry from anger, her carefully designed plan all ruined. How do you prove that this is Huanyan? Fu Qi immediately questioned. Who knows if it's true? What if you randomly kill someone outside, chop off their head and say it's Huanyan? Tang Chen smiled and looked at Fu Qi, and Fu Qi's eyes twitched. What does this smile mean? Shiming can try calling. Shiming actually didn't quite believe it. Since her husband said so, she took out her phone and called Huanyan. Ring ring ring. The crisp ringtone sounded from Tang Chen's pocket, and Tang Chen took out his phone, showing 2 words on it. Stinky bitch. Shiming's mouth twitched.
She didn't expect Hua Wanyan to give her such a nickname. But he really did it. Hua Wanyan is dead like this? Looking at the head under her feet, Ximing felt unreal. Her strongest opponent was already dead? Slowly lifting her jade foot, she stepped on Hua Wanyan's head with high heels. Fellow homeowners, Hua Wanyan is dead. We are safe. Woohoo! The crowd immediately cheered. The homeowners upstairs also came down one after another. Knowing that the troublemaker Hua Wanyan had been eliminated, everyone's hanging hearts finally settled. Feng Mengmeng and Feng Wei also hurried down. Seeing that Tang Chen was fine and had done such a big thing, they were overjoyed. Feeling that with their relationship with Tang Chen, at least they were very safe here, they couldn't wait to take Tang Chen home now and take care of him. But some bosses found a problem. Hua Wanyan is dead. A new trouble seems to be emerging. It's Tang Chen with the spray, who can directly threaten their lives. Tang Gu, Ximing said that this gun is best kept by her for safety. A man came over cautiously and said with a smile. Many people's eyes looked over, wondering if Tang Chen would hand over the gun. Ximing was just testing Tang Chen with a person. It would be better if he handed it over. If not, it would mean that Tang Chen was not stupid, and even had intentions. Tang Chen ignored the man in front of him. He was just a messenger, and walked directly towards Ximing. Ximing looked at Tang Chen approaching, feeling nervous, afraid that Tang Chen would shoot her, then immediately denied the thought, using her body to hold him back. Ximing, he said you want to take my gun. I don't believe it. Ximing. Is this really stupid or pretending to be stupid? Fu Qi on the side was very sure. Tang Chen came here with a purpose. Maybe he wanted to control the entire community. How could it be? This is a weapon you confiscated outside. It should be managed by individuals. Ximing showed a gentle smile, but she was already on guard against Tang Chen, feeling that Tang Chen was like an unstable bomb. Just as I said, Ximing is really good. Ximing smiled slightly. Fu Qi looked at the two with a meaningful look. If that spray was in his hand, he would spray it directly. Fellow homeowners, starting today, our community also has its own gun. Long live Ximing, long live Tang Gu. Ximing was displeased after hearing this. Tang Chen had only been here for a few days, and he could already sit on an equal footing with her. Impossible. Tang Chen was just a man she controlled. She could make him bite whoever she wanted. Starting today, Tang Chen is the Minister of Security of the community, and also my personal bodyguard. With this statement, it was obvious that she was telling everyone that no matter how strong Tang Chen was, he was still her bodyguard. So everyone's eyes turned to Tang Chen. Tang Chen smiled and shouted, willing to serve Ximing. Everyone never expected that Tang Chen, with a gun, would willingly be under Ximing. Did he not want to do something else? Several bosses seemed to start discussing, using Tang Chen to drive Ximing off the stage. In this community full of calculations, unlike ordinary communities, where they would just start killing. Listening to Ximing's long speech, Tang Chen hugged the spray and said to Fu Qi beside him, brother-in-law, how about going out to play cards tonight? I want to be alone with my sister. Almost scared to death by the gun pointed at him, but facing the dark barrel, he couldn't even say a word. Brother-in-law, if you don't speak, I'll take it as your consent. You're really a good person. My sister is so lucky to have a husband like you. Killing with a guilty conscience. Look at Fu Qi, his face turned green. Rest assured, brother-in-law, I have no feelings for my sister. It's purely a transactional relationship. We can exchange experiences. Fu Qi's eyes widened, his whole body started shaking, his teeth grinding loudly. So shameless, so bullying, and exchanging wife's experiences. Fu Qi fainted on the spot from anger. Tang Chen immediately exclaimed, Mr. Fu, someone help, Mr. Fu fainted. Ximing quickly came down from the stage, her gaze fixed on Tang Chen, just saw Tang Chen talking to her husband on stage. Now he fainted directly, maybe talking about. And Tang Chen showed a very wronged expression. But Ximing had no choice. She now needed to rely more on the deterrent power brought by Tang Chen. But this was not a long-term solution. In the future, she might have to get rid of this big trouble, but not now. Several men carried Fu Qi back home. Tang Chen naturally didn't join the commotion. Better to go back first. The cats at home must be causing trouble. Haven't fed them much these days. The third daughter said, don't worry, we can rest now. Feng Mengmeng and Feng Wei watched Tang Chen leave, feeling slightly disappointed, thinking of Tang Chen's cute and beautiful girlfriend, feeling insecure. What if Tang Chen doesn't take them away in the future? Although Ahua died now, maybe there will be a second Hua, a third. Once this thought arises, women will start to overthink and become more anxious. Feng Wei didn't want to go home either, so she came to chat at Feng Mengmeng's house. Although the TV was on, her mind wasn't there. Mengmeng, how do you think Tang Chen killed Mr. Hua? There were so many people around Mr. Hua, how did he do it? Feng Wei couldn't understand how Tang Chen, with his own strength, managed to do it, especially when the other party had a gun.
Feng Mengmeng sighed, Tang Chen may be more complicated than we imagine. Every time I see him smile, I have a kind of
chilling feeling, right? Wei Wei, you have that feeling too? I thought it was just me.
Feng Mengmeng smiled helplessly, feeling like she was overthinking. Feng Wei crossed her proud long legs on the coffee table. Maybe because he has killed before, that's why we have this feeling.
Maybe, I even feel that Ximing is a little afraid of him.
Feng Mengmeng had been with Ximing for a few years, and today she noticed many details that she had never seen before.
Feng Wei sat up nervously and asked, now that Tang Chen has a gun, will he control the entire neighborhood?
I don't know, at least just now I could see that Ximing can still control him, if one day she can't. Feng Mengmeng bit her lip, feeling that it was getting more and more unsafe here. Feng Wei also felt the same, especially when entangled with Tang Chen. He didn't seem to cherish her at all, just treated her as a tool for venting, even though it was supposed to be a transaction. The more she thought about it, the more unreliable Tang Chen seemed. Those sweet words after the entanglement were all lies. She had to rely on herself. As they chatted, the two women fell asleep on the sofa. They even had the same dream. Tang Chen came and woke them up.
A warehouse on the outskirts of Huan City.
The warehouse was brightly lit, boxes of goods piled up like small mountains, men playing cards, drinking, and then going into the adjacent room to settle matters. In the office on the second floor, a man in his 60s listened to his subordinates' reports. This man with white hair at his temples was Chen Zhongran. He was not a big boss, not even qualified to carry shoes for Mr. Hua before. After all, he only owned a few large warehouses. But now it's different. The value of these warehouses is higher than gold, and everyone must obey. And this is just one of the warehouses, with the least amount of goods.
The task of transporting goods is entrusted to the two sons by Chen Zhongran, and outsiders cannot know, thus controlling their lifeline.
In addition, the two shotguns are in the hands of the sons, making the subordinates more obedient.
Dad, something happened on Howen's side.
Standing beside him was the eldest son, Chen Ming, now 42, looking slightly older, similar to Chen Zhongran.
Chen Zhongran frowned. What happened? Did Xi's people take care of him again? Didn't we give him a gun?
Our little brother went to pick up the goods today, but the house was full of corpses. Howen's head is missing, and the ground is full of shell casings, the same as our model.
Qian Ming's face was heavy, the enemy was strong. Qian Zhongran's eyes shot a fierce look. So someone else has the same idea as us, but why would they go after Howen? Is it Xi Ming's people? How could there be guns in that neighborhood? Howen must have offended the wrong people. Don't expose me.
Qian Zhongran was very angry. After all, the main focus was on a despicable development.
But the young Qian Ming didn't think so. Dad, we have guns, we can go in directly, why do we need to find others? Don't you know there are more powerful people out there? It's only been a short time, a little over a month. The one who strikes first will definitely die first. Look at Howen, isn't he in trouble now? I wasted a gun and bullets, didn't even see a hair of Xi Meng. Qian Zhongran was also a bit cynical. He had witnessed Xi Meng's unparalleled beauty before, and if disaster hadn't struck, he wouldn't have thought he still had a chance to taste those half-red lips. But he didn't want to do it himself, afraid of attracting others' attention. Speaking of women, Qian Ming smiled. Dad, although Howen is dead, there are women in the club. Many have died, but we have brought back about 60 of them, all aged between 20 and 30, just a bit smelly, need to clean them up. Howen raised so many women, and lied to me that there were no women. It's good that he's dead, don't waste too much water. Okay, Dad, shall we arrange for one for you to enjoy? Clean them up, don't let your mom find out. Don't worry. Qian Ming left the office, a man smoking leaning on the railing. It was the second son Qian Pu, 2 years younger than Qian Ming. The two brothers looked very similar, both with square faces. But Qian Pu seemed to be a bit more fierce. You could tell from his eyes that he had killed a lot of people during this time. What did Dad say? Qian Pu asked. Dad still advocates stability, telling us not to worry about so many things. Wait a few more months before taking action. Wait a few more months? Qian Pu stomped out the cigarette, looking at the old father in the office, very dissatisfied. Brother, don't be so impulsive. Let me find a decent woman for you to vent your anger. Qian Pu shook off Qian Ming's hand and said in a deep voice, Big brother, you and Dad are always thinking about women. Nowadays, the world has changed. We have plenty of people, we have guns, we should secure our territory first. The early bird catches the worm. But we have to hold on to it. If we recruit too many little brothers, how many mouths will we have to feed? Don't always think about fighting and killing. Look at our brothers below. They have food, drink, women to play with. Aren't they living a good life? Big brother, have you ever thought that if you don't kill others, others will come to kill you? Dad's warehouse will be discovered sooner or later. Chen Ming didn't say anything after hearing this. Dad advocated stability,
the second son advocated killing, and he was caught in the middle. Seeing his big brother slightly loosening up, Xianpu said in a low voice, "Dad likes that woman Shimeng. If I bring Shimeng here, can you follow my plan and help me ask him?" "This, brother, Dad is old people like stability." Xian Ming sighed and could only go back into the office to inquire again. Xianpu stood outside, occasionally casting strange glances at his father. A few minutes later, Xian Ming walked out with a stern face, making Xianpu feel uneasy. Suddenly, Xian Ming grinned and patted his brother's shoulder, saying, "Dad said if you can really bring Shiming here, he'll agree." "That's right, isn't it? If Hao and Nian can't do it, I will." Xianpu twisted his neck, a hint of arrogance on his face, showing that he didn't care about anyone. "But you still need to be cautious. Hao and Nian's death is suspicious. Maybe it was someone from the Shanhu district." "Big brother, you're overthinking it. If there are so many thugs in the Shanhu district, they wouldn't be afraid of Hao and Nian. There must be someone else." Xianpu took out a cigarette and handed it to his brother, and they both lit up, puffing out smoke. Exhaling a puff of smoke, Xian Ming said seriously, "Better safe than sorry. Bring more brothers. If we make a move, it won't be just about snatching a woman. We need to seize resources in one go." "That's more like it, big brother. Dad's sneaky development won't work. We need to expand and recruit more younger brothers. Dad just wants to be a local kingpin, taking 5 thugs with him, 20 bullets, saving bullets and using knives as much as possible." Xianpu shrugged and chuckled, "I understand, big brother. Bullets are more precious than anything now. With 5 thugs, I'll scare them to death. When do you plan to act?" Xianpu's face darkened. "When they're asleep." "Good idea." In the Shanhu district, Tang Chen walked out of Feng Wenming's room, stretching lazily. The progress in the past few days was good, with the energy gauge rising to 7%, getting closer to the 3.0 gift package. On the sofa, Fu Qi sat slightly pale, holding a cup of water. "Tang Chen can't stay. He's definitely not as simple as he seems. Everything he shows is fake." Fu Qi coughed, feeling weak. On the other hand, Shiming looked healthy and radiant, exuding more charm, making Fu Qi jealous. "He's useful to me," Shiming said softly, acknowledging her husband's point. Thinking carefully, a man with 3 beautiful women like Yi Qingyi would naturally raise suspicions. Tang Chen taking 3 women at once, did everyone in their neighborhood die or no one tried to snatch them? It could only mean he sneaked out alone. If we don't kill him now, we'll be the ones to die in the future. If Tang Chen dies, I won't be able to control those bosses, especially if Hao and Nian is also dead. They all want to be the boss. Are you stupid? Shiming leaned back on the sofa, rubbing her forehead. Fu Qi's eyes turned fierce as he whispered, "If Tang Chen dies, the thugs will be ours. Why fear those bosses?" This reminder made Shiming realize that having the thugs under her control was different from having them under Tang Chen's control. If Tang Chen comes later, give him a glass of water with sleeping pills to handle him. We can't act recklessly on this matter. I need to think about it. Shiming didn't want to act hastily, as the number of people she could rely on was decreasing. Fu Qi was infuriated by this and scolded, "Shiming, are you stupid? Before he arrives, how many people were by your side, and now, you only have him. You have to beg him for everything, pretending you're the boss of the Shanhu district, but in reality, you let him manipulate you." "Enough." Shiming's eyes narrowed. Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang at that moment. Fu Qi's heart skipped a beat. Could it be Tang Chen? Shiming was also startled. If Tang Chen heard those words just now, it might be 2 shots as soon as he entered the house. "Open the door," Shiming ordered sternly. Fuji tightly clenched his fists, and as the door opened, he saw Tang Chen standing at the door with a friendly smile. "I'm at home, Shiji's sister wants to talk to me about something." Fuji blushed and squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. "I was just about to go out." "Oh, I see. Got it." Without saying anything else, Fuji walked out of the house. Watching Fuji's hurried appearance, Tang Chen closed the door and smiled at Shiming on the sofa. "Shiji's sister, today I really had a narrow escape. It was like coming back from the brink of death. I almost couldn't see you, sister." Shiming stared at Tang Chen as if trying to see through his hypocrisy, entering the house and starting to play the victim, hoping to gain some advantage from herself. "You're getting bolder now." Shiming's tone was calm, not wanting to say anything too harsh, but expressing her dissatisfaction. Tang Chen placed the spray bottle on the coffee table, then sat next to Shiming. "Shiji's sister, if you're unwilling, I'll leave now. It's my fault for trusting the wrong person." Shiming's red lips trembled slightly, threatening me and saying I'm not trustworthy. I wanted to control him, but now he's the one controlling me, damn it. "Fine, I'll leave, just take care of yourself in the future." With that, Tang Chen picked up the spray bottle and left. "Come back." Tang Chen stopped in his tracks, a slight smile on his lips. "Shiji's sister, I didn't threaten anyone, I was just about to leave. Shiji's sister, I, Tang Chen, am not that kind of casual man.
Shimeng. Can't believe he said that. Can't I admit I was wrong? Isn't it right for a girl to admit her mistakes?
Fuji, in a very bad mood, could only go downstairs to find comfort from Feng Mengmeng, and directly opened the electronic locked door. It was pitch black inside. Fuji turned on the living room light, only to see clothes scattered on the sofa. A bad feeling surged in Fuji's heart. He strode into the bedroom, turned on the light, and Fuji was dumbfounded. The bright light made Feng Wei cover her eyes. Don't turn on the light, it's too bright.
President Fu.
Feng Wei could see clearly now, quickly covering herself with the blanket, and Feng Mengmeng also woke up quietly, startled to see Fuji standing at the door. After a while, Feng Mengmeng helplessly said, Brother Fu, why are you here all of a sudden?
Ha ha.
Fuji suddenly became a bit manic, covering his face and laughing madly.
We just want to save our lives, each for their own. Feng Wei said lightly. Do you really think Tang Chen will save your lives? He's deceiving you good-looking girls. Even my wife was deceived by him. All of you were deceived by him. So foolish, all a bunch of idiots.
Feng Mengmeng suddenly said, Brother Fu, why don't you come with us?
Meng.
Feng Wei immediately rebuked. Brother Fu is trustworthy, and we two girls are really in danger.
Feng Wei was a bit angry, turning her head away. Go? Where are we going? Fuji asked in confusion.
Feng Mengmeng whispered, Actually, Brother Tang drove here, his car is parked nearby, and he even gave us the car keys.
What? Fuji couldn't believe it, confirming his suspicions. It was indeed premeditated.
He felt that these car keys were fake. It's impossible, it must be fake, deceiving you girls. Feng Mengmeng took out the car keys, pointed outside the window and pressed a button. Car lights suddenly appeared in the dark alley, looking particularly bright in the night.
It's actually real.
Fuji was shocked again, thinking, is Tang Chen stupid, giving the car keys to these two, such trust?
Is he really smart or just pretending to be? But Fuji still asked in confusion, if he's willing to take you with him, why do you want to leave secretly?
Because I feel Brother Tang is very dangerous, and he has 3 other girls with him, all prettier than us. Sooner or later they will be abandoned.
Feng Wei's friend said there is a shelter in Zhonglin City next door. We plan to go there.
Fuji felt that there was indeed some truth to it. Both of them were above average in looks compared to the other 3, but she couldn't shake the feeling that something was off.
When do you plan to leave? Fuji asked.
Now, was the reply. Fuji was taken aback and also wanted to leave, but he couldn't just leave his wife with the devil.
Isn't it too hasty? Feng Wei said in a deep voice. Now is the only time we know Tang Chen is at your house, so we won't be discovered.
Feng Wei's words pierced Fuji's heart like a knife, as if saying, what can you do with a wife like this? If it weren't for her, I wouldn't even want to take you, Feng Wei said coldly, putting on clothes and preparing supplies. Fu Ge, come with me, Feng Mengmeng pleaded. Before the apocalypse, he had indeed been good to himself, and even after the apocalypse, he was still trustworthy. Fuji gritted his teeth and decided it was better to leave than stay and die. Okay. The 3 of them immediately packed some supplies, put on the raincoats and shoes provided by Tang Chen, while Fuji wore Tang Chen's outfit, which seemed to fit him perfectly. Fuji had a feeling that it was prepared just for him. Under the cover of night, the 3 of them quietly made their way to the ground floor, walked out of the building, and the sound of rain hitting the raincoats made a deathly noise. But the 3 of them knew that once they took this step, there was no turning back, and they headed resolutely towards the entrance of the residential area. On the other side, Tang Chen put on his pants and said to Shimeng, I'm going back first. Shimeng's beautiful face flushed red, unable to respond. With a spray in hand, Tang Chen left, immediately returning to his room, startling the 3 big cats watching TV. Our bet starts now, Tang Chen said with a faint smile as he entered the room. And Bai was surprised, do those 2 girls really plan to run away? Sun Ting smiled faintly, as expected, human nature cannot withstand tests. Then they wouldn't call Shizong either, Yi Qingyi said with a frown, not caring about the 2 girls at all, knowing that betrayal only had one outcome. Because Shimeng's husband is also preparing to run with them. Now it depends on whether Fuji will call Shimeng to run together. If Fuji doesn't make the call, Shimeng will be kept in the dark and you win. Tang Chen was unusually generous this time, to avoid being accused of bullying them. Yi Qingyi felt a bit more at ease, knowing that Tang Chen was giving her a chance, and she kissed him to express her gratitude. Yi is not avoiding suspicion now, Xiaobai immediately teased. Tang Chen took out a listening device, and the 4 of them waited quietly for the outcome. Yi Qingyi also became nervous, knowing the consequences if she lost. In a dark alley, the 3 of them found the modified Tank 300. Especially when they saw the tracked wheels, Fuji finally believed that it could drive over. Opening the trunk, they found several boxes of mineral water and various foods vacuum-sealed. "Get in the car, let's go quickly," Feng Wei urged, knowing that staying here for too long would only bring more nightmares. Fu Qi drove, Feng Mengmeng sat in the passenger seat, and Feng Wei sat in the back.
"Don't turn on the headlights," Feng Wei reminded.
Feng Wei's voice also reached Tang Chen's side, making him sigh. "Actually, I had a pretty good impression of them, but unfortunately, they still ran away behind my back. They really gave up a stable life," Sun Ting sighed. Suddenly, Tang Chen laughed. "Actually, you can try too, see if you can escape. If you manage to escape, then it means you have some skills." This remark frightened the three women, who paled slightly and quickly huddled closer to Tang Chen. "Just kidding, look at how scared you are." "You're mean, master," one of them said in the car. Fu Qi started the car, the engine roaring loudly, but at that moment, he couldn't help but think of his beautiful wife.
"Should we bring my wife along?
With her status, it would be easier for us to handle things in Zhonglin City, especially since she has business there."
Feng Wei immediately said, "No, what if she tells Tang Chen?" Brother Fu makes a good point.
"If Zhonglin City is safe, President Xu will have influence, and we can live well too."
Feng Wei chuckled. "Feng Mengmeng, once his wife shows up, what business do you have? If Xi Meng finds out you're the third party, she'll kick you to death."
Fu Qi immediately said, "I promise she won't, Meng, you have to trust me."
"Yes, of course I trust you, Brother Fu, you're the best."
Fu Qi felt like he was being possessed by Superman when he heard this, and he took out his phone to call his wife. The phone on the coffee table buzzed, but the buzzing annoyed Xi Meng. She picked up the phone and saw it was her husband calling, which made her even more annoyed.
"Can't she have a moment of peace? What's up? Aren't you coming back?"
"Wife, get ready and come downstairs, I found Tang Chen's car, it's fully modified." Xi Meng instantly became alert, stood up excitedly, but then furrowed her brow and sat back down.
"How did you find it? Don't ask so many questions, just come downstairs, I'll drive the car in." Xi Meng's mind was in chaos, unsure of what to do.
"Stop thinking, there's no time to waste. Zhonglin City next door is safe, you have business there, no need to stay here and be afraid." This line still worked. If it's really safe there, it might be a good choice to go.
But is it true or false?
Right now, she's under Tang Chen's control, he can do whatever he wants, and that's not the outcome she wants. Perhaps breaking free from his grasp is the right choice. Without saying more, Xi Meng said in a deep voice, "Okay, see you downstairs, I'll get ready." As Xi Meng's words echoed in Yi Qingyi's mind, she felt like she had lost her soul, she had lost.
Yuan couldn't be saved, and her fiancé would die too.
Tang Chen looked at Yi Qingyi with a helpless look, willing to accept defeat, but it was a pity for Xi Meng.
"Sister Yi, don't be sad," Xiao Bai comforted.
Sun Ting also sighed. In the current world, being able to save oneself is already lucky enough. Xi Meng was ready, standing on the first floor looking outside, and she messaged Fu Qi.
Fu Qi also drove over in this direction.
Feng Wei watched as the neighborhood got closer, fear rising continuously, afraid of seeing Tang Chen appear and shooting them one by one. At this moment, she even saw Xi Meng's figure on the first floor. Xi Meng also saw the car approaching, and she became excited.
"Don't go!"
Feng Wei suddenly grabbed the steering wheel, and Fu Qi quickly hit the brakes, leaving Xi Meng stunned.
"What are you doing? Almost crashed."
Fu Qi shouted angrily. If they had crashed, everyone would have died. Feng Wei said in a deep voice, "A woman who has changed her mind will do anything.
Tang Chen is already waiting nearby.
As long as we go over, Tang Chen will kill us."
Feng Mengmeng looked at the first floor. This angle was indeed a bit obstructed.
Not only was Feng Mengmeng scared, but Fu Qi was also the same. Everyone had seen Tang Chen's methods.
"Fu Qi, how does your wife treat you? You must have a sense of urgency. Is having Feng Mengmeng accompany you worse than her?"
"Now you've taken this risk, you have to face a woman who doesn't see you as a man. She even disregards your feelings for power."
"Is a woman like that worth risking your life to save?" Fu Qi tightly gripped the steering wheel, struggling in his mind. "Why wouldn't she be worth it? She's still my wife."
Fu Qi shouted with a crying tone. After speaking, he immediately shifted into reverse gear and stepped on the gas pedal.
"I'm sorry, I can't forgive you."
Xi Meng stood still, watching the car approaching, suddenly reversing.
Why didn't it come to pick her up? She took out her phone and immediately called Fu Qi. "Come over."
"I'm sorry, I can't get past this in my heart."
Xi Meng smiled bitterly after hearing that. "Who was I doing all this for?
I sacrificed so much, and you just abandoned me, leaving with your mistress." Although it was dark, Xi Meng could still see that her secretary, Feng Mengmeng, was sitting in the passenger seat.
"You betrayed me!" Fu Qi roared. "You also betrayed me." Xi Meng couldn't control her emotions anymore, feeling abandoned by her only family member. "Brother-in-law, Come back soon, sister is waiting for you.
A voice from behind, as if from the abyss, sounded, and Ximing turned to look at Tang Chen, followed by 3 women. Yi Qing, who was originally despondent, suddenly smiled, and Sun Ting and Xiao Bai were also happy for Yi Qing, because as long as Ximing stayed, it meant Yi Qing had won. Of course, Tang Chen still had to try, just in case he could win. But upon hearing Tang Chen's voice, it was unlikely that Fu Qi could be pulled back. You, take care of yourself. Indeed, after hearing Tang Chen's voice, Fu Qi hung up the phone. Ximing sat paralyzed on the ground, feeling like she had been left alone in hell. He.
Ximing suddenly laughed. Tang Chen squatted beside her, patting Ximing's head. Sister Xia, why are you crying? Don't touch me. Ximing swatted Tang Chen's hand away. This is the Xia sister I like, see, I have a button here that can stop the car. Tang Chen reached out, but before he could finish speaking, Ximing snatched it and pressed it. Inside the car, Fu Qi suddenly heard a beeping sound. Did you hear that sound? The beeping sound became more urgent, and Feng Mengmeng and Feng Wei exchanged glances, a sense of foreboding creeping up from within. Boom! A huge explosion rang out, illuminating the dark night with flames, making it dazzling. The surrounding buildings, originally dark, gradually lit up as people turned on their lights to see what had happened. At the intersection, there was a fireball, as if a car was burning. Coincidentally, a head flew over and rolled to the side. Wasn't that her brother-in-law? Ximing dropped the remote control in her hand, feeling dazed, her eyes looking at her husband's head. Before I could finish speaking, Sister Xia, you blew up your brother-in-law. 1 press is an explosion, 2 presses is a stop. Why were you in such a hurry? Tang Chen sighed. Ximing felt a surge of anger, not because her husband had died, but because of the game between herself and Tang Chen, losing miserably, and even blowing up her husband with her own hands, his head flying in front of her. She had never failed so miserably before. Never! Tang Chen! Ximing suddenly pounced on Tang Chen, as if wanting to devour him, as if Tang Chen was about to become Tang Sang. But before she could knock Tang Chen down, Xiao Bai suddenly reached out and grabbed Ximing's hair. Ms. Xia, you can't be disrespectful to the master. Sun Ting was more direct, raising her hand and slapping Ximing's beautiful face, waking up the angry Ximing. What kind of look is that, Sister Xie? I don't owe you anything, after all, we have always been using each other, isn't that right? You played me. Ximing couldn't accept being played like a clown, thinking she was in control of everything. Tang Chen shook his head. In fact, I gave you many chances, but you cared too much about your own power, didn't want to lose your lofty position, which led to the current situation, making me lose. Tang Chen's words struck at the bottom of Ximing's heart. She really didn't want to lose, and she had even bigger ambitions in her heart, wanting to be a modern Wu Zetian. You lost? What does that mean? Xiao Bai smiled obediently and said, because before we came, we bet on whether you would stay or leave in the end. Ximing never expected that she, who thought she was the hunter, would end up being their prey, unable to get back up after losing. Yi Qingyi, I took you in out of kindness, and this is how you treat me. If the Jiang family knew about your actions, they would definitely kick you out. Yi Qingyi said softly, the Jiang family is not that important to me anymore, and I have someone to protect. Tang Chen yawned, that's enough, go home and sleep, game over. No, I didn't lose. I was just careless. Tang Chen looked at Yi Qingyi and said, you take care of her from now on. If she messes up, you'll be responsible too. I understand, Yi Qingyi knew what this meant, having experienced it herself. Also, it's late at night, it's not good to disturb the neighbors with such loud noise. Let's start being civilized from ourselves. Yi Qingyi nodded and said to Ximing, stop shouting. Yi Qingyi, you will have a bad end. With a slap, Yi Qingyi directly slapped back, you took me in because you also wanted to benefit from the Jiang family, don't act like you're so kind. This stunned Ximing, but she still refused to accept it. I didn't lose. I, Ximing, have never lost. I will not let you succeed even if I die. Tang Chen stopped in his tracks, and the other 3 women also stopped, thinking to themselves that Ximing would not have a good life ahead. I'll give you one more chance. Tang Chen turned to look at Ximing, feeling fortunate that he didn't turn into a murderer. The road is behind you. Do you want to die with dignity, or live happily like a cat? Please make your choice. Ximing stood still, then shouted, I would rather die than be your cat. With that, Ximing ran outside. This surprised the 3 women, as they didn't expect Ximing to be so resolute. They admired her, especially Yi Qingyi, feeling inferior to her. Faced with life and death, she chose dignity, while she herself bowed towards death. Not only the 3 women, even Tang Chen didn't expect that even in the apocalypse, there were strong-willed women who were not afraid of power. Admiration. Just as the 4 were feeling emotional, Ximing suddenly made an abrupt stop at the edge.
The four were taken aback, wondering why she suddenly stopped.
Ximing was scared.
Standing at the edge, she couldn't lift her foot, as if being pressed down by a heavy weight. Be careful not to get splashed by the rain, it could be deadly.
Tang Chen kindly reminded her, causing Ximing to take a step back in fear.
People, in the end, are afraid of death, especially of dying meaninglessly.
Sister Ximing, you have impressed me once again,
Tang Chen said lightly, but his words pierced Ximing like a knife, leaving her without the courage to die.
Ximing glared at Tang Chen and questioned, "What do you want from me? What use am I to you?"
Compared to those who throw themselves at me, I personally prefer those with strong resistance and cunning, because I will guide them onto the right path in life, providing them with wholehearted help and support, ensuring they adapt completely to the ways of the apocalypse and are no longer bullied by anyone, except me. These last three words were the essence, leaving Ximing feeling she had never seen such shamelessness before. Her husband was right, this was his true nature. If she had listened to her husband and drugged him earlier, the situation would be different now.
Sister Ximing, the road ahead is long, you are a smart woman. Ximing said coldly, don't you know that smart women can also be stubborn?
It used to be mutual benefit, but now you have no value to me, and you can't make me your dog.
I said, not a dog, a kitty. Damn, is there a difference? Ximing couldn't help but curse.
Xiaobai weakly said, of course, kitties are so cute. Ximing was speechless, this Anbai looked soft and weak, but if she wanted to run, she probably had to start with her. But when Ximing saw Anbai take out a silenced USP and pointed at her temple, Ximing's face turned pale instantly.
Ximing, you must listen to me.
Ximing understood, Anbai was saying the softest words but doing the cruelest things. No wonder Tang Chen said they had adapted to the post-apocalyptic life.
And they had guns.
She didn't even know before. Weren't they searched when entering the community? Where did the guns come from?
Did Tang Chen bring them in from outside?
Xiaobai, she's not your responsibility.
Tang Chen reminded.
Anbai pitifully put the gun in her down jacket.
Let's go, Ximing, don't make me do it.
Yi Qingyi said lightly. You are really a good daughter-in-law of the Jiang family.
A slap. Ximing covered her cheek, this was the third slap tonight.
I'll say it again, I have nothing to do with the Jiang family, he is my master, and yours too. Hee, you guys are pathetic, I'm not that pathetic. This angered the three girls. Tang Chen teased, Ximing, looks like you're in for a rough time ahead.
What are you doing? Let me go.
Sun Ting didn't say a word, she just knocked Ximing out, it was too noisy. On the other side, in the suburban warehouse, 3 trucks were ready, with tires changed to tracks, but they looked like they were roughly modified from excavators. Xianpu stood on the table with a shotgun in hand, scanning the hundreds of people around and said, brothers, tonight we're going to do something big. You should have heard of the Shanhu community, where the rich people of Huan City live. This excited the younger brothers.
I heard there are a lot of beautiful women. Maybe even celebrities live there.
Rich people must have hidden a lot of food and drinks, supplies, and beauties. This is a good opportunity. Xianpu grinned, that's right, this time the mission is to loot supplies, kill the men who resist, capture the women, and most importantly, capture the leader of the Shanhu community, Ximing.
Could it be the real estate queen of our Huan city?
I heard she's as beautiful as a goddess, which man wouldn't be dazzled by her pair of breasts. I saw her on TV, and I was struck on the spot. This caused a burst of laughter. Xianpu shouted, that's right, it's her. From now on in the Shanhu community, you can live in any room you want, each person gets 2 wives. As long as you do well, wives will be doubled. Wow! The cheers continued, and at some point, marrying a wife was a problem for these men. Not only did they have to pay a dowry, but they also needed a house, but now they could directly distribute houses and wives. As long as they were ruthless enough, marrying 17 or 18 was no problem.
What? You say dowry? Doesn't this pig-killing knife look like a dowry? Let's go!
With Qianpu's command, everyone excitedly got on the cars. Xianming came over and reminded, be safe, don't be too stingy with bullets, life is more important. Just wait for my good news, after all, the richer people are, the more afraid of death, just a bunch of mobs. Xianming smiled, patted Qianpu's shoulder, when you return victorious, the most beautiful woman is already prepared for you. Xianpu nodded, compared to women, Xianpu preferred the thrill of power. It was already early morning, the Shanhu community was quiet, everyone was asleep, even the 4 guards in the underground parking lot were bored and dozing off. Inside the house, Tang Chen sat on the sofa, chin in hand, admiring Ye's performance. After all, Yi Qingyi was also experienced, having received profound guidance from Sun Ting. But this time the target is the powerful woman Ximing, and it's not something that can be easily controlled with just a few words. Sun Ting was massaging Tang Chen's thighs and asked curiously, Master, how did you know that Fu Qi's lover is Feng Mengmeng? I felt something was wrong at Fu Qi's house. the eyes were communicating, and I was sure she would steal my car. She couldn't pass the test. Sun Ting quickly praised a few words. Tang Chen was always testing people. Once the test failed, it would be disastrous. Dream on if you want me to join you in your dirty deeds. Ximing's willpower was strong, and she had been resisting since waking up. Yi Qingyi said in a deep voice, "What do you mean by dirty deeds? In the last days, women are no match for men. They have become commodities, accessories, but as long as we unite, we can survive. Don't you understand this principle? Hee, aren't you all accessories? What's the use of talking so high and mighty?" Sun Ting suggested with a smile, "You should use my methods." "Wouldn't that be too cruel?" Xiao Bai said softly, always looking fragile and pitiful, which made people feel sorry for her. Hearing this, Ximing paused slightly. Tang Chen stood up and stretched lazily, shouting, "Come with me, you guys keep it up." Sun Ting was slightly delighted. It was the first time she was called to the bedroom, and In Bai and Yi Qingyi were slightly surprised on the side. After all, it was the first time. Soon, there were faint sounds coming from the bedroom, which made Xiao Bai envious. "Next time, maybe they will call me." "You've been brainwashed by him," Yi Qingyi said lightly. "Without him, we would have died in the community long ago." "Have you ever seen how chaotic an ordinary community can be, with no bottom line?" "Yes, without him, maybe my body would not have been spared." Ximing was very surprised. Was it really that exaggerated? Yi Qingyi advised in a low voice, "As long as you follow him, you don't have to worry about resources, or being abducted by men. As long as you serve well, you will be above all others." "Won't he die?" "You guys are dreaming. The master won't die," Xiao Bai said firmly, but in Ximing's eyes, this little girl was already crazy. Only Yi Qingyi still maintained some sanity. Ximing sneered, "He won't die. Does he have immortality?" Yi Qingyi's beautiful eyes turned cold. "Ximing, I'll tell you, before we came here, we killed people, and the master cleared out 2 communities. You should be grateful to have such a face, otherwise your fate would be the same as Feng Mengmeng and Feng Wei." With that, Yi Qingyi grabbed Ximing's chin. "Do you think the master brought back Ho Wannian's head for no reason? If he wanted to, no one in this community would survive." Ximing had never experienced a harsh environment, didn't know what desperate pleas meant, and hadn't even seen a corpse before Tang Chen arrived. As Sun Ting put it, Ximing was still living in a greenhouse, full of hot blood but with such naive thoughts. Especially planning to take people to see Ho Wannian, it was no different from sending sheep into a tiger's den. Nowadays the word trust had long been thrown into the sewer. Half an hour later, Sun Ting walked out of the bedroom naked, her exquisite face still flushed. She lay directly on the carpet, covered herself with a blanket and whispered, "Keep your voices down." Xiao Bai teased with pouted red lips, "You were pretty loud just now." Sun Ting just smiled and fell asleep. Tang Chen in the bedroom was also sleeping soundly. After all, a little help before bed was conducive to sleep. "Are you guys sleeping here tonight?" Ximing couldn't believe it. Wasn't there a bedroom? Why weren't they sleeping on the bed? Yi Qingyi said lightly, "This is the rule." "What kind of stupid rule is this? I would rather die than do this." Xiao Bai pointed to the balcony. "There, just jump down, no one will stop you from seeking death." Ximing's mouth twitched. "You really are a troublemaking little princess. Don't you know this might be an adjective? Can't you express dissatisfaction? You think about it yourself. If you can't figure it out, don't blame me tomorrow." Yi Qing sent the final ultimatum according to the law. Can't let Ximing delay her time to save people. Yu is still waiting for her. However, before going to sleep, Yi Qing put a collar on Ximing to prevent her from running away. As the lights in the living room went out, Ximing tugged at the collar around her neck, unable to remove it at all. Damn it! She had actually become a prisoner. How could she escape? If Ximing had experienced what Yi Qing had gone through, maybe she wouldn't be so naive to think about running away. She wouldn't be able to escape at all. Tang Chen had given her a chance before, but Ximing had called Tang Chen back herself. Ultimately it was her own fault. If she hadn't called Tang Chen back then, Tang Chen wouldn't have stayed, but Tang Chen knew that Ximing was greedy for power. As drowsiness set in, Ximing curled up in a corner and fell asleep, thinking about how to negotiate with Tang Chen, completely unaware that a bloody battle was about to unfold. At 2 in the morning, 3 trucks had already appeared not far from the residential area. The men in the trucks were all excited, with no signs of sleepiness. Some of the older men tightly bound the knife handles with cloth in their palms to prevent them from slipping. "Boss, look over there." The man driving the car pointed to the side. Xianpu looked over and saw a car overturned on the greenbelt, with what seemed to be a charred person in the passenger seat. "What's so interesting about this? Haven't you seen dead people in cars before?" Xianpu lit a cigarette disdainfully. "But this car seems to have been blown up." "How do you know it was blown up? Burning is not enough? That's how it's done in movies." Xianpu chuckled. "Watch fewer movies, they're all fake." "Boss, I feel my heart beating fast.
When I came out I consulted the I Ching and got a sign of great misfortune. Xianpu burst into laughter. You bring out the sign of great misfortune, let me see if my spray can turn it into great fortune. In the midst of the conversation, they had already arrived next to the residential area. Drive straight into the underground parking lot. Xianpu picked up a shotgun and loaded it. In the parking lot, the man on duty was sound asleep, even the man watching the door on the floor above was asleep, and even if he wasn't, it was difficult to notice. The 3 trucks had their lights off, and they were completely unaware that death was about to strike. With a bang, the car blocking the door was directly rammed open, startling the drowsy man who just stared blankly as the 3 trucks stopped, seemingly still half asleep. Bang, 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 as the cargo doors opened, the men with sinister smiles jumped down one by one, holding sharp knives. What are you guys up to? The man on duty finally reacted, his hand holding a trembling kitchen knife. A burly man walked up directly, his fierce aura making the man stiffen. What are we up to? We're going to chop you up. With that, he swung down towards the neck. Splurt! The head wasn't chopped off, but the major artery was hit, blood gushing out wildly. The man stared wide-eyed, unable to believe it. Was he really dying like this? Xianpu jumped down with a spray can in hand. No fighting power at all. That Huanyan is really stupid. Can't even handle a place like this. One man died a gruesome death, the other duty men knelt in fear. Big brother, we are homeowners, we were on duty tonight, please don't kill us. Don't kill me, I'll kowtow to big brother. Me too. Xianpu gestured with his finger, and a henchman handed him an axe. Xianpu raised his arms and swung the axe directly at the man in the middle, intending to demonstrate a beheading to the henchman and also to intimidate. Unexpectedly, the axe got stuck at the neck vertebrae, but the blood splattered on the faces of the 2 men next to him, one fainted in shock, and the other was so scared he wet himself. Mother ***, go back and sharpen up. Yes, yes. The younger brother hurriedly responded, even though he had already sharpened up before coming out. Xianpu kicked the man who sprayed feces and urine down to the ground. Do you know where Shimeng lives? I know. If you know, then why aren't you leading the way? I really don't know how you guys used to make money, acting like fools. Xianpu's words made the younger brothers burst into laughter, showing that even wealthy people were no different. Just a month ago, you ignored us, but now you're kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. Thanks to this apocalyptic world, it has given us lower-class people a chance to rise. Soon, Xianpu arrived at Shiming's doorstep. The locksmith was ready to open the door, but Xianpu stopped him. After all, she is the real estate queen of Huan City, we must be polite. After saying that, Xianpu rang the doorbell. Ding dong, ding dong. After waiting for 5 minutes, Xianpu's expression turned worse. It seems she doesn't accept our politeness, let's take action. With a click, the lock was opened, and the men who entered the house were immediately shocked by the luxurious decoration in front of them. It was no wonder she was the boss, living as if in a palace. Xianpu rushed to the bedroom first, but found no one. Boss, no one here. There's no one here either. Not in the bathroom either. Xianpu's face instantly turned cold, shouting, where is she? Then he looked at the man who led the way. This is really Shiming's home, I didn't lie to you. Xianpu chuckled, kill him. No, please don't. No. The screams gradually faded away, and the expensive floor was now flowing with blood, filling the living room with a bloody smell. Alright, let's search the entire neighborhood with me, let's turn it upside down. Yes, boss. At this moment, Shiming, who was sleeping, vaguely heard some noise. She thought she was sleeping on a soft bed, but when she opened her eyes, she realized she was huddled in a corner. As the noise grew louder, Shiming couldn't help but frown, wondering what was happening. A bad feeling surged in her heart, and she couldn't help but shout, hey, wake up! Wake up! Yi Qingyi dreamt of receiving a call from Yuan Yuan, but being shouted at like this shattered her dream. It's late at night, why are you yelling? Sun Ting was also awakened, feeling like shooting someone. Listen, it sounds like something's happening outside. Shimon quickly said. Yi Qingyi and Sun Ting listened carefully and indeed heard sounds of smashing, a sound they were all too familiar with. Xiao Bai, wake up. Sun Ting patted Xiao Bai's perky butt, and Bai rubbed her eyes, is it time to eat? Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi chuckled, as Xiao Bai's most frequent topic was always about food. Someone is attacking the building. Sun Ting smiled, and Bai was stunned, then excited, that's great. She picked up her gun, checked the bullets skillfully, and attached the silencer. Shiming stared blankly at the 3 women in front of her, they were not afraid at all, and seemed to be expecting something. They could even laugh, could it be that they had really killed someone before? Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi also took out their guns, leaving Shiming stunned by their skilled movements. Were all the things they said before true? Turn off the lights, Sun Ting whispered. And Bai turned off the lights,
and the three of them continued to sleep under the blanket as if nothing was happening.
Hey, what are you doing? Ximing was getting anxious, the noise was getting closer, indicating that trouble was approaching, and they were pretending not to see it? And Bai gestured with her index finger, Shoo, don't speak. You.
Suddenly, there was a faint sound of the door lock being tampered with. Ximing's heart was in her throat. Were they crazy? It was already so late, and they were still pretending to sleep. At this moment, Ximing didn't have the courage of the three women, but she forced herself to calm down. As the door opened and the light from outside shone in, the living room lights came on again.
F***ck, there's still someone sleeping in the living room.
A man's voice came in, and Ximing also saw the three men at the door, each holding a knife with a fierce look on their faces. They were definitely not from the neighborhood.
It turned out to be true, the outsiders had broken in.
The three men also saw Ximing next to the sofa. All stunned for a moment, one of them took out a phone and compared it.
Damn, she's actually hiding here. Ha, the mighty real estate queen is actually wearing a dog leash, how rare.
She's good at playing, very seductive. Although the frivolous words of the three men made Ximing angry, she dared not speak up at this moment, just watching them approach. Damn, there are three more top-notch women, still sleeping.
Isn't that corresponding to us three brothers? Shall we have some fun first?
As they spoke, they were about to lift the blanket covering the three women, but they never expected to see the dark barrel of a gun protruding from under the blanket. The three men froze in place, and Bai suddenly opened her beautiful eyes and softly said, "How about letting me have some fun first?" With a bayu, a shot hit the nearest man in the center of his triangle.
Ah!
The man's screams woke up Tang Chen in the bedroom. The other two men, seeing the situation, hesitated for 2 seconds, then ran frantically outside. Who would have thought that these three stunning girls would have guns? With a few baya sounds, the legs of the two men were shot multiple times, causing them to fall to the ground, their pants immediately stained red with blood.
Ximing stood there dumbfounded, these three women were so fierce.
Faced with such reckless men, who even dared to let them in, and with such marksmanship, were they former soldiers? The three women wrapped in blankets stood up, their delicate bodies only to be admired by their master, not worthy of other men. Sun Ting walked up to the man clutching his crotch, the dark barrel of the gun aimed at his forehead, and coldly said, "Who are you? Who is your leader, and what are you here for?"
"Damn, you stinky woman, don't expect to get anything out of me." With a bayu,
Sun Ting directly shot the man in front of her in the head, and Bai snorted, "You're the stinky woman." After speaking, she fired 2 more shots.
Ximing was completely stunned by the scene, realizing how weak she was compared to them.
Her proud authority seemed insignificant under their guns. Yi Qingyi walked up to the other two men, "Speak. We are employees of a warehouse in the suburbs, our leader is called Qian Zhongran, and today he brought us here, his second-in-command Qian Pu, to steal supplies and find Ximeng."
Ximeng trembled. Was this Qian Zhongran the same as the one mentioned by Huo Wanyan? Their target was actually her. "What do you want with Ximeng?"
"Our leader is interested in her."
"Oh, how many of you came?" "Around 100. And 5 spray guns."
Another man added, looking at Yi Qingyi with pleading eyes. "We've told you everything we know, please don't kill us, we're just workers, please, beautiful lady." Yi Qingyi's heart was as hard as a rock, she raised her hand and fired 2 shots, sending them straight to hell. At that moment, the bedroom door opened, Tang Chen walked out yawning, and when he saw the 3 bodies, he paused, "What's going on?" Xiao Bai immediately jumped to Tang Chen's side, holding his arm and said in a sweet voice, "Master, someone is rushing the building, there are hundreds of them, looking for Ximeng, their leader has taken a liking to her."
Tang Chen looked towards Ximeng in the corner, and Ximeng instinctively shrank back.
"Since they are here for Sister Xia, for the safety of the entire building, Sister Xia, you have to sacrifice yourself, after all, you are the leader, you can't hide here." Tang Chen's words not only stunned the 3 women, but Ximeng also found it hard to believe. She was asked to join them before, and now she was being handed over. The consequences of being handed over, Ximeng could imagine. "Let her go." Yi Qingyi nodded, opened Ximeng's collar, feeling helpless. "If you don't want to listen, go." Ximeng suddenly lost all strength in her body, slumping to the ground, unable to stand up.
"Stop talking nonsense, if they can't find you, they will definitely kill people," Tang Chen said lightly. "No, I don't want to."
Ximeng suddenly shook her head frantically, her beautiful face pale, lacking the firmness she had shown yesterday, her bottom line being crazily crushed.
Tang Chen lit a cigarette and persuaded, "As the leader, sacrifices must be made. Didn't you go to meet Huo Wanyan for everyone before?"
No, I was pretending, I won't go, please, don't hand me over." Ximeng knelt and crawled to Tang Chen's feet, grabbing his pants and pleading bitterly.
Tang Chen patted Ximeng's head and smiled, "It's too late."
"No, I can be like them, call you master, let the master play with me as he pleases, and lick the master's toes. With that, she really lowered her head. Tang Chen suddenly felt and said with a faint smile, since you said that, I'll give you another chance. Shi Meng was excited, preferring to stay with Tang Chen rather than being handed over. Thank you, master. Don't thank me so soon, let's make a bet. If you win, you stay by my side. If you lose, you have to take on the responsibility of the leader of the community, save everyone, and earn a good reputation. Isn't this your specialty? Shi Meng looked up at Tang Chen, not expecting such a bet, but at least there was a chance. Okay, I bet. Let's make it simple. Although you have selfish motives, you have been good to the people in this community, motivating them to live well, providing supplies. I wonder if they will be grateful and brave enough to fight against the evil forces. So the bet is simple, will they help you or push you into the fire pit? Ladies first. Shi Meng bit her red lips, finding it difficult to make a decision, but it also involved her own life. Suddenly, Shi Meng remembered what Yi Qingyi had said, that in the apocalypse, people's selfishness would be greatly magnified, and they would do anything to survive. If someone is willing, how will you count those who are not willing? Shi Meng asked. It will definitely depend on the higher appeal, don't worry, I am fair. They will push me into the fire pit. Although Shi Meng didn't want to say these words, she felt it was the reality. You lack confidence. Shi Meng said softly, I know their character better than you. Although I try to avoid it, I still have to face it. Hee, it seems like you think my fire pit is easier to enter. Shi Meng didn't say anything, indicating her agreement. All fire pits were the same, she would definitely choose Tang Chen. Actually, I still hope everyone will keep you. After all, I really want to see if there are still good people left. Let's go. Shi Meng wanted to ask, are we just going to walk out like this? There are hundreds of people here. Let's go. What are you standing there for? Sun Ting said in a low voice, showing no favor to Shi Meng. Shi Meng could only follow along, feeling like she was a sitting duck. Shouldn't she run at this moment? In the underground parking lot, the owners came down one after another, most of them in pajamas. The resisting men were basically killed on the spot, and the men coming down now were all submissive, not to mention the women, who would agree to anything with a knife at their throat. Boss, indeed this is a wealthy community, the quality of the goods is much higher. The henchman looked greedily at the women coming down the stairs, their aura not something that could be achieved with makeup. Has Shi Meng been found yet? Xianpu didn't pay attention to these women at all, his main target still not found. No news yet, but she must be hiding somewhere. Xianpu scanned around, the owners all lowered their heads and dared not look directly at him. Excuse me, boss, I might know. A man in the crowd raised his hand and shouted. Xianpu turned to look, smiling, and asked, then tell me, if you dare to deceive me, the consequence will be losing your head. Okay, I think Shi Meng must be at Brother Tang's place. Who is Brother Tang? Xianpu asked in confusion. Brother Tang brought back Huo Wanyan's head before, greatly appreciated by Shi Meng. This made Xianpu's brow furrow, and the spray can in his hand tightened slightly. He didn't expect that it was the people here who did it. What does he do? Special forces? He delivers takeout. Ha? Delivering takeout? You're kidding me, kill him. Xianpu was burning with anger and ordered his execution. The man didn't expect this outcome and thought that speaking up would save his life. Boss, what I said is true, they can all testify. However, the people around him remained silent, refusing to get involved. Say something. No one spoke up for the man, and as the axe fell, his head rolled. Suddenly, two figures appeared at the staircase. Boss, are you looking for me? Everyone's gaze turned to see Tang Chen holding a spray can, with a pale-faced Shi Meng behind him. Instantly, 5 spray cans were aimed at Tang Chen, and Shi Meng, looking at the gun barrels, felt weak in the knees. Whoa, calm down, this gun is empty. Saying this, Tang Chen threw the spray can on the ground. This frightened Xianpu and his group, thinking a gunfight was about to break out. The homeowners cursed in their hearts, thinking scaring them was one thing, but why did he have to throw the gun? How will this save us? Boss, I brought someone to you. Tang Chen said, embracing Shi Meng's slender waist, his hand resting on her perky buttocks. Xianpu finally saw the legendary Shi Meng, whom he had only seen on TV before. He didn't expect her to be even more beautiful and elegant in person than on TV. No wonder his father couldn't forget about her, he himself liked this kind of woman. Those who recognize the situation are heroes. Young man, I admire you. They said you took care of Huo Wanyan? Indeed. Young man, with such skills, why not work with me and conquer the world together? That would be great. Tang Chen smiled happily, embodying the spirit of the two grasshoppers to the fullest. However, that big hand didn't move, which annoyed Xianpu a bit. Suddenly, a homeowner shouted, Tang Chen, Shimeng has been generous to you, but now you're seeking glory for yourself.
We all look down on you. That's right. We look down on you.
This statement resonated with other homeowners, as they were still waiting for Tang Chen to save them, but he directly captured Shimeng to gain credit.
Xianpu burst into laughter. This neighborhood is quite lively. Indeed lively.
Tang Chen then shouted to the crowd, Dear homeowners, I'm not seeking glory for myself, the situation is different.
You've all been captured, and I'm the only one left.
Shimeng has been good to you all in normal times, ensuring you didn't go hungry in the apocalypse. Now that you're in trouble, as long as you join me in resisting, I, Tang Chen, will risk it all. They have 5 guns, at most 20-something bullets.
We still have a chance. Xianpu was stunned.
Just now, you were seeking glory for yourself, and now you're inciting conflict between the two sides.
What are you trying to do? Who dares to move? I'll shoot.
Xianpu raised the spray can and fired a shot, the loud bang making the homeowners dare not lift their heads, none of them wanting to die for Shimeng. Shimeng still held a glimmer of hope in her heart, thinking at least half of the people would stand up for her, considering their good relationships in normal times. But she found that those with good relationships kept their heads even lower, as if they hadn't seen her at all. At that moment, Shimeng felt a chill in her heart, realizing no one would save her, not even one person. In the end, she had raised a group of ungrateful people. Tang Chen sighed, Look at all of you, benefiting from her generosity, now you turn a blind eye to her plight. Don't blame me for seeking glory, especially since I've saved you several times. If it weren't for me, you would have been slaughtered by Hua Wanyan long ago.
Hey, can I say something?
I'm the one here to rob, please respect me. Xianpu was very displeased, feeling this guy was stealing his thunder.
Sorry, got carried away. What do you have to say, boss? Xianpu said coldly, Put your hands down.
That's a bit difficult, but is on my hand.
Tang Chen shrugged innocently. The alpaca, are you playing with me? Put it down.
Xianpu immediately raised the spray gun at Tang Chen, feeling insulted by Tang Chen, but dared not shoot, afraid that one spray would kill Shimeng. Tang Chen's face changed slightly, slowly put down his hand and said, I am an orphan, the way you speak is really impolite, you will die.
Bang 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 bang.
The continuous sound of 5 gunshots broke the balance, except for Xianpu, the other 4 people were shot in the head on the spot, and Xianpu's gun fell to the ground.
He covered his broken fingers, sweating profusely. There's a gunman. Quickly pick up the gun.
However, the younger brothers who rushed to pick up the gun were all shot on the spot, which made them too scared to move, fear evident in their eyes. But this situation undoubtedly brought great relief to the homeowners, finally saved. This delivery person is very clever, diverting attention by bringing out Shimeng, arranging for others to find an opportunity in the shadows.
You have a gun.
Xianpu, covering his fingers, trembled, looking deeply at Tang Chen. These days, if you don't carry a gun, you're embarrassed to be out there.
Otherwise, why do you think she's so obedient?
After speaking, he pinched Shimeng's exquisite face.
Xianpu chuckled, What do you want? I don't want anything, just want to kill you.
After speaking, he pulled out the gun from his waist and fired under Xianpu's fearful gaze.
Bang!
With unfulfilled ambitions, Xianpu fell, illustrating what it means to not listen to the advice of the elderly. Young people are impulsive. What's wrong with being a local emperor? The boss is dead. The surrounding younger brothers were a bit at a loss. At this moment, 3 women walked out from the surroundings. The homeowners thought they were someone else, but they turned out to be the 3 women beside Tang Chen. They actually had such marksmanship. Congratulations, you are qualified to stay by my side, Tang Chen said lightly. These people in front of him were truly disappointing. Shimeng also did not hold any expectations for these people. She knelt straight towards Tang Chen. Thank you for taking me in, master.
Good girl, Tang Chen patted Shimeng's head.
This will start at 4 times the normal speed. Just as Shimeng was kneeling to worship her master, a voice suddenly rang out, drop the gun. Somehow, several men had picked up those spray guns and were now aiming at Tang Chen and the others. This outcome made Sun Ting and Yi Qing shake their heads, and Bai puffed up her cheeks, looking cute in a sulky manner.
But Tang Chen just laughed, stroking Shimeng's head and said, Everyone, I just saved you, is this how you repay me?
A bald man walked out from the crowd. Shimeng looked at him and whispered, This is Manager Chen, he has never been honest.
Brother Tang,
it's not that I'm ungrateful, it's just that you are too strong. I feel uncertain, even a woman like Shimeng can be subdued by you, even making her kneel. I also want her to kneel. Tang Chen helplessly said, Manager Chen, how about this? I will take them away, and we won't interfere with each other in the future.
Brother Tang, even if I agree, the homeowners won't agree. They are also afraid of your retaliation. Everyone, what do you think?
That's right, even Manager Shi is afraid of you. Kill him, take their guns, we can protect ourselves too. That's right, keep him. We all have to listen to him. We have to make our own decisions. The homeowners expressed their wishes one after another. The meaning was simple: you are too strong. We are not on equal footing. Killing you will restore balance. Xianpu's younger brothers were stunned. They were actually turning against each other. They were all talents.
Your actions are making it difficult for me. Tang Chen clicked his tongue, wanting to leave you a way out, but you want to kill me.
In this post-apocalyptic world, I save you, you kill me. It's really a matter of course. Manager Chen chuckled. You don't need to worry. If you die, we will all be better off, and there are still 4 beauties to accompany you. You will still be charming even in the afterlife.
Since it has come to this, then let's not leave anyone behind.
Tang Chen's eyes turned cold, and Shiming, who was crouching on the ground, was already prepared to die, but upon hearing Tang Chen's words, a wry smile appeared on his face.
Kill them! Chen Zong immediately shouted.
Both sides raised their guns and started shooting at the same time.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
5 men with guns were shot in the head one after another, while on Tang Chen's side, nothing happened at all, as if they were shooting blanks. However, steel balls were dropping on the ground, all controlled by Tang Chen without even getting close. At this moment, everyone was stunned, not knowing what was happening, especially Chen Zong, wondering why nothing happened to them, but their own people were dying. Shiming opened his eyes, thinking he was done for, but felt no pain. The 5 men on the other side had already fallen.
What just happened?
Tang Chen suddenly reached into Shiming's deep V-neck, causing Shiming's heart to tremble.
What was he doing?
Under everyone's gaze, Tang Chen pulled out a golden horse-cutting knife. He pointed it at his chest.
Men die, women stay, Tang Chen said calmly.
The quick-witted man immediately went to grab the gun. Yi Qingyi raised her hand and fired 2 shots, and Sun Ting and Bai also showed no mercy, flames bursting from the barrels.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The parking lot instantly descended into chaos, with everyone running for their lives, whether they were property owners or Qianpu's henchmen.
I knew today was an ominous sign.
One henchman shouted, only to be shot through the back of his head after a few steps.
Chen Zong was terrified. These people were simply insane.
Tang Chen locked eyes on Chen Zong, who was trying to escape, and fiercely threw the golden horse-cutting knife in his hand.
Put!
The knife entered through the back of his head and shot out from his mouth, perhaps losing control of the force, directly skewering several people in front of him, then embedding into the cement wall.
The property owners who witnessed this scene were terrified.
This was not insanity, this was a devil crawling out of hell.
As Tang Chen extended his hand, the horse-cutting knife embedded in the cement wall was instantly pulled back. Stop pretending, you will all die.
With each swing of the knife, the fleeing property owners were cut in half, turning the entire underground parking lot into a hellish scene, with several people scared to death.
Shiming stared blankly at Tang Chen, who seemed like a demon.
Now he finally understood what Yi Qingyi had said before. He really couldn't die. Ordinary people were no match for him at all, and Wanyan might have died like this. He had cleared 2 residential areas before, and now it was probably the 3rd. What a terrifying man. Luckily he had won the bet and became his pet. As for the other 3 women, one shot sent one away. Even if they begged on their knees, they were shot without hesitation.
Leave one alive.
Tang Chen, covered in blood, looked at Sun Ting and said,
already done.
Very well, count them. I have to visit each household.
Yes.
As Tang Chen left, the parking lot quieted down, blood slowly flowing into the drain, the smell of blood mixing with a foul odor, causing Shiming to vomit. The 3 women, on the other hand, seemed accustomed to it, checking for anyone still alive and finishing them off. Please, don't kill me. I'll be Tang Ji's underling. I'll do anything.
Sure enough, a man pretending to be dead was found among the bodies. Sun Ting shouted to Shiming, are you done vomiting? Come over here.
Shiming almost vomited out his stomach, never having seen such a scene before, with bodies everywhere.
I'm coming.
At this moment, Shiming completely dropped his pride, not daring to show any hint of defiance, positioning himself below the 3 women. Sun Ting extended her hand with the gun, shoot him dead. Yi Qingyi and Bai stood by, ready to kill Shiming at the slightest sign of trouble.
Shiming's hands were trembling, as if he were sleepwalking.
Hey, wake up! Shiming suddenly came to his senses, looking at the dark gun in front of him, slowly reaching out his hand, feeling a lingering warmth. As Sun Ting let go of her hand, Shiming didn't hold on properly and dropped it directly on the ground.
Sun Ting laughed and said, pick it up. Sorry, I didn't expect it to be so heavy.
Shiming quickly picked it up, this time holding it with both hands, but the muzzle kept shaking.
Come on, aim at him.
The man immediately shouted, President Xi, it's me, Shaochen.
I'm very close to Brother Fu.
I even gave you cured meat for the new year, and you helped name my child.
Please don't kill me.
Yi Qingyi said lightly, he was just shouting in the crowd that he wanted to kill us.
Bang! This shot hit the man's arm directly, and his screams echoed in the parking lot. However, Shiming suddenly screamed, continuously pulling the trigger until the magazine was empty. It's okay. Sun Ting held Shiming's hands, understanding Shiming's feelings at this moment, having experienced it herself. Shiming was panting heavily, sweat soaking her temples, her eyes unfocused. Go ask where that warehouse in the outskirts is located, so we can pay a visit, Sun Ting said to Yi Qingyi. Yi Qingyi nodded and approached the only survivor, whose legs were already disabled, leaving only a breath. Where is your warehouse? Tell us and you'll have a quick death. The pale-faced man looked at Yi Qingyi, even at this moment, still admiring her. Pulley warehouse. Bang! Let's go back and wait. Sun Ting looked around and realized she had nothing else to do. Yi Qingyi nodded, there are still bodies at home, let's wait at Shiming's house. Alright, it's disgusting to look at them. Xiao Bai, help her. Okay. Shiming suddenly stood up, after all, she was a modern strong woman, just not used to being scared. I can walk by myself, Anbai said, watching Shiming cautiously, seeming wary of the newcomer. Where did the master go? Shiming changed her address directly, showing sincerity, as the scene just now was still vivid in her mind. He went to feed. Anbai stepped carefully on the body, but the thin high heels still left bloody holes. Shiming was shocked. Feed? Sun Ting said lightly, the master is a vampire with the ability to take things from a distance. You caught his eye, and the ancestral grave smoked. Shiming gasped, realizing Tang Chen was a vampire, explaining his strength. Are we his blood slaves? Shiming suddenly exclaimed. Yi Qingyi paused, you could say that, basically. Oh, dream sister, don't worry. As long as you don't anger the master, you won't feel a thing. Anbai patted Shiming's fragrant shoulder, amused by how scared the real estate queen was. Shiming's understanding was still stuck at neck biting, but their necks were clean and white. Is it neck biting? Shiming asked weakly. Anbai whispered in Shiming's ear, causing her to gasp, her cheeks gradually blushing. It's better this way, being bitten on the neck would hurt, at least this way it felt comfortable being sucked. Arriving at Shiming's house, the women dared not take a shower, so they sat on the sofa with bloodstains, waiting for Tang Chen to return so they could clean up. The sky outside was gradually lightening, but it was still gloomy and rainy, with the temperature dropping a few degrees. Most people were now most afraid of a power outage, as without electricity, they might not starve but could freeze to death. Outskirts warehouse. Damn, it's getting colder, probably only 7 or 8 degrees this morning. The thin man on guard exhaled hot air, looking towards the road in the distance. The man next to him, drinking hot water, was indifferent. What's the big deal? We have plenty of supplies. Once the second master takes over the Shanhu district, we'll have fine houses to live in. Indeed, we can even mess with those white-collar workers. Just thinking about it gets me excited. It's already 7:30 in the morning, why is there still no news? We need to bring the car back. In the office, the ashtray on the table is full of cigarette butts. Xian Zhongran and his son Xianming are sitting in front and behind the office desk, waiting for news. The longer they wait, the more uneasy they feel. No one answers the phone. Dad, nothing bad happened, right? Xianming finally spoke. Shut up. Xian Zhongran scolded, and Xianming lowered his head slightly and fell silent, looking at the Rolex on his wrist. It was already 8 in the morning. Xian Zhongran stood up, pacing back and forth in the office, suddenly shouted, 5 flamethrowers, over 20 bullets, it's impossible not to take down a small area. Yes, but they haven't received any news. Xianming felt that his younger brother might be in trouble. Xian Zhongran said coldly, there is another possibility, your brother might want to act alone. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Xianming stood up excitedly. It's not impossible. Xianpu has always opposed my strategy. This time, letting him take half of the flamethrowers, he might want to establish his own power. I was also blinded by a woman, how could I give away half of them? As Chen Zhongran said this, Xianming felt it made sense and sat weakly in his chair. He remembered his brother's urgent look last night. His goal was not to catch Shiming, but to get a gun. Go and tell the brothers to be on high alert. This kid has been consumed by power, he might bring people back to kill. After all, you are his father. Xian Zhongran suddenly chuckled, I finally understand now. In ancient times, rebellious princes dared to kill their fathers, and fathers could even harm their sons. This is a life and death struggle. Maybe Qian Pu's phone is dead, or he can't answer the phone conveniently. Dad, you are overthinking. Are all their phones dead? How long will you keep comforting yourself? This brat must have looted a lot of good stuff in Shanhu district and wants to keep it for himself. Although Qianming didn't want to believe it, the facts were right in front of him. Cutting off contact, wasn't it betrayal? I understand. Just tell the brothers to be on high alert,
Don't say that the second son has betrayed us, to avoid affecting morale. Keep 5 flamethrowers, give me 1, keep 1 for yourself, and give 3 to trustworthy brothers. Hearing these words, it seemed like he was about to go to war with his younger brother. Xian Ming sighed helplessly, hoping it was just his father's speculation and his brother would return soon. However, by noon, there was still no sign of his brother returning. Xian Ming knew that his brother had indeed betrayed them. In the afternoon, Tang Chen finally returned to Xi Ming's house. You guys are still here. Tang Chen walked in and looked at the 4 women, smiling, but the smile sent shivers down their spines, especially since his face was covered in blood. And Bai immediately ran to Tang Chen. Master, I'm hungry. Tang Chen smiled, patted in Bai's head, go take a shower first, then we'll have dinner. This time the harvest was indeed substantial. The energy gauge went straight to 63% progress. The size of the area was superior in quantity. They also looted a lot of supplies, although they were of no use to him. He couldn't leave them for others. I, Tang Chen, am not a saint. It was just a little bit more to upgrade the system. At 4 times the speed, it would take at least a month. We are people of quality. The key is to be reasonable. If someone doesn't deceive me, I won't deceive them. If you want to kill me, I'll kill your whole family. Besides Ximing being a bit reserved, the other 3 women were harmonious. In Ximing's dressing room, there were high-end clothes from LV and Hermes, all of which were standard. Naturally, they chose the style that Tang Chen liked. What is our purpose? It's not about love, but serving the master well, making the master happy, and enjoying the supreme treatment. Tang Chen was already sitting on the sofa in the living room, eating durian pizza. The 4 women who had just come out of the bedroom immediately smelled the fragrance. Ximing was stunned, feeling like she had smelled this taste in a past life. The 4 women looked at the pizza. Where did it come from? You guys divide it yourselves. Tang Chen said with a good mood, making it seem like she was the master and they were the villains. Originally, she wanted to correct their bad habits, but as soon as this suggestion came out, it was directly rejected by sharp words, leaving herself stunned. Especially when Enbai said, as a master's little kitten, how can you have the qualification to eat at the table with the master? This is blasphemy against the master, disrespecting the master. Please respect us, respect our true inner thoughts. From that moment on, Tang Chen just let them be, to avoid being accused of trampling on their human rights, disrespecting women. A set of boxing almost knocked herself out. After eating and drinking their fill, they naturally prepared to work. Tang Chen's idea of working was to find money Zhong Ran and others, and then prepare to go to Yunhai City. After all, promises had to be kept. After seeking revenge, they also had to visit Shuangdong district, not knowing if Ning Qingwei had deceived her. How big is a big star? Definitely not smaller than Ximing. What, can't bear to leave? Why don't you stay? Tang Chen looked at Ximing, who was reluctant to leave. Ximing hurriedly explained, Master, you misunderstood me. This is my first set of rooms, I might not see it again in the future. Tang Chen chuckled, lit a cigarette, and said, Yi Qingyi persisted for almost a week, and you, not even a day. Are you smart or shameless? Serving the master will be my greatest honor in the future, Ximing said, kneeling at Tang Chen's feet, bowing her head to lightly kiss Tang Chen's shoes, expressing her loyalty. Tang Chen just smiled, alright, I understand your intentions, let's go. Thank you, master. Ximing pressed the elevator button and stood respectfully by the side, feeling like a sensible secretary. The group did not go to the parking lot, as the smell inside was a bit strong, and they went directly to the entrance on the first floor. After all, they were going out. The 4 women were dressed in warm-down jackets, covering themselves tightly, with the stunning scenery inside only belonging to Tang Chen. At that moment, Tang Chen was choosing a vehicle. The last Tank 300 was blown to pieces, feeling like the back seat was lacking, so this time she needed to focus on the back seat. How about a Maybach? Mercedes-Benz's main feature is the comfort of the back seat. The 4-seater Maybach was not suitable, so the basic Maybach 480, 5-seater version, was just right. Let me show you a magic trick. Wow, is the master trying to pick up girls? Enbai asked eagerly. Tang Chen shrugged, do I still need to pick you up, or is it you picking me up? Yi Qingyi and Sun Ting laughed, while Ximing wanted to laugh but dared not. Come, lousy, hurry up and change. Suddenly, a track version of a golden Mercedes-Benz Maybach appeared out of thin air. The 4 beautiful women were all amazed. Daming Meng, you drive, Yi and Ting Ting accompany me in the back seat. Master, Xiaobai wants to sit with you in the back seat. Don't worry, everyone will take turns. Tang Chen felt a lot of emotions. Before the apocalypse, she was a silent loser, and after the apocalypse, she became a fragrant big shot that everyone wanted a piece of. As the 5 of them got into the car, the real estate queen took the driver's seat directly, and Enbai envied her and occasionally looked back. Tang Chen felt that this was the life, much more comfortable. Daming Meng, play some soothing music.
Yes, master. Let's go, to Pulley Warehouse. Tang Chen's eyes focused. The 12-cylinder engine roared fiercely, the tracks sparked on the cement ground, and then they rushed out of Shanhu district.
Such a car appearing on the main road was a sight to behold. The residents on both sides of the street stared blankly, some even shouting for help. And inside the car, the sound insulation effect was perfect, with pink ambient lights, soft music, and a pleasant woman's fragrance filling the car.
How long until we arrive? About half an hour. Tang Chen nodded, just enough time to recharge his energy bar. This is what life should be like, unlike before when he could only say he was surviving. Ximing, who was driving, tightly gripped the steering wheel, occasionally glancing at the rearview mirror with some thoughts. The Pulley Warehouse was tense, with bad rumors spreading and causing anxiety among the people. Besides food, the only thing that could soothe people's hearts was women. Many women were brought over from Hohenside, and Xianming immediately took out 10 to let his brothers have a taste, which slightly stabilized the situation. Dad, we don't need to say anything now, they can guess it themselves. Xianming felt heartbroken that even his own brothers were splitting apart for their own interests. Shen Zhongran tapped his fingers on the desk. You need to be mindful, use a combination of rewards and punishments, kill a few troublemakers with guns. I understand.
After saying that, Xianming walked out of the office with a sprayer in hand.
A bald man with a toothpick hanging from his mouth walked out of the room. Boss, getting bored? Got any better goods?
Yeah, boss,
these women are all dried up, no fun.
Xianming walked up to the bald man with a smile. I do. Then why not bring them out for us to play with? Ha ha. As they laughed, the bald man's smile faded as the sprayer was suddenly pressed against his chin. The bald man froze, forced a smile, and said, Boss, be careful not to misfire.
Bang!
In front of the sprayer, everyone was equal, and a hole was blasted directly through the head, splattering Xianming's face with blood and brain matter, shocking all the surrounding henchmen.
You were right, misfired.
After saying that, Xianming looked at the man who had just agreed with him.
The man immediately knelt down. Boss, I didn't say anything, really, please don't kill me.
But what awaited him was another spray. This brutal method instantly intimidated everyone, not daring to say a word. 2 bullets had such an effect, and Xianming was satisfied.
Anyone else dissatisfied?
Xianming scanned the surroundings, but no one dared to speak up. But at that moment, there was a knocking sound on the iron door.
Is anyone in there? I'm here to deliver food.
The sudden voice stunned everyone in the warehouse, their eyes fixed on the closed iron door. At that moment, it felt like they were back in the past, as if the apocalypse had never happened. No, it was the apocalypse, so how could there still be food delivery? In this day and age, there are still food deliveries, probably here to deliver death. Go open the door. Xianming ordered in a low voice, reloading the sprayer in his hand. The henchmen dared not defy the boss's orders. Money was power, so they obediently went to open the iron door. As the iron door was pushed open forcefully, the henchmen quickly ran back, looking terrified and comical.
Tang Chen walked into the warehouse holding Ximing's hand.
The men in the warehouse were all stunned, not understanding what was happening. This young man looked harmless, smiling as if he was just passing by, while the woman he was holding hands with exuded maturity like a ripe peach, with a curvaceous figure and exquisite features that could easily captivate men in the apocalypse.
You are Ximing.
Xianming quickly recognized her, but his mind was a bit confused. How did she end up here on her own? The men started discussing, their gazes unified in greed as they looked at Ximing. It was no wonder the boss wanted her, such a rare beauty that anyone would desire.
Miss Ximing, welcome.
A voice came from the second floor, and Xian Zhongran was standing by the railing, looking down at Tang Chen and Ximing, or more accurately, at Ximing. At this moment, Ximing regained her queenly aura, no longer trying to please with a smile but exuding a sense of pride and aloofness. Tang Chen expressed that they should not change themselves for him, they should just be themselves. After all, authenticity is what makes things interesting, or else they would just be soulless shells.
You must be the Mr.
Xian mentioned by Mr.
Hua.
Ximing thought that Chen Zhongran would be a big boss, but he turned out to be just a small boss with a few warehouses. If it weren't for the goods in the warehouse, no one would pay attention to him.
Chen Zhongran felt the disdain in Ximing's eyes, but he just smiled and said, I've only seen President Xi on TV before.
Today, seeing you in person, you are truly stunning and beautiful.
You are not qualified to judge my beauty.
These slightly arrogant words made the men restless, as what is unattainable is desirable. Suddenly, Tang Chen approached Ximing and whispered in her ear, Damei, I prefer the current you.
Ximing's heart trembled slightly, feeling a tingling sensation in her ears.
Xian Zhongran watched his prey flirting with each other and sternly said, Ximing, where is my son? In your hands. I killed him, Shiming said lightly, taking the blame directly.
Damn!
Qian Zhongran suddenly pointed a gun at Shiming, but it was just a threat.
Shiming coldly chuckled, disdainfully saying, "Are you seeking revenge for your son, or are you hesitating to kill me? After all, women like me are hard to come by for you." These words struck a chord with Qian Zhongran. If his son was really dead, wouldn't it be more of a loss to kill her himself? Ha, no wonder President Xi became the youngest female boss in our city. It's not without reason. So, what do you want to do? Shiming calmly replied, "I'm here to kill you." What? Kill me? Ha ha, with what are you going to kill me?
Qian Zhongran laughed hysterically, feeling relieved that she had come to him. Shiming then looked at the men around her and said, "You are risking your lives for this old man.
What do you gain in the end? A cheap woman? While he gets to enjoy me? Is that fair?"
The men naturally felt it was unfair.
Why should the beautiful women be given to the boss, leaving them with the leftovers? Don't be swayed by this woman.
Qian Zhongran angrily shouted, realizing her malicious intent.
Shiming pointed at Qian Zhongran and said, "Whoever kills him, I will be his woman." Suddenly, the warehouse fell silent, as if only the sound of men swallowing saliva could be heard.
Looking at Shiming's exquisite beauty, the thought of being intimate with her was the peak of life. Tang Chen was also surprised at this moment, as things were not going according to plan. Meanwhile, Shiming's associates were sniping from a distance.
Shiming was actually trying to instigate infighting among them. Could their morals withstand their desires?
Suddenly, Xian Ming aimed his gun at another man holding a gun. "Zhu Hai, what are you doing?
Put the gun down." "Ming Gu, are you accusing me of something? Are you crazy?" Zhu Hai also immediately aimed his gun at Qian Ming. In this tense moment, Shiming further incited them, "Don't you want me? Don't you want to enjoy my hot body? Kill them." Bang!
Qian Ming suddenly shot and killed Zhu Hai, injuring two of Zhu Hai's associates.
"Damn!
You killed my brother." Another gunman, who was close to Zhu Hai, immediately aimed at Qian Ming and fired. With a bang, Qian Ming was shot in the chest and fell down, managing to shoot and kill two more men before collapsing. Qian Zhongran on the second floor saw his son being shot and immediately grabbed a gun to shoot at the gunman. Chaos erupted on the scene, with someone even running towards the second floor with a knife, intending to kill Qian Zhongran and win the stunning beauty Shiming.
Many coveted Qian Zhongran's position as the boss, and now not only could they take over his position, but they could also win the beautiful woman. Tang Chen looked at the chaotic scene in front of him and was also surprised.
He turned to look at Shiming, indeed beautiful, but not to this extent.
In fact, Tang Chen was experiencing aesthetic fatigue, seeing beautiful women every day. Others might see unkempt hair, days without bathing, and body odor, so Tang Chen couldn't understand the allure of Shiming.
Using her own beauty, Shiming was not the first time, especially in Shanhu district, where many men would do anything for her, but the only time she suffered a loss was with Tang Chen.
Why did Shiming feel last night that half of the people would fight for her?
It was from this point that Shiming started, but she forgot that she was submissive to Tang Chen last night, and her high and mighty image collapsed, reducing her attractiveness naturally. Now that imposing momentum has reappeared, coupled with the current atmosphere of fear, it directly led to mutual killing.
"Shao Li, don't act recklessly."
Qian Zhongran aimed his gun at the young man in front of him holding a dagger, who used to be his employee, honest and straightforward, never expected to turn into this.
Shao Li breathed rapidly and said, "Boss, thank you for nurturing me all these years. You are old now, just leave the opportunity to us young people. You have disappointed me, Shao Li." Qian Zhongran pulled the trigger, but there was only a click. Shao Li smiled faintly, "Boss, I counted, you're out of bullets."
Qian Zhongran immediately smashed the gun out and turned to run into the office to lock himself in. But as he turned to open the door, he felt a stabbing pain in his back.
"You!" Qian Zhongran slowly turned back to look at Shao Li, whose face was fierce.
Shao Li was also ruthless, stabbing continuously, and Qian Zhongran never expected to die at the hands of his former employee. After killing Qian Zhongran, Shao Li raised the dagger and shouted, "Qian Zhongran has been killed by me." The warehouse fell silent again, all eyes on Shao Li on the second floor. Suddenly, a figure appeared next to Shao Li, stabbing him from behind, and then laughing wildly, "From now on, I am the boss, Shiming is mine."
Damn! What qualifications do you have to be the boss?
Brothers, kill him. At this moment, everyone exerted all their efforts to fight for the position of the boss and Shiming. As long as they killed the person in front of them, they would become the boss.
Tang Chen, feeling bored, lit a cigarette. "I didn't expect you to be so charming. Master, weren't you the same at the beginning?"
Cough, 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 I was just pretending.
"Alright, Master was pretending." Tang Chen patted the round buttocks. "Dame Meng, getting a bit naughty, huh?"
Learned from Xiao Bai.
Indeed, bad things are always easy to learn. Shiming smiled lightly. If it weren't for Tang Chen by her side, she wouldn't dare to come alone to this den of wolves. Shiming understood the importance of finding a powerful backer. At this moment, Xiaobai's voice came through the earpiece of Tang Chen and Shiming. Sister Shi, you're really good at shifting blame. It's called being enlightened, Sun Ting joked. While the others were fighting to the death, Tang Chen and Shiming were flirting and bantering. Tang Chen couldn't stand it anymore. The conversation was getting dirtier and he was afraid he would be influenced. Amidst the conversation, most of the people on the scene had died, leaving only 2 warriors in a duel. Tang Chen was puzzled. Am I really that weak? Am I invisible to them? Indeed, these men all treated Tang Chen as if he were invisible, not even considering him. It could only be said that Tang Chen's appearance was too deceptive. Brother, let's stop fighting and join forces. One of them suggested. Hee, I'm not into that, come on. The negotiation collapsed, and the blades mercilessly struck each other. Even the eventual winner was covered in multiple knife wounds, and without medical treatment, he wouldn't live long. Tang Chen sighed. I didn't expect that just one sentence from you would leave them with only one. I have made the master laugh. The victor slowly approached, fingers dripping with blood, face cut and bruised, but his gaze was fixed on the stunning Shiming, as if he were not the one injured, but rather the allure of the beauty was so strong. I did it. You are mine from now on. The victor seemed to be announcing his prize of victory, his eyes shining with the final greed. Marilyn Monroe smiled beautifully and said, Little brother, didn't your mother tell you that the prettier a woman is, the more likely she is to deceive people? The little brother looked puzzled, but when he saw Marilyn take out a handgun from her down jacket, he was frozen in place. Bang! As the shell casing fell to the ground, the entire warehouse fell silent. Tang Chen couldn't help but applaud. Indeed, Dream is amazing. She solved them all with just one bullet. It's mainly because there's a master by her side that Dream has the confidence. You're being modest, let's go. Master, wait. Marilyn grabbed Tang Chen's hand, her beautiful eyes starting to shimmer. What's wrong? Marilyn suddenly changed her tone, whispering in a queenly manner in Tang Chen's ear, F***ck me. I, Tang Chen, a serious person, am really going to be led astray by these women. I must resist and condemn such behavior. On a nearby floor, 3 Barrett rifles were aimed at the warehouse, with 3 charming figures lying on the ground. However, the sights and the scopes were no longer on the enemies. So seductive, Sun Ting said through the scope. So big, and Baiduo said somewhat enviously. Yi Qingyi rolled her eyes and didn't continue watching, patting Sun Ting and Baiduo to turn off their earpieces. What's wrong? Sun Ting asked in confusion. Yi Qingyi said seriously, with Dream's performance upon arrival, it might be a bit unfavorable for us. And Baiduo naively said, you're overthinking it. Yi Qingyi gave up on Baiduo and turned to Sun Ting. Indeed, she's quite good at seducing the master. Let's see her attitude first. There's no excuse to kill her now. If the master blames us, even if we don't die, we'll be in trouble. Then we can only do this for now. And Baiduo said earnestly, I don't think there's a problem. Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi both rolled their eyes. It's a good thing you're following the master in the apocalypse, otherwise, with your brain, you'd have given yourself away. Before leaving, Tang Chen took all the supplies in the warehouse, leaving nothing behind. Back in the car, Sun Ting took the wheel this time, while Marilyn sat in the passenger seat resting. Dream, where is your warehouse? Marilyn opened her eyes and said apologetically, there's nothing left in my warehouse. I was just deceiving them, or else I wouldn't have gone to find Hua Wanyan. Sun Ting, who was driving, said casually, you're quite good at deceiving people. Marilyn immediately sensed Sun Ting's hostility and tried to please her. Sister, I had no choice at the time. Don't call me sister, I'm younger than you by a few years. Sun Ting's tone softened a bit, feeling Marilyn's attempt to please her. Marilyn wasn't a fool and smiled, you are all my sisters, please take care of me. I knew it. Yi Qingyi saw Baiduo's mouth and immediately coughed a few times. Marilyn looked at Yi Qingyi and Baiduo, smiled without saying much, but she felt that they were suspicious. As a newcomer, she might face some challenges from them, especially after today's performance. They seemed worried. Marilyn's goal was to be a woman above all others, and their concerns were justified. Tang Chen smiled at the 4 women, knowing that there were 800 minds in this car. From Marilyn's performance today, the 3 of them combined were no match for her. Marilyn had strong adaptability and her own ideas. Only Yi could compete with Marilyn in arm wrestling. Ting Ting had to calculate, and Bai Bai was clueless even after being sold. But Tang Chen felt that Yi Qingyi and Sun Ting were not Marilyn's opponents. Tang Chen clapped his hands. We have a rule here, to tell our own stories and experiences. Dream, it's your turn to speak. Experiences? From childhood? Marilyn was surprised, wondering if the newcomers had to tell their own stories to get to the bottom of things.
This is what Zai Mengxiang asked for, but Tang Chen mentioned it unintentionally, and it became a tradition afterwards.
Yes, Yi Qingyi said.
Ximing pursed her red lips, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. I was born in a village, my family was very poor.
When my father was working outside, my mother ran away with a man from the city.
My father was devastated, died in a few years, and I dropped out of high school to work in Huan City.
I worked in a factory. It was easier for me because I was pretty,
and I gradually learned to use my beauty to achieve my goals.
The factory director's son was attracted to me, he would buy me whatever I wanted,
even his father did the same, but I overestimated myself and thought I could overpower him. I was desperate at the time, kicked that bastard's balls, and then ran out. It was at that time that I met Fu Qi. He was about to get on the car and saw me asking for help.
Fu Qi's family had a lot of power,
he had a wife at the time, but he was also aggressively pursuing me, even helped me deal with that father and son. When I started a company, he paved the way for me, arranged bank loans for me easily. Wherever there was a development project, I was the first to know. In the end, he divorced his wife, and she came to me saying he was impotent, but for me, it was good news.
So not long after, we got married, but we didn't have a wedding, just got a marriage certificate.
The business grew bigger and bigger, he resigned to avoid suspicion, and that's probably how my life went.
Tang Chen rubbed his chin and looked at Sun Ting. Why are you stopping the car?
Listening to the story, otherwise I might get distracted and cause an accident, Sun Ting said pitifully. Tang Chen suddenly realized and looked at Ximing, tapping his leg. No wonder you're so tense.
Yi Qingyi couldn't stand it. Am I too loose? I'm still a first-timer.
Me too.
As if everyone isn't a first-timer.
I didn't even go when the big brother in my live broadcast room invited me. Sun Ting chuckled, looking down on someone. And Bai raised her hand timidly and said, actually, I'm also a first-timer. Tang Chen burst into laughter. These women were too funny. Alright, then I'm also a first-timer. No one is left out. Talking to you guys, I always feel out of place. You're too dirty. I can't keep up with the speed.
Tang Chen's words immediately drew boos from the four women.
We're just chatting for fun. You're taking it seriously. Compared to what?
Master, what about your story? Ximing was curious about Tang Chen's experience. Was he a tough guy before?
The other three women dared not talk about Tang Chen's experience, as it was too different from now.
Shall we? You tell it. I've already said it last time. Tang Chen was generous. After all, sharing dark history would make everyone happy.
Yi Qingyi immediately started gossiping after hearing it. Our master, he used to be a very honest boy.
Oh my, you really said it. Ah, didn't you ask me to say it?
Yi Qingyi was startled. Seeing Yi Qingyi's face turn pale with fright, Tang Chen burst into laughter. Just kidding, continue.
Master, I won't say it anymore.
Yi Qingyi crossed her arms, looking angrily out the window, thinking she was going to die just now.
This was when Bai had to step in. Xiao Bai, you go ahead.
Okay, our master used to be the kind of person anyone could bully, suffered from workplace pressure, pursued a girl only to be insulted on the spot, so pitiful.
Ximing's gossip fire burned wildly. What girl?
Tang Chen laughed. It's that one called by something, his lover.
Bai Jian? Did you kill them, master? Ximing suddenly remembered.
Yes, those guys, they tried to drug me and take my belongings, but I fought back.
Actually, I went to your neighborhood mainly to find this woman. Tang Chen said he didn't want to kill anyone, but if he didn't, others would kill him.
What else could he do?
Ximing sighed incessantly.
Everyone has a past, but Tang Chen is different from other men. Other men would hide their past well, but Tang Chen doesn't mind talking about it at all, even with a self-deprecating tone. Sometimes he feels cruel, but sometimes he feels like a child, just being forced by this post-apocalyptic world.
Where are we going now? Ximing looked at the car driving back towards the city, feeling a bit puzzled. To find a celebrity, not sure if it's true. If not, we'll go directly to Yunhai City. Find a celebrity?
Tang Chen nodded. Perhaps this big star is in deep trouble. As a man, I have to lend a hand. At this moment, the four women all rolled their eyes, thinking that if anyone were to be helped by the master, it would definitely be a mental torment. However, Tang Chen was right about one thing. This big star was indeed in deep trouble. Coastal Garden, the most prestigious villa area in Huan City, all are standalone properties with excellent surroundings. Each villa is priced at around 200 million, and many wealthy businessmen and celebrities have bought properties here. But now these wealthy people are regretting why they bought in this broken place. Because the entire Shuangdong district had a power outage a week ago, including the Coastal Garden. With the temperature dropping, it was only a matter of time before they froze to death. Luckily, some households had fireplaces to burn books for warmth. Some households had stocked up on supplies, thanks to the wealthy people's fear of death, hoarding supplies at home in case of an apocalypse, which had now come true. But some did not stock up, like the villa where Li Linger lived, which had very little food left. Sitting by the fireplace, covered in blankets, Li Linger tore up books and threw the paper in to burn, the firelight illuminating her exquisite beauty, as if the most beautiful flower in spring, needing no embellishment, her natural beauty enough to captivate thousands. Her eyes, which should have been bright, now carried a hint of despair, but her brows were as graceful as the beautiful scenery, adding a touch of playfulness and agility. Unfortunately, her warm smile was gone, replaced by the repetitive action of tearing books. Before the apocalypse, Li Linger was a rising star in the entertainment industry, captivating audiences with her acting skills in a TV series, leading to endorsements, movie roles, and even appearing on last year's Spring Festival Gala. Now at 22, she hadn't even graduated from college. She had only accepted a commercial performance and was resting here when it started raining that night, trapping her. She thought the rain would pass quickly, but as the food ran out and only half a bottle of water remained, with no end to the rain in sight, it seemed she would starve to death. Once when the rain stopped briefly, many people broke in with weapons, scaring everyone. The iron gate outside was smashed, but luckily the house door was strong enough not to be kicked in. Otherwise, they would have been captured by the bandits, who had fled with the rain. Sometimes hoping for the rain to stop, sometimes not. With all the food gone, they could only quietly wait for death, nothing serious, just another hero after 18 years. Thinking about it, Li Linger laughed at herself, truly a smile that could enchant a city. At the entrance of Coastal Garden, Tang Chen stood with the 4 women in protective suits in the rain, looking quite unusual. How about we make a bet? Tang Chen suddenly suggested. Hearing Tang Chen's proposal, the 4 women immediately stepped back, knowing that gambling with the master could cost them their lives. What are you doing, making me look like a demon? The eyes of the 4 women seemed to say, isn't that the case? If we win, I'll reward you with your favorite food, and if we lose, you just have to dance for me. How about it? Are you in? The 4 women stepped forward in unison, scaring the cats. How are we going to bet? And Bai asked curiously. We'll go door to door and bet on whether they open the door. If they take us in without harming us, I'll provide supplies, Tang Chen said, wanting to see if there were still good people around. There must be someone who will open the door, Shi Meng said confidently. I agree, Sun Ting chimed in. Tang Chen looked at Yi Qingyi and Xiao Bai, the latter nodded. Alright, I bet that no one will open the door. If someone kindly takes us in, I'll at least provide a year's worth of supplies. Tang Chen didn't want to give supplies to bad people, believing that good people deserved to survive. Master, you're showing kindness, Sun Ting teased. I'm not a bad person. Did I force you to do this? No, right? Tang Chen shrugged. If you're not willing, you can turn around and leave. I won't hold it against you. With that, Tang Chen walked towards the house. Oh, Master is angry. Wait for me, Xiao Bai, and Bai hurried after him. The 3 women at the back door exchanged glances, and Sun Ting followed suit. Yi Qingyi and Shi Meng felt that this was a chance to leave, but how long could they survive without Tang Chen? Perhaps they couldn't even leave this city. Without much to consider, Yi Qingyi and Shi Meng followed suit. See, this is all voluntary, Tang Chen said with a genuine smile, and the 4 women laughed, realizing this was the real him. They arrived at the first villa, where the iron gate seemed to have been forced open, indicating that even the wealthy area had been looted. They knocked on the door. If Tang Chen were to say, your delivery is here, it would be like a horror movie. The faint sound of footsteps approached the door. Tang Chen called out, is anyone there? Can we stay for the night? Get lost, or I'll kill you. A man inside the house shouted, looking through the peephole at the 5 strangers outside. Tang Chen shrugged helplessly. This guy has a temper. Brother, please open the door, and Bai suddenly cooed, trying to seduce him with a woman's voice. Get lost. Tang Chen shrugged. Even with Xiao Bai's help, wearing protective gear didn't work. Perhaps showing their faces would make a difference. Of course, not opening the door was normal behavior, while opening it would be abnormal. Let's try another house, Tang Chen sighed, unable to deliver the supplies. They arrived at the second villa, where the iron gate was still open. This time, in an attempt to get the door opened, the 4 women almost took off their protective gear. Hey, you can't cheat, Tang Chen immediately stopped them. If you show your faces, even the most cautious man will open the door. Brother inside, please open the door. It's so cold. Brother, open the door. Tang Chen's forehead was covered in black lines, feeling exasperated. But a woman's voice came from inside the house, saying, get lost. Tang Chen burst into laughter, surprised to find the lady of the house inside, unlikely to let them in to seduce her man. Let's try another house. An hour later, Tang Chen finally had a victorious smile on his face. Since we have to dance, you need to rehearse like those sexy Korean dance groups. Tang Chen has started making demands. It's like a post-apocalyptic girl group. Yi Qingyi pursed her lips and said, we haven't lost yet. Stubborn, these days, if anyone can open the door, I'll chop myself. Shimeng Jiao laughed, don't do that, we all need each other. Exactly, no chopping allowed, Sun Ting echoed. Tang Chen expressed that in the past, they were indifferent, but now they are cherished and protected, afraid to lose them. Arriving at the villa entrance, Tang Chen knocked on the door, is anyone there? Li Linger inside looked towards the door with a hint of panic. Sun Ting, with a trembling voice, shouted, we have fled here, can we stay for a night? Please. And Bai's slightly soft voice was indeed very persuasive. Li Linger, hearing the girls' voices, got up wrapped in a blanket, put on a mask, and came to the door. Tang Chen heard the footsteps and judged that there should be a woman inside. They had walked into a trap. But without breaking in, they couldn't find any so-called celebrities, so they gave up. Li Linger saw the 5 people through the peephole, wearing protective suits, feeling like a rescue team. Where are you from? Li Linger's voice sounded. Tang Chen thought to himself, it's actually a young girl. Would she open the door out of sympathy? She shouldn't, she wouldn't be that naive. Yi Qingyi quickly said, we escaped from Shanhu district. Was your district raided by bad people? Shimeng felt intrigued. The girl spoke softly, yes, my parents were killed, we had nowhere to go, and there were bad people on the road. This seemed to resonate with Li Linger, feeling that they didn't seem like bad people, so she unlocked the door. Seeing the slowly opening door, Tang Chen's eyebrows trembled. How could they keep winning? The 4 women smiled. Host, your luck seems a bit off. Tang Chen wanted to see what kind of woman had such a big heart, daring to open the door at such a time. She must be inexperienced. Looking at the woman in front of her wrapped in a blanket and wearing a mask, Tang Chen paused. Her eyes were beautiful. But Tang Chen hadn't lost yet. Maybe there were a few tough guys hiding behind the door, ready to attack once they entered, turning the tables. Thank you, we'll stay for one night and leave. And Bai's tone easily evoked sympathy. Li Linger nodded, then come in. Tang Chen's hand was already holding a gun, ready to shoot at any moment. Little sister, your acting is too poor, call your accomplices out. However, upon entering the house, there was nothing but a cold draft. Tang Chen understood, they must be hiding in the bedroom, that's why there were no footsteps. Sorry, we've run out of food, there's only half a bottle of water left, if you don't mind me drinking it. Li Linger's words left the 5 people stunned. Could one still entertain guests like this now? How precious must water be now? Tang Chen chuckled to herself, suspecting the water was poisoned, seeing through your tricks at a glance. The 5 took off their protective suits, and Li Linger finally saw the faces of the 4 women, also stunning, a boy with 4 beautiful girls. Then we won't be polite. Tang Chen smiled, thinking to herself, you definitely won't be able to bear it. However, Li Linger brought the half bottle of water from the coffee table, found 5 paper cups, and poured water as if she were entertaining guests as before. Tang Chen squinted slightly, suspecting that she had been drugged before entering the house. Let me test it. Taking the paper cup, Tang Chen immediately took out a tester and put it in the cup, but it showed a green light. Safe? How is that possible? Oh, I see. Pretending to offer half a bottle of water to gain favor, such a large villa must be hiding more supplies. Let me find out. I need to use the restroom. Where is it? Tang Chen smiled. Thank you. Tang Chen pretended to go to the bathroom and immediately went upstairs when Li Linger wasn't paying attention. Li Linger said with a slight smile, sorry, it's a bit cold in the room. Come over here and warm up by the fire. Oh no, the fire is going out. She quickly went to the fireplace to tear paper. Let me help you. And Bai happily went to help. The 3 women at the back door exchanged glances, all having similar suspicions as Tang Chen, sensing a hint of conspiracy. However, Xiaobai was completely unsuspecting. As the fire grew, Li Linger sighed in relief. Come over and warm up by the fire, don't catch a cold. There's no cure for a cold these days. Little sister, do you live here alone? Shimeng came to the fireplace, feeling more comfortable. Li Linger nodded helplessly and whispered, yes, there was electricity before, but it suddenly went out last week. Where are your parents? Yi Qingyi looked around curiously and asked. Li Linger's eyes welled up with tears uncontrollably as she said, they were killed. Yi Qingyi asked with concern, what happened? Li Linger explained tearfully, my parents lived in a 5th-tier city. At first, we were in contact, but my dad started saying the neighborhood wasn't safe. My mom even told me not to go out. After a few days of no response, I asked a neighbor aunt, because my dad resisted those people, and the result. Li Linger broke down in tears. Sun Ting, and Bai, and Yi Qingyi had experienced too much of such stories. Yi Qingyi, in particular, had the authority to speak, as her brother-in-law was a good person, but there was no good ending. Shimeng sighed and comforted, sister, don't be sad. Condolences. Meeting you all at this time and having a conversation already makes me very content. Li Linger wiped away her tears and removed her mask, revealing her face, which stunned the 4 women.
Yi Qingyi whispered, "Sister, why do you look so much like a celebrity?" "I think so too, it's uncanny."
And Bai approached Li Linger, even reaching out to pinch her face to see if it was real.
Sun Ting exclaimed, "You are Li Linger, right?"
Ximeng felt that Tang Chen's luck was too good.
With so many doors closed, only Li Linger opened this door. Moreover, Li Linger's appearance was not inferior to theirs, even exuding a star-like aura. Which man wouldn't want to have her? If people outside knew that Li Linger lived here, this place would probably be overrun.
She survived until now thanks to living in the villa area, where people didn't interact much. If it were a residential area, she would have been taken advantage of long ago. Li Linger sensed that Yi Qingyi and the others meant no harm, so she faced them calmly.
"Can you give me an autograph? I really like you."
Xiao Bai was delighted to see her in person after only watching her on TV before. Ximeng smiled and thought, why ask for an autograph when she was about to become the owner? By this time, Tang Chen had almost turned the villa upside down. Not to mention food, he even found a cockroach. So Tang Chen had to accept one fact: this girl was indeed a good person.
It was unbelievable. "What are you all talking about?" Tang Chen walked over and smiled.
When he saw Li Linger looking back at him, Tang Chen froze in place.
As a passionate young man, how could he not have seen this face on his phone, even in the AI version?
But suddenly, he found that the live version of Li Linger seemed to be inferior to them. It was like she was malnourished, with less radiant skin. Looking at Sun Ting and the others, their skin was flawless, as white as jade. She probably hadn't had many good meals, which led to her current state. After nourishing herself, her appearance wouldn't lose to theirs.
"Are you Li Linger?" Li Linger nodded at Tang Chen. The other four women looked at him with envy. Encountering Li Linger was truly a stroke of luck, a romantic encounter.
Tang Chen originally thought he was just a small star, never expecting to encounter a big star like Li Linger. "I'm your fan," Tang Chen said helplessly, sitting on the sofa.
Ximeng looked at Tang Chen, feeling that he was acting strangely. Why wasn't he making a move?
Not only Ximeng, but the other three women were also thinking the same. However, Tang Chen couldn't bring himself to harm a good person. He opened the door for her and promised her a year's worth of supplies.
"Thank you. Are you all from the same neighborhood?" Li Linger curiously asked. Tang Chen pointed to Sun Ting and the other three women, then said to Ximeng, "We are from the same neighborhood.
We ran into her neighborhood, causing chaos, and managed to escape with them.
Unfortunately, many people died."
"Wow, you guys are amazing to be able to escape," Li Linger said in disbelief, finding it magical that Tang Chen could escape with 4 girls, given his gentle demeanor.
Tang Chen, curious, asked, "Why are you living here alone?" Li Linger explained that she was staying there for a night as a guest performer for a commercial event but got trapped. Tang Chen nodded and fell silent.
Yi Qingyi and Sun Ting exchanged a glance, noticing their host's unusual behavior. Li Linger asked where they were heading, and Ximeng replied that they were going to Yunhai City. Tang Chen suggested they eat first, and Li Linger, thinking he wanted her to bring food, explained she had none left.
Tang Chen reassured her and went to bring the car. Li Linger was surprised to see a luxurious Maybach arrive.
The people in the surrounding villas were also intrigued by the car. Unable to fit the car in the garage due to its height, Tang Chen parked it outside.
Li Linger offered to help but was stopped by and by.
The girls joked that they couldn't lift the car.
Tang Chen intentionally delayed in the garage before entering the house and suggested having lunch.
When Li Linger saw the abundance of food and supplies in the garage, she was amazed. She couldn't believe the car could hold so much.
Tang Chen urged them to choose what they wanted to eat. Ximeng invited Li Linger to join them and pick whatever she liked.
Consider it as the cost of our stay, pick whatever you like, don't be shy."
Tang Chen opened a bottle of happy water, gulping it down comfortably.
After a moment of thought, Li Linger said seriously, "Then I'll cook, I can't just eat your food for free."
"Sure."
Sun Ting said softly, "I'll help you."
"No need, you guys go rest, just tell me what you want to eat, I'll see what I can make."
Tang Chen teased, "I didn't expect the big star to be a cook. Don't make fun of me, if it's not good, don't scold me."
"I won't." Tang Chen chuckled, curious to see if Li Linger would have any bad intentions seeing the amount of supplies he brought out.
If she did, he would have to represent justice and punish her. However, Tang Chen quickly hoped to relax, as she seemed quite honest. She prepared lunch alone, transforming into a little cook, and brought out a delicately cut fruit platter. "Brother Tang, sisters, have some fruit." Li Linger, wearing an apron, seemed to have improved in spirits, showing no signs of being a star, now serving everyone like a maid.
Ximeng had been watching Li Linger the whole time, noticing that she hadn't eaten anything after cutting the fruits.
Ximeng thought to herself that a girl like that, who wouldn't even eat after being hungry for so long, might not be suitable for their team.
Realizing this, Shiming suddenly understood why Tang Chen had become quieter. When they first arrived, everyone was excited and discussing which star they might meet, but upon seeing that Li Linger hadn't changed after the apocalypse, their opinions shifted. After all, most women tend to be somewhat selfish and calculating, trying to take advantage of Tang Chen, but Li Linger seemed different, perhaps unaware of how chaotic the world had become. We often eat this, have more, it's full of vitamins. Yi Qingyi smiled, her smile appearing extremely gentle in Li Linger's eyes, like a caring older sister, which touched her deeply as she hadn't felt cared for in a long time. Tears of gratitude welled up in her eyes as she said, "Thank you all. Don't be like this, good deeds will be rewarded." Tang Chen said, feeling that the world hadn't completely fallen, there were still good people like Li Linger, but how long could they survive? Li Linger only took a piece of orange, saying, "I'll go cook, but there's no electricity. There are self-heating rice packs in the supplies, you can look for them," Tang Chen suggested. "Okay, got it." As Li Linger went to search, the four women all looked at Tang Chen with strange expressions. "Why are you looking at me like that? Do you have some issues in mind again?" Tang Chen teased. Shiming approached Tang Chen and said softly, "Master, such a stunning beauty, shouldn't she be brought into the bed to keep warm? She's different from you all, not wicked enough to fit in." Yi Qingyi pouted, "I'm not wicked either, but I was still taken by you, master." "You're not wicked, I saved you and you just left, that's not fair." Shiming smirked, "This time, I'm on the master's side, condemning your ungrateful behavior." Yi Qingyi had to admit defeat, "You're alright, I was wrong." "So, Li Linger received so many supplies, how should she repay them?" Xiaobai asked curiously. Tang Chen tapped Xiaobai's forehead, "Silly, she let us stay, that's how she repays us. Besides, I already said, whoever opens the door for us without ill intentions will receive supplies." "Master, Xiaobai is going to be knocked silly by you." Sun Ting joked, "Indeed, the more you knock, the sillier. Like a silly and sweet girl," Yi Qingyi added, provoking Xiaobai to the point where she could almost drip oil from her mouth. Hearing Li Linger's footsteps returning, the five of them stopped chatting. About an hour and a half later, Li Linger made the 7 dishes in one soup. Originally, Tang Chen didn't expect it to be delicious, but the appearance was good, especially the braised pork ribs, which looked appetizing with its red color. There was also the chicken stew with mushrooms, rich in chicken flavor, and the plate of beef stir-fried with garlic shoots, truly a skilled cook. "I haven't cooked for a while, so I'm a bit rusty, sorry about that," Li Linger modestly said while wiping her hands. "You did a great job," Tang Chen replied. "Please sit down, don't stand." Tang Chen had to remind them about manners, as he didn't want them to eat informally in front of outsiders. "Please, have a seat," he added, giving a slight threatening look. Sun Ting and Bai felt it had been a while since they sat down to eat, and they were a bit uncomfortable. As the last bowl of soup was served, Li Linger asked, "Tang Ji, would you like something to drink? Let me pour it for you." "No need, just sit down and eat," Tang Chen replied. "Yes, Linger, come and eat, thank you for cooking," Sun Ting said, pulling Li Linger to sit down. Li Linger felt embarrassed. Yi Qing stood up and said, "I'll get a bottle of red wine." "I'll go," Li Linger immediately volunteered, but Sun Ting held her back. Tang Chen sighed inwardly, thinking how nice the girl was, but wished she had a bit of mischief in her. Soon, Sun Ting brought a bottle of red wine and poured it for everyone. "Cheers, finally meeting the big star in person today," Tang Chen said cheerfully. "I'm not a big star now. If I hadn't met you all, I might have starved in a few days," Shimeng said with a smile. "Sister, with these supplies, we could survive for 2 years by saving a bit," she added. "Thank you, sisters, cheers," Li Linger said before taking a sip. Sun Ting chuckled, "You can hold your liquor, little sister. I'll have one too." And Bai joined in, and Tang Chen warned them to drink less, not wanting to deal with drunk people. The wine didn't seem to be enough for them, so they brought a whole case, showing no intention of stopping. Tang Chen abstained from drinking, finding the wine not to his liking. After a few rounds, the girls were slightly tipsy, looking stunning as they took selfies. Li Linger tried to make a call using Shimeng's phone but couldn't get through due to a lack of signal. Sun Ting explained that many areas had lost signal, and communication might soon be interrupted entirely. Li Linger returned the phone to Shimeng, who raised her glass again, saying, "Let's live in the moment." Tang Chen stood up and joined in, toasting with a glass of wine. The meal lasted for 2 hours, with 1.5 hours spent on drinking. Looking at the wine bottles on the floor, they started singing and dancing on the sofa, with even Li Linger joining in, as if releasing their emotions. Tang Chen took out his phone and took a picture of the 5 women in the living room, capturing the moment of joy and friendship. Despite the fun, he couldn't help but think how unlikely it would be for him to be there if not for the apocalypse, dining and drinking with these extraordinary women. "Come and join us in the fun," and Bai called out to Tang Chen.
He shook his head, saying, "You guys have fun, I'll pass." Sun Ting and Yi Qing went straight up and dragged them over.
How did they all become innocent little virgins? When we were together, it was so fierce.
However, Tang Chen quickly discovered that these women were trying to push themselves towards Li Linger, with ill intentions.
Look at Li Linger, she's embarrassed, not like you female rogues.
After playing for a while, everyone leaned against the fireplace to keep warm. "I haven't been this happy in a long time," Yi Qing said softly as she looked at the fire in the fireplace.
"Me too," Sun Ting whispered. Xiao Bai had already fallen asleep.
Although Ximing didn't say anything, today was indeed a special day, mainly because of Li Linger, the kind girl, who made everyone relax their guard. Li Linger leaned against Ximing, her beautiful eyes looking at the flames, her pretty face blushing and starting to shine, not as weak as before.
"What are you thinking?" Ximing curiously asked.
"Nothing," Li Linger said softly.
"I'm really happy today, but tomorrow I'll be left alone." Ximing gently stroked Li Linger's back.
"If you have something to say, just say it, don't keep it to yourself."
"Can I leave with you guys?" Li Linger asked weakly, with a hint of pleading.
Before Ximing could respond, Tang Chen laughed. "Those supplies are enough for you for a year.
Maybe by then the apocalypse will be over and things will return to normal.
I know my request is a bit much, but I can cook for you, do laundry, and do some chores."
"I really don't want to be alone here."
Li Linger's emotions started to get out of control as she spoke, but fortunately Ximing was there to comfort her.
Tang Chen never expected that after a meal and some drinks, Li Linger would want to join them voluntarily. "Our team is not suitable for you.
You'll be more comfortable staying here," Tang Chen advised. They had to provide energy bars for themselves every day, and sometimes act as enforcers, with a high workload. "I'm very adaptable," Tang Chen sighed and said directly, "Li Linger, to be honest with you, we've killed a lot of bad people.
It's not safe for you to be with us, you know. Bad people deserve to die. I also want to kill bad people and avenge my parents."
"Oh my, has this big star had too much fake alcohol to drink, insisting on following me?" Seeing Tang Chen not saying anything, Li Linger suddenly stood up and came to Tang Chen. "Big brother Tang, take me with you, I'll be your woman." This might be Li Linger's only trump card, herself.
"Looks like you're drunk," Tang Chen frowned.
"No," she said, then pushed Tang Chen down and kissed him on the lips.
This shocked the three women next to them.
The big star was so bold that she even forcibly kissed the host. And Bai woke up slowly at this time, looking at the scene in front of him. "So I'm still dreaming, let me sleep a little longer." It must be said that being forcibly kissed by a big star feels very strange, but Tang Chen still pushed Li Linger away. "Are you crazy?
I don't need you to be my woman."
"No, you responded to me just now," Li Linger retorted. That was a physiological response of a man. "Don't be unreasonable, or you'll regret it." Tang Chen's face turned cold, and Shimon quickly pulled Li Linger away. "You'll only make him unhappy like this."
Li Linger was also frightened by Tang Chen's attitude, tears uncontrollably falling down.
She had already shamelessly kissed a man, even her first kiss, begged to be taken away, but was ruthlessly rejected.
Did her body have no value at all?
Clearly given hope, but then crushed it, better to silently wait for death. Li Linger suddenly ran towards the door, opened it, and rushed out, clearly in a suicidal mood.
"Probably the same as you," Tang Chen said to Shimeng.
This made Shimeng feel ashamed and embarrassed. Dying with dignity or living in misery, she chose the latter but still pretended to be on the verge of death, which was quite embarrassing to think about. Yi Qingyi and Sun Ting had similar thoughts. Everyone wanted to die in the past, but when it came time to die, they hesitated. Just when everyone thought Li Linger was going to stop, she jumped into the rain instead. The people inside the house couldn't believe their eyes as they watched Li Linger. She actually dared to jump. She did something that no one else dared to do.
Women who didn't belong to Tang Chen would rather die. Damn, what a charm.
Li Linger, who jumped with her eyes closed, felt no pain and didn't even feel the rain. Slowly opening her eyes, she realized she was still under the eaves, not having jumped out at all.
"Do you really want to die? Why not stay here and wait for rescue?"
Tang Chen, smoking, stood behind her and said, "I'm not a good person, you shouldn't fall like this, a good girl." Li Linger, biting her red lips, whispered, "Have you lost your parents?"
Exhaling smoke, Tang Chen said lightly, "I'm an orphan." Li Linger was stunned and said quietly, "I lost my parents.
As a daughter, I can only hide here and live a miserable life, unable to avenge them."
"It's better to reunite with them early." "Heh, then why wait until now? Why not die earlier?" Li Linger looked at the modified Maybach next to the garage and said, "Because of you.
You give me hope for revenge. You can escape with your sister and others, you must have your own means, and there are so many supplies. This car definitely can't fit everything, and ordinary people wouldn't have protective gear like yours."
"You're smart. I thought you were just a silly girl like Xiao Bai." Li Linger turned to Tang Chen and said seriously, I can be a silly girl as long as I can get revenge. Are you negotiating with me? Tang Chen frowned slightly, thinking that Li Linger was just helping him and the others without any ulterior motives, but it seemed she had her own thoughts. Tang Chen raised his delicate chin and sighed, honestly, you disappoint me a little. I'm no longer a big star now, I have no backing. The only thing I can rely on is this body. What my sisters can do, I can do too. You figured it out? When my sisters sit down to eat, they have to look at you for approval. It feels like you're not in a normal boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, more like a superior-subordinate relationship. Tang Chen smiled, underestimating her ability to see through things. Are you sure you can avenge your parents? What if you can't? Wouldn't you be wasting this body? It's better than waiting to die in vain. Besides, doing business always involves risks and rewards. Heh, that makes sense. Li Linger's nails were almost digging into her flesh as she said softly, so, have we reached a deal? We haven't inspected the goods, so how can we consider it a deal? I'm clean, no one has touched me. Li Linger bit her silver teeth tightly, surprised at herself for saying such shy words. Tang Chen smiled after hearing that, realizing they were all first-timers in the room. He leaned in to smell. There's a bit of a smell, I like women who smell good. I'll have to return this. I also want to take a bath, but there's no water. Saying this, Li Linger's neck turned red. Who wouldn't want to be a fragrant girl? There's water now, you can go clean yourself up. Okay, I'll go now. I'll be waiting for you in the master bedroom on the 3rd floor. After saying that, Li Linger lowered her head and ran into the house. She had just said the most embarrassing words of her life, but for the sake of revenge, what did it matter? Watching Li Linger run into the house, Tang Chen flicked the cigarette butt away. In the end, from the moment she entered the house, others were already making plans. As expected, in this world, there were no more simple-minded people, and there were no more requests for help without reason. Everyone was trying to achieve their own goals, even Li Linger was no exception. Happy to have a big star like Li Linger, unhappy to have a big star like Li Linger. Sigh, let's go check the goods first. Walking into the house, Sun Ting directly bowed 90 degrees. Congratulations, master. Yi Qingyi and Bai and Ximing also bowed and coquettishly shouted, Congratulations, master. I really suspect that you guys are corrupting others. Tang Chen felt that Li Linger had changed too quickly, with no signs before. We didn't, absolutely not. Just purely congratulating the master on obtaining a stunning beauty. Here comes another one to share the burden. Half an hour later, Tang Chen arrived at the master bedroom and saw Li Linger on the bed, shivering. Don't you know how to turn on the air conditioning? Tang Chen picked up the remote control, turned on the air conditioning, set it to the highest heat, and also turned on the lights. Is there a power outage? Li Linger exclaimed. Tang Chen shook his head, sat on the edge of the bed, and said lightly, I just fixed the generator. I didn't want to do it. After all, when the lights in your villa are on, those people around will definitely come looking for trouble. Hearing Tang Chen's caring words, there was a warm feeling in her heart, but she also smiled bitterly. Your car parked there is already a trouble. If you leave, I probably won't survive long. Are you blaming me? Li Linger lowered her head slowly. Raise your head. Li Linger slowly raised her head and looked into Tang Chen's aggressive eyes, a hint of blush appearing on her pretty face. Indeed, it's a beautiful face, barely acceptable. Tang Chen said lightly as his finger touched her soft red lips. Upon hearing this, Li Linger breathed a sigh of relief. But was it really just acceptable? Although she was no longer a big star, she still took pride in her face. Now you can come over and kiss me. Ha! Li Linger suddenly exclaimed, isn't it usually the man who takes the initiative? What's wrong? Do you want me to serve you? I'm sorry, I don't quite understand. Still need to give on-the-spot teaching to the newbie. An hour later, Tang Chen, still feeling unsatisfied, went downstairs. The feeling brought by the big star was indeed different, but his body felt a bit weak, not fully satisfied. The master doesn't cherish the fragrant jade. Ximing teased, now having a rough idea of Tang Chen's bottom line. Sometimes joking around is fun, but don't touch what shouldn't be touched. Even Xiao Bai understands this. Tang Chen rolled his eyes. Well, I've taught for at least half an hour, you guys should teach her well. The women burst into laughter, planning to tease Li Linger when she comes downstairs. I found that the people in the surrounding villas are peeking at us. After the joke, Yi Qingyi said vigilantly, once the lights are on, they become the target. Tang Chen suddenly picked up Yi Qingyi, they can only envy, just envy quietly, otherwise, they'll be in trouble. Yi Qingyi hugged Tang Chen's neck, listening to his domineering words. Admiration gradually appeared in her eyes. Master, I didn't have enough fun just now. Saying that, he randomly chose a bedroom and walked in. And Bai was smarter and sneaked in directly. Sun Ting and Ximing in the living room exchanged glances,
thinking when it would be their turn. Night fell, and the entire Shuangdong district plunged into darkness, only this villa emitting a brilliant light, like a mirage. But it also seemed to be shouting, "Come and steal me, I have electricity." The temperature had dropped to -6 degrees, and the ground had started to freeze. Everyone in Shuangdong district was shivering under their blankets, while Tang Chen was doing push-ups in the living room in his shorts and black tank top. Sun Ting, Yi Qingyi, and Ximing were still practicing yoga, wearing yoga pants that were extremely alluring, their long legs living up to their reputation. Laughter occasionally came from the kitchen. Li Linger went downstairs with an injury to cook for everyone, blushing and feeling embarrassed by the teasing. She wished she could dig a hole and hide in it, but Enbai went to help, making Li Linger feel a little more relaxed. After all, it was a meal for 6 people. Tang Chen thought to himself, maybe it's better to go with the flow in the future. The current 5 times speed is enough, and he was surprised to see Li Linger's energy gauge increase to 74%. This was quite unexpected. He was about to unlock the 3.0 gift pack, wondering what good things would be inside. The 2.0 version was already unbeatable, and once the 3.0 gift pack was opened, how could anyone else compete? Can you guys keep your voices down? I can hear you talking bad about me. Tang Chen shouted from the kitchen while doing push-ups. And Bai, holding a spatula, poked her head out and said, "Master, it wasn't me." "Xiao Linger, don't learn bad things from them, learn to be serious," Tang Chen reminded seriously, causing the 3 women doing yoga to giggle. Li Linger almost whispered a response, her face turning red, especially with Enbai teasing her relentlessly. Soon, Li Linger served a sumptuous dinner, with Tang Chen sitting at the head of the table, looking at Li Linger kneeling beside him. Bad things are learned quickly, good things are learned slowly. "Are you trying to go against me?" Tang Chen said. "Let's all sit and eat." "I feel like a weirdo," Sun Ting said seriously. Serving meals with the master is a matter of following the superior. It's a basic principle. Please understand, master. Without rules, there is no order. Let the newcomers know who is in charge here, and Bai added. Yes, we must not offend the master's authority. There will be more newcomers in the future, and eating together is a way to establish dominance, Ximing said, earning agreement from the women present. After dinner, Tang Chen went straight to the living room to read some post-apocalyptic novels to gain more knowledge. However, there was no internet connection, making him feel like communication was about to be completely cut off. And Bai suddenly shouted, "Master, you haven't fed us yet." Tang Chen retorted, "Feed you? You don't have hands. The master has to serve you. What twisted logic is this?" Tang Chen grumbled and sat on the sofa, wondering if he had become too lenient lately, allowing them to become so presumptuous. "Ling Ling, you've made the master angry," and Bai whispered. "Ha? Really?" "Yes, the master said your little fangs are too sharp," and Bai replied. Li Linger blushed and whispered, "Sister Bai, teach me later." "Sure, no problem. Practice with a banana first," Yi Qingyi suggested. "What are you two whispering about instead of eating?" Yi Qingyi asked curiously. Nothing, let's eat," and Bai and Li Linger shook their heads, feeling their faces burning. After dinner, everyone sat on the sofa eating fruit in silence, with no TV or internet. "Oh, let's listen to Xiao Linger's story." Tang Chen suddenly found a topic, asking for the new person's introduction. Holding a banana, Li Linger came back to her senses and said, "I'm not very good at telling stories." "Oh, what the master means is to introduce your past experiences, from childhood to now," and Bai explained, getting along well with Li Linger, perhaps because of their shared interests. Li Linger fell silent for a moment and said, "I was born in a small town. Both my parents are teachers. Maybe that's why they were very strict with me, especially about not dating early, focusing on studying, so I could have a good job in the future. I didn't disappoint them. I got into a top university, studying English, with the goal of becoming an English teacher in the future." "You study English? I thought you were studying acting. How did you end up in acting?" Sun Ting peeled a grape and then fed the peeled grape to Tang Chen's mouth. Tang Chen was now just a character who needed to be fed. On the other side, Yi Qing was even more skilled, biting into a grape with her teeth and then feeding it to Tang Chen, taking advantage of him. Li Linger blushed as she watched this scene and shyly averted her gaze. "When I was a freshman, I originally went to audition with a friend, but I ended up being chosen. I just went along with it for fun." "You can still do that, which shows that you are very talented." Ximing sighed, playing with herself and getting excited. "Actually, I don't have much talent. I just adapt quickly and find it fun." Sun Ting sighed, "Why don't I have that kind of luck? I can only make a living in the live streaming room." Although she said that, she had also been noticed, but the bosses always had conditions, and men understood what those conditions were. "Linger, you must have a big boss behind you, right?" Ximing peeled an orange, not for herself, but to always care for the master, in order to be valued in the future. After all, at least everyone present was a veteran.
Li Linger frowned and thought for a moment. I don't think so. Didn't you get involved in any unspoken rules? Yi Qing couldn't believe it. With Li Linger's beauty, she must be the favorite of wealthy men.
No, the master knows, Li Linger said, blushing again, not daring to meet Tang Chen's gaze, looking like a shy newlywed wife. Ximing exclaimed, I see. It seems that you have a man silently supporting you from behind, just haven't had the chance to stand in front of you, and then the apocalypse came. And then took advantage of me, Tang Chen joked. And Bai said, the boss must have fainted in the bathroom. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter except for Li Linger, who blushed. Li Linger didn't want Tang Chen to misunderstand, so she hurriedly explained, there is no boss, you're talking nonsense. Oh, in a hurry, huh? Oh, Sun Ting's words caused several women to give her a side-eye and a long huh. This made Li Linger even more anxious, looking at Tang Chen's eyes as if to say, I really don't have any boss. Alright, you're making others cry in a hurry. Tang Chen chuckled and said. Yi Qing sighed, it's really true that comparison is the thief of joy. I cried like a pear blossom in the rain back then. Master, your heart is as hard as a stone. When Linger is in a hurry, you feel sorry for her. Ha! Another round of whispers. Tang Chen was made to smile bitterly, while Li Linger pinched her fingers and lowered her head, her neck turning red. While everyone was chatting, they didn't notice that the rain outside had stopped. This was the second time the rain had stopped after the apocalypse, and the end of the rain meant slaughter and looting. Alright, since you all say that, little Linger, come sit on my lap and let them envy you. The four women started cheering again, even whistling. Go on, don't just stand there. Ximing patted the shy Li Linger. Li Linger made a mosquito-like sound of agreement and got up to sit next to Tang Chen. Tang Chen held her wrist and pulled her into his arms. The cheering was even louder now, as if they were going to lift the roof off, making Li Linger hide her face in Tang Chen's embrace. Give her a kiss, give her a kiss. And Bai stood on the sofa clapping, and with Bai leading, the other three women immediately joined in. Tang Chen was starting to feel a bit embarrassed. They were really out of control lately, he would have to discipline them tomorrow. Just looking down at that exquisite face, the watery big eyes slowly closed, the rosy cherry lips exuding infinite temptation, waiting for the master's taste. Just as Tang Chen was about to taste it, a sudden knock on the door interrupted the rhythm. Tang Chen frowned immediately and looked up at the outside of the room. Li Linger also opened her beautiful eyes, with a hint of disappointment in her gaze. It seems they can't wait any longer. Ximing's tone gradually turned colder. Sun Ting had already taken out a gun to check the ammunition, and Li Linger was stunned to see a gun. Tang Chen patted Li Linger's head, and she obediently sat aside, whispering, why would someone come at this time? Yi Qing inserted the magazine and said lightly, because this is the only place with lights on. Alright, put on your pajamas. Tang Chen reminded them, with the heater on, it's too cold to just wear shorts and t-shirts. I can't stand it. The girls obediently put on their pajamas, tidied their hair a bit, maintaining their image. Li Linger suggested, should we wear masks? Ximing patted Li Linger's fragrant shoulder and smiled, we look so good, why cover up? But what if? Kill them, Yi Qing said indifferently. Sun Ting patted Li Linger's head, your first lesson is about to begin. Meanwhile, Tang Chen had already opened the door, and a cold air rushed into the room. Looking at the dozen or so men in front of him, wearing thick down jackets and shivering from the cold, Tang Chen showed his signature friendly smile, gentlemen, what brings you here so late? The dozen or so men looked at Tang Chen. On such a cold day, he was only wearing shorts and a t-shirt, either stepping on gravel or wrapping his feet in plastic bags. It made sense though, there was electricity inside, so there must be a generator. Hello, I'm Zhuo Zhixian, living in the villa opposite. You should have seen me on TV. Zhuo Zhixian said as he adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and struck a proud pose. I haven't seen you, Tang Chen replied truthfully, indeed he hadn't. A young man behind him shouted, dude, this is the richest man in Huan City in front of you, and you don't even recognize him, are you blind? Shut up, Zhuo Zhixian immediately scolded his son. Zhuo Yong shrugged, looking indifferent, but his eyes were on the modified Maybach next to him, thinking about how to get his hands on that cool car. Sorry, my son is ignorant, please forgive him. It's okay, no problem. Tang Chen still maintained his honest and humble attitude. But to these men, this attitude was equivalent to being easy to bully. We didn't come here for anything else, just wanted to ask, how do you have electricity here? Although Zhuo Zhixian was smiling, his teeth were chattering. The temperature had dropped to -10 degrees Celsius, and the bone-chilling wind was blowing. Tang Chen sighed, I bought a diesel generator. I see, is this car also yours? Yes, it's mine. The dozen or so men couldn't believe it.
How could this ordinary young man in front of them own so much wealth?
Some of them knew that he had come knocking on the door before, wearing strange protective clothing.
Looking at the shivering men in front of him, Tang Chen smiled. Is there anything else? I'm ready to go to bed. One of the men in the group shouted, Hey handsome, can we come in and warm up a bit?
With someone speaking up, Zhuo Zhixian appeared kind. It's not easy for everyone now. The temperature has dropped drastically these days. There's no electricity at home.
Young man, can you let us in to rest for a while?
Don't worry, we'll just sit for a bit and leave.
No problem, please come in.
Seeing Tang Chen's generosity, those who were previously hesitant to knock on the door felt relieved. As they walked into the room, they immediately felt warmth coming from all directions, like a comfortable embrace from a mother.
How can there be fairies here? Could it be a cold hallucination?
Zhuo Yong rubbed his eyes, and when he confirmed it was real, his mouth started watering. Not to mention Zhuo Yong, even his father was amazed, and the men next to him stood still as if they had never seen a beauty in 8 lifetimes. Tang Chen had to admit that their charm was indeed great, on a spiritual level. Some men thought to themselves, if they had known there were such beauties, they would have opened the door long ago.
That woman looks familiar, she looks like a celebrity. It's actually Li Linger. Li Linger lives here, and no one knew?
Zhuo Yong also noticed Li Linger. She was really beautiful in person, with a radiant face and a touch of charm, but the one next to her was also pretty, as well as the ones on the left and right. Damn. They are all so lovely, I want them all.
Hello ladies, I'm Zhuo Yong, and this is my father, the richest man in Huan City.
Zhuo Yong stepped forward to introduce himself, and immediately smelled a fragrant scent. This woman's fragrance was truly captivating.
Mr. Shi, Zhuo Zhixian immediately recognized Shi Meng, never expecting her to be here too.
Shi Meng smiled. Mr.
Zhuo, what a coincidence. How come you're here? Don't you live in Shanhu district?
Our district is in chaos, so everyone came here to hide. Shi Meng seemed natural, while the men could only see her beautiful face and the devilish figure hidden under her nightgown. Zhuo Zhixian sighed and said in a deep voice, in such situations, the first to suffer are those of us who are wealthy.
It rained once before, and many robbers came.
They almost made it to our homes. Luckily it rained, and several of them got drenched and ran away in embarrassment.
Yes, if we don't unite now, we'll be robbed and killed.
Shi Meng looked helpless, but it seemed like no one heard what she said. They were all looking at her face and the chest barely covered by the nightgown. Zhuo Zhixian, with the demeanor of an old leader, sighed. That's why we need to unite. Only then can we have hope of surviving. Selfishness won't last long.
Mr. Zhuo is right, I agree.
Shi Meng smiled and her eyes already revealed a hint of coldness. At this moment, Zhuo Yong noticed there were fruits on the coffee table in the living room. Damn, you even have fruits to eat. Without waiting for approval, Zhuo Yong went straight over, picked up a piece of watermelon, and started munching on it. As he ate, he exclaimed, damn, watermelon that I used to disdain, suddenly tastes so sweet.
Watermelon too?
The men also walked towards the living room after hearing this, and without a word, they grabbed the fruits as if they were their own. Tang Chen smiled as he watched. Li Linger was a bit scared, leaning against Tang Chen, tightly holding his big hand. For Li Linger, she had given everything to Tang Chen, he was her everything. If Tang Chen died, these men would probably play with her like a corpse.
The men ate the watermelon quickly, disregarding their image completely.
They all were bosses who lived here, and seeing the watermelon juice continuously flowing from the corners of their mouths, staining the expensive carpet. Sun Ting and Yi Qing were almost exploding with anger. That was where they were going to sleep tonight, and now they had to change the carpet. These bastards. Xiaobai, Linger, bring a few more watermelons for the bosses. The richest man hasn't even eaten yet. Tang Chen was extremely generous, which pleased Zhuo Zhixian a lot. This young man respected him, even feared him. Xiaobai took the nervous and scared Linger to get more watermelons, while the men in the living room, eating watermelon, watched Xiaobai and Li Linger, their greedy gazes almost impossible to hide, especially Zhuo Yong, with evil already showing in the corners of his mouth. As the watermelon was placed on the table again, the man who had missed out on eating watermelon rushed to grab it. Zhuo Zhixian did not join in the rush, considering the image of the richest man. He cursed his son in his heart, wondering why he didn't bring a piece for his father.
Tang Chen smiled and brought a piece over, saying, Mr.
Zhuo, try it, this watermelon is really sweet.
Thank you, little brother, there are indeed many good people now. Isn't that right? All the people I've met are bad, even women are no exception.
This remark caused dissatisfaction among the girls, who thought it was nonsense. Zhuo Zhixian didn't understand the meaning of this remark at first, so he changed the subject while eating watermelon, saying, even in Huan City, the temperature hasn't dropped to 0 degrees Celsius in winter, and this cold weather is making things worse. Tang Chen took out a pack of cigarettes and gave one to Zhuo Zhixian, who was surprised that there were still cigarettes available. Zhuo Zhixian took the cigarette without hesitation, put it in his mouth, but it wasn't lit. Tang Chen then offered a lighter, and Zhuo Zhixian lit the cigarette without using his hands, just by leaning his head forward. Tang Chen smiled even more. I've worked in Huan City for a few years and never encountered such cold weather. I guess only northerners can adapt to it. Zhuo Zhixian exhaled smoke and joked, if the temperature drops further, even northerners might not be able to bear it. You still have cigarettes, give me one, you're so clueless. Zhuo Yong approached and took the cigarette from Tang Chen without a second thought. Tang Chen expected Zhuo Zhixian to intervene, but the father just watched without saying anything. Zhuo Yong walked over to Sun Ting, provocatively blew smoke towards her and made inappropriate remarks. Sun Ting was on the verge of losing her temper and wanted to retaliate, but she held back and retreated behind Tang Chen. Zhuo Zhixian seemed to try to stop Zhuo Yong, but his tone was not stern. Zhuo Yong flicked the cigarette ash, which fell slowly on the clean floor, irritating Yi Qingyi who valued cleanliness. It's just a joke, Zhuo Yong smirked. Dad, what are you pretending for? It's been almost a month since I touched a woman. Other men began to surround the area, and two of them were searching around as if looking for something. Mr. Zhuo, we should rest now, Shimeng said softly. Zhuo Zhixian extinguished the cigarette but on the ground, and Yi Qingyi couldn't hold back anymore. Damn, there are so many supplies in the garage. Suddenly, a man shouted. All the men rushed into the garage and their eyes lit up at the sight of the mountain of supplies. Beautiful women, supplies, this was the pinnacle of the apocalypse. Watching the men plunder, Li Linger couldn't help but shout, those are our supplies. But her plea was ignored, and because of her melodious voice, the men became even more greedy. You're quite resourceful, did you steal these supplies and cars? Zhuo Yong, holding a salt-baked chicken leg in one hand and a snowflake beer in the other, chuckled, what a heavenly life, no wonder such beautiful women follow him, all for the supplies. And Bai couldn't help but exclaim, you've eaten and taken enough, it's time to leave. Zhuo Zhixian laughed and sat directly on the sofa, didn't I say before that we should help each other? Yet you want to drive us away, that's a bit selfish. This made the girls laugh, recognizing him as the richest man, immediately taking the moral high ground to criticize. Tang Chen quickly said, Mr. Zhuo is right, I'll take them upstairs, and you stay downstairs. Kid, you want my dad to stay downstairs, are you asking for trouble? Only saw Zhuo Yong directly take out a delicate Nepalese military knife. The other men also stopped pretending, one after another took out knives from their down jackets. Tang Chen's face suddenly changed dramatically, this expression made the girls stunned, especially Li Linger. If she had known Tang Chen earlier, they could have acted together. Zhuo, President, you. What is this? Tang Chen's trembling voice made Shimeng admire, no wonder he was deceived so miserably. Zhuo Zhixian stood up and actually took out a golden desert eagle from his waist. Tang Chen was shocked, and besides Zhuo Yong, the other men were also stunned. I only intended it as a collectible before, didn't expect it to come in handy now. After saying that, Zhuo Zhixian fired a shot. With a loud bang, even Zhuo Yong was startled. The girls immediately hid behind Tang Chen, their delicate appearance did not evoke any pity from the men, but rather increased their impatience. However, the gun was slowly aimed at Tang Chen. President Zhuo, you're not going to kill me, are you? I haven't killed anyone yet, let me experience it, I will take good care of these women for you. Dad, I want these too. Zhuo Yong pointed at Sun Ting and Li Linger. Zhuo Zhixian looked at Tang Chen and pulled the trigger directly. Bang! The bullet slowly shot out of the barrel. Yes, it moved slowly. You guys are really boring. With Tang Chen's words, the golden bullet fell on the tiles with a clear sound, as if it fell into the hearts of the people. Not only were these men dumbfounded, even the girls were stunned. Is this the power of a vampire? It's so exaggerated that even the bullets shot out can be controlled. You, as the richest man in Huan City, actually did such despicable things, really disappointed me. It seems that the rules of the apocalypse are not wrong. I have to continue to be a person without emotions. Tang Chen sighed repeatedly, thinking that even the rules of the apocalypse could be wrong. It seems that the rules of the apocalypse did not deceive him, and he still has to continue to be a person without emotions. Zhuo Zhixian couldn't believe looking at Tang Chen in front of him, still wondering why he didn't die. Was it an illusion just now? A man near the door finally came to his senses and ran outside. Bang bang, 2 shots. The man's legs were shot, and Yi Qingyi's cold voice was as cold as the cold weather. Didn't you want to stay here? Why are you leaving? Did I agree? The men looked at the gun in Yi Qingyi's hand, each of them was shocked as if struck by lightning. She also had a gun. Dad, what are you still standing there for? Shoot! Zhuo Yong shouted loudly. Zhuo Zhixian's thoughts finally returned to him, wanting to pull the trigger, but his fingers couldn't do it, no matter how hard he tried.
Tang Chen reached out and pressed the golden desert eagle, easily taking it in his hand. Indeed, it is the golden desert eagle. It is indeed a bit heavy. Dad, what are you doing? President Zhua, what are you doing? The men exclaimed one after another. Were they just disarmed like that? Zhua Zhixian turned around fiercely and shouted, I don't know either. Tang Chen came to Zhua Yong with the golden desert eagle in his hand. The latter looked at Tang Chen in horror, his pants gradually wet. And Tang Chen just took out his own pack of cigarettes from Zhua Yong's down jacket. You dare to steal my cigarettes, now wetting your pants won't save you. Hearing Tang Chen's words, Zhua Yong felt ashamed and angry. When Tang Chen turned around, the Nepalese military knife in his hand came down directly. Bang! Ah! The Nepalese military knife fell to the ground. Zhua Yong covered his bleeding right hand, looking panic-stricken at Sun Ting and the smoking gun in her hand. There are actually 2 guns. Did his people come to rob the bandits? These women look fragile, but they are unexpectedly skilled with guns. The cowardly appearance just now was all an act. You shot me, you nasty woman, Zhua Yong shouted, seemingly not realizing his situation yet. Sun Ting had long wanted to do this. Holding the gun, she walked slowly to Zhua Yong. Kneel down. I'd rather die than kneel. Bang! Son! Zhua Zhixian roared and shouted loudly. Zhua Yong opened his eyes wide, red dots appeared on his forehead, and it felt as if the back of his head had been split open. He never expected this woman to actually dare to shoot. With unwillingness in his heart, Zhua Yong fell to the ground, but his consciousness had not completely disappeared yet. He watched as Sun Ting's gun was once again aimed at his head. You also dare to take off my clothes. Bang 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 bang. Emptying the magazine with headshots, it was evident how angry Sun Ting was. Li Linger saw this scene and felt her stomach churning. Tang Chen said indifferently, bear with it. Hearing Tang Chen's cold words, Li Linger seemed to see a different side of Tang Chen, suppressing the urge to vomit. I'll say it again, kneel down. Sun Ting scanned all the men, who now had no greed but instead were filled with infinite terror. Zhua's son was actually shot crazily. This woman was ruthless and vicious, like a snake. They all thought this, but their knees were obedient, dropping the knives in their hands and kneeling down. Ximengson coldly said, my master treated you well, gave you fresh fruit to eat, and this is how you repay him. It's outrageous. Zhua Zhixian heard Ximing's address and looked up. She actually called him master? We were blind and ignorant, we won't dare next time. Young man, no, big brother, it was Zhua Zhixian's idea, we were all misled. Yes, he suggested robbing you, we didn't know. Zhua Zhixian's eyes shot fire as he angrily shouted, you bastards, now you're pushing all the blame onto me, you won't have a good end. Tang Chen took out a cigarette and lit it, looking at Zhua Zhixian. Zhua, when someone offers you a light, at least extend your hand, it's a basic form of respect, isn't it? I was wrong, I'll do better next time. Oh, you want me to light it for you? No, I'll do it. Too late. With that, he beckoned to Yichingi, who obediently placed the gun in Tang Chen's hand. Tang Chen pulled Li Linger, who was behind him, to the front. You're new here, and this is your first lesson, killing. I. Li Linger hesitated, her hands trembling uncontrollably, too scared to kill. Take it. Tang Chen held the gun out in front of Li Linger. But Li Linger felt as if her strength had been drained. Lifting her hand was a struggle, let alone holding the gun. I won't repeat myself. Tang Chen's voice turned colder. Ximing suddenly held Li Linger's fragrant shoulder, gently saying, Linger, don't be afraid, you can do it. Sister Meng. Sun Ting said lightly, if we weren't stronger than them, what would the outcome be now? Think about it. Yes, if the master wasn't strong, they would have been insulted by these beasts, not even knowing who their parents' enemies were. Suddenly, Li Linger felt strength in her arms, gripping the gun tightly, her posture surprisingly standard. After all, she had practiced during acting. Fire! Tang Chen said calmly. With Tang Chen's words, the men kneeling on the ground were terrified. One man begged for mercy by kowtowing, and the others followed suit, their scalps splitting open. Don't kill me, I have elderly parents and young children. My wife just gave birth to a child yesterday, please spare me for the sake of the child. Faced with such pleas, Li Linger hesitated, unable to act. And Bai suddenly said, these words have become standard in the apocalypse, I've heard them many times. Tang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a deep voice, you want to avenge your parents, but now you don't even dare to kill. If the killer is kneeling in front of you admitting their mistake, will you forgive them? No, I won't. Li Linger shouted. Then shoot. Li Linger tensed her arm, her finger pressing on the trigger, but she couldn't bring herself to pull it. Tang Chen sighed deeply, stubbed out the cigarette, waved to Sun Ting, and Sun Ting handed the gun to Tang Chen. What Tang Chen did next was beyond everyone's imagination, leaving them all dumbfounded. The gun in Tang Chen's hand was aimed at Li Linger's temple,
and Li Linger could even feel the warmth of the gun barrel, her face instantly turning pale.
I told you, she can't fit in. Are you satisfied with this outcome? Tang Chen looked at the other 4 women.
Li Linger's sudden change must have been their idea, but it was no longer necessary to investigate who was behind it. The 4 women remained silent, only thinking in their hearts, Linger, just shoot, and everything will be fine.
Tang Chen looked into Li Linger's eyes and said, what problem can crying solve? You can't force your way into a different circle. It's better for you not to follow us and stay here.
But once the rain stops, someone will come to loot this place soon.
You will be taken away.
It's better for me to give you a quick death, so you can meet your parents early and avoid being insulted by others. Before Tang Chen finished speaking,
bang! Ah!
Li Linger screamed wildly as she kept pulling the trigger, as if those shots shattered her inner vulnerability and compassion. The men kneeling on the ground felt like they were going to die, but when the gunshots stopped and they opened their eyes, they were all unharmed. It turned out she was shooting blindly. Click, click, click. Although the magazine was empty, Li Linger kept pulling the trigger. Give her a new magazine, Tang Chen said calmly.
Did they think shooting was the end? How naive.
And Bai immediately stepped forward to change the magazine and gave Li Linger an encouraging hug. The men thought it was over, but to their surprise, the women loaded a new magazine.
Think about your parents.
They were also killed by these cruel people. As their daughter, you should think about it carefully.
Bang!
The first man on the left kneeling on the ground fell with a headshot. She had some accuracy, it seemed she had practiced, and the distance was only 5 or 6 meters. But the recoil made Li Linger's arm rise high, and Tang Chen whispered, control your balance.
Li Linger didn't say a word and fired again. The second man fell. At this moment, Li Linger's eyes became firm, completely different from her previous vulnerability.
It was as if she had grown up in that moment, blending into this post-apocalyptic environment where it was either you die or I die, with no third option. Don't kill me, I'll give you money, I'll give you the company, I'm worth billions, I'll give you whatever you want. Left Zishan watched as one person after another fell beside him, no longer caring about his title as the richest man, his forehead bleeding. But Li Linger, with cold eyes, aimed the gun at Left Zishan and pulled the trigger. Left Zishan closed his eyes tightly, but heard a click. It turned out the bullet had run out, but that moment made Left Zishan lose control of his bowels and bladder, feeling death so close to him as never before. If time could go back, he would never come here. This was not a sheep pen, but a den of tigers. Tang Chen wanted to correct it slightly, it was a den of tigers, but not the white kind.
No more bullets.
Li Linger's eyes looked empty and lifeless, as if her soul had locked itself away.
Tang Chen took the gun from Li Linger.
Dream, take her to rest.
Okay. Shimeng led Li Linger away, but Li Linger pointed at Left Zishan, dazedly saying, there's one more I haven't shot.
Linger, be good, don't worry about him, you need to rest now.
No, the master won't want me, the master will kill me.
Li Linger appeared to be in a state of mental confusion, on the verge of collapse at any moment.
Tang Chen realized, you go too.
Okay. Tang Chen sighed, realizing how women needed to protect themselves in this post-apocalyptic world. It was a necessary lesson.
Walking to Left Zishan's side, Left Zishan begged for mercy, please. Bang!
The conversation was interrupted by a gunshot to the head from his own Desert Eagle, and Tang Chen didn't want to waste time with such a person. Clean up here, I'm going out for a walk, Tang Chen said lightly, walking out of the bloody living room, his good mood disappearing with the arrival of these people. Tang Chen walked out the door, looked up at the night sky, feeling like he hadn't seen such a bright full moon in a long time. The ground was illuminated by the moonlight, truly a night of killing. Crossing the street in the middle, he arrived at the villa opposite, which belonged to Zhuo Zhixian. The door lock was obviously no match for Tang Chen's steps, and the inside of the house was pitch black. A woman's voice came from the living room, filled with anticipation. Honey, did you kill the person across the street? I heard a lot of gunshots. Tang Chen walked into the living room without saying a word, moonlight shining through the glass, revealing a woman wrapped in a blanket, looking young, probably in her 30s, a case of an older man with a younger woman.
Who are you? My husband has a gun.
The woman also saw Tang Chen, a stranger, and immediately backed away.
Are you talking about this gun? Tang Chen raised his hand, the moonlight shining on the Desert Eagle, making it look very unique.
The woman stared blankly at the gun in Tang Chen's hand.
Sister-in-law, don't be afraid, I don't kill women.
After a while, a gunshot rang out from the villa, and Tang Chen walked out, taking a deep breath and returning to Li Linger's villa. The body was left on the lawn outside, and as Tang Chen entered the house, he saw Sun Ting in and by mopping the floor, while upstairs, Li Linger's intense crying could be heard.
Tang Chen smiled, saying that it's good to cry.
Soon, Shimeng and Yiqingyi came downstairs, with Li Linger following beside them, looking like a frightened little rabbit, her eyes swollen and pitiful. "Go clean up," Tang Chen said indifferently, not looking at Li Linger. Faced with Tang Chen's indifference, Li Linger bit her lip and remained silent, while Shimeng gently said, "Go ahead, we won't blame you." "He likes to scare people the most," Yiqingyi added. Though Tang Chen liked to scare people, no one knew when he would actually do it, which was the scary part. Li Linger took a deep breath and walked slowly to Tang Chen, who still didn't look up, softly saying, "Go clean up first, we'll talk about the rest later." Tears welled up in her eyes, and Li Linger, with a choked voice, said, "I'm sorry, I was wrong." "What did you do wrong?" This sentence stunned the other four women, as those three words seemed to be a woman's line from before. "I'm timid, I cry easily." "Aren't you supposed to be very adaptable?" "I don't want to travel with a crying woman," Tang Chen said, causing Li Linger to immediately wipe away her tears, looking like a child. "The night is still long, and your test is not over yet. This rain, it won't stop for a while." Tang Chen looked at the eerie full moon outside, as if knowing that in the darkness, it would shed light for humans to engage in bloody battles. The girls looked out the window. The rain had stopped for only about 10 minutes before, but this time it had been over 20 minutes, and the streets were probably already in chaos. "I won't let you down again," Li Linger said respectfully. Tang Chen patted Li Linger's head, easing her nervousness a bit, as she had been truly scared before. With a wave of his hand, 5 automatic rifles appeared on the coffee table, HK-416s. There were also accessories on the side, such as muzzle, scope, grip, magazines, and over 10 boxes of 5.56 bullets. After cleaning up, each person gets a rifle. The one with the most kills gets a wish. This reward was undoubtedly a great temptation, and the 5 girls quickly cleaned the floor, sprayed air freshener, and changed the carpet. Soon, they were sitting next to the coffee table, each with an ammunition box by their side, loading bullets into the magazines. Both Li Linger and Shimeng were unfamiliar with automatic rifles. And Bai is responsible for teaching Li Linger. Sun Ting teaches Shimeng. Dismantling knowledge is definitely too late, so teach some simple designs. It's more appropriate to aim with a red dot sight, use this right angle for the grip, and this longer one for the barrel, it will be more accurate. And Bai is like an old hand giving weapons to Li Linger. "Xiao Bai Jia, how do you know so much?" And Bai proudly puts her hands on her hips, who says girls can't play with guns, and I like the owner the most. This made the girls present burst into laughter. Tang Chen wiped his machete with a handkerchief, and also showed a smile after hearing it. "These dirty girls. Go outside and fire a few shots to get used to the recoil, don't embarrass yourself later." Tang Chen reminded, before and Bai and the others had a day to adapt, but Shimeng and Li Linger didn't have a day. People outside could come at any time. Opening the door, Shimeng and Li Linger raised their barrels and indeed felt the weight of the automatic rifle. Bang! This gunshot sounded particularly unique in the dark night, making the residents around show panic, not knowing if it was firecrackers or gunshots. Feeling the recoil of the automatic rifle for the first time, Shimeng and Li Linger were indeed shocked. This gunshot was completely different from a handgun. Hold the grip tightly, press down when firing continuously to prevent the muzzle from rising. And Bai transformed into a coach or instructor, and even dragged a few bodies with Sun Ting to set up as targets in the middle of the road. Bang bang bang. Continuous gunshots kept ringing out, scaring away the crowd preparing to rob, thinking there was a gunfight in the villa community. Looking at the kitchen knives in their hands, they thought, forget it, it's like going to die. In the entire Huan city, people have already come out of their homes, with the first targets being supermarkets, convenience stores, large shopping malls, etc. So the most intense looting battles occurred in these places, with 7 or 8 people dying over a bottle of mineral water being fought over, which was already normal. Compared to these unorganized looting, many communities had formed their own groups for combat, which was much more efficient than lone wolves. But if one community encountered another, it was an inevitable conflict. In this half hour since the rain stopped, the death toll in the entire Huan city had reached 3,000 to 4,000, and this number was still rising, soon to exceed 10,000. The streets were filled with bodies. Some emaciated people were searching for food on the bodies, but found nothing. This group of hungry people directly resorted to cannibalism on the street, a scene that was disgusting and terrifying. And this kind of situation was becoming more and more common. After all, not everyone had the ability to grab food. After being locked at home for so many days, they didn't have the strength to grab things when they came out, and those with weak constitutions never got up after falling down. The end of the world. It seemed to have truly arrived at this moment. Happy community. Outside the street, there were vehicles with only wheels parked, at least 30 vehicles, and at the front of all the vehicles was an old man laughing. But behind this old man's vehicle were bloody human heads, making people extremely uncomfortable. Inside the community, a ruthless slaughter and looting were taking place at this moment. These people did not leave anyone alive, killing all men and women, and then collecting supplies. The man leading them was probably in his 30s, wearing a black coat, with a clean buzz cut, his rigid face showing no extra expression, holding a tang knife in his right hand, the scabbard looking a bit old, indicating that this knife was not young. Many people following him had various cold weapons, including the green dragon crescent blade, which was used to directly chop off an owner's head. It could be seen that this man's posture was very standard. He must have practiced a lot on weekdays.
Please, please, don't kill me. I can be your woman. I can do anything for you.
A woman in her mid-20s knelt on the ground begging desperately. The man's eyes were calm. He quickly drew his knife and beheaded the woman, her head rolling to the ground.
Don't leave a single item of supplies, Luo Chang reiterated, flicking off the blood on the blade, looking handsome as he sheathed it.
Yes, Teacher Luo. This group of people are from a martial arts school, with a few teachers in the team, and the rest are young students. They have been through several battles at the school these days, and only these people are left. They thought they would starve to death in the school, but when the rain stopped, they immediately rushed to the city area, killing anyone they encountered without hesitation. The old man's name is Luo Chang, and the heads hanging behind his car are all defeated subordinates, including 2 former colleagues. Leave a few women, after all, they are all young and vigorous youths, but don't overdo it, so as not to weaken their hands and feet, Luo Chang said lightly, kicking the woman's head aside and continuing to walk upstairs. Soon, the entire neighborhood became quiet, almost all cleared out, and all the supplies were moved downstairs. Several boys carried the women and threw them directly into the trunk. Lao Luo, we made a good haul this time, said another teacher named Jutong, whose grappling skills were amazing. It wasn't easy to break out of the school, they were all experts.
Luo Chang looked at the full moon in the night sky and said, while it's not raining, let's grab more.
These few women are still not enough. The students want one each. Luo Chang frowned and said seriously, those who practice martial arts should stay away from women.
Let them all die in the arms of women. Yutong didn't know how to respond to this.
In the past, this statement was correct, but now that everyone has fought their way out, they must release some tension. At this time, a chubby boy next to them suggested, Lao Luo, Lao Yu, let's go rob the wealthy neighborhood.
I heard the women there are also beautiful, right, classmates?
As soon as they heard this, the boys were like they had been injected with chicken blood. Going to learn martial arts back then turned out to be the right choice. Now it has become a way of survival. Lao Luo, let the students indulge for one night, don't be so strict. Luo Chang looked at Yutong and said, let's go to Shanhu district. That's where the wealthy people of Huan City live. If we kill those people, we can also live in that luxurious neighborhood. Then let's go. I hope Shanhu district hasn't been looted by others yet, Luo Chang sighed. And at that moment, a man ran out frantically.
Don't run! I'll cut off your hands and feet.
The pursuing students shouted angrily, covered in blood. Luo Chang waved his hand, and the students stopped chasing, while Yutong shook his head helplessly and continued. I'll give you a chance to live, Luo Chang said lightly as he walked up to the man.
At.
The man, filled with fear and anger, had just seen his wife and children killed by these beasts. A knife was thrown in front of the man.
1-on-1, if you win, I die. If I win, you die.
The man looked at the knife in front of him, still stained with his wife's blood, and clenched it in his hand, the anger in his eyes completely suppressing the fear.
Good.
The man held the knife in both hands, but it was clear from his stance that he was no match. Luo Chang slowly pushed the knife out with his thumb, gripping the handle with his right hand. I forgot to tell you, within 5 steps, I'm invincible. Before the words had even finished, a flash of silver light. The man's head rolled off, his eyes wide open, and Luo Chang put the man's head in a bag and tied it to the back of the car. Let's go, to Shanhu district. Luo Chang shouted loudly, and the convoy headed towards Shanhu district. A convoy of this size on the road, almost no one dared to touch them, unless there was a more powerful force. Obviously, there was no very strong force for the time being, and the potential strong forces had been almost wiped out by me, Tang Chen. Soon, the convoy arrived at Shanhu district, and Luo Chang saw people running out continuously from the neighborhood, running and vomiting at the same time, as if they had seen something disgusting. Luo Chang stopped the car, and the convoy behind also stopped. Let's go in and take a look, Luo Chang said lightly, walking into the neighborhood, only to find more people running out of the garage. Luo Chang and Yutong glanced at each other, then nodded and walked towards the underground garage. Just as they reached the entrance of the garage, they smelled a strong, pungent odor of blood and decay. Luo Chang and Yutong furrowed their brows but continued forward, soon witnessing a scene resembling hell. Some classmates immediately vomited, unable to bear what they saw. Stepping on the congealed blood, Luo Chang and Yutong looked at the ground littered with bullet casings, their brows furrowed.
It seems like someone was faster than us, Yutong said in a low voice. But Luo Chang disagreed. These people didn't just die, it feels like they died yesterday, and with so many bullet casings at the scene, there were a lot of guns involved. Lao Luo, come and see this. Yutong suddenly shouted, prompting Luo Chang to come over and take a look, his expression changing. Luo Chang crouched down, reaching out to touch the wounds on the bodies. Such a fast blade, the whole body was cut in half horizontally. This strength is extraordinary. There are many more over here. Yutong exclaimed in disbelief. Most of these people were chopped in half, displaying great strength. Luo Chang also noticed that these people must have felt extremely desperate before their deaths. Being chopped in half wouldn't kill them immediately, they would witness the slow death of their other half. Such a cruel method. If you encountered this person, would you stand a chance? Yutong asked. From what I see now, this person's strength surpasses mine, but it seems like they lack technique, just swinging the blade, as the saying goes, within 5 steps, I am invincible, Luo Chang replied. He didn't bother examining the bodies further, walking towards the exit as the smell inside was unbearable. Yutong felt reassured and followed along, realizing that this neighborhood seemed to hold no value anymore. Nearby, 2 classmates were looking at the holes in the wall. What could have caused these holes? A drill? Doesn't look like a drill. Why does it look like a blade? A blade? Try sticking one in for me to see. This is a concrete wall. Pointing at the bodies on the ground, a classmate said, look at these 4 bodies, the wounds are all in a straight line. If I'm guessing correctly, they were all standing in a line when the killer swung the blade, piercing through their heads and into this wall. Hearing this, a boy clapped slowly. Why don't you write a novel? Your imagination is impressive. You don't understand, this is deduction. Then go ahead and deduce in this pile of corpses. I can't stand the smell anymore. The classmate could only leave helplessly but couldn't resist looking back at the holes in the wall, thinking it couldn't have been done by a human. Outside, breathing in the fresh air felt like coming back to life. Where to now? Continue looting the neighborhood? Yutong asked, aware that time was of the essence. After careful consideration, Luo Chang replied, yes, let's continue looting. We need to gather enough supplies. I have a feeling the weather will get colder, and if we don't have enough supplies, we might freeze to death. Classmates, get in the car, we're continuing to loot the neighborhood. Teacher, I heard there's a wealthy person's neighborhood, all villas owned by rich people. Luo Chang raised his hand to stop them, saying solemnly, our primary task is to collect supplies. If it's on the way, we can go. In the villa, Yi Cheng played the piano elegantly, with an 416 Hong Kong dollars rifle placed on the piano cover. The 2 items together looked out of place. But with the screens outside, the scene was different. The looting in the villa area had already begun, but since this villa was further in, it hadn't been looted yet. Tang Chen deliberately turned off the lights, not wanting to attract attention from other wealthy people. The open door let the melodious piano music drift out, catching someone's attention. Brother, listen to this. In a nearby villa, 7 or 8 men were gathering supplies. The homeowner and their family had all been killed on the spot. The brother also heard the music and chuckled, the rich play in style. Brothers, let's go take a look. A group of people loaded the supplies onto the car. The sound of the piano was not far away, and soon they arrived at the entrance of the villa. Unlike the others, the doors of the house were all open, and there were more than 10 bodies laid out on the grass outside. Big brother, this feels a bit eerie, the younger brother said cautiously. The big brother dismissed it. Stop acting tough, playing the piano, bodies outside, it's like a movie set, just follow me. With that, the big brother took the lead and walked up the steps into the house. Just as he was about to step inside, he felt a cold touch on his forehead. His heart almost jumped out of his chest as he slowly looked up into the darkness. A gun. A gun barrel. The big brother couldn't help but step back slowly, and the person in the darkness revealed their face. After seeing it, the big brother seemed to forget his fear. It was a beautiful face, identical to a celebrity on TV. Big brother, what are you doing? The younger brother stood behind, watching the big brother retreat continuously, feeling worried. Li Linger overcame her timidity by imagining herself acting in a play, playing the role of a ruthless female assassin. Beauty, have a toy gun, the big brother forced a smile. Then you try it, see if it's a toy gun. Before the big brother could answer, Li Linger pulled the trigger, bang. The stunned younger brothers hadn't even started to run when Li Linger pulled the trigger again, bang bang bang. As the final shot rang out, one more younger brother stood still, unsure of what to do. Li Linger removed the magazine, took out a full one from her waist, bang. Shiming appeared from the side and easily resolved the situation. See, not so difficult, right? Tang Chen patted Li Linger's shoulder. Li Linger loaded the bullets, then suddenly turned around and kissed Tang Chen on the cheek. I won't let you down, she said before walking out the door. Tang Chen was left stunned.
She's quite the queen now, Shiming teased, leaving a lipstick mark on Tang Chen's cheek before following Li Linger out. The sound of the piano inside the house disappeared. Yi Qing came out with a gun, her long hair tied up in a ponytail. She tiptoed to give Tang Chen a deep kiss, then coolly followed suit. Tang Chen's mouth twitched. What's going on? Trying to be cool, huh? But he had to admit, it was indeed quite cool. Sun Ting and Bai stood smiling on either side, playfully tiptoeing to give a kiss, then ran out with cheerful laughter. Tang Chen slowly took out a cigarette and lit it, a smile playing on his lips. In less than 10 minutes, the car lights slowly appeared, accompanied by complaints. Damn, we're late, all these villas have been looted. I told you to come earlier. The rich people must have been the first to be looted. For cars came and went, finally arriving. There seems to be a woman standing on the side of the road. The man in the passenger seat exclaimed. Shiming ran over in a panic, leaving the men in the car amazed by her beauty. Beauty, want a ride? He said, while reaching for a knife. Just as Shiming was about to speak, a gun slipped from her back, causing her to smile wryly, while the men in the car remained in a daze. Sorry, didn't tie it properly, Shiming said, raising the gun. Damn! The men in the car all grabbed knives and tried to rush out, only to be met with merciless bullets. Bang bang bang, they were all shot to pieces. Another man got out of the second car, about to greet Shiming, but saw her pointing the gun at the car and froze in place. Shiming looked at the man and said, What, not running? The man suddenly reacted, turned and ran, but Shiming had already changed the magazine. With a bang, the man fell to the ground. The three cars behind quickly reversed, but only the wheels spun wildly. Don't rush to leave, little brothers. In the men's view, several stunning women appeared, but they were holding nightmares in their hands. No, please don't kill me. Charge out and kill them. Hit them. The car was in chaos, but the gunshots had already started, not giving any chance. Tang Chen sat on the steps smoking a cigarette. It seemed like they had adapted to the rhythm of the end of the world, not only gaining 5 warm beds, but also 5 bodyguards. Even the timid Linger had started to adapt. It seemed that she hadn't lied to herself. Their adaptability was indeed impressive, their eyes not even blinking. In less than 2 minutes, the robbers were all taken care of by the 5 girls, and Li Linger finally felt the sense of controlling her own destiny. She used to live in fear every day, afraid that someone would break in and harm her. Now she was no longer afraid, she could even fight back, feeling brave enough to seek revenge for her parents. Impressive, Linger, you killed more than me. Sun Ting patted Li Linger's shoulder teasingly. Li Linger was very humble. Sister Ting taught me well. Get ready, more people will come. Sun Ting looked at the full moon in the sky, which seemed to be getting brighter, showing no signs of rain. If it didn't rain, the killing wouldn't stop. Before long, they saw car lights and heard voices. What followed was a series of gunshots, and even grenades were thrown. It was brutal. While others used knives, they used guns. The clash between cold weapons and firearms was like a mismatch. Tang Chen didn't make a move, feeling the loneliness of a master, something he used to think was impossible when watching TV, but now experiencing it firsthand. After killing, come and eat, replenish yourselves, Tang Chen shouted to the girls. And Bai shot a man who was begging for mercy with a gun, then ran towards Tang Chen, grabbing a bottle of beer and chugging it down. Don't get drunk, Tang Chen reminded while grilling the beef. And Bai said carelessly, a bottle of beer won't knock me down, only the host can do that. I need to learn from Sister Bai. Li Linger ran over, wanting to learn from her and please the host. Tang Chen coughed lightly. Don't learn from her, the more you learn, the worse you become. I want to become bad, really bad, like an old bad person. Dream sister, come over and eat barbecue. The host is feeding us. Tang Chen couldn't help but laugh at their banter. Now they were teasing him. Eating grilled meat, drinking beer, looking at the full moon, it was like a perfect date, except it was just Tang Chen and 5 girls. This was not just Tang Chen's daily life, but also the dream of others. Before long, the car lights lit up again. From the sound of it, there were many cars coming, not just 3 or 4, probably 30 or 40. Hide yourselves, Tang Chen wanted to see who these people were. The 5 girls dispersed into the surrounding villas, quietly waiting for their prey. Soon, the girls saw a car at the front, an old man? But what was hanging behind it? As the moonlight illuminated it, the girls were shocked to see that it was human heads. Was it that twisted? Tang Chen continued to grill by the roadside, as if it was just a normal night, completely ignoring the approaching vehicles. Luo Chang frowned as he surveyed the many bodies on the ground and the cars parked on the side of the road, with dead people inside. Stopping the car, Luo Chang jumped down from the old man's car and looked towards Tang Chen not far away. Besides the smell of blood in the air, there was also the aroma of grilled meat, making his stomach growl involuntarily. As Luo Chang got out of the car, his classmates also followed suit. Yu Tong walked up to Luo Chang and said, "Everything here has been looted, there's nothing of value."
Luo at that. Ha! Is that someone grilling? Yutong looked at Tang Chen in surprise. At a time when chaos reigned outside, there was still someone grilling. Luo Chang looked at the bodies on the ground, then at Tang Chen, feeling that this man was very dangerous, extremely dangerous. Classmates, we have barbecue to eat tonight. I shouted with a laugh. Everyone hasn't eaten meat for a long time. After hearing this, the classmates immediately cheered, not waiting for Luo Chang to stop them. They all ran towards Tang Chen, weapons in hand already raised. Tang Chen picked up a sugar-free soda, took a sip, wiped his mouth with a tissue, and pulled out the horse-cutting knife leaning on the side, walking towards a group of young people rushing towards him. When the classmates saw Tang Chen holding the horse-cutting knife, instead of being afraid, they shouted excitedly and rushed towards Tang Chen. Kill! The young people's blood boiled, whispering. Tang Chen struck down. The classmates raised their knives to defend, but the next moment they froze. Their knives were cut off by Tang Chen, let alone the people. The three boys charging alongside were stunned. Losing focus during a fight can be fatal. Tang Chen's horse-cutting knife mercilessly struck down, and 4 bodies fell to the ground. Luo Chang looked at Tang Chen, his face solemn. He is, Yu Tong said with a frightened tone. Luo Chang took a deep breath, realizing that despite having brute strength, he only knew how to chop. I'll deal with him. Luo Chang said calmly. Be careful, this guy is tricky. Yu Tong worried, recalling the nightmare of that parking lot. It was probably the nightmare of his life. Luo Chang nodded, holding the knife, walked towards Tang Chen, with steady steps and sharp eyes. 5 meters apart, both stopped. You have great strength, but no technique. Luo Chang began teaching directly, with a recruiting posture. Tang Chen assessed Luo Chang's attire and the knife in his hand, and said lightly, you seem to have some strength. Indeed, so I wanted to challenge you. Hee, you are the first person to challenge me. If you win, I die, but if I win, all of you will die. Tang Chen showed a friendly smile. Luo Chang frowned upon hearing this, realizing he had been tricked, as this was his catchphrase. Luo teacher, killing him is too arrogant, and making us all die. Stop showing off here. The classmates cursed, as Luo teacher held a godlike status in their hearts, a master among masters. Luo Chang raised his arm, and the clamor instantly disappeared. Alright, I accept, but I have one condition. If I win, you don't have to die, just be my follower. Okay. Tang Chen agreed readily. A friendly reminder, within 5 steps, I am invincible. Hee, I look forward to your performance. Tang Chen's smile grew stronger. A one-on-one battle began immediately, moonlight shining on the two. The atmosphere became tense. Even the girls hiding in the villa were nervous, knowing how powerful Tang Chen was, but still nervous, fearing he might get hurt. Luo Chang knew the man in front of him was powerful, so he decided to give it his all. His strength was great, as long as he dodged one strike. That would be his death sentence. When he made a move, Tang Chen watched as Luo Chang did not strike, but instead circled around him with strange steps. Raising his knife, he struck down. Luo Chang saw the opportunity. With a clang, as Luo Chang dodged, he also drew his knife, aiming directly at Tang Chen's neck, showing no intention of accepting him as a follower, confusing his opponent into thinking it was okay to lose. Suddenly, Luo Chang felt a chill at his waist. Why was he falling down? Why did his blade deviate so much, just grazing his shoulder? With a dull thud, Luo Chang fell to the ground, his gaze fixed on his lower body and the scattered intestines. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. When he struck, his blade should not have stopped. The inertia was too great to turn back, but when he struck, his blade seemed to stop, then cut his waist. How could he stop? This was the most basic inertia. Why didn't he follow it? Why did this happen? Why am I dead? It hurts a bit. If you were facing someone else, you would indeed be invincible within 5 steps, but unfortunately, you matched with me. Tang Chen looked down at Luo Chang, who was on the verge of death. Although he didn't know his name, this person had some courage. Upon hearing Tang Chen's words, Luo Chang died with confusion. The others behind, including Yu Tong, still hadn't reacted. It happened too fast. They didn't even see what had occurred before Luo Chang was killed. The classmates were all stunned. Teacher Luo was strong in school, able to take on more than 10 teachers at once without a problem, but he died in an instant. Their idol was killed, which was a huge blow to the students, as if the world collapsed at that moment. Watching Tang Chen approaching, Yu Tong angrily shouted to dispel his fear, his fingers forming claws as he said, "Let me learn from your blade." Tang Chen raised his horse-cutting knife again, and with a graceful step, Yu Tong grabbed Tang Chen's wrist, feeling a sense of relief. But suddenly, he realized that he could only hold on to Tang Chen's wrist and couldn't move, as if it was made of steel. "You don't even need a knife. Do you look down on me?" Tang Chen turned to Yu Tong and said lightly. Yu Tong's heart raced, feeling the deathly gaze of Tang Chen, his heart almost jumping out of his throat.
Before he could react, his wrist was grabbed. Ah! Yutong screamed in pain as his wrist was directly broken, exposing the white bones. Tang Chen grabbed his other arm and tore it off, then kicked and broke his legs. In the eyes of the classmates, Teacher Yu, who was second only to Teacher Luo, had his limbs broken, and was grabbed by the neck by that man. "If you promise something, you must do it. Kill," Tang Chen said in a deep voice. Bang bang bang. Gunshots rang out from both sides of the villa, and half of them fell instantly, while the other half hit around the vehicles, but they were also frightened. "Yes, they must have guns." At this moment, a student said, "I remember now, that hole was made by him, even Teacher Luo was no match. We're done for." After saying this and not hearing a reply, the student patted his friend next to him, but the friend stumbled and fell, with 2 bullets hitting his face, his eyes filled with deep fear. When the student turned around, he saw the raised horse-cutting knife, and at that moment, the student realized that the horse-cutting knife was similar to the marks on the wall. His deduction was indeed correct. He then felt dizzy and saw his body spewing blood. The girls in the villa came out one after another, facing the young men rushing over with cold weapons, their eyebrows not trembling, as they directly pulled the trigger. Some even threw flying knives, which initially startled the girls, but the knives fell to the ground before reaching them, indicating that the owner had used some terrifying ability, leaving them unafraid. Shell casings kept falling under their high heels. These young men had no time to admire the beautiful legs, as each step taken by the girls could take away 2 or 3 lives. Their slender fingers had become the horns of death, and their angelic faces seemed to transform into demonic hell. This was the feeling of controlling life and death, which Shimeng and Liling finally experienced. They no longer needed to care about others' thoughts or fear the threats of men, because they themselves were the threat. With the final gunshot, the shell casing dropped onto the bodies. Tang Chen held the horse-cutting knife, covered in blood, his eyes devoid of any emotion, as if he had turned into an emotionless killing machine. The girls looked at Tang Chen among the bodies, their beautiful eyes showing a hint of fascination and admiration. In the apocalypse, they had encountered many different men, some good, some selfish, some cruel, and he seemed to possess all of those qualities. At first, they were indeed repulsed, constantly thinking about how to escape his clutches, but now they didn't want to escape anymore. They wanted to stay by the side of this frightening and captivating man. Tang Chen didn't look at how the girls were doing, nor did he care about what they were thinking. He inserted the horse-cutting knife into the nearby body and lit a cigarette. A wisp of smoke slowly rose. Tang Chen drew out his horse-cutting knife, faintly seeing more vehicles driving in. "It's not over yet," Tang Chen reminded lightly. The girls came to their senses and began counting ammunition. A new round of slaughter was unfolding here. Gradually, the bodies on this road covered the path, like a gateway to hell. The villa area was not lacking in people to rob, until Tang Chen killed his way to the villa entrance. Blood had already flowed outside, and now no one dared to enter the villa area. After all, seeing the bodies inside, one could tell it was not a good place. Although there were fantasies of resources and beautiful women inside, compared to one's own life, it didn't seem that important. Robbing elsewhere was the same. So, one after another, caravans arrived at the villa entrance, but as soon as they saw the bodies laid out at the entrance, they turned around and left immediately. Tang Chen and his group returned to the villa. Everyone seemed to still be in a state of excitement. "Who is in first place?" Tang Chen asked as he drank water. Li Linger immediately reported excitedly, "I killed 109. Impressive. What about the rest of you?" Shi Meng said apologetically, "I forgot to count." "I forgot too," Yi Chang added. Looking at Inbai and Sun Ting, the two shrugged. Li Linger suddenly understood. "The sisters let me." "Then you can't let their efforts go to waste. Tell us, what is your wish?" Tang Chen was a bit surprised that he was giving this opportunity to a newcomer, especially a woman like Shi Meng who had such ideas. Li Linger had never thought she could get first place, and now she was a bit confused. "Linger, speak up," Anbai said with a smile, curious about Li Linger's wish. As long as she said it, the master would surely fulfill it. I want the master to love me again," Li Linger said, wishing she could bury herself in the pile of bodies, her face blushing red. The four women were stunned after hearing this, followed by a burst of cheers, exclaiming how good Li Linger was at pleasing the master, and how they had underestimated her. Tang Chen was also surprised, but he hugged Li Linger's slender waist. "Okay." Li Linger buried her head in Tang Chen's chest, even though it was already stained with blood. This feeling was like, "You go to hell, I'll go to hell with you." Even though they had only known each other for a day, it felt like they had experienced a long time together. This was the man who would change her life. Meeting a girl like Li Linger, Tang Chen indeed quite liked her, but this matter had to be handled properly. That night, Tang Chen quickly replenished 3% of his energy bar, which also caused the girls to not even be able to lift a finger. The glaring sunlight made Tang Chen furrow his brows. He subconsciously turned over. 2 seconds later, Tang Chen suddenly opened his eyes and looked at this familiar yet unfamiliar bedroom, with sunlight streaming in from outside. This feeling was like going back to before the apocalypse, when he still had to get up to deliver food. He touched the sunlight with his hand, feeling no different from before. Was this how the apocalypse passed? A gunshot rang out, making Tang Chen pause. He got up and walked to the window to look out, only to see the road full of bodies, and faintly see a few shady figures around the villa Sun Ting was shooting. He twisted his slightly sore neck, having not rested much last night, busy until past 7 in the morning before sleeping, and now it was already 4 in the afternoon. Walking downstairs, Tang Chen saw Li Linger cooking, Xiaobai helping to chop vegetables, Yi Ching and Shi Meng loading magazines. Each person had a clear division of labor. "You're up so early, not tired at all," Tang Chen teased as he descended the stairs. The girls gave him a coquettish look, as if to say, "We're just unlucky, sooner or later we'll drop dead from overwork." At this moment, Sun Ting entered through the door, a strong chill blowing in fiercely, making Tang Chen shiver. Despite the sun outside, it felt colder than last night. "What's the temperature now?" "It's over -20, Sun Ting exhaled. It was still much better inside. Outside was really freezing, and windy. Shi Meng sighed, "I think it will drop to -40 tonight. That's not letting people live." And Bai looked depressed, not even realizing he was currently wearing a tank top, looking half-baked. Yi Ching, with a magazine quietly tucked away, furrowed her brows, and Tang Chen naturally knew why. Originally planning to leave for Yunhai City today, they might have even arrived by now. "Get ready, we're going to Yunhai City." Tang Chen patted Yi Ching's head, knowing that he could definitely deliver on his promise. Sure enough, when Yi Ching heard Tang Chen getting ready to leave, she finally smiled and said, "Thank you. I like action-based thank yous." Yi Ching went straight for it, wrapping her arms around Tang Chen's neck and offering her sweet red lips. This undoubtedly drew teasing whispers from the girls. Sun Ting even exclaimed, "It looks like Yi has a new crush." This embarrassed Yi Ching, who chased after her. With more people now, Tang Chen decided to switch to a different car, one that was comfortable and preferably had a large bed. Soon, Tang Chen settled on a camper van. With a 2-story design, post-apocalyptic style, equipped with tracks, fully automated driving, luxurious interior decoration, the first floor had a living room with an entertainment room, a tea room, and even a KTV room. Tang Chen converted the second floor into a spacious bedroom big enough for 20 more girls if needed, like a real post-apocalyptic fortress. When this vehicle was parked outside, Li Linger felt like Tang Chen had Doraemon's pocket. It was so magical. The other girls seemed unfazed, as nothing surprising happened when it came to Tang Chen. Although they were indeed surprised by this vehicle. As they got on board, the girls took off their down jackets, enjoying the warmth, and Bai flopped onto the soft carpet, rolling around, saying, "It feels like we're on a trip." "Yeah, while others are living, we are too." Sun Ting sighed in relief, grateful that she knocked on Tang Chen's door that day, as it was like a door to salvation had opened for her. If given another chance, she would still choose to knock on that door of salvation. Sun Ting wasn't the only one feeling this way, and Bai and Yi Ching also had similar sentiments. If it weren't for Tang Chen, they, as beautiful girls, might not even be alive now, perhaps eaten or worse. "Let's go!" With a roar, the thick treads began to move, crushing bodies beneath them. The vehicle didn't even sway inside, moving smoothly as if on level ground. The weight of the vehicle was substantial, heavier than a tank, easily cracking the ordinary cement road. The treads were stained with blood and flesh, bodies crushed and embedded in the ground, unable to budge the steel beast. Seeing this, Tang Chen felt that he should have brought it out earlier, as it was much stronger than a regular car. The only downside was that it was a bit slow. With 2 bloodstains left behind, they drove out of the villa area, ignoring the parked cars on the road, simply pushing them aside. "Wow, amazing!" Xiaobai clapped excitedly, looking like an innocent child. Shi Meng was shocked, realizing she was no match for Tang Chen at all, grateful that she had her looks, or she wouldn't even have a ticket for the ride. As they got onto the highway through the city, people's eyes were wide with surprise at the sight of this massive vehicle, vaguely seeing people inside. On the street, many people stood, pointing and whispering towards Tang Chen. "Oh my, a modified camper van like this, so fierce. Looks like there are girls inside, with great figures. What's the use? The disaster is over." "Exactly, it's just a bit cold now, rescue will come soon. You killed 2 people last night, and you'll definitely be caught and executed." The man next to them turned pale, never expecting the sun to rise today. Thinking about the murder he committed last night, he knew he would face consequences. Tang Chen sat on the soft sofa, the famous star Li Linger massaged his shoulders, and Bai brought fresh fruits. Yi Qingyi and Sun Ting sat on both sides. Now they didn't need to feed with their hands, they fed directly with their mouths. Every time they ate a piece of fruit, they had to kiss deeply, which made Ji Qingyi and Sun Ting blush and their hearts flutter.
Why is there no fighting? What are you doing standing on the street?
And Bai curiously asked as he put down the fruit plate.
Shi Meng patted Tang Chen's leg and laughed. I guess they think the apocalypse is over. If they continue fighting, they might get caught.
Yeah, look at those men, they are nothing like the craziness of last night, their faces are all ashen.
Li Linger looked at the thugs sitting on the street.
They had put down their knives, looking a bit dazed. Suddenly, there was a thud from the car. The screen switched to camera mode, and someone was throwing stones at the left rear of the car. Thud thud thud. As the first one came, there was a second, not just throwing stones, but throwing everything around. Tang Chen said calmly, jealousy changes people beyond recognition.
Linger, go deal with it.
Okay. After saying that, she kissed Tang Chen on the cheek, then turned around and picked up the gun leaning against the side. A man in his 30s tried to jam a trash can under the tracks, trying to stop them, but this method was too naive. Suddenly, the door at the back of the car began to rise, and the men chasing behind were all stunned. When they saw the white high heels appear, their mouths started to curve up, as the door rose, revealing long and fair legs in a white pencil skirt, incredibly sexy. But when they saw the gun, their excitement turned into stiffness, but when they saw her face, they seemed to forget about the gun and became infatuated. Such a beautiful girl, why does she seem familiar? Looking at the huge billboard nearby, the girl on it looked exactly like her.
She's Li Linger, oh my god, she's actually Li Linger.
Quick, catch her.
Li Linger heard them. She had only intended to scare them off by firing blanks, but she didn't expect these men to have other intentions towards her. A bunch of bastards. Without any hesitation, Li Linger picked up the gun and started shooting.
In no time, all the men chasing the car were shot dead, and those around who were throwing things stopped. There was a gun, and it was an automatic rifle. Having such an apocalypse RV was indeed extraordinary, and everyone immediately behaved.
Li Linger coldly scanned the people around. I don't want to kill, but don't provoke me either.
As the door lowered, the people on the roadside breathed a sigh of relief. TSK, killing so many people, they will definitely be caught and punished.
Exactly, we'll report them later, no need to hang around. Just then, the sunlight gradually disappeared, and a dark cloud drifted overhead.
Some disheveled men looked up at the sky, their hollow eyes gradually regaining color. Suddenly, a man started laughing maniacally.
Great! The apocalypse isn't over yet, ha ha ha.
I won't be held accountable, just said I would be. I'll kill you.
Bro, no, aw. In an instant, the seemingly restored city plunged back into chaos, and some people immediately ran back home.
Seeing this scene in front of him, Tang Chen felt nothing, while a car opposite him came charging aggressively, as if trying to force him to stop.
It was like an egg hitting a rock.
Before the impact, the driver wisely jumped out of the car, but the car was still crushed, even more so than a tank. However, more and more cars began to surround them. These people knew that if they could seize this car, they would definitely survive. But all their efforts were in vain. Unless there was no way forward, they couldn't stop this apocalypse RV from moving forward.
Suddenly, a snowflake drifted onto the glass. It's snowing,
Shi Meng murmured.
Ah!
The street was suddenly filled with screams. The people who were lively just a moment ago were now convulsing and dying after being touched by the snowflakes. And Bai looked at the people around him and murmured, I knew it, how could it be over so quickly?
Sigh, it's just the beginning.
Sun Ting sighed helplessly.
Bang bang bang, a series of knocking sounds rang out.
Everyone looked in the rearview mirror and saw 3 or 4 girls chasing after the car in the snow. They all ran to the car door. It must be said that they were desperate to survive.
Open the door, let us in.
Big brother, please take us with you.
Don't leave me behind, I'll do anything.
However, the people in the car couldn't hear what they were saying at all. They could only see them anxiously shouting, while Tang Chen looked on coldly.
Getting in the car?
There were strict criteria. At least they had to be as beautiful as Li Linger. Unfortunately, besides being young, they had nothing to offer. Several young girls knew that if they couldn't get on this car, they would face death and despair, so they decided to take a chance. After all, the girls knew that they were also commodities, objects that men fought over. But this time, they bet wrong. Not all men would open the door. As the first girl fell and tripped the others behind her, the treads mercilessly rolled over their bodies. This way of dying was quicker than being painfully killed by snowflakes. Tang Chen looked at the girls and said indifferently, if you want to do a good deed, you can get off and change. Only a fool would do such a thing. But it was clear that the look Tang Chen just gave made him unhappy. Quickly appease the master. This wave consumed 1% of the energy bar. The car also reached the highway entrance, but the car was too wide and too high. The entrance was blocked by cars trying to escape, but the people inside were all dead.
How can we get through this?
and Bai lay on Tang Chen's chest, drawing circles, while Yi Qingyi leaned on the other side.
Tang Chen was now dominated by these two women. Tang Chen stood up and smiled. "Let me show you a magic trick. Here we go again. But this time, you have to close your eyes and no peeking." The girls obediently closed their beautiful eyes, but they were all peeking, curious about what would happen. "You're being naughty, turn around." Oh my, each girl was reluctant, their coquettish voices sounding like 5 big cats. Faced with the stern Tang Chen, they had no choice but to turn around obediently. Tang Chen looked towards the toll booth, and saw it starting to shake and collapse in an instant. After finishing, Tang Chen sat down on the sofa, feeling dizzy. The psychic was indeed powerful, but for such a big target, it was still very strenuous. "Master, what's wrong with you?" Seeing Tang Chen suddenly weakened, the girls were all nervous, afraid that if something happened to Tang Chen, they would not survive either. Seeing their worried faces, Tang Chen couldn't help but smile. "I'm not dead. Why are you all looking so gloomy? You scared us." Yi Qingyi couldn't help but pat Tang Chen, and the girls also patted their chests, their faces turning pale at the sight of Tang Chen just now. But when the girls looked at the toll booth in ruins, their mouths formed an O. What kind of magic was this? Where was the toll booth? This was too powerful, to the point of being unreasonable, to the point of not letting others live. Women naturally admire the strong, and at this moment, their hearts were even more determined towards Tang Chen. Anyone who dared to harm Tang Chen was asking for their lives. "Master, you look so weak, do you want to suck my blood to replenish yourself?" And Bai felt sorry, willing to sacrifice herself for the master. "We can do it now too." Looking at the 5 beautiful faces in front of him, Tang Chen teased, "What, have you fallen in love with me?" The girls were stunned, blushing slightly. "Master, you're really vain. Vain master." Listening to these chattering voices, Tang Chen felt that this was what it meant to be alive. In the past, he was accompanied by loneliness, but now with them, it didn't seem too bad. Just teasing himself was enough to liven things up. As the post-apocalyptic RV passed the vehicles, it headed straight for the highway, reaching a top speed of 60 miles per hour. The distance from Huan City to Yunhai City was 512 kilometers. Usually it would take 5 or 6 hours to arrive, but now it will take at least 3 more hours at this speed. With occasional traffic jams on the highway, Tang Chen estimated it would take at least more than 10 hours to reach Yunhai City. It is now 7 o'clock in the evening, the ground is already covered with white snow, and it is expected to arrive at the destination around 6 or 7 in the morning tomorrow. Recharge the energy bar, everyone sits together to play cards, and you can even hear a live version of Li Linger's singing. But according to Tang Chen, the most moving voice of Li Linger is in bed, almost calling out the soul. It's your turn to draw a card," Xi Meng reminded. "Ah, okay." Yi Qingyi still seemed absent-minded. Sun Ting played a 5, the rain stopped yesterday, and there are several places that are the focus of robbery, and the university is one of them. Although there are no supplies, there are young and beautiful girls inside. Isn't it? Those beasts love it the most. Nina Bamboo, Xi Meng snorted, hating men who rob women the most. "What? You say Tang Chen also robbed?" Xi Meng said, "The master attracts with charm, everyone present is voluntary." Tang Chen picked up the card and said lightly, "Don't scare her, there's nothing we can do if it really happens." Yi Qingyi's eyes turned red instantly. Xi Meng and Sun Ting glanced at Tang Chen. "You are the one scaring others," making her cry directly. Tang Chen patted Yi Qingyi's back of the hand. "Don't cry, as long as your niece is alive, I won't let her die." Yeah, must still be alive, she's very smart. And very beautiful too," and Bai suddenly smirked. Xi Meng flicked her hand. "Xiao Bai, are you preparing to drive again?" "Oh, no, I'm not driving. I'm not an experienced driver, master. I want to drink milk." Xi Meng's mouth twitched. Tang Chen rolled his eyes. "Go get it yourself, it's in the cabinet." "I don't want a small straw, I want a big one." Puff. Sun Ting, who was drinking water, was sprayed. Li Linger, who was singing, went off key, and then there was laughter. And Bai stood with hands on hips. "What are you laughing at? So annoying, master, you're laughing at me too." Humph. Suddenly, Tang Chen felt the speed of the RV slow down. Looking ahead, the cars were all over the place. At this rate, it is estimated that they won't be able to reach Yunhai City tomorrow morning. It seems that they need to modify something in front of the car, install a triangular shovel, so they don't have to slow down, just shovel the cars blocking the road ahead out of the way. "Stop, I'm going to install something." Although not afraid of snow, Tang Chen still put on protective clothing. The girls stood in the car curiously watching, not knowing what the master was going to install, but when they saw the huge triangular shovel in front of the car, they understood, it's so powerful to grab things from a distance. With this thing installed, they could indeed start a crazy mode all the way. Even thick snow couldn't stop the progress of the post-apocalyptic RV, described in 3 words. "That's awesome. The temperature has dropped to -30 degrees by now, For Southerners, this is like a death sentence. Some places that haven't lost power can still hold on, but it's only a matter of time. And by late night, the temperature is likely to drop to -40 degrees directly. Yunhai University is a prestigious university in China, and students who graduate from here can often find their desired jobs. For students from the South, getting into Yunhai University means at least not worrying about food and clothing in the future. However, the students at Yunhai University now are worried about food and clothing. At the beginning, the teachers in the school organized the students to face the harsh weather together, which was still orderly. But as the food dwindled day by day, and the water source decreased day by day, everyone's patience gradually wore thin, and the restless emotions spread among people. However, the spark that ignited everything was when a girl stood up and said a sentence. "Why don't you boys go out and find something? Are you going to make us girls go out and find food? Are you still men? You don't have any courage at all." As soon as these words were spoken, all the boys were ignited instantly, and they were beaten into pigs directly. Now all the girls dare not speak out of turn. Seeing the girls afraid of them, seeking their help, the boys became bolder and bolder, especially towards the girls they used to admire. The situation was deteriorating step by step, but it was still much more civilized than some other areas, still in the stage of food temptation, not resorting to violence yet, but there were many secret transactions going on privately, with many girls secretly trading with the boys. But now, with the sudden drop in temperature and the rain stopping, many people outside rushed into the school to snatch the young girls. The boys naturally refused, leading to a showdown with cold weapons. The boys suffered heavy casualties, and many girls were also taken away. With the deadly weather, everyone felt like they might die at this youthful age. Now, they were no longer in the hidden stage of food temptation, and demands were being openly made. However, not all boys crossed the line, some still adhered to their moral values, protecting the girls from bullying. But such boys were few, and the leader was a sophomore student named Su Fu, from the countryside, known for being honest and kind, and willing to work hard since the apocalypse began. Because he couldn't stand the behavior of some boys, he parted ways with some righteous boys. This parting of ways led them from the library to the indoor basketball court. Luckily the power hadn't gone out yet, so they didn't feel the cold for the time being. "Su Fu, the group led by Gao Xingtian will come to kill us sooner or later. We don't have many people left." The one speaking was Jiang Shan, Su Fu's brother from the dormitory. The other two brothers in the dormitory had been killed by outsiders when the rain stopped. Originally a group of 100 people, now there were only over 30 boys left, with over 20 injured. But they had to protect over 100 girls. Su Fu had dark skin, calloused hands from working in the fields back in the countryside, much stronger than his peers. Jiang Shan was from Huan City, but he loved working out, with a strong physique, and both of them were the core of this group. Su Fu looked over to where the girls were taking care of the injured, their emotions low, but everyone was persevering, hoping for a rescue team. But after so many days, the rescue team seemed to be just a fantasy in everyone's hearts. "Teacher Chu, I don't need water anymore, I can't go on." Suddenly a voice rang out, and Su Fu and Jiang Shan ran over immediately. A boy's arm was gone, and because there was no gauze, they used the girls' bras to stop the bleeding. But the boy's face was pale, clearly having lost too much blood. Shu Laoshi, who was taking care of him, was the most beautiful teacher in the hearts of the Yunhai boys, elegant in demeanor, gentle in character, especially with eyes as clear as a lake, and her skin still fair even now. Chu Lu said sternly, "Don't talk nonsense, you will make it." But the boy looked at Chu Lu, smiled slightly, and slowly closed his eyes. Chu Lu held tightly to the bottle of mineral water in her hand, and the girls around her began to cry. "Teacher Chu, there are many cushions in the warehouse behind, we can move them out." Xia Mingyue ran over from not far away, but when she saw that the boy was already dead, her face, which was slightly happy before, became stiff. Chu Lu took a deep breath and stood up. "Girls, come help move things." The girls who didn't want to be tainted by Gao Xingtian all stood up, maintaining their dignity and bottom line, and went to help. They knew in their hearts that the boys needed rest to protect them, and ensuring everyone's safety required the boys to rest more. The girls could do some logistical work. "Teacher Chu, we'll help you," Su Fu walked over and said. Chu Lu shook her head. "No need, we girls need to do some work too. We can't always rely on you guys." "Yes, we have hands and feet, you guys rest well." Xia Mingyue is carefree. As a civilian school beauty she is also deeply loved by the boys. Compared to the aloof school beauties, everyone prefers Xia Mingyue. Su Fu didn't say anything more. After a day of battle, the boys indeed needed rest. "Sorry to trouble you, Teacher Chu." Xia Mingyue suddenly shouted loudly to the girls, "Sisters, we can also pick up weapons and fight those beasts. We can't always rely on boys to protect us." The girls were stunned after hearing this, thinking to themselves that girls are no match for those men, they are like children. At least 30 of the girls had this thought,
but there were still about 10 girls who stood up to support Xia Mingyue, while others said they could take care of the wounded, and there was even one who said she sprained her foot.
Alright, we are all volunteers, no one is forced.
Hearing the scattered words of everyone, Xu Lu immediately interrupted. Now is not the time for internal strife. Everyone followed Xu Lu's words. After all, she was the only teacher. When no one was around, Xu Lu whispered to Xia Mingyue, "What you said just now might make the boys resentful."
I was trying to help the boys.
Xia Mingyue hurriedly explained. How could she make the boys resentful?
But after you said that, what was the reaction of those girls? And the expressions of those girls fell into the eyes of the boys. What about their efforts yesterday? People's hearts are made of flesh.
Listening to Teacher Chu's words, Xia Mingyue instantly understood. She had unintentionally done something bad. I'm sorry, I didn't think about it that much just now. But what you said is indeed correct. The girls do need to pick up weapons. Xu Lu's gentle gaze became deep. At this stage, Xu Lu understood that only by being more ruthless than men could one survive.
Xia Mingyue nodded, took out her phone, which no longer had a signal. How is Auntie now? Is she okay? Is she still alive? And Mom and Dad, are they all okay? Didn't Auntie say that her husband would come to rescue her? Why didn't she see anyone after the rain stopped earlier?
Xu Lu knew about Xia Mingyue's situation, and felt that her aunt's chances were slim, especially after yesterday's rain stopped. She was even more certain. Those beasts were willing to rush into the university to fight for women. Their methods were despicable.
Teacher Chu, when can we go back to how things were before?
Xia Mingyue murmured with her head down. Sometimes she really felt like breaking down, wishing she could rush into the rain and snow to commit suicide. Living was more tiring than dying.
Xu Lu smiled faintly, placing her hand on Xia Mingyue's fragrant shoulder. It won't be too long.
Seeing Teacher Chu smile, Xia Mingyue nodded, wiped her eyes, and went to get a mat.
Xu Lu sighed lightly, wondering to herself, can we really go back to how things were before? Can we really go back?
Just like yesterday, it seemed like it was all over. Everyone thought the disaster was over, and rescue would come soon.
But who could have imagined? It started snowing.
And some boys were even heard cheering, because those boys could do whatever they wanted. They were no longer human, but uncontrollable animals. Suddenly, the lights in the entire stadium went out. Everyone was stunned. Su Fu shouted loudly, "Don't panic, I'll go check the circuit." With that, he took Zhang Shan to go check. But a lookout boy shouted, "The library over there still has power." Su Fu immediately walked up the steps and looked out the window. Indeed, the library still had power.
Soon Zhang Shan came back. "The circuit is fine, I'm afraid." It was Gao Xingtian. He cut off the power, wanting to freeze himself to death. The heating was already insufficient. Now without power, there was no warmth at all, and in just a short while, the indoor temperature was rapidly dropping. Xu Lu and Xia Mingyue came running with their phones as flashlights. Xu Lu asked in confusion, "Did the circuit trip?" Teacher Chu, "No, I'm afraid it was that bastard Gao Xingtian." Zhang Shan punched the wall, grimacing in pain but feeling relieved. Xu Lu glanced at the students and immediately shouted, "Everyone, let's go to the nearby small warehouse where we can find some mats to cover ourselves." Some of the girls were not dressed warmly, only wearing a coat. Their hands trembled from the cold, and their hearts were wavering. As long as they put in the effort, they would have food and drink, and wouldn't have to suffer in the cold. Why did they follow along back then, when now it seemed impossible to go back? It wasn't just one girl thinking this way. At least half of the girls on the scene were regretting their decision. After all, in terms of survival, sleeping with a boy wouldn't kill them. Everyone gradually made their way to the warehouse, even the injured were carried in. However, it was clear to the discerning eye that most of them wouldn't make it through the night. "Let's huddle closer together so we won't feel too cold," Xu Lu reminded them. They had to stick together for warmth. Suddenly, Su Fu came in carrying several wooden sticks to use as firewood. A cold draft blew in from outside, cutting like a knife on their skin. "I knocked down some chairs to use as firewood, so we won't be so cold," Xu Lu said firmly. "No, our space here is limited and poorly ventilated. We could get poisoned. Then should we go outside?" Zhang Shan suggested. A girl whispered, "It's even colder outside, a little firewood won't help at all." Su Fu wanted to help everyone through this difficult situation, but on such a cold day, were there no other solutions? "How about we go over there?" After a while, a girl finally spoke up weakly, not wanting to freeze to death there. The boys furrowed their brows deeply, with one hot-tempered boy saying, "It was you who wanted to leave before, and now it's still you who wants to go. It's like my brothers died in vain." Who was the one who said they would rather die than be insulted by those beasts? But now, just because it's a little cold, they're willing to play along with those beasts. This is so damn unlucky. The boys were indignant, feeling it was not worth it to protect those ungrateful people. Su Fu shouted, "Stop arguing." And everyone fell silent for a moment. Everyone has their own choices. I, Su Fu, will never force anyone to stay. If you want to go over there, go ahead. A girl stood up and shouted, "Who will come with me?" "I'll go with you." A soft-spoken girl raised her hand and stood up. "I'll go too." A girl with long hair next to her echoed, but kept her head down. The boys scoffed. It was this girl with long hair who had shouted about not fearing authority and defending to the end, but she had already surrendered before the end. Over 40 girls chose to go over, but many girls chose to stay, even if it meant freezing to death rather than letting those beasts touch them. The girls who left began to prepare tools, as it was snowing outside now, not raining. They had to protect their feet properly, or they would die. These girls tore up a lot of cardboard to use as head coverings and covered themselves with it to avoid getting snow on them. They used plastic or metal buckets for their feet, scraping through the snow that wasn't too deep yet. If they didn't seize the opportunity now, by tomorrow morning, they wouldn't have a chance. In the warehouse, Xia Mingyue could see the girls leaving one by one. For the sake of survival, they truly weren't afraid of death. Suddenly, the soft-spoken girl stumbled and fell, collapsing completely. Xia Mingyue covered her mouth, realizing she had a good relationship with her. In just a few seconds, the girl began convulsing all over, like she was having a seizure, and then she stopped breathing. "What are you all standing around for? If you don't want to end up like her, move quickly." With the leader's words, the girls began to move slowly. One had already fallen on the 300-meter journey. Although it was a bit cold in the library, at least there was heating, within manageable limits. The entire library was crowded with at least 300 people, including 100 boys and 200 girls. Originally, there were supposed to be more boys, but didn't many of them die? "Come and see, those people are coming again," a girl shouted mockingly. Everyone started standing by the window to watch. "Mary, what are you pretending for? Come over here and kneel down obediently, right, Brother Shang?" The girl finished speaking and began to flatter the tall Sheng Tian next to her. But Sheng Tian directly pushed her hand away and coldly said, "Get lost. If you come near me again, I'll throw you outside." The girl hurriedly moved aside and watched as Sheng Tian walked towards another girl. She felt insanely jealous in her heart. It's the end of the world, and this girl is still putting on a cold front. Only Sheng Tian falls for it. If it were another man, he would have taken care of it long ago. Next to the bookshelf, a girl was flipping through books, her delicate face looking very calm, in stark contrast to the other girls. She seemed as if she was just here to read in the library at night, unaffected by what was happening outside. All the girls knew that the common school flower was Xia Mingyue, while the aloof school flower was Lu Yudi, who came from a super wealthy family. Her ride was a Bentley GT. Every time Lu Yudi got out of the car, she was surrounded by many men, hoping to catch a glimpse of her jade legs when she stepped out of the car. After all, not only was she beautiful, but her figure was also top-notch. The only downside was her aloofness. It wasn't just her personality, even her way of speaking was cold. She hardly spoke, and when she did, she was very concise, never exceeding 3 words. Some seniors said they hadn't heard her speak all year, making everyone wonder if she was mute. But even so, Lu Yudi's popularity was still higher than Xia Mingyue's. Her unattainable swan-like appearance seemed to fuel people's fantasies. "What are you looking at?" Sheng Tian leaned against the bookshelf, his gaze fixed on Lu Yudi's face, admiring her soft red lips. Lu Yudi quietly flipped through her book, completely ignoring Sheng Tian, who seemed to enjoy being ignored. He probably had a bit of a masochistic tendency. Was Lu Yudi foolish? No, she had to maintain her image to survive. It was the only price she could pay to protect herself. But Lu Yudi also knew that this couldn't go on forever. Seeing Lu Yudi ignore him, Sheng Tian didn't get angry but smiled instead. He beckoned to a nearby follower, and not far away, a boy who had been beaten to a pulp was dragged over, leaving a trail of blood on the clean floor. The boys around sat on the tables, laughing and teasing the girls next to them. "This is your former idol, the student council president. Now he's like a dead dog, how satisfying. He used to be so arrogant, thinking he was the boss." After speaking, he kicked the boys back harshly, and his spine seemed to have already deformed, sending shivers down people's spines. The girls didn't expect their idol to be beaten so badly. He had lost his former good looks, and if no one mentioned it, they wouldn't even recognize him as an idol. The so-called idol was dragged to Sheng Tian's feet, and Sheng Tian raised his foot to step on the idol's head. "Oh, isn't this our young master Xin Han? Why are you so weak, like a worm? Come on, lift your head up and let the goddess take a look." Rumors had it that the idol and the goddess were a couple, but it was not confirmed. However, everyone thought it was very likely, considering their backgrounds, and even some people had secretly taken photos of them walking side by side, which was as good as solid proof. Lu Yudi did not move her gaze. "Doesn't this hurt at all?" Gao Shengtian sneered.
He had no background, came from an ordinary family, but he was very attentive to Lu Yudi on a daily basis, and everyone called him the ultimate bootlicker by Lu Yudi's side. Even some classmates saw that when Lu Yudi went to class, he actually went to wash her car. During that time, it became a joke throughout the school. However, Gao Shengtian didn't mind. He felt that one day he could win the heart of the goddess and hold her hand. But the goddess continued to ignore him, which made Gao Shengtian feel that Xian Han was the barrier between them, especially with the rumors in school. As Gao Shengtian exerted force under his feet, Xian Han felt his head being squeezed, emitting a painful scream. The classmates swallowed hard, not expecting this bootlicker to be so ruthless, treating people like slaughtering chickens. Previously, a few teachers had arranged some tasks, clearly assigning Gao Shengtian some hard labor. Gao Shengtian seemed to have unleashed his true nature, and within a week, he had crushed those teachers who exploited him. His cruel methods and fierce attitude attracted many male students to follow him. At that time, no one blamed Gao Shengtian, as those teachers were indeed despicable, bullying female students and so on, which everyone had long been fed up with. Until the teacher's attention turned to Lu Yudi, the bootlicker transformed into a dog king. "Shanggu, those girls are at the door. Go open the door," Gao Shengtian said indifferently. As the door opened, the escaping girls rushed in, but 7 or 8 of them were left outside in the snow. Even the leading girl was not spared. "Shanggu," the girls immediately shouted towards Gao Shengtian, pleading for shelter. Gao Shengtian chuckled. "This is not a place where you can come and go as you please. If you choose to follow Su Fu, it means you have betrayed me. Shanggu, we were just confused for a moment." "Yes, Shanggu, we didn't mean to betray you," the girls explained immediately, fearing being left outside, which would be a dead end for them. Gao Shengtian turned around and shouted, "Brothers, how should we deal with those who betray us?" The boys remained silent, while the girls sneered coldly, "Damn these bitches, pretending to be innocent and mocking us for having no shame." Gao Shengtian burst into laughter. "Did you hear that, brothers? The girls have spoken, so let's do as they say." Without the boys intervening, the girls rushed over and pinned the girls to the ground, beating them wildly. After all, when they left, they looked down on those who chose Gao Shengtian. Gao Shengtian was not interested in intervening and instead turned to Lu Yudi with a smile. "If it weren't for me, you would be just like them now." Lu Yudi remained silent. "Don't I deserve a single word from you? Get lost." Gao Shengtian was taken aback, then chuckled and fiercely stepped towards Xian Han, whose screams echoed through the library. He thought Lu Yudi would plead with him, but Xian Han was barely conscious, and Lu Yudi showed no reaction. He beckoned to his brothers on the side, and Gao Shengtian took a knife, saying, "Watch closely, I'm going to split your crush." 1 cut, 2 cuts, blood splattered, even staining Lu Yudi's fair cheeks. Some students who were watching from the side had already gone to vomit, their eyes filled with fear towards Gao Shengtian. Holding Xian Han's head, he placed it directly on the bookshelf, tidying up Xian Han's hair. "Since you like him so much, I'll let you have a good look. I hope you can announce to all the students tomorrow that I am your man, otherwise, you know what will happen." After speaking, Gao Shengtian turned and left. It was only at this moment that Lu Yudi slowly raised her head, looking at Xian Han's head, her face gradually turning pale, her stomach churning but held down by fear. Xian Han had indeed pursued Lu Yudi, but she had never paid him any attention. However, Xian Han was good at using public opinion to pressure her, always walking by Lu Yudi's side as if he were her boyfriend. At this moment, Lu Yudi was not sad, but worried. Tomorrow was the final ultimatum, and if she didn't agree to be his woman, he would force her. Goldman Sachs Tianyi jumped on the table and shouted, "Brothers, our teacher Chu and student Xia are still on the nearby field. How can we let them freeze? I suggest we go and bring them over. As for the boys, forget it, kill." Chu Lu and Xia Mingyue are the dream lovers of the boys. They should not have let them leave before. The boys began to prepare for action, and even more than 30 fierce women joined in, as if they wanted to show the women on the other side some color. After preparations were complete, the boys in front used shovels to clear the snow to the side, ensuring that no one would slip. Everyone's protection was well done, much stronger than what the girls had prepared. Lu Yudi looked through the window at Gao Shengtian and others walking towards the field, thinking that if he died, she didn't want him to die. If Gao Shengtian died, there would naturally be other boys. If Gao Shengtian lived, she still had a chance. Over 50 people had already arrived at the entrance of the field and found that the field's gates were not closed. It was estimated that even Su Fu did not expect Gao Shengtian to take such a big risk to come over. In the warehouse, everyone was resting, and no one noticed that Gao Shengtian had come to attack. It was already early morning, and everyone was exhausted. Teacher Chu, wake up." Chulu felt someone calling her in a daze, the voice sounding so much like Gao Shengtian. Thinking of Gao Shengtian, Chulu suddenly opened her eyes, Gao Xingtian's face was right in front of her. Shoo! Gao Xingtian put his index finger to his lips, the knife already at Chu Lu's neck, feeling the cold blade. Chu Lu looked around and realized that everyone around her was from Gao Xingtian's group. With a wave of Gao Xingtian's hand, the boys immediately stabbed the sleeping classmates in the chest with sharp blades. The stabbed boys opened their eyes and tried to warn, but their mouths were covered, trying to resist but finding that their limbs were frozen and couldn't move. Xia Mingyue seemed to hear a faint sound, slowly opened her eyes, and saw the scene of stabbing right in front of her, with Gao Xingtian's terrifying face beside her. Wanting to scream to warn everyone, but finding that she couldn't make a sound, her legs seemed frozen and couldn't move. Awake, Mingyue! Xia Mingyue gasped heavily, feeling the blood gradually flowing to her limbs, and shouted, Su Fu! Gao Shangtian is attacking. With Xia Mingyue's shout, Su Fu and Jiang Shan slowly opened their tired eyes. When they saw the scene in front of them, they immediately wanted to pick up weapons to fight back, but like Xia Mingyue, they suddenly couldn't move. A knife pierced Jiang Shan's heart directly. Su Fu stared with trembling lips, his fingers began to move. Jiang Shan looked at Su Fu with a look of unwillingness, as if saying, Brother, I can't continue killing with you. With a fierce stab, Jiang Shan completely lost his breath, and the boys immediately stabbed towards Su Fu. At the critical moment, Su Fu grabbed the knife next to him and made a slash, directly cutting the opponent's neck. Blood sprayed on Su Fu's face. As the opponent fell, Su Fu realized that all his brothers around him had been killed, as if he was the only one left. Hee, Su Fu, you followed me to enjoy the good life, but you insisted on running with these women. Look at those women, they are ungrateful to you. Gao Shangtian, you're playing dirty. Su Fu was unwilling and resentful. Gao Shangtian chuckled, Su Fu, don't you know that all is fair in war? Do you want to fight me on a sunny day? How did you get into Cloud University? Su Fu remained silent after hearing this, staring at Gao Xingtian with hatred, wishing he could eat him alive. Su Fu, I'll give you one more chance to join me. Gao Xingtian still couldn't bear to kill Su Fu. If it weren't for Su Fu's help in the past, it wouldn't have been so easy to eliminate those brutal teachers. I won't associate with beasts. Gao Xingtian directly swung a knife, giving Su Fu a quick death. Su Fu grabbed his neck, blood oozing from between his fingers, turned to look at Jiang Shan with wide eyes. He regretted helping Gao Shengshan, thinking he was being bullied, but he had misjudged him. The boys around Su Fu were all stabbed to death on the spot, and some of the wounded were frozen to death without being stabbed. In the room, only the girls were left, shivering as they looked at Gao Shengshan and the others. At that moment, a fierce girl who had arrived with them spoke up, Shangge, let's warm them up so they can stand up. A girl who was 1.7 meters tall and weighed 160 pounds joked, although she was 1.7 meters tall, she weighed 160 pounds, like a tank. Gao Shengshan laughed, let the brothers accompany you, working together, men and women, no tiredness. Chu teacher, save me. One of the girls cried, but she was slapped in the face by the tank directly, bitch, we are here to save you. Gao Shengshan. Chu Lu scolded. Gao Shengshan shrugged, what? Chu teacher, do you want to stay and warm up too? You. Stop pretending, you can't even protect yourself. The brothers are happy to help Chu teacher. With Gao Shengshan's words, Chu Lu looked at the boys around him, their eyes as if they wanted to devour him. Please, Chu teacher, I still need to learn from you, and Xiaoye, don't look at me like that. Xia Mingyue said sternly, Gao Shengshan, you wait to be settled. Haha, settled? I'll have some fun before I get settled. After speaking, Gao Shengshan walked to the door. I'll count to 3, if you two don't come out, then don't bother. 1, 3. Chu Lu held Xia Mingyue and pressed against the door. Chu teacher, take us out too. Yeah, save me. Gao Shengshan coldly smiled, telling Chu Lu with his eyes that they couldn't even save themselves now, let alone others. As the warehouse door slowly closed, Chu Lu and Xia Mingyue felt uneasy. It's not like they're dead, just teaching a lesson to those who betrayed me. Gao Shengshan reached out to pat Xia Mingyue's head, but she immediately hid behind Chu Lu. Chu Lu sighed, Gao Shengshan, you're not bad, why do you do this? In the end, it was Gao Shengshan and Su Fu who saved everyone, otherwise some girls would have suffered more. Chu Lu and Xia Mingyue gradually saw Gao Shengshan's transformation, and in the end, even Su Fu left. Everything I do is for survival. Xia Mingyue immediately retorted, no, you're doing this to prove yourself, to make Lidiyuti look up to you. Ha, Mingyue understands me well. Chu Lu felt that she and Mingyue were in trouble, they would become playthings for those boys, but if Gao Shengshan could change his mind, there might still be a chance. But Chu Lu was too naive in her thoughts, Gao Shengshan might change his mind, but those boys wouldn't. They would kill Gao Shengshan, then choose a new leader to continue this kind of life. At 2 in the morning, Gao Shengshan returned to the library with his men, and there were a few more bodies on the road, always someone accidentally getting snow on them. Ludi Yudi sat away from the crowd on a chair, looking at Xia Mingyue and Chu Teacher. The two of them were indeed caught by Gao Shengshen. Brothers, choose whoever you want. Gao Shengshen cheered as if it were a festival. The boys cheered. Who wouldn't want to follow such a leader? In the end of the world, there was meat to eat and women to play with. Of course, the best would be left for the leader. Gao Shengshen brought Xia Mingyue and Chu Lu to Ludi Yudi's side. You three think about it, I hope you can agree on your own. Then he leaned in and whispered, in front of so many brothers and sisters, don't embarrass me, or you know my methods. Gao Shengshen then took out 3 bottles of mineral water, toast bread, and even a piece of Snickers for each person. This is the treatment for being the boss's woman. With these words, Gao Shengshen turned and left, joining his brothers in revelry. The 3 women did not move as they looked at the food on the table. At this moment, Chulu reached out and picked up a Snickers bar. Eat, you need strength to fight. Xia Mingyue nodded and started eating the bread and water, feeling really hungry. Ludi Yudi just took a sip of water, still silent, closing her eyes to rest. No one knew what tomorrow would bring, and there was nowhere to escape to now. Even if they went out, they would either be killed by the snow or freeze to death in the weather. The sounds of joy in the library gradually faded, leaving only the girls crying, exchanged for water, food, and warmth, but undoubtedly mocked by other girls. If you have the guts, don't eat, have the guts to go out and die, pretending. It's not shameful to be afraid of death. The snow fell heavily that night, and in the early morning, the whole world was covered in deep snow, at least knee-high, dissuading people from going out to search for supplies, only waiting for the snow to stop. But the snow seemed to have stopped quite a bit, not as heavy as last night, truly unprecedented. At the entrance to the Yunhai City Highway, the post-apocalyptic RV plowed through the snow, the accumulated snow in front unable to stop the vehicle's progress, while inside the car was warm as spring, filled with a lively atmosphere. On the road leading to the outer ring, the people in the surrounding high-rise buildings were all looking towards the road, shocked. How could such a powerful vehicle be driving on the road at this time? Is it a rescue team? No, we are a killing team. In the library, everyone gradually got up to have breakfast. The girls each had a piece of bread and a cup of water, while the boys had a more varied meal, including bread, peanuts, and a braised egg. Especially when they saw the braised egg, the girls couldn't help but salivate, while the boys said they could have the egg if they wanted, inviting them to come over and eat. Shameless, Xia Mingyue muttered. Chulu and Ludi Yudi remained silent, thinking about how to deal with the day ahead. As footsteps approached, they knew who it was without having to think. Here's your breakfast, Gao Shengshen said as he placed a small box on the table, containing 3 bottles of mineral water and 3 salt-baked chicken legs. In such times, having salt-baked chicken legs to eat was truly a miracle. Look at them, then look at yourselves. Do you still need to consider? Gao Shengshen personally opened the mineral water bottles, almost feeding the chicken legs to Ludi Yudi. Gao Shengshen, you can still turn back now, Chulu once again tried to persuade, as if there were no other options left. Could these 3 women really be a match for this group of people? Gao Shengshen patted Chulia's fragrant shoulder, but was pushed away by Chulu. Teacher Chu, what is there to turn back to? Where can I go back to? It's you who should turn back. You have half an hour, my patience has run out. Knocking on the table, Gao Shengshen walked out to the lobby. Laughter and cries could be heard in the lobby, making this ordinary morning not so ordinary. Teacher Chu, we only have half an hour left, Xia Mingyue said anxiously, unable to remain as calm as Chulu and Ludi Yudi. Ludi Yudi looked at the snow outside, wondering if there was only one way to go now. They had endured for so long, but had not received any rescue. It seemed this was fate. Seeing the two silent, Xia Mingyue felt despair. There used to be a glimmer of hope, but today there was no hope at all. The good male classmates had all been killed, leaving only those no different from thugs. Are you afraid of death? Chulu suddenly asked. Ludi Yudi looked up at Chulu, still not saying anything, but had already answered. Of course, she was afraid of death. Who wouldn't be? At the age of blossoming youth, she didn't want to die like this. Survival was instinctual. Xia Mingyue wanted to say she wasn't afraid of death, but couldn't bring herself to say it. At this point, it's all up to fate. Chulu sighed. Since she didn't have the courage to die, she had to resign herself to fate. Xia Mingyue really didn't want to resign herself. She hadn't even had a boyfriend yet. Was she going to be ruined by that kind of person? It was so hard to accept. Not only Xia Mingyue thought this way, Chulu and Lu Yudi also thought the same. If they had known that this would happen, they should have found a boyfriend, at least not giving their first time to a jerk. This was a triple blood, a record that not just anyone could achieve. Lu Yudi and Xia Mingyue could still reason with it. After all, they were young, but Chulu was already 27 today, still a single woman, which was a bit unreasonable. If one could encounter such a woman nowadays, it was even rarer than winning the lottery.
Half an hour has passed, Gao Shengtian walked over to remind.
Sometimes it felt like half an hour passed very slowly, but just now it went by so fast, he couldn't think of any solution. Don't all stay silent, show some reaction. My brothers are waiting for me to take you over there.
Gao Shengtian leaned down, hands pressed on the sofa, grinning.
The three women sat there without any reaction, which made Gao Shengtian very displeased.
Teacher Chu, don't make me drag you by your hair over there, you won't look good, and I'll lose face too. No need for you to drag me.
Chulu knew that Gao Shengtian could really do such a thing, but in the end, why choose a painful past? Xia Mingyue watched Chulu walk over like this, her eyes blank. Had Teacher Chu given up? Lu Yudi also stood up at this time, and when Gao Shengtian saw this, the smile on his face couldn't be more intense. It should be considered the first time Lu Yudi listened to him.
This was a good start. And you? Gao Shengtian looked at Xia Mingyue. Xia Mingyue's body trembled, slowly supporting her body in the room.
It would have been better if you had been obedient earlier, after all, you can't escape the ending. As he spoke, he wanted to reach out and touch Xia Mingyue's face, but Xia Mingyue was already unwilling, and she kicked Gao Shengtian directly with a fierce kick, showing that she had the ability to fight back. After so many days of deceit and trickery, Gao Shengtian was on guard everywhere, easily dodging Xia Mingyue's fierce kick.
Nice kick, I like it. I'll have some fun later. Pervert. My perversion depends on your attitude. Don't waste time. Gao Shengtian pushed Xia Mingyue towards the center.
At this point, all the students were watching this side. Being able to see the three beautiful flowers of the school all falling together, it was quite a feat.
What's the use of being good looking? It's no different from the rest of us girls. Do you really think you're special with your golden teeth? Everyone quiet down, I have an announcement to make.
Gao Shengtian was like a groom, looking very pleased.
Shanggu, we don't have a bridal chamber, so we can only have a noisy bridal chamber in the hall. Shanggu, don't be shy. Can Shanggu handle it?
The boys suddenly started laughing and joking, but Gao Shengtian picked up a knife and killed this classmate. After watching, Gao Shengtian gasped and said, "Whether I can handle it or not is none of your business." With a flash of his eyes, the boys didn't dare to make a sound.
It's okay to make noise, but don't joke with me.
Gao Shengtian said in a low voice, as the leader, if he didn't have authority, he would be overthrown sooner or later. Gao Shengtian, covered in blood, was very intimidating, as if he was deliberately killing someone, not only to intimidate others, but also to show Chu Lu and the other two women that killing was just a common thing here.
Now Gao Shengtian looked like he was wearing a groom's suit, covered in blood. Alright, from today onwards, they are the big.
Before one of the sisters could finish speaking, a boy walked in, and everyone looked at this unexpected visitor. If Gao Shengtian was known as a bootlicker, then the boy in front of him was known as the king of cuckoldry. During the military training in the first year of college, he was dumped by his first love on the spot, and turned to the embrace of a rich second generation whom he had only known for less than a week.
The taste of it is probably something a normal man couldn't bear,
but he endured it. He thought he had died a long time ago, but he was still alive, as if he was wearing some kind of snow protection on his body, otherwise how could he dare to go out?
Yi Feng, you're not dead yet.
Gao Shengtian had never had any contact with Yi Feng, but he had also heard of Yi Feng's cuckoldry. Even Chu Lu had heard some rumors, but if you came alone, you were no match for Gao Shengtian. Yi Feng shook off the snow on his body, then grabbed a handful from the ground, rolled it into a snowball, which immediately scared everyone back. This snowball was really deadly, whoever got hit would die. Lu Yudi looked at Yi Feng's gloves. The style was unique. How could he have such a thing? How did he survive these days? But Yi Feng didn't throw it out. Instead he said softly, "I'm here to find someone." At this moment, a girl in the crowd slowly moved back, her eyes filled with panic, because she knew that Yi Feng was here to find her.
Who are you looking for? Gao Shengtian subconsciously felt that Yi Feng was here to steal his woman, but just by herself? A bit far-fetched.
Yi Feng's gaze swept over Xia Mingyue and the other two girls, then said, "I'm looking for Su Qing."
Gao Shengtian was taken aback. Who is Su Qing? Could it be his girlfriend who cheated on him? Su Qing is here.
Suddenly a girl shouted, only to see Su Qing, who had been hiding, with a pale face, trying to run but being pulled by the girls by her hair, looking like she wanted to see a good show. Su Qing was pushed to the front of the crowd like this, and fell directly to the ground.
Gao Shengtian's face didn't look good. No matter what, this was his territory. If he rushed over to get someone, where would he put his face?
Shanggu, don't hand me over to him." Su Qing clung to Gao Shengtian's leg and begged bitterly. That day she had dumped him in front of the whole school. Now he didn't come with good intentions. He must be here for revenge. Gao Shengtian frowned and looked at Yi Feng on the other side, stepping on Su Qing's body. "What are you making noise for?" Yi Feng showed no reaction. Lu Yudi felt that Yi Feng was not that simple. He was carrying a bag, if he guessed correctly, it was full of supplies. Who gave him the courage to come here alone to get someone? Chu Lu's thoughts were similar to Lu Yudi's, curious about where Yi Feng got all this equipment. How could a student studying at school afford to buy such equipment? Was it prepared in advance? Various speculations echoed in Chu Lu's mind. Yi Feng, you only have one snowball in your hand, at most you can kill 5 or 6 people, but others will chop you into pieces, don't doubt my words. Yi Feng raised his eyebrows slightly, and directly threw the snowball in his hand on the ground. Who said I was going to kill you with snowballs? This kind of courage shocked Xie Mingyue. Was he showing off, or was he showing off? You've got guts. Gao Shengtian chuckled. He thought Su Fu had guts before, now there was another one, but this one didn't seem like a good person. Yi Feng said calmly, give me the person, and you won't die. Suddenly, a henchman with a knife stepped forward. Yi Feng, do you think you're a disciple of the Yi family in the novel, coming here to show off? If you don't kill us, I'll kill you, the show-off criminal. The knife came down directly towards Yi Feng's head. But Yi Feng was not in a hurry at all. He dodged slightly when the knife was about to hit, and the blade slid down along his clothes. A fist hit the henchman's stomach hard. The huge force made the henchman bend over like a shrimp, unable to say a word. Yi Feng grabbed the henchman's head with both hands and twisted it directly. Crack! The head was turned directly to the back, and everyone gasped in cold air. What a fierce method. Compared to Gao Shengtian's crazy slashing, this was elegant, not dragging mud or water. Gao Shengtian, I'll say it again, give me the person, and you won't die. Gao Shengtian's face twitched again, and the younger brother was killed on the spot. He himself had lost face, and his attempt to show off his killing was completely ruined by him. I need someone, bring something to exchange. Gao Shengtian said forcefully, wanting to salvage some dignity, fearing that these boys would not listen to him otherwise. Yi Feng didn't waste any words and directly took out a pack of white elephant instant noodles from his backpack. This is enough for her. Saying this, he threw it towards Gao Shengtian. Gao Shengtian caught it and said, that's enough, take it. He kicked Su Qing forward. Su Qing immediately got up and ran back, but Yi Feng's fist had already arrived, directly hitting Su Qing's back, his fingers turning into claws and pulling out Su Qing's spine. Ah! Even Gao Shengtian widened his eyes at this scene. Xie Mingyue covered her eyes and couldn't bear to watch, while Chu Lu and Lu Yudi, although watching, had pale faces. They never expected Yi Feng to be 100 times more ruthless than Gao Shengtian. At least Gao Shengtian only played with women and had never killed anyone, but Yi Feng was not a kind person. The painful screams echoed throughout the library, and everyone dared not even breathe. In less than a minute, a neatly arranged spine lay on the side, while Su Qing was tortured to death. After doing this, Yi Feng remained calm, even calmly wiped the blood off his hands and put on his gloves again. Letting you live until now is a kind of mercy. With that, he stepped on Su Qing's head, and everyone turned away, shocked by the brutality. The boys who were cheated on were too terrifying, almost like demons. But no one knew how Yi Feng had come through the ridicule of his classmates, always being pointed at wherever he went, even attempting suicide many times, all because of this despicable woman intentionally executing herself in front of the entire school's freshmen. Now, this execution is for you. Faced with such a strong Yi Feng, Gao Shengtian suddenly wanted to win him over. Yi Feng, do you want to stay? If they give me, I might consider it. Yi Feng looked indifferently at Xie Mingyue and the other 2 girls. He came here not only to kill the despicable woman but also to find these 3. As long as they bear his child, his power will grow stronger. Without a system, how can he survive in the apocalypse? Gao Shengtian didn't expect Yi Feng to have such big ambitions, but at this point, he had to make a sacrifice. Chu teacher and Xie Mingyue are yours, Lu Yudi is mine. What illusion makes you think I'm bargaining with you? Yi Feng was not polite at all. These 3 women were his targets, the most beautiful in the whole school, while the other women were just transitional objects. Gao Shengtian finally understood and slowly tightened his grip on the knife. Today, one person had to fall. The 3 women felt resentful, becoming commodities fought over by men, and this Yi Feng was not a good person. Brothers, whoever kills him, Chu teacher will be his. Chu Lu's face darkened, feeling a bit of a blow to his self-esteem. The boys were suddenly excited. Who wouldn't want to have Chu teacher kill him? Yi Feng sneered, a group of ants are not worthy. Just as the battle was about to break out, the back door was pushed open again. Damn, it's freezing outside. Tang Chen shivered as he ran in, and both sides looked towards him. Another one came. Tang Chen didn't expect the situation inside. Fellow students, wait a moment, I'm here to find someone. What? Finding someone again? Are they looking for someone to cheat on again? But looking at his appearance, he didn't seem like a college student. For a moment, the scene that was just full of fighting and shouting fell silent, turning the once heated atmosphere into a ridiculous situation.
Tang Chen glanced at Yifeng beside him, and Yifeng's gaze also turned to Tang Chen. How did this person come here? How come there wasn't a speck of snow on him? And Tang Chen also thought to himself, are you going to take on this group alone? Is it for real? If only he had come in later.
Forget it, since we're all here now, let's find the person first and then talk.
Little E was so pleasing to herself last night, it wouldn't be right to just stand by if she's here to help. Promises should be kept. Why don't you guys go first? I'll find mine. Who is Xia Mingyue? Tang Chen shouted loudly.
The area is vast, and there's no communication. Everyone is searching separately, hoping to find the person quickly, get back to the car, and taste the new arrival. Xia Mingyue and the crowd trembled when she heard her name. She didn't know how to respond, considering what had happened to her earlier.
Mingyue, is it you too? Chu Lu was thinking along those lines.
Who would be willing to come through the heavy snow to find you, either seeking revenge or repaying a debt, with the former being more likely?
I didn't do anything. I haven't even had a chance to find a boyfriend. How could I have cheated? Xia Mingyue shook her head like a rattle drum. Chu Lu asked softly, didn't you say before that your uncle would come to save you? Is it him? Who would come to save someone in this heavy snow?
Lu Yudi, who was careful with her words, said the most she had all year.
But it makes sense, if someone really wanted to save you, yesterday would have been the best opportunity.
Now, with the heavy snow, it's impossible to drive on the roads.
Coming to find you at this time definitely doesn't bode well.
After Tang Chen shouted, he felt the strange looks from the people around him.
Although no one responded, he felt Xia Mingyue was nearby.
Looking at the girl's body not far away, Tang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. What a cruel method, TSK.
Xia Mingyue, I'm your uncle, come out quickly, or I'll leave. Tang Chen shouted jokingly.
Who would have thought, in just over a month, your uncle has changed?
Chu Lu was stunned. He's your uncle?
No, I don't even know him.
Xia Mingyue was anxious. How could this stranger pretend to be her uncle? How did he know about her uncle? Could it be her aunt? Her aunt was caught by him.
In an instant, Xia Mingyue exploded and rushed towards Tang Chen.
Chu Lu and Lu Yudi were shocked, urging her not to be so impulsive.
Tang Chen looked at the girl running towards him in tears, a face he had seen on Yi Qingyi's phone. It must be Xia Mingyue.
Seeing her so sad, could it be that his charm had increased recently? Even the idea of throwing oneself at him came up, but he didn't like being too forward, he preferred the passionate ones. Just as Tang Chen thought she was coming for a hug, Xia Mingyue unexpectedly grabbed a nearby chair and swung it at him. This left everyone puzzled. What was going on? Did the uncle cheat on the aunt? What are you doing? Tang Chen frowned.
The familiar girls who knew Tang Chen knew that he was getting angry.
What did you do to my aunt? I'm telling you, if anything happens to my aunt, I'll make sure to kill you,
she said, smashing the chair. Everyone felt that this was a shocking revelation. It turns out the uncle was an imposter.
Tang Chen suddenly grabbed the chair Xia Mingyue was swinging, using all his strength to stop her.
Then, he saw a big slap coming towards his face.
With a smack,
Xia Mingyue was slapped to the ground by Tang Chen, leaving everyone stunned, even Yifeng. Holding her hot cheek on the ground, Xia Mingyue was in disbelief that she had been slapped in front of so many people. Tears welled up in her eyes as she stood up and shouted at Tang Chen, I'm going to fight you today. Undeterred, Xia Mingyue ran towards him again, with Chu Lu unable to hold her back. But she received another loud slap, even harder this time, causing her to crash into the table, her small face turning pale from the pain.
Mingyue! Chu Lu hurried over. Tang Chen sternly said, stop, don't move.
Chu Lu really stopped, her heart pounding, not out of affection, but out of fear.
I didn't have this feeling before on Yifeng, but I feel it on him. Get up and continue to hit me.
Xia Mingyue bit her red lips tightly, her waist was sore from the impact, and both sides of her face were burning.
To be honest, your aunt is now my dog. Tang Chen suddenly chuckled, with the intention of provoking Xia Mingyue.
Sure enough, upon hearing this, Xia Mingyue's anger soared, adrenaline surged, her waist no longer hurt, her whole body was filled with strength, and she ran towards Tang Chen again.
Tang Chen raised his palm. Xia Mingyue learned her lesson, I'll block.
But Tang Chen slapped back, with slightly less force this time. Xia Mingyue not only did not back down, but continued to move towards Tang Chen.
You don't know how to use weapons. Do you plan to beat me to death with your little fists? Or do you want to use your head to kill me? How can you be so foolish, still alive until now? You are really a bunch of useless people. After slapping, Tang Chen mocked the group of boys.
Xia Mingyue was already dizzy from the slap, her pretty face swollen. But Chu Lu now understood, Xia Mingyue was indeed reckless, it was fine before, but in the apocalypse, she would eventually lose her life if she continued like this. And this man was just trying to teach Xia Mingyue a lesson. Tang Chen walked to Xia Mingyue's side, Xia Mingyue immediately covered her face, and Tang Chen directly lifted Xia Mingyue onto his shoulder, ready to take her away.
Of course, he didn't forget to extend an invitation. This beauty, do you want to come with us?
Chu Lu was stunned for a moment, pondering in her heart. But Tang Chen wasn't going to wait that long. You're useless even when given a chance, classmates, keep playing, keep killing.
Stop, stop. Two voices made Tang Chen stop in his tracks. He turned around slowly. What? You want to keep me?
Whether you are her uncle or her aunt, she is mine. Yifeng pointed to Xia Mingyue on Tang Chen's shoulder calmly, with an expression reminiscent of Tangu in the parking lot. Gao Shengtian quickly added, she is my woman, you can't take her away.
Unless you offer something in exchange. Most of the people who stayed with me before are dead. Do you want to join them?
Tang Chen held down the restless Xia Mingyue on his shoulder, but the more he pressed, the more she moved, so he slapped her directly, silencing her.
Xia Mingyue shouted shamelessly, hit my butt. Tang Chen replied, your face is behind my butt, I can't hit it. Hee Yifeng, he's even more arrogant than you.
Gao Shengtian suddenly had an idea, let the two of them fight, while he watched from the sidelines. Yifeng was also full of youthful vigor, especially with his weapon in hand. He didn't even consider Tang Chen a threat. If Tang Chen knew, he would definitely say, young man, there are strong and weak levels even with weapons, mine is at its peak when brought out, you still need to level up. It's 2024, who still levels up? It's embarrassing not to be invincible when you come out. You dare to come alone, maybe you have some skills, but you're not enough here with me. Yifeng said coldly, looking at Tang Chen as if he were a small radish. Just as Tang Chen was about to speak, Yi Qingyi's anxious voice came from the door, yeah, aunt. Although Xia Mingyue was upside down, she saw her aunt rushing in. Her aunt was fine. What could happen to Yi Qingyi? But something was wrong now. Seeing Tang Chen carrying Xia Mingyue on his shoulder, she knew Yaya must have caused trouble again. No one will indulge you now. The male students looked at Yi Qingyi coming in at the door, their eyes flashed with amazement, subconsciously looking at Chu Lu, as if comparing who was prettier. Of course, the aunt is prettier. The aunt is fair-skinned, exuding a soft charm. Even in the apocalypse, she still maintains herself so well. On the other hand, Chu Lu, although beautiful, couldn't compare to Yi Qingyi. She lacked proper nutrition.
Tang Chen said, I have a nutrition fast line here, do you want to try it?
Xia Mingyue threw herself into Yi Qingyi's arms and cried. While Yi Qingyi saw Xia Mingyue's swollen face and palm prints, she knew it was definitely Tang Chen who hit her, and seeing Tang Chen's grim expression, Yi Qingyi knew something bad had happened.
Go apologize quickly. Ha? What are you saying?
He hit me, I have to go apologize to him. I'm not going. Xia Mingyue didn't expect that her aunt would not protect her and even asked her to apologize. Yi Qingyi's anger surged instantly, and she slapped Xia Mingyue directly in the face.
Xia Mingyue didn't expect to be slapped by her aunt as soon as they met. Tang Chen certainly heard it.
Yi Qingyi was very clever. This slap was for her own benefit, indicating her stance and also a way of asking for forgiveness for Xia Mingyue.
But could Xia Mingyue understand?
It seems that Xia Mingyue has not yet experienced the hardships of the end of the world. Yi Qingyi was also anxious. Tang Chen sometimes appeared playful on the surface, but deep down, he was a ruthless person. If you don't listen to him, he has many ways to torture you, and he doesn't even need to do it himself. Sun Ting is enough to handle it. Seeing Mingyue's aggrieved and defiant look, Yi Qingyi was so angry that she pounded her chest, realizing that in order to survive, she must let go of everything.
Have you found the person?
At the door, a stunning figure appeared, and everyone's jaws dropped to the ground.
It was Li Linger. She's a big star.
Yi Feng's eyes shot out a gleam of light.
Li Linger, the ultimate goddess.
If she had a child for him, it would probably surpass everything before. The previous girls were all lured by his food, but now he could only snatch them, unable to follow the previous routine. Chu Lu and Lu Yudi exchanged a glance. This man actually had a big star by his side, not simple at all.
However, what happened next was even more astonishing.
Sun Ting and Bai and Shi Meng arrived one after another.
Gao Shengtian slightly opened his mouth in surprise. What's going on? 1 against 5. So awesome. Today, these women will definitely become mine. Yi Feng's eyes couldn't contain the heat anymore.
He had been sneaky for a month, only managing to get 3, and the quality wasn't as good.
This man actually got 5, all top-notch. Just give them to me, it's a waste for you to use them.
Yifeng, don't mind second-hand goods, as long as they can bear children.
Why are you getting angry after finding the person?
Shi Meng, as an old hand, was a master at smoothing things over.
What was supposed to be a happy reunion day turned sour.
Yi Qingyi remained silent out of anger, and Xia Mingyue ignored Yi Qingyi, making the atmosphere awkward.
Tang Chen didn't intend to pay attention, and said lightly, classmate, it's not appropriate to stare at my woman like that.
No, she's not your woman, they're all my women.
So far, you're the most arrogant person I've ever seen. Tang Chen's words were not false. Although there were also arrogant people, Yifeng gave the impression of being confidently arrogant. Could it be that he had a gun? Tang Chen could only guess like that. Otherwise, where did he get his confidence? You will definitely be the last one. That's right, I am the last person you will see. In front of me, Yifeng, no one can be arrogant. Today, you will undoubtedly die. Gao Shengtian smiled and raised his hand, motioning for his brothers to step back a bit, clearing a space for them to fight. No matter who wins in the end, he will definitely profit. Those women are truly tempting. Even Chu Laoshi has lost his original brilliance. I suddenly became curious. Where does your confidence come from? Tang Chen looked deeply at Yifeng, feeling that this kid didn't seem like a fool, and his momentum was strong. Could he really have extraordinary abilities? You'll know immediately. With that, he kicked, and the tiles on the floor couldn't withstand the force, cracking. Tang Chen's gaze focused. Now he understood. This speed and strength were above ordinary people. According to the rules of the end of the world, this should be considered as a very small number of people awakening, right? Feeling a bit excited, he finally encountered an opponent. Since the punch was thrown, he would take it. Concentrating his strength on his fist, Tang Chen fiercely punched, and a gust of wind blew the bangs on Yifeng's forehead. This is how men's showdowns are done. Yifeng had already seen the opponent's fist being broken by himself. After all, he could now bend steel pipes with his bare hands, and a single punch could crack the water-congealed wall. What? This is too amazing. I, Tango, could easily poke a hole in the wall with my fingers from the beginning. With a crisp sound of bone fracture, Yifeng's fist seemed soft and was directly shattered by Tang Chen's fist, with the bone protruding from the elbow. But Tang Chen's fist did not stop there, landing on Yifeng's shoulder with momentum. His arm was directly broken by Tang Chen's fist, falling not far away. The entire library fell into silence once again, Xia Mingyue's jaw almost dropping to the ground. Is this still a human being? Xu Lu and Lu Yudi had the same expression. How strong was Yifeng just now, able to dismantle bones, but now his own bones were dismantled by someone else. Is this the cycle of karma? But who will dismantle that man's bones? Tang Chen said it was impossible to dismantle, but Yifeng could feel his bones being loosened. Yifeng suddenly stepped back a few steps, immediately covering his right arm, blood dripping onto the porcelain plate, looking incredulously at Tang Chen. So you are this weak? I thought I had met a worthy opponent, but I was wrong. Tang Chen shrugged, his relaxed expression the biggest irony. Yifeng's face turned slightly pale. Impossible? How could you be stronger than me? Is it abnormal for me to be stronger than you? Tang Chen slowly walked towards Yifeng, who kept retreating. He was no longer the Yifeng who had just entered the room, but looked like a frightened mouse, watching Tang Chen approach. He had a system. How could there be such a powerful antagonist so soon, ending him here? It's absolutely impossible. There must be a chance for a counterattack. Yifeng fiercely kicked back, aiming at Tang Chen's head, trying to kick it off, giving himself a chance. Yifeng thought he was already fast, but this man was even faster, grabbing his ankle. Practice more, don't jump out like this, endure a bit, live longer. With a twist, a kick. The ankle bone protruded, and the knee bone was kicked out. Standing on one leg, Yifeng angrily shouted, "Who are you? Why are you here?" In his anger, there was a hint of grievance. After all, where was the promised protection for newcomers? Why was he being thrown into a challenge against the ultimate boss from the start? Gao Shengtian swallowed. This man was so strong, Yifeng was already abnormal enough, and he was even more so. Was there any justice in this? Justice? Justice only lies in the fist. As Tang Chen approached, Yifeng punched again with terror, but without confidence. His punches were slow and weak. With a crisp sound, another arm was dislocated, leaving him with only one leg to stand on. System detected host's life force rapidly declining. Host must escape immediately. Host must escape immediately, otherwise certain death. Listening to the system's words, Yifeng felt even more desperate. Even the system thought he was going to die. Brother, please, I surrender. Yifeng knew he couldn't die. If he died, he would truly have nothing left. But as long as he didn't die, there was still a chance to survive. I still prefer your previous arrogant look. With that, he grabbed Yifeng's hair and punched him in the stomach. Gao Shengtian even saw Yifeng's back bulging, as if hit by a fist. This blow almost took half of his life. Yifeng vomited blood violently, his internal organs shattered. Am I going to die? How could someone with a system die? This is impossible. Shouldn't someone with a system have a harem? Others are struggling to survive while I am just traveling. Why did I get killed right at the beginning? Tang Chen grabbed Yifeng's hair, lifted his head, and asked softly, "You are indeed very powerful, not an ordinary person. Do you have a system? How did you know?" Yi Feng's pale face turned panicked. This was his biggest secret, how could he know? Watching Yi Feng's reaction, Tang Chen chuckled, because I have one too, and I am stronger than you. If you are reborn, hide well, don't cross paths with me again. Without waiting for Yi Feng to beg for mercy, Tang Chen directly snapped Yi Feng's neck, and Yi Feng happened to die next to Su Qing, not knowing if it was fate. With wide eyes, Yi Feng wondered why his neck was snapped. Why? Host death detected. System will detach from host and choose a more powerful host. No, don't leave, you are my system. This damn system even backstabbed me after I died. The 5 women had no feelings towards Tang Chen's methods, they were used to killing. But for Xia Mingyue and the others, it was still shocking. Just as Tang Chen turned around, a voice appeared in his mind. Successfully bound to the many children many blessings system, this system will help the host clear obstacles in the end times, hoping the host will save more girls in the end times and continue the human race. With the girls' consent, the host will be rewarded. If a child is born, the reward will double. Tang Chen was a bit confused. Why did a system suddenly appear again? Looking at Yi Feng's lifeless body, could it be his doing? Gotta admit, this system knows how to butter up. Tang Chen suddenly chuckled, but to others, this laughter seemed like a god-killing laugh from hell. Chilling. Let's see what your many children many blessings system is capable of. Opening the panel, Yi Feng's information was still displayed. Name, Yi Feng Vitality, 0, Normal Person 74, Strength, 47, Normal Person 18, Defense, 41, Normal Person 10, Speed, 38, Normal Person 10, Spirit, 12, Normal Person 10, Skills, Dragon Tiger Fist Spouse, for resources, 10 square storage space. Perhaps the system realized something, the panel started to blur. 404, Tang Chen chuckled. Turning the page, another 404, probably the spouse's panel attributes. After being 404 ed, the information was quickly taken down, and Tang Chen's information was displayed prominently. My dearest host, unexpectedly, even in the system world, there are turncoats. When Tang Chen saw his own panel, he furrowed his brows slightly. Name, Tang Chen Vitality, 5913 Strength, 3983 Defense, 3138 Speed, 2521 Spirit, Spouse, 5. Seeing this comparison of attributes, Tang Chen couldn't help but laugh again. Your predecessor was really trash. Let's look at the women's panel attributes later. First, let's see what else is interesting. Lucky Big Draw. Killing a zombie will earn 1 point, and 100 points can be used for a lucky spin on the big wheel. 0 times Tang Chen understood, most of the rewards provided by this system come from this wheel, but the condition is killing zombies, but there are no zombies around now, what's the point? If he guessed correctly, he survived before solely relying on the rewards from those 4 women. Oh, there's even a resource exchange here? It also relies on points exchange, so pitiful. And they are all daily necessities, not even weapons. Seeing the full resources, Tang Chen said directly, what rubbish, still need to exchange, and the space given is so small, your host is really just surviving. System detects host dissatisfaction, system will modify plan for host. Oh, this is good, if you had done this to the previous host earlier, it wouldn't have been so tragic. Modification complete, 5-fold discount on points exchange. At this time, Tang Chen's system came out, feeling like an unexpected guest at home, directly starting to seduce her man. Energy slot doubles. Tang Chen was stunned. Alright, roll it up. Only with competition can you be worthy of being my main system. The many children many blessings system has already started grumbling, saying that you can lie down and become stronger as a host. Alright, I'll roll you up. Checking that the host has 5 girlfriends, awarding 500 points. Hee hee, stingy, only 500. The big wheel can only spin 5 times. Actually, it's not bad. Yi Feng only gets 10 points for getting a girl, and 2 points for exchanging a box of mineral water. Don't you see what kind of unlimited resources I have here? Activate 5 times energy slot mode. Open the weapon arsenal, exchange directly, lucky big wheel 1 discount. Congratulations host, conditions met, issuing end of the world gift package 3. 0. Large weapon arsenal. War god system, built-in goddess combat system. End of the world gift package 4. 0. Many children many blessings, asterisk 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 grand host modification permissions. Asterisk 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 Tang Chen was slightly confused, the surprise came too quickly, a little hard to adapt. Alright, if I keep rolling, my life will be devoid of fun. Since modification permissions have been granted, I won't be polite. First, I need to modify a rule, rewards can be given without consent, and not having children triples the reward. System, you can change your name.
All resource points in the library are changed to 0. The big wheel is also changed to 0 directly. This big wheel is still very interesting. It can produce good stuff. As for other resources, there may be some conflicts, but some small toys are quite interesting.
This is the real system, who downloads the paid system.
Let's take a look at the updates of the main system. This time it's a big harvest, otherwise, according to the original progress, it would take at least 1 to 2 months. The so-called large weapon arsenal, Tangshan has already seen heavy weapons, J11, J16, J20, Yun-20, H-20, F-16, F-22, F-35, B-2. These are aircraft series.
There are also tank series. 99A, Leopard 2A6, Leopard 2PL, Abrams M1A2 series, T90A, T90MS, Armata T14, Merkava Mk4, Challenger 2, PL01. System update, weapon arsenal update complete. Oh, many children many blessings is sensible.
When Tangshan saw the Dongfeng series and the updated weapon arsenal, she knew things were not simple. If you keep rolling like this, how can others survive? But this time her own main system didn't roll along, very confident, probably because of that War God system. When she opened the War God system, it was her own panel. Master, Tangshan Female War Gods, Sun Ting, and Bai, Yiqingyi, Shimeng, Li Linger. Level, 53, max level 9999, normal person level 1, each level up will draw rewards 3 times, women will draw rewards once for each level up. Special abilities, Novice Psychic, Dark Gold, Skills, Physique, Experience Points, 0 PS, Item Quality Division, White, Blue, Red, Gold, Dark Gold, Ancient. Primary, Intermediate, Advanced, Special, Ultimate, Peak. Being a Novice Psychic is so awesome. If you can upgrade to Intermediate, you can at least press down a building, and if you reach the peak, there's really no way out for the enemy, but unfortunately, the skills and physique are blank for now, but it's not a big deal.
Let's see what the female war gods are all about. Open the panel.
Sun Ting Level 8 Beauty Evaluation, 84 Goddess Level, 0, 100 can grow, click on the mini program for benefits. Special abilities, skills, physique, experience points, 0. The evaluation of the female war gods determines the amount of experience the master receives. Please assist the female war gods in leveling up as soon as possible. Tangshan didn't care about the others for now. She clicked on the mini program directly, and a smile began to appear on her lips. Can actually be fine-tuned, brothers, who understands this kind of happiness? No wonder the main system is as stable as an old dog. Having more children is not sophisticated enough. Do you understand the benefits? This is just right. However, it is necessary to improve the evaluation in order to make adjustments, so as to compensate for some of their shortcomings. The system really thinks comprehensively. There is even a one-click destruction function to eliminate any betrayal. As for upgrades, Tangshan feels that it is from walking in quantity before to walking in quality now, which is good. Walking in quantity is a bit tiring. But how to get the 4.0 gift pack is not mentioned. Do you have to level up to the maximum? Tangshan then looked at the panels of other women. Sun Ting and Bai Yiqingyi all have level 8, Shimeng only has level 6, and Li Linger has the lowest level of 3. And Bai was evaluated at 83, Yiqingyi at 85, Shimeng at 85, and Li Linger had the highest evaluation, reaching 86.
Not a single one reached above 90, is it that difficult?
The system evaluation is naturally a kind of statistics. It can be said that there is no one on the entire earth with a rating above 90 now. As soon as Tangshan raises the evaluation of any woman to 90, other men are probably going to be led by their noses. If it reaches 100, Tangshan will become the enemy of everyone, because such a woman is no longer someone anyone can possess. Whoever possesses her will bring disaster upon themselves, unless they are powerful to the extreme. From now on, I have to focus on leveling up every day. Others level up by fighting monsters, but when I level up, I am especially capable. The rewards of having more children come from the results. While my system highlights the process, these two systems fit together perfectly like puzzle pieces. Let's tidy up the mess first, and then study it thoroughly when we get back to the car. There are many things written on the big turntable. Let's go. Tangshan glanced at Gao Shengtian, not interested in playing house with these kids. It's time for new products, so why not reward myself with the temptation of the school flower back in the car? Looking at Xia Mingyue, the evaluation given by the system was only 79, feeling a bit low, but after a few days of nurturing, the quality should improve. Gao Shengtian did not stop them. After all, the other party was very strong. If Xia Mingyue ran away, as long as Lu Yudi was there, it was fine. Brother Shang, that's Li Linger, he's alone. We can kill him even if we rush over with our knives. The second leader came to Gao Shengtian's ear and advised. Gao Shengtian's eyes narrowed. He also thought about it, but didn't want to take the risk. The second leader was also envious that the boss had a beauty to enjoy, while he could only have ordinary goods. Now that there were 5 stunning beauties, he should at least get one. Boss, in that case, let's prepare to take action ourselves, so that those women don't get snatched away by the brothers.
You guys, Gao Shengtian didn't expect that his little brothers would disobey orders so quickly. You were all blinded by women.
The little brother expressed, you are no different.
Teacher Chu.
Xia Mingyue suddenly called out to Chu Lu. The meaning was clear, let's go together. Chu Lu stood still for a moment, a bit confused, but soon made a decision, deciding to take a gamble and leave. Seeing Teacher Chu leave, Lu Yuti gritted her teeth and followed. Gao Shengtian stared blankly at Lu Yuti, a surge of murderous intent in his eyes. I've been so good to you, if it weren't for protecting you, would these people not listen to me?
And now you're following a stranger.
Sun Ting and the others looked at Chu Lu and Lu Yuti coming over, feeling that they both had good looks and figures. The owner was truly fortunate, it was like getting 2 for the price of 1. Tang Chen also saw the system evaluations of the 2 women.
Chu Lu 79, Lu Yuti 79. It's because they are too weak, not at their peak in terms of appearance.
Tang Chen suddenly spoke up, did I say I would take you with me? This sentence undoubtedly humiliated Chu Lu and Lu Yuti. The girls nearby started mocking them. Before, they didn't go when invited, but now they go to flatter when they see how powerful they are. What a beautiful teacher, what a cold school flower, they are just hypocrites.
This female student is right. Tang Chen gave a thumbs up to the girl. Xia Mingyue suddenly ran over to Tang Chen and shouted, why didn't you take them away? We are in this together, how can you be like this?
Oh no!
Yi Qingyi's face turned pale, even Ximing realized the meaning behind Xia Mingyue's words.
Li Linger frowned deeply, Sun Ting and In Bai's beautiful eyes turned cold. If it weren't for their relationship with Yi Qingyi, daring to say such words, there would be no room for negotiation. Tang Chen lifted his foot and kicked Xia Mingyue directly. Yi Qingyi immediately prepared to run over to stop him, but was immediately stopped by Ximeng. Don't go, if you go, he will do more than just throw a tantrum, he will kill you. Sun Ting also nodded, now Xia Mingyue was just suffering a bit of physical pain, better than losing her life later. No one expected that Tang Chen's methods towards pretty girls would be so cruel. Chu Lu and Lu Yuti began to step back. Tang Chen walked up to Xia Mingyue, lit a cigarette, squatted down, grabbed Xia Mingyue's hair, and said lightly, your aunt is risking her life to come save you, because you are her only relative now. Xia Mingyue clutched her stomach, her exquisite face pale with pain, but she also heard those words, her only relative.
Could it be her parents?
Do you know, your parents were killed by someone like you, but I think, even if your parents didn't die, bringing you back would still lead to their deaths. You are a burden, useless, if not for your looks. Based on what you just said, would you still be alive?
My parents. Are they really dead? Xia Mingyue looked at Tang Chen with swollen eyes.
According to your aunt, they were killed by someone named Gangzi.
Gangzi? Impossible. How could it be?
Xia Mingyue couldn't believe that Gangzi would kill her parents. Their relationship was so close, he must be lying to me. With some unknown strength, Xia Mingyue ran towards Yi Qingyi to question her, soon hearing Xia Mingyue's crying. But Tang Chen was very unhappy. His gaze fell on Chu Lu and Lu Yuti who were retreating. The 2 women felt as if they were being targeted by a demon. I hate extremely hypocritical people the most. You 2 really know what it means to swing wildly. When you see me powerful, you come forward to join. When you see me cruel, you immediately retreat.
He, playing with me,
Tang Chen said in a low voice. Gao Shengtian said in a deep voice, bro, they don't want to go with you, don't force them.
I can take whoever I want, it's not your place to dictate.
Tang Chen's eagle-like eyes looked at Gao Shengtian, making Gao Shengtian feel his heart skip a beat. Number 2 beside him said directly, what are you being arrogant for? What's the point of a one-on-one fight? If you have the guts, take down all of us brothers. How many women you want to take? Take them all.
Brothers, am I right?
Right. There was only one person on the other side, who could still make him arrogant, steal his woman.
Tonight, everyone will take turns.
Tang Chen quietly flicked the cigarette ash and said quietly, in fact, flowers also have defective products, don't kill these 2. The crowd was puzzled after hearing this, and they grabbed their knives and rushed towards Tang Chen.